My name is Yi Bufan, a slave who transmigrated into a world where everyone worships deities, now facing a life or death crisis. Chapter 1, No one can bully me, not even gods. Bufan brother. A waste of space trying to play the hero, get lost. A continuous sound lingered in his ears as Yi Bufan slowly opened his eyes, finding himself in an unfamiliar underground world. He was certain he had transmigrated. This was a world where everyone worshipped deities. The strong were called divine envoys, while those who failed to awaken divine power were enslaved and sent underground to mine and carry stones. The original host died protecting his fellow slave Lan Xinyue, beaten to death by Lu Chang, the overseer of the 8th mining district. The cultivation realms in this world, levels 1 to 39 are divine citizens, 40 to 69 are first-class divine envoys, and 70 to 99 are second-class divine envoys. Lu Chang was a first-class divine citizen and could easily kill him. Protect Lan Xinyue? How can a waste like me protect her? Yi Bufan smiled bitterly. To protect himself and keep the original host's promise, he had to kill the cruel and lustful Lu Chang. At that moment, the number 5 suddenly appeared above Lu Chang's head. A streak of cyan light blossomed within Yi Bufan's soul, revealing the legendary ferocious beast Taotie. You actually know this deity. This deity has already opened the heavenly mind's divine eye for you. You can now see the aura of greed on everyone. From now on, you are this deity's envoy, helping me obtain the power of greed. This deity takes 9/10 and leaves 1/10 for you. The Taotie's voice resembled a baby's, yet it spoke human words. Do you think I'm going to work for you? Are you dreaming? Yi Bufan said coldly. Don't fucking fool me, give me the power to kill him first. Otherwise, no deal. This deity will grant you first-level divine power first. The gluttonous beast compromised, needing Yi Bufan's formidable soul to conceal its aura. Stop calling yourself this deity in front of me, from now on your name is Big Mouth. Yi Bufan felt power coursing through his body as he stood up and walked toward Lu Chang. You're quite resilient. Still able to get back up. Lu Chang, who was tearing at Lan Xinyue's clothes, let go of his hands. Lan Xinyue clung tightly to Yi Bufan's arm, as if grasping a lifeline. Who the hell are you? Do we know each other? Get lost. Yi Bufan pushed Lan Xinyue's hand away. Only by pretending not to recognize her could he fight with all his might, risking his life. Was it you who just hit me? Yi Bufan fixed his piercing gaze firmly upon Lu Chang. I'm the one who hit you, what are you gonna do about it? Lu Chang looked at him with amusement. I want you dead. Yi Bufan said coldly. None of my business, I don't even know her. I only know that I can die, but no one can bully me. Not even gods are allowed. Covered in blood, he stood with his spine straight, resembling not a slave but rather an awakened beast. I will kill you, I will fight my way out of this underground world. Yi Bufan's voice grew increasingly icy. Lu Chang curled his finger contemptuously. Yi Bufan pounced forward, throwing a punch that Lu Chang blocked before delivering a solid kick to his stomach, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Is that all you've got? I'm just getting started. Lu Chang burst into laughter. Chapter 2, Fight your way out of the underground world. Death to all who stand in the way. Yi Bufan slowly rose to his feet and advanced toward Lu Chang once more. The first time he didn't use divine power was to experience the strength of a first-level divine citizen. I'm curious how many times a useless person like you can get back up. Before Lu Chang could finish speaking, his fists collided once more, his expression drastically changing as Yi Bufan actually managed to block a punch he had only delivered with 30% of his strength. Level 1 divine power is equivalent to the strength of a level 1 divine citizen. Yi Bufan calculated in his heart. Knowing that prolonging the stalemate would lead to certain death, he had to end the battle quickly. As Lu Chang's fist came smashing toward him, a fierce glint flashed in Yi Bufan's eyes. With a swift movement of his arm, their fists crossed paths, simultaneously striking each other's bodies. Lu Chang's face darkened as he realized Yi Bufan's strength was no less than his own. No longer holding back, he channeled all his divine power and charged forward at full force. Want to fight to the death? Then let's see how long you can last. Lu Chang sneered, watching the blood trickling from Yi Bufan's lips. Yi Bufan remained silent, throwing punches relentlessly. This was his only chance. He feared neither life nor death. Possessing a powerful soul strength his opponent lacked, he wouldn't be knocked unconscious. Under the continuous barrage, Yi Bufan grew increasingly disheveled, blood constantly seeping from the corners of his mouth as his wounds tore open. Lie down. Lu Chang delivered a full-powered punch downward. As the fist descended, the corners of Yi Bufan's mouth curled slightly. His staggering steps suddenly accelerated as he sidestepped, driving his left fist fiercely into Lu Chang's chin. With a full-force strike and the exhaustion from earlier, Lu Chang couldn't hold on and collapsed unconscious. Yi Bufan succeeded. He stepped forward, his foot came down, and the sound of breaking bones echoed. I will fight my way out of this underground world, whoever stands in my path. Die! The surrounding slaves trembled in fear, sensing he was like a ferocious beast bearing its fangs. By killing Overseer Lu, you've declared war against Captain Ma. He won't let you off. A loudmouthed slave couldn't help but blurt out. You're mistaken. It's not that they won't spare me, it's that I intend to kill them all. I will walk out stepping over their corpses. Yi Bufan finished speaking and strode away. Lan Xinyue wanted to speak, but was frightened back into silence by his icy gaze. The loudspeaker pressed the alarm button, and the alarm sound reverberated throughout the mining area. Moments later, the overseer squad leader Ma Kuei arrived, saw Lu Chang's corpse, his face darkened as he coldly shouted, "Seal off this mining area, find that person for me." Yi Bufan hid in an abandoned mine shaft, fully refining the 5 points of greed power he had seized from Lu Chang. "No one can bully you, not even the gods," Taotie said coldly. "You take yourself too seriously, I meant all the gods. Do you believe this deity will kill you?" Taotie snarled viciously. "I believe. Go ahead and kill me if you want. I don't care who kills me since death is inevitable anyway." Yi Bufan slacked off shamelessly. Taotie ultimately had no choice but to suppress its fury, as it could hardly find another person with such a powerful soul to conceal its aura. "Since my divine power is just sitting idle going to waste, you might as well lend it to me first. Wait until I break out of the underground world before I repay you," Yi Bufan said, knowing that Ma Kuei would find this place soon. Chapter 3, Life or Life, Whose Will Prevails? "I'll grant you one more level of divine power, return it tenfold," declared the Taotie. "Big mouth, have you been severely wounded? Are you running low on power?" Yi Bufan retorted coldly, "Don't act tough when you're weak. You keep calling yourself this god, but you're just as insignificant as me. Both of us are mere ants. Don't say I didn't give you a chance. Swear allegiance to me, and I'll take you to new heights." The Taotie stared at Yi Bufan, utterly speechless. He'd seen shameless before, but never this shameless. Absolutely no boundaries. "Don't push your luck," the Taotie snapped. "I'll push my luck, damn it. Nothing to lose. You're a god, aren't you? I've got nothing to lose. What do I have to fear? Either give me 2 levels of godly power, or acknowledge me as your master. Otherwise, I'll fight you with my soul until my last breath." Yi Bufan coldly replied, "Hear those footsteps? The men sent to kill me are here. Your time is running out." Chaos erupted within the Taotie's mind. Who the hell was helping whom here? It had indeed suffered severe injuries and dared not reveal its presence. It had thought that by inhabiting a human soul, it could control its host. Instead, it found itself controlled. "Over here." The moment the overseer spoke, Yi Bufan charged forward at full speed. Prepared for battle, Yi Bufan's premeditated punch caught the opponent off guard. As the guard staggered backward, Yi Bufan lunged forward, seizing his throat in an instant. The crack of snapping bones echoed as Yi Bufan drew the short dagger from the man's waist, casually tossing the lifeless body aside. 10 points of greed power. Seems greed power isn't tied to cultivation level after all. Yi Bufan was quite surprised after plundering the opponent's greed power. Like Lu Chang, this man was also a divine servant. Lu Chang possessed only 5 points of greed power, yet this man held 10. "You've lost your final chance. Whenever you wish to test our soul power against each other, I'll gladly oblige," Yi Bufan coldly remarked as he refined the 10 points of greed power. The glutton felt utterly frustrated. Now that Yi Bufan's divine power had reached 2.5 levels, he possessed the strength to defend himself against ordinary overseers. The Taotie had lost its value. Suddenly, it felt a pang of regret for having granted Yi Bufan divine power in the first place. "Bring on the storm." Yi Bufan let out a light cry and dashed forward. Killing one would grant him another level up. He relished this sensation. After all, this life was a gift. He might as well enjoy it to the fullest. A guard heard the shouts and ran over, but the moment he saw Yi Bufan, the young man's fist was already upon him. Thud! As their fists collided, a cold gleam flashed. The overseer opened his mouth to scream for help, but no sound came out, only blood. Weapons are still faster for killing. Yi Bufan examined the dagger in his hand, then glanced at the dagger still in the man's body before retrieving it once more. He moved to another location, refining the 5 points of greed energy from the opponent's body, elevating his divine power to level 3. "Captain Ma, it's bad. 2 more overseers are dead." A frantic overseer rushed to Ma Kuei's side. "Impossible. He's just a slave, worthless, incapable of awakening divine power." Ma Kuei roared. The overseer before him was too terrified to speak. Had he not seen the 2 corpses with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it either. Just then, several overseers carried the 2 bodies over. "Captain Ma, this can't go on. That guy took out a level 1 divine servant so quickly, it means he's got strength close to a level 2 divine servant. We're out in the open while he's in the shadows, and he still has his weapon. Searching in such scattered groups is far too dangerous. We've pinpointed his direction. If we search together, he'll have nowhere to retreat." The overseers voiced their opinions, awaiting Ma Kuei's decision. Ma Kuei was a level 4 divine servant, while the others were all below that rank. If they were attacked alone, the odds were stacked against them. "So be it. Kill him. No prisoners," Ma Kuei declared coldly. Killing overseers in succession was absolutely intolerable in the underground world. All the overseers lined up in a row and marched toward the direction where Yi Bufan was located. "I never thought he'd kill 2 more divine servants. Killing more won't save him. Captain Ma is a level 4 divine servant. He's just a worthless who hasn't awakened his divine power. He shouldn't have killed Supervisor Liu. Liu was a disciple of the Liu family. If he doesn't die, even District Captain Chu won't be able to account for it to the Liu family. Several slaves murmured among themselves. Hearing this, Ma Kuei felt even more irritated. If squad leader Chu couldn't account to the Liu family, how could he, a mere squad leader, account to squad leader Chu? Over a dozen overseers stood side by side, each rapidly circulating divine power within their bodies. Their combined aura formed a wall-like presence. Come on then. Let's see whose life is tougher. Yi Bufan watched the overseers closing in, gripping his twin daggers as he channeled his divine power at full force. You can't defeat them. Pray to this god can grant you divine power, roared the Taotie. Yi Bufan ignored the glutton, focusing all his attention on the advancing overseers. I overheard them just now. The first overseer you killed was from the Liu family. They have powerful connections. Even if you manage to escape this underground world, they won't let you off. Cooperating with me is your best option. Seeing Yi Bufan's silence, the Taotie spoke again. Shut your big mouth. Yi Bufan snapped coldly in his mind, his form darting forward like lightning. Before the overseer before him could react, the dagger in his left hand plunged viciously into the man's heart. He didn't pull it out, there was no time. With his right hand, he slashed the short blade across the neck of the overseer to his right. Bang! The blades collided, sparks flying in a trail. In that instant, a flurry of cold steel descended upon Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan kicked the dead overseer aside with one swift motion and lunged forward. Ignoring the blades descending behind him, he swung both daggers repeatedly at the overseer in front. The opposing overseer hadn't anticipated Yi Bufan under such relentless assault, choosing to attack with everything he had instead of defending. Caught off guard, he blocked the front blade only to have his throat sliced clean by the one behind. Waves of pain surged through his back, but Yi Bufan didn't look back. He charged forward in long strides. He didn't know how many blows had struck his back. What he needed now was time. Killing 2 overseers in succession, he plundered 10 points of greed power. Once refined, his divine power would ascend to level 4. He moved along the walls, minimizing attacks from one side. Thud, thud, thud. He parried the blows from behind while refining the greed power. Outnumbered, even with his level 3 divine power, he couldn't block every strike. Before he could fully refine the greed power, deep gashes appeared on his back, arms, and legs. He's done for. Everyone, attack him together and kill him. A supervisor bellowed, and the others attacked with renewed ferocity. Just as 3 overseers charged forward, blocking Yi Bufan's path, he suddenly halted. Chapter 4, Rules are made to be broken. Those who stand in my way die. A cold voice rang out as a blood-red sword erupted. Yi Bufan's clothes, already soaked in his own blood, were now splattered with the overseer's fresh blood, turning his face into a blood-soaked mask. Dual blades in hand, his left arm parried one guard's strike while his right hand's dagger plunged deep into the other's heart. Killing 2 in succession, he froze the remaining overseers in their tracks. Due to his earlier running, Yi Bufan was now positioned not far from where the slaves had gathered. The brutal scene was witnessed not only by Ma Kuei but by all the slaves. He killed 2 level 2 divine servants? Is he really a worthless piece of trash? Counting the ones before, he's already killed 5 overseers. This guy is ruthless, still standing despite those injuries. The slaves murmured among themselves. For the first time, fear flickered in their eyes as they watched Yi Bufan. You won't escape. Surrender now and spare yourself further suffering. Ma Kuei said coldly. They're not strong enough to kill me. Yi Bufan declared, swinging his blade forward as he advanced, forcing the overseer ahead to retreat in fear. All of you, attack. Ma Kuei bellowed, charging forward at full speed. The surrounding overseers remained motionless, waiting for Ma Kuei to make his move before ganging up on Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan remained motionless, merely gazing at Ma Kuei with a cold smile. By the gods above, we fight with our lives on the line, let them bear witness. Yi Bufan's voice echoed throughout the area. Ma Kuei, who had been closing in, abruptly halted his steps, staring at Yi Bufan in utter shock. The overseers nearby and the numerous slaves not far off all stared at Yi Bufan in shock. He actually challenged Captain Ma to a life or death duel? Is he that eager to die? Since death is inevitable anyway, he probably wants to die with some dignity. The slaves murmured their thoughts among themselves. A life or death challenge, a universally recognized form of contest in this world. Only those of lower cultivation could challenge those of higher cultivation, and the superior could not refuse. Once a life or death duel was formed, no one but the combatants could intervene. To do so would be blasphemy against the gods. At this very moment, it seemed some force bound Yi Bufan and Ma Kuei together. A faint glow centered on the two of them, spreading outward into a halo. The surrounding overseers watched the halo approach and retreated one after another, revealing a modest battlefield. You think this will save your life? Ma Kuei said, his face darkening. Originally, he needn't have risked himself, but now that Yi Bufan had initiated the life battle, he had no choice but to accept the challenge. The murderous intent in his eyes grew even more intense. You could have declined the challenge. I wouldn't have minded. Yi Bufan chuckled. Ma Kuei's lips twitched slightly as he drew the long sword from his waist. Not only was he confident he could kill Yi Bufan, but even if he wasn't, he dared not break the rules by refusing the life or death battle. Others had disregarded the rules before, but their fates were invariably grim. Some lost their divine power, becoming crippled. Others succumbed to demonic possession and died. Worst of all, entire families perished together. The sword shot forward, a streak of light hurtling straight for Yi Bufan's heart. The speed of the strike and the ferocity of the attack were far beyond what the overseers could match. Length brings strength. Unable to close the distance with his two short blades, Yi Bufan could only block the long sword with all his might. Clang! 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 Ma Kuei sensed Yi Bufan's power, his expression growing increasingly grim. He held the upper hand, yet the force transmitted through each clash of blades revealed that Yi Bufan's strength had surpassed that of a third-tier divine servant and approached that of a fourth-tier divine servant. You've awakened your divine power all along? Ma Kuei exclaimed in shock. Would you believe me if I said I only awakened it today? Yi Bufan countered. Ma Kuei said nothing, only swinging his sword faster. Awakening divine power today? What nonsense! He knew all too well how difficult it was to cultivate and enhance divine power. Even if one awakened at a high level, advancing one rank in a year was already impressive. To awaken divine power today and possess strength approaching that of a fourth-tier divine servant by nightfall? Who the hell would believe that? I knew you wouldn't believe it. How could you possibly understand the world of geniuses? Yi Bufan declared, then channeled all the greed energy he had deliberately left unrefined earlier. His divine power surged directly to the fourth tier. The moment blades clashed, Ma Kuei felt his sword tremble violently, a wave of numbness and tingling spreading through his arm. Fourth tier. The words barely left his lips when a flash of cold steel streaked toward him. Ma Kuei swung his sword to block, but just as the blade intercepted the incoming dagger, Yi Bufan suddenly lunged to the side. The overseer watching nearby never anticipated such a move from Yi Bufan. Having just retreated half a step, he was instantly stabbed through the heart. How dare you break the rules of the life battle? Ma Kuei exclaimed in horror. Life battles forbade outside interference and prohibited combatants from engaging in other activities mid-fight. Precisely because of this, the surrounding overseers were caught completely off guard, utterly unprepared. Rules are meant to be broken. You won't dare, but I will. Yi Bufan declared coldly. Boy, breaking the rules of the life battle will bring divine punishment upon you, the Taotie couldn't help but warn. I'm so scared. Yi Bufan retorted. The Taotie felt utterly disoriented. The so-called punishment amounted to nothing more than losing divine power or life itself. Yi Bufan's divine power had originally come from it. Losing it meant returning to the beginning. As for losing his life, this guy didn't value his life at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't be acting so recklessly. You? Ma Kuei pointed at Yi Bufan, too terrified to speak. Is this even human? If he dared break the rules of the life battle, what else wouldn't he dare do? The overseers watching nearby had already retreated to a safe distance, terrified. They and the slaves stood on opposite sides, no longer daring to approach the unique light circle of the life battle. Even if you disregard the rules of the life or death battle, you won't escape, Ma Kuei declared. Earlier, he had deliberately stationed some overseers to guard the slave side. Now, another group of overseers had arrived on the opposite side. They sealed off both ends of the wide passageway, leaving no third path. Escape? Not a chance. I only want to kill you. Yi Bufan strode toward Ma Kuei. His earlier idle chatter had been a deliberate delay tactic, allowing him to refine the 10 points of greed power he'd seized from the overseers. With the greed energy now refined, his divine power had risen to level 5. You weren't my match with 2 blades. Now you're down to 1. Before Ma Kuei could finish his sentence, Yi Bufan's short blade came crashing down. Ma Kuei frantically swung his sword to block. The moment blade met blade, a tremendous force surged through him, sending his long sword flying from his grasp. The sudden shift forced Ma Kuei to retreat at full speed. His movements were swift, but Yi Bufan's were faster. As Ma Kuei retreated, the dagger in Yi Bufan's hand shot forward like an arrow released from its bowstring. With Yi Bufan's precise calculation, the dagger plunged into Ma Kuei's heart, sinking deep to the hilt. 5. Ma Kuei's eyes widened in horror, as if he had seen a ghost, before he fell backward, face up. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend how Yi Bufan, who had been a level 4 divine servant just moments ago, had transformed into a level 5 divine servant in the blink of an eye. Thud. The thud of his body hitting the ground reverberated like a heavy hammer, striking the hearts of everyone present. Run! Report to the squad leader. One overseer snapped out of shock and shouted as he sprinted backward. The other overseers didn't wait for Yi Bufan to advance. They scattered like birds and beasts, bolting off in all directions. Only one thought occupied their minds: they must not be caught by this ruthless man. As for dealing with Yi Bufan, that was squad leader Hu Peng's problem. They weren't about to risk their lives fighting someone who was already doomed. Chapter 5: The Squad Leader's Fury, the Ambush. What did you say? A slave killed 8 overseers and even took out your squad leader, Ma Kuei? In the 8th Mining District, District Captain Hu Peng was leisurely sipping his wine. Upon hearing the report from the approaching overseer, he abruptly stood up. "District Captain, it's true. He said he awakened divine power today, and then..." "Bull!" Hu Peng roared angrily. "He killed 4th level divine servant Ma Kuei just because he awoke divine power today? Do you take me for a fool?" The overseer was too terrified to speak. Only after Hu Peng's temper had cooled somewhat did the foreman lift his head, hesitating to speak. "Spit it out. Could anything be bigger than this?" Hu Peng sat down, massaging his temples. This incident was too massive to cover up. Even if only Lu Chang had died, the Lu family would have investigated to the end. What infuriated him was that Ma Kuei had concealed such a major incident without reporting it, making matters worse and worse. He ambushed and killed a foreman during the life or death battle with squad leader Ma, violating the rules. He even declared he'd fight his way out of the underground world. The foreman said timidly. "What?" Hu Peng, who had just sat down, leapt to his feet again, his shock even more palpable than before. Yi Bufan killing Lu Chang and Ma Kuei was merely ruthless. Breaking the rules of the life or death battle and declaring he would break out of the underground world? That was pure madness. Disrespecting the gods and challenging the authority of the underworld even if he could tolerate it, Bai Mang, the District 9 overseer of the underworld, certainly could not. The underworld was divided into 9 districts, nominally subordinate to the 9 divine realms of the Dragon Nation, but that merely determined mineral ownership. In this underground realm, Bai Mang, the 9th district chief, was the true king of the underworld. Damn it! How did this escalate so badly? Hu Peng slammed his fist onto the nearby table in fury, shattering the solid wood into splinters. The overseer standing nearby recoiled in fright. If this incident was reported, he would face punishment regardless of the outcome. If he didn't report it, resolving the issue would mean no consequences. But if it remained unresolved, the fallout would be far worse. Hu Peng paced back and forth, his mind in turmoil. "Squad leader, he's currently in squad leader Ma's office area. What should we do?" The foreman prompted. "Then what are you waiting for? Order every squad leader to take the overseer over there and kill the bastard for me." Hu Peng roared. In Ma Kuei's office area, Yi Bufan rummaged through drawers and cabinets, finding some healing herbs. He treated every wound within reach. Just as he was fretting over the wound on his back, Lan Xinyue plucked up her courage and approached. "Brother Bufan, let me help you," Lan Xinyue offered. "Are you crazy? I don't even know you. How do I know you won't harm me?" Yi Bufan shoved Lan Xinyue away, sending her crashing to the floor. Yi Bufan didn't even glance back as he found an outer garment and tied it around his waist. Though it couldn't bind every wound, it was better than nothing. "Brother Bufan, you must run. You killed Captain Ma. District Captain Chu won't let you off." Lan Xinyue stood up, tears welling in her eyes as she looked at Yi Bufan with worry. This time, before Yi Bufan could speak, she blurted out, "You can pretend not to know me, but I can't forget you. Besides Captain Chu, the 9th District Chief won't let you off either. If you make it out, be wary of the Lu, Hu, and Bai families. This incident involves Lu Chang, Hu Peng, and Bai Mang. Once word spreads, the 3 families will lose face. Fortunately, they're all families from the 8th Divine Realm. As long as you avoid the 8th Divine Realm after leaving, they'll have a hard time finding you." Yi Bufan stared at Lan Xinyue, whose pitiful appearance stirred his surprise. He possessed the original host's memories, yet the original host knew nothing about Lan Xinyue. He never expected this woman to know so much about the underworld and the outside world. If you haven't left yet and find yourself with nowhere else to go, you can seek refuge in the Hellfire Cavern. Just sense which direction feels hottest underground, head that way, and you'll inevitably reach Hellfire Cavern. Lan Xinyue lowered her voice. Shut up. Get the hell out of here." Yi Bufan drew his sword, pointing it at Lan Xinyue. "One more word, and I'll stab you to death." Big Mouth rushed forward, dragging Lan Xinyue back among the slaves. "He's gone mad. Doesn't recognize anyone. Just wants to kill," Big Mouth whispered. Lan Xinyue said nothing, her head bowed as tears streamed down her face. If not for her, Yi Bufan wouldn't have gone mad, nor would he have ended up in this state. She knew the underworld better than anyone else in it. For a single person to fight their way out of this place, there was absolutely no hope. He truly has lost his mind. Why else would he stay here? Captain Chu will send men soon. If he doesn't leave now, he's headed for certain death. The other slaves murmured among themselves. Before long, footsteps echoed from both sides. Led by 2 squad leaders from the 8th Mining District, over a dozen overseers closed in from both passages. At the squad leader's signal, the 20-plus men surrounded Yi Bufan. The moment Yi Bufan stood up, the 2 squad leaders were so frightened they immediately retreated behind the overseers. "Don't think you're the only one who dares break the rules of the life battle," one of the squad leaders said nervously. "If you dare start one, I'll damn well break the rules too." If not for Hu Peng's strict orders, they truly wouldn't have wanted to come. Ma Kuei's strength was no less than theirs. If he got taken out during the life battle, who among them wouldn't be afraid? Besides me, anyone else dares break the rules of the life battle? Then try it, Yibu Fan said coldly. Yibu Fan, you're going to die anyway. Why drag us down with you? Another squad leader yelled. Drag you down? Did you give a damn about me when you were cracking your whips? Yibu Fan stepped forward, his face twisted with murderous intent. Every wound on my body is your doing. Rather than let you beat me to death, I'll fight you to the death. I've already taken 9 lives, that's a profit. Know why I didn't run? Because I want to take a few more. The 2 squad leaders shouted in unison, fall back. Create distance. This guy is absolutely insane. Is this even human speech? The 2 squad leaders, along with over 20 overseers, mentally cursed Liu Chang's ancestors hundreds of times. If Liu Chang hadn't been running amok here, relying on his family's influence, how could they have pushed this guy to the brink of madness? Just as they began retreating, Yibu Fan suddenly accelerated forward. Short blade in his left hand, long sword in his right. Before he arrived, the cold, bloodthirsty aura preceded him. The icy blade sliced through the air like water, sending the overseers ahead scattering to the sides in terror. Don't dodge. Squad leader Chu is coming. He's as good as dead, the squad leader behind them shouted. Faced with life and death, his orders carried no weight. Seeing the overseers scatter, Yibu Fan abruptly accelerated, charging straight toward the squad leader who had given the order. His icy, piercing gaze, as sharp as the dagger in his hand, struck the man before the blade did. Chapter 6, The Mysterious 9th Mining District Captain. Block him, the squad leader screamed in terror. The overseers ahead had already dodged to either side. Not only did they lack the presence of mind to intervene, but even if they had, it was too late. The squad leader drew his sword. The blades clashed, sparks flying everywhere. A powerful, heavy strike pressed relentlessly forward as he stumbled backward. The squad leader gripped his swords with both hands, straining every muscle to hold the blow. Just then, Yibu Fan raised the dagger in his left hand. Don't kill me. I'll tell you the exit to the underground world. Before the squad leader could finish, the dagger pierced his right arm. Gripped by pain, the squad leader could no longer maintain his grip on the long sword in his right hand. As the blade was pushed aside, its cold edge sliced cleanly across his throat. Yibu Fan snatched the captain's sword, thrusting it into his back before charging forward at full speed. It wasn't that he hadn't wanted to leave earlier. Besides tending to his wounds, the more crucial task was refining the 10 points of greed power he had seized from Ma Kuei. His divine power had now reached level 6, rendering the level 4 divine servant squad leader utterly outmatched. Another 10 points of greed power. After refining this, my divine power will reach level 7. But that's still not enough. Yibu Fan calculated in his mind as he ran. Though he didn't know the underground world as well as Lan Xinyue, the squad leader was already a level 4 divine being. The district leader's strength was at least level 7, possibly even level 9. He refused to let the squad leader reveal the exit from the underworld precisely because he feared that if the other party disclosed it, and he chose not to leave despite having the chance, others might connect it to Lan Xinyue. If the other party was underhanded enough to threaten him with Lan Xinyue, he'd be completely helpless. Just as Hu Peng ordered all squad leaders and overseers in the 8th mining district to search for Yibu Fan, the neighboring 9th mining district was thrown into commotion. At that moment, Cold Frost, the 9th mining district captain, was sipping tea in the office when a young woman rushed in breathlessly. Miss. Seeing the icy glare in Lang Shuang's eyes, the girl quickly corrected herself, Section Chief, it's an emergency. Lang Shuang remained silent. Like her name suggested, she radiated an icy chill. As the sole female squad leader among the 9 mining districts of the underground world, perhaps due to her lack of sunlight, her skin was exceptionally fair. Her hair, washed clean in glossy black, stood out strikingly in the dusty, rock-strewn mining district. In the 8th mining district, a slave killed 8 overseers and 2 squad leaders. The 9th district captain is currently leading a search party. The girl reported. Yu Qiang, have I been too lenient with you? Now you dare to tease me? Lang Shuang retorted. Yu Qiang and Yu Wei were sisters, just 1 year apart. They had followed Lang Shuang since childhood and shared a deep bond. Life in the underground world was monotonous and dull, so the sisters often tried to entertain Lang Shuang. But this time, the joke wasn't funny at all. I'm telling the truth. Xiao Wei is still in the 8th mining district gathering intel on what's happening behind the scenes. That slave named Yibu Fan is absolutely ruthless. I heard he took dozens of knife wounds and is still jumping around like nothing happened. Yu Qiang continued, you have no idea how arrogant he is. Not only did he break the rules of the life battle, but he even boasted about killing his way out of the underground world. She rambled on, oblivious to the sudden gleam that flashed across Lang Shuang's previously still eyes. Lang Shuang remained silent, listening as she usually did to the entertainment brought by Yu Chang and Yu Wei. So you're saying he went mad because Lan Xinyue was the reason he got beaten up by Liu Chang? After Yu Chang finished, Lang Shuang asked. Yes. I heard that after Lan Xinyue arrived, Yi Bufan had been taking care of her all along. He did her chores, provided her food, and even took beatings for her. No matter the cost, whenever Lan Xinyue was involved, Yi Bufan would step forward. Yu Chang paused, then exclaimed in shock, Captain Chu, are you saying Yi Bu-fan wasn't mad? That he didn't go through the exit to the underworld because he wanted to take Lan Xinu with him? Long Shuang ordered, you two bring Lan Xinyue here immediately. Yu Chang froze for a moment before hurrying away. Though she desperately wanted to ask why, the look in Lang Shuang's eyes told her this was not the time for questions. Interesting. Just yesterday he was a worthless unable to awaken divine power, yet in a single day he killed the overseer and even the squad leader, a level 4 divine servant. Whether you're faking it or truly gone mad, I'm claiming this favor. I'm genuinely curious to see if, with no more burdens holding you back, you can carve your way out of the underworld. Long Shuang murmured to herself, the 9 divine realms have been too peaceful for too long. It's time for chaos. Sis, what brings you here? In the area between the 9th and 8th mining districts, Yue asked curiously. They had agreed earlier that she would gather intelligence here. Her sister would relay the news to Long Shuang, bringing joy to their young mistress. No need to gather intel. Go straight to the 8th mining district and demand the person, Yu Chang declared. Demand someone? Who exactly? The 8th mining district is searching for him with all their might. How could they possibly hand him over to us? Yue was even more confused. Not Yi Bu-fan. We want Lan Xinyue. That's the young mistress's order, Yu Chang explained. The two strode purposefully toward the 8th mining district. Without further inquiry, they followed the supervisors conducting the search and quickly located Hu Peng. Our district captain said it's inconvenient for Lan Xinyue, a woman, to remain in your 8th mining district. He ordered us to bring her back, Yu Chang stated bluntly. Impossible. The 9 mining districts of the underground world don't interfere with each other. Long Shuang has no authority to order me around, Hu Peng retorted coldly. You're right. Actually, our district captain has no choice either. This isn't her decision either. Yu Chang produced a waist badge and handed it to Hu Peng, whispering, everything stems from the owner of this badge. Even our district captain dares not disobey. Hu Peng stared at the badge in his hands trembling violently. He hastily returned it to Yu Chang as if it were scalding hot, fear flashing in his eyes. I'll take you to get the person, Hu Peng declared. The three approached the slave in the 8th mining district. Before Hu Peng could speak, a supervisor rushed over breathlessly. Squad leader. We've found him. Squad leader, please come immediately, the overseer gasped, breathless. Bunch of useless fools. Hu Peng said, glancing at Yu Chang and Yue. You take the prisoners. I'll go ahead. Yu Chang said, take Lan Xinyue with us. We'll go take a look together. Hu Peng opened his mouth, then nodded in agreement. Led by the overseer, the group soon heard loud shouts echoing ahead. We've sealed off this area. There's no escape. Why would I run? You've practically walked right into my trap. If I didn't kill a few of you to take the fall, wouldn't that be a waste of your kind offer? Hu Peng and the others followed the sound and saw Yi Bu-fan strolling leisurely out of a side passage. Facing the encircling overseers, Yi Bu-fan glanced at Hu Peng and the others behind them. With so many people here to cheer me on, I'd be embarrassed not to put on a good show. Hu Peng roared in fury, you're still so arrogant even as death approaches. Chapter 7, The Cave's End, Seductively Alluring. Yu Chang and Yue exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting profound shock. They'd only heard rumors before, but seeing it now, they realized this man was even more insane than the tales suggested. It was one thing to speak like this to the overseer, but to address Hu Peng, the district captain of the 8th mining zone, with the same audacity. They couldn't fathom where this man found the audacity to be so brazen. Was he always this arrogant? Yu Chang watched Hu Peng stride toward Yi Bu-fan, his face twisted with fury, then turned to glance at Lan Xinyue beside her. Lan Xinyue remained silent, shaking her head gently. Her mind was elsewhere entirely, urgently urging Yi Bu-fan to flee. With all the divine miners of the 8th mining district gathered here, this was clearly a dead end. There was no other possibility. If you don't initiate the life or death battle now, you'll lose your chance, Hu Peng said coldly. The distance between them was short enough for an attack to be launched at any moment. How about a wager? Yi Bu-fan proposed. A wager? Why would I wager with a dead man like you? Hu Peng retorted. At a time like this guy actually wanted to gamble with him. He must be truly insane to even entertain such nonsense. If I survive this fight, Yi Bu-fan said, you let 10 slaves from the 8th mining district go. You choose who they are. Impossible. Hu Peng snapped, eyes wide. Releasing slaves? Not only did he lack the authority, even Bai Mang, the overseer of the 9th district, didn't possess that power. Then don't blame me, Yi Bu-fan sneered coldly. Before Hu Peng could react, Yi Bu-fan swung his sword down. Hu Peng scrambled back a step, drawing his sword. Just as he swung to parry Yi Bu-fan's blade, Yi Bu-fan suddenly accelerated his retreat. As he sheathed his blade, he spun around and thrust at a supervisor behind him. The sudden turn of events left not only the overseer but even Hu Peng utterly unprepared. The overseer behind him only saw Yi Bu-fan's retreating figure before the long sword pierced through his armpit, driving straight through his body. Yi Bu-fan spun, drew his sword, and forced the other overseers ahead to retreat. His left hand wielding a short dagger swiftly sliced across the neck of the one in front. Amidst the spurting blood, Yi Bufan strode away. Not only did the front guards dare not block his path, even the squad leader hesitated to challenge him. A bunch of useless trash. Can't even stop one man. Wu Peng roared in fury. Only now did he grasp the meaning behind Yi Bufan's warning, "Don't blame me." What a shameless bastard. All that bravado was just talk he'd been itching to run the whole time. The squad leader Wu Peng glared at felt utterly frustrated. If you're not useless, then go chase him. He thought this, but dared not voice it aloud. Squad leader, we should report this. None of us can stop him except you. Even if we find him, the outcome will be the same as now, the squad leader said. How can we report it without killing him? Wu Peng retorted angrily. Captain Chu, I think you should report it immediately. He was always in our 8th mining district before, but now. The squad leader trailed off, glancing in the direction Yi Bufan had departed. He's headed for the 9th mining district. He's going to throw the entire underground world into chaos. Wu Peng's face paled, his expression growing even more grave than when Yi Bufan had escaped. He turned and walked away. Reporting this matter was now unavoidable. Once Yi Bufan killed overseers in other mining districts, Bai Mang would certainly not let him off. Hurry up! Yu Chang barked the order. Beside her, Yue grabbed Lan Xinyue's hand and sprinted toward the 9th mining district at full speed. Yi Bufan had just entered the 9th mining district when his footsteps abruptly halted. Since arriving in this world, he had been fighting non-stop, constantly teetering on the edge of life and death. This had honed an instinct within him, an instinct for foreseeing danger. Now, he felt an uneasy chill in his heart, a sensation he'd only experienced when facing Wu Peng, and never with such intensity. Killing me would be as easy as lifting a finger. Why all the hiding? Yi Bufan said coldly. Seems everyone underestimated you. You're far more formidable than the rumors suggest. Got the guts to come in and talk? A woman's voice echoed from the abandoned cave nearby. Without hesitation, Yi Bufan strode inside. The moment he stepped inside, an invisible force instantly sealed the entrance shut. Yi Bufan merely glanced back once before continuing forward. When you're here, you might as well make yourself at home. At worst, it's death. That's all there is to it. At the cave's end, a beautiful woman scrutinized him with curiosity. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Lung Shuang, captain of the 9th mining district, the beauty stated. Yi Bufan said nothing, merely walking over. He picked up the wine cup before her and downed its contents in one gulp. Aren't you afraid I might have poisoned it? Lung Shuang asked. I'm not afraid you'd poison it. I'm afraid it's your leftovers. Yi Bufan sat down beside her, poured himself another cup, and began sipping it slowly. Lung Shuang furrowed her brows slightly. Why did this guy's words sound so awkward? Was he being presumptuous, or just plain rude? Wine gives cowards courage. Bring it on. Yi Bufan set down his cup, casually tossed his long sword onto the ground, and began undressing. What are you doing? Lung Shuang gasped in shock. You sealed this place off. You want a man, don't you? I know women like you. Cold on the outside, but burning with desire inside. Whatever game you want to play, I'm game. Anyway, you'll kill me afterward, and no one will ever know you enjoy this sort of thing. Yi Bufan declared. You? Lung Shuang's eyes widened in fury, yet she couldn't find words to refute him. She'd seen countless men, but someone as brazenly shameless as Yi Bufan was utterly unprecedented. Enough. Get dressed. Even if I wanted to, this isn't the time. I came here to make a deal with you. Do whatever you want to do. I'll protect your woman for you. Lung Shuang said. My woman? If I ever had one, you'd be the first. Yi Bufan chuckled. If you insist on playing games with me, then there's no point in talking. Your woman will be taken to the 9th mining district shortly. Whether you make this deal or not, I will protect her. Lung Shuang rose and walked to Yi Bufan's side, her eyes fixed on him. If you want a woman now, I can satisfy your physical needs. If you consider this a favor, I hope you'll repay me someday, provided you're still alive. The beauty was mere inches away, her scent wafting toward him. Yi Bufan said nothing, simply pulling Lung Shuang into his arms and pressing his lips to hers. He didn't know if he'd live to see tomorrow. A woman offering herself? Why pass it up? Of course, he also wanted to see how much truth there was in her words. Lung Shuang hadn't expected Yi Bufan to be so bold. She'd only meant to express her sincerity, never imagining this man would go straight for her lips. Having never touched a man before, her body felt as if struck by electricity, melting into weakness. Yi Bufan kissed her wildly, his hands roaming her body with reckless abandon. In that moment, he felt a burning desire consume him, swiftly tearing open Lung Shuang's outer garments. Lung Shuang trembled all over, yet offered no resistance, nearly closing her bright eyes. Feeling her reaction, Yi Bufan paused, his gaze fixed on the last barrier of her undergarments. After a moment of silence, he personally helped Lung Shuang put her outer garment back on. It seems you were telling the truth. But I don't understand why you did this. You asked me to help you, yet your strength clearly surpasses mine. You willingly offered your body to me. This favor must come at a tremendous cost. Yi Bufan spoke, his hand gently caressing Long Shuang's cheek. Whatever your reasons, as long as it doesn't violate my principles, I'll help you. Hearing this, Long Shuang slowly opened her eyes. Their gazes locked. Yi Bufan spoke calmly, it's not because you protected Lan Xinyue from me, nor because I took advantage of you, and certainly not because I like you. It's because... Chapter 8, The Enigmatic 9th District Overseer. Because I believe living freely today is all that matters. Yi Bufan turned and walked away without looking back. Long Shuang watched Yi Bufan's retreating figure, her heart unable to settle for a long time. That brief encounter had left her reeling from the sheer intensity of Yi Bufan's impact. His keen observational skills, despite being only a 7th-ranked divine servant, hinted at limitless potential. His shameless, reckless actions left an indelible impression on her. Especially the intimate contact had left her heart in turmoil. But the greatest shock came from Yi Bufan's final words. That single phrase, just live painfully today, shattered her worldview. He was a gambler who lived only for today, a reckless bastard who cared nothing for consequences, a madman who held nothing dear. What she couldn't fathom was how such a man could endure slavery in the underworld for so long. How could he protect Lan Xinyue, a woman he had no connection to whatsoever? Miss, why are you here? Half an hour later, Yu Chang and Yue entered with Lan Xinyue. Only the Yu sisters knew this abandoned cave was their mistress's training ground. Long Shuang said nothing. She walked up to Lan Xinyue and scrutinized the woman whose beauty and figure rivaled her own. If she herself was a peony of unparalleled beauty, then Lan Xinyue was a lotus blossoming pure and untouched from the mud. Do you like him? Long Shuang asked. What? Lan Xinyue paused, slightly taken aback. I asked if you like Yi Bufan, Long Shuang repeated. Lan Xinyue remained silent, instead sinking into deep thought. She had never considered this question before. In this dark, sunless underground world, she had come to rely on Yi Bufan, seeing him as the sole ray of light piercing the darkness. She feared losing Yi Bufan, dreaded the thought of surviving here without him. She didn't know what this feeling was, or if it had anything to do with liking him. What if I said I like him? Long Shuang stated. Lan Xinyue remained silent, though a flicker of astonishment crossed her eyes. He pretends not to know you precisely to spare you from danger. Given the chance, he'd risk his life to get you out of here, Long Shuang said. Really? Lan Xinyue exclaimed, her eyes widening. It seems you don't understand your own feelings. Otherwise, you wouldn't have blurted it out like that. From now on, you'll stay here. I'll protect you as best I can. Yu Qiang, you two stay glued to her side. Yu Chang and Yue looked at Long Shuang in confusion. Though their hearts were filled with questions, neither dared to ask. Meanwhile, Hu Peng arrived before the only stone chamber in the underground realm. His gaze fell upon the middle-aged man reclining on the chair before him, his eyes brimming with fear. This man was Bai Mang, the District 9 Overseer, the true ruler of the underground world. No one knew the extent of Bai Mang's power, for here, he never needed to show it. Speak! Bai Mang opened his eyes, his gaze as sharp as a drawn sword, its edge gleaming with menace. One of our slaves in the mining district. Hu Peng hurriedly recounted the entire incident, daring not to embellish a single word in the presence of this man. After listening, Bai Mang remained reclining on the chair, his expression utterly unreadable. Hu Peng felt as though the air had turned to lead, making breathing an agonizing struggle. If he could, he wouldn't stay here a second longer. This was the aura of a true powerhouse. Even without manifesting divine might, it was something he could not bear. Notify the Lu family that Lu Chang acted recklessly and was killed by a slave. Inform all district captains to gather every slave together. You 9 district captains will lead your men in an immediate, thorough search. If he isn't killed within 3 days, all district and squad captains will have their divine power sealed and will be forced to move stones alongside the slaves for a month. Bai Mang said coldly. Hu Peng responded repeatedly with affirmations before turning and departing swiftly. Interesting. If you're still alive in 3 days, I might consider letting you live a few more days. Bai Mang spoke, a meaningful smile curling his lips. Holy! A slave killed 8 overseers and 2 squad leaders? That's insane. If I ever meet him, I'll thank him personally. Without him, I wouldn't have gotten a chance to rest. 9 district captains leading a manhunt simultaneously? That's unprecedented in the underworld. As Hu Peng relayed Bai Mang's orders, the slaves gathered in each district learned what had happened and erupted into a buzz of excitement. Slaves from the 8th mining district suddenly became the hottest commodity, being claimed by slaves from other districts who embellished the legend of Yi Bufan with every passing tale. Yi Bufan arrived at the 1st mining district. Seeing the deserted area, he stopped directly at the district captain's office. Seems they're all looking for me. Might as well use this chance to refine the greed energy I seized earlier. Yi Bufan crossed his legs and began refining 10 points of greed power. Before long, the 10 points of greed energy were fully refined, elevating his divine power to level 8. What a pity Hu Peng didn't take the bait earlier. If he'd bet against me, I could have stirred up the slaves in the underworld. The more chaotic the situation, the safer it is for me, Yi Bufan mused. Think you're so clever? They've surely gathered the slaves together now, casting a net to hunt you down. With only level 8 divine power, you're utterly inadequate. Just beg this god, and I'll cooperate with you, said the Taotie. Who knew you had a face to match your big mouth and head? Why don't you just take my divine power now? Yi Bu-fan retorted. The Taotie glared at the brazen creature before him, trembling with rage. If it wanted to reclaim divine power, why would it have waited until now? 8th level divine power was a drop in the bucket to it. If Yi Bu-fan died, it would have to find a new host not worth the cost. No offense, but is it really that hard to recognize a master? You're already in this state, what's there to gloat about? Recognize me as your master. At least I won't harm you. Once I'm your master, I'll restore your power even without you asking. Yi Bu-fan said. The Taotie said nothing, simply closing its eyes. No offense, but you saw that battle earlier. Geniuses like me are hard to come by. Right now, I'm using your divine power, but this is also your chance. Think about it, once I have my own divine power, do you really think I'd keep you trapped inside my soul? Yi Bu-fan tried to persuade it. The Taotie remained silent. Perhaps hearing Yi Bu-fan repeatedly mention recognition as master had grown less painful to its ears. Just as Yi Bu-fan prepared to continue his persuasion, footsteps echoed from the distance. Yi Bu-fan rose and stared in the direction of the approach, his voice icy. I'm only at level 8 divine power. The squad leader is a level 9 divine being. I have no chance of winning. Think it through. I won't run this time. This might very well be my final battle. I know you can only grant me 1 or 2 levels of divine power at most, but it's better than nothing. Surely I don't need to remind you that we rise and fall together? Chapter 9, You're ruthless, I acknowledge you as my master. Stop searching. I'm right here. As the glutton pondered Yi Bu-fan's words, he suddenly heard Yi Bu-fan let out a loud shout. His heart was utterly chaotic. Why had it chosen such a jerk in the first place? It was a god, how could it be pushed to such extremes? The sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the air. The first to arrive were none other than Hu Peng and the captain of the first mining district. Both were 9th-ranked divine servants. Exchanging a glance, they moved to flank Yi Bu-fan. Sealing off the front and rear escape routes, they left him no chance to flee. Come on, kill me. I'm too tired to fight anymore. Yi Bu-fan spread his hands. What trick are you trying to pull now? Hu Peng eyed Yi Bu-fan warily. This madman was full of tricks, one wrong move and you'd fall right into the trap he'd dug. Why waste words with a madman? Just kill him. The first mining district captain charged forward, sword raised. Though he didn't believe Yi Bu-fan could have killed 2 squad leaders, he dared not take any chances, striking with full force. Divine power surged into his blade, sending a rainbow-like sword light crashing down. Yi Bu-fan remained motionless, watching the descending blade in silence. As if truly weary, he seemed ready to end his life this way. You're ruthless. This god acknowledges you as master. Begin. The voice of the Taotie echoed, and Yi Bu-fan immediately felt his soul connect with that of the Taotie. In that instant, the azure divine power from the Taotie spread through his body, a more formidable force permeating his entire being. Though the Taotie had only granted him 2 levels of divine power, the gap between a level 10 divine being and a level 9 divine being was immense. Don't be fooled by the single level difference between 9th and 10th. The gap in power was immense. This disparity extended beyond combat prowess to all other aspects. Level 10 divine followers could cultivate using spirit stones, while level 9 divine followers could not. Level 10 divine servants could cultivate divine techniques, while level 9 divine servants could not. Precisely for this reason, the captains and overseers in the underground world were all below level 10 to prevent them from lining their own pockets and stealing the spirit or here. Just as the first mining district captain's sword drew within 3 inches of him, Yi Bu-fan abruptly stepped back. The moment the distance between them opened, the long sword at Yi Bu-fan's waist was already drawn. The moment the blades clashed, Yi Bu-fan lunged forward. Before the opponent could withdraw his sword, Yi Bu-fan's blade pierced clean through his body. The first mining district captain stared wide-eyed at Yi Bu-fan, then painfully turned his head to look at Hu Peng. His gaze seemed to scream, "This guy is this strong? How could you say he wasn't your match?" Thud. The sound of the first mining district captain's body hitting the ground echoed, sending a sharp pang through Hu Peng's heart. Serves you right. I told you he'd pull tricks, but you wouldn't listen. Now he's dead, and what am I supposed to do? Hu Peng growled bitterly. He wanted to run, but it was useless. The moment he took a step, this guy would initiate a life or death duel, forcing a one-on-one fight. But if he didn't run, how could he possibly defeat Yi Bu-fan? Just as his anxiety reached its peak, Yi Bu-fan's body swayed slightly, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Yi Bu-fan immediately sat cross-legged, oblivious to his surroundings as he began cultivating to recover. Perfect opportunity. Hu Peng's eyes lit up. He swiftly sent out a message, urging the other district captains to rush over. Whether 1 or 2 arrived, they just needed to tie up Yi Bu-fan. Moreover, he relayed the news of Yi Bu-fan killing the first mining district squad leader to Bai Meng. Perhaps Bai Meng would even come personally. What are you waiting for? Run now, said the Taotie. Let me tell you, I won't be granting you any divine power. Hu Peng thought Yi Bufan's injuries had flared up again, but the beast understood this was all Yi Bufan's own doing. This was the prime moment to eliminate Hu Peng. Not only could he kill Hu Peng and seize its greed power, but he could also find a secluded spot to refine that power. It was utterly baffled by Yi Bufan's masterful maneuver. Damn it, I've been screwed over big time. If I'd known you were this badly injured, I'd never have accepted you as my master, not even if you killed me, Yi Bufan declared. Having established a connection with the Taotie, he was well aware of its condition. After granting him 2 levels of divine power, it had been reduced to a state of utter combat impotence, weaker than a stray dog. He'd hoped to enlist its aid in battle, but now it could barely protect itself. This divine being. The Taotie began. Cut this god nonsense. You're nothing but a weakling now. Big mouth, no offense, but how did you even make it this far spouting this god all the time? If all gods were like you, what'd be the point of becoming one? Wouldn't it be better to just sleep at home? Yi Bufan retorted. The Taotie's mouth twisted in fury. Was this even human speech? Oh, right, aren't you a god? Why not show off a few divine techniques? Yi Bufan challenged. Having broken through to level 10, he could now cultivate divine techniques. If he could master one divine skill to a basic level in a short time, his combat power would increase significantly. No, the Taotie replied coldly. I knew you didn't. If you did, would you be in such a sorry state now? Yi Bufan retorted. You? The Taotie seethed with rage, but ultimately forced himself to suppress his fury. I do have one. It's just not suitable for you. I'm an ancient divine beast and you're human. How did you even survive this long? Don't you know divine techniques aren't universal? It had already pledged allegiance to its master, its very life now in Yi Bufan's hands. No matter how furious it felt, it had to endure. Of course, this didn't mean it would submit to Yi Bufan. Ancient divine beast? More like an ancient monstrous beast. Don't try to embellish yourself, Yi Bufan retorted. You're even more shameless, calling yourself a genius when you can't even awaken divine power. Retorted the Taotie. Just as the man and beast were trading insults, footsteps echoed nearby. The other squad leaders are here. You're done for, Hu Peng exclaimed excitedly. Though only minutes had passed, his heart had been in his throat the entire time. Now, at last, he no longer had to worry about Yi Bufan suddenly striking. Long Shuang and the other district captains rushed over swiftly, surrounding Yi Bufan. Of the 9 mining districts in the underworld, all 8 remaining district captains had arrived except for the one who had just died. I'll kill them all shortly. You must leave the underground world immediately. Bai Meng has already notified the Lu family. They'll definitely send people within 3 days. Bai Meng intends to use the Lu family's blade to eliminate you and bolster his clan's power. If you kill these district captains, the Hu family won't spare you either. Long Shuang's voice suddenly pierced Yi Bufan's ears. You think a bunch of nobodies like you can kill me? If I can kill one, I can kill 8. What the hell is wrong with you? Yi Bufan shook his head lightly as he spoke. To Hu Peng and the others, Yi Bufan seemed to be looking down on them. But in Lang Shuang's eyes, Yi Bufan had rejected her goodwill. She couldn't fathom what Yi Bufan intended to do, but she couldn't act rashly now, otherwise her identity would also come under suspicion. Hu Peng glanced at the other squad leaders hesitantly before bellowing, he's still recovering from severe injuries, otherwise he'd have fled long ago. Everyone, attack together. He knew full well that if he didn't make the first move, the others wouldn't dare. Hu Peng charged forward first, swinging his sword toward Yi Bufan. Simultaneously, the other district captains, including Long Shuang, followed suit. You should have run when you had the chance. Now it's too late, the Taotie grumbled. Chapter 10, Outnumbered, Wasting Nothing. Why should I run? Don't you think this is the best chance to plunder their greedy power? Yi Bufan suddenly charged toward Long Shuang. The moment their swords clashed, Long Shuang's eyes widened. It wasn't because the strike was too powerful, but because it was all bark and no bite. Had she not quickly restrained her force, Yi Bufan's long sword would have been knocked from his grasp. Before Lang Shuang could comprehend Yi Bufan's intent, she watched him stumble, as if injured and out of control, crashing into the sword on his left. His unstable footing caused him to crouch slightly. The strike, originally aimed at his chest, grazed Yi Bufan's shoulder instead, leaving a deep, bloody gash. This sudden shift in Yi Bufan's stance, crossing paths with Lang Shuang, redirected all attacks from the right to face her directly. As several squad leaders hastily withdrew their blades, a cold gleam shot from Yi Bufan's hand. The squad leader who had stabbed Yi Bufan earlier didn't even have time to gloat before the dagger pierced his heart. Amidst the stunned gazes of the crowd, Yi Bufan seemed unable to stop his momentum, charging several meters before finally halting. Though described in detail, it all happened in the blink of an eye. That's not fair, so many against one. Let me tend to my wounds first, Yi Bufan declared. Don't give him a chance. Kill him. Hu Peng shouted. Scream one more damn time, and I'll challenge you to a life or death battle. Yi Bufan swept his gaze across the crowd. I keep my word. I'm only bandaging my wounds. Don't force me to fight each of you to the death. Hu Peng and the others halted their advancing steps immediately. Though they believed they could kill the wounded Yi Bufan in a one-on-one fight, the corpses of the two district captains lying on the ground still sent a chill down their spines. No one wanted to be the first to step forward and fight this madman to the death. Yi Bufan ignored them all. He had anticipated this outcome long ago. Where there are people, there is competition. And it's not just people, even gods are no exception. If his strength hadn't already surpassed that of Hu Peng and the others, he would have initiated a life or death battle long ago. Precisely because his strength surpassed Hu Peng and the others, he couldn't initiate a life or death battle. If he did and the characteristic aura battlefield didn't appear, his true power would be exposed. He methodically bandaged his wounds while his divine power raced through his body, refining the 10 points of greed he had just seized. If this were a game of hawk chasing chicks, he had been the chick before, but now he had leveled up to become the hawk. Attack! Hu Peng saw Yi Bufan finish bandaging his wounds and charged forward once more. He dared not give Yi Bufan too much time, this guy was far too cunning. As multiple sword lights descended, Yi Bufan drew both blades. The long sword in his left hand swept upward, parrying Hu Peng and his men's attacks. The sword in his right hand drove straight for Hu Peng's heart. Hu Peng felt a sudden numbness in his arm and instantly sensed something was wrong. Just as he prepared to retreat, the blade pierced his heart. In that instant, the district captains who had launched their attacks simultaneously all recoiled in shock. Like Hu Peng, they had felt Yi Bufan's true strength when their blades clashed. You're actually a level 10 divine servant. Hu Peng stared wide-eyed at Yi Bufan, blood mingling with his final words as he collapsed, unwilling to accept his fate. Run! Cold Frost suddenly screamed, turning and running. A level 9 facing a level 10 was like a worthless who couldn't awaken divine power confronting a level 1 divine servant. There was simply no chance of victory. The other squad leaders who had finally reacted scrambled frantically toward the side passages. Yi Bufan glanced at the direction Leng Shuang fled, then turned and gave chase in the opposite direction. Of the 9 district captains, 3 were dead, leaving 6 remaining. 3 were with Leng Shuang, and the other 3 were now on Yi Bufan's side. Watching the 3 district captains scrambling in disarray ahead, Yi Bufan felt for the first time that he was in control of the situation. His sword pierced through one's back, and amidst the spattering blood, the remaining 2 district captains also fell beneath his blade. 40 points of greed power. Once refined, I'll be able to advance to level 14, Yi Bufan chuckled. Daydreaming before even leaving the underground world? Don't you know that every 10 levels is a major hurdle in cultivation? Below level 10, 10 points of greed power lets you advance 1 level. Above level 10, you think 10 points of greed power will still let you advance 1 level? Taotie said coldly. Yi Bufan ignored the creature and began refining the greed power immediately. To him, as long as he could level up, that was all that mattered. As for how many levels he could gain, he'd worry about that later. Don't take your woman's words lightly, the Taotie warned. My woman? Yi Bufan was baffled. You scumbag, you almost slept with her. Isn't she your woman now? You killed Hu Peng. Now it's not just the Lu family after you, the Hu family is coming for you too. I know you like to play with death, but you can't just kill yourself for the thrill of it. Yi Bufan rolled his eyes. If this made him a scumbag, then the streets were paved with scumbags in his past life. Besides, Leng Shuang had been so blunt back then, how was he supposed to know she wouldn't move? As for the Lu and Hu families coming after him, he couldn't care less. He'd come to the first mining district precisely because it was the hottest place, closest to the Hellfire Cavern. He hadn't forgotten Lan Xinyue's words, if push came to shove, he could always hide in the Hellfire Cavern. He wasn't about to give up the chance to plunder the power of greed. Risking his life? As long as he stayed alive, it was others' lives he was playing with. He hadn't considered pursuing the 2 squad leaders from Leng Shuang's side. If only Leng Shuang survived, anyone would speculate about his connection to her. Meanwhile, Leng Shuang and her 2 companions had reached the only stone dwelling in the subterranean realm. Chief Steward, that kid is a level 10 divine servant. We're no match for him. Hu Peng was killed by him. It's likely only 3 of the 9 district captains remain alive now. Before Leng Shuang could speak, the 2 district captains urgently addressed by Meng. Notify the Lu and Hu families immediately. Tell them this matter is beyond our control. If they refuse to intervene, I'll request Yi Bufan to leave the underground world. Bai Meng narrowed his eyes. Just as I suspected. Leng Shuang thought to herself. She knew Bai Meng was using this opportunity to advance his family's interests, but the look on his face suggested there was more to it than that. She couldn't fathom his true intentions yet, so she'd have to play it by ear. We'll notify them immediately, a district captain hurriedly replied. As long as they didn't have to face that ruthless man Yi Bufan again, anything was acceptable. That guy was truly ruthless. Though they were squad leaders, none had ever experienced true life or death combat. To them, combat was merely a contest of cultivation levels. It wasn't until they witnessed Yi Bufan's fight that they understood what real combat truly meant. Life for life, no mercy until the end. Who the hell wouldn't be terrified after witnessing that? I never imagined you'd become a level 10 divine servant in just one day. You truly haven't disappointed me. After Bai Mang saw Long Shuang and the others leave, a sharp, icy glint flashed in his eyes. He stepped into the stone chamber, opened a drawer, and retrieved a tablet computer. Soon, a series of blinking red dots appeared on the tablet screen. Across the vast underground realm, all the red dots had clustered together except for one lone dot. He confirmed the isolated dot's location and casually sent out a message. Leaning back in his chair, he watched the solitary dot and sneered coldly, "Hope you take a few others down with you when you die. At least that'll be putting you to some use." Chapter 11, Beast Pets are gods, so who cares about the chief steward? It's been ages since I last came out. At the entrance to the underground world, a district captain stretched lazily, breathing in the air deeply. No idea what the chief was thinking. He could have just killed them himself instead of wasting time waiting for the Lu and Hu families to show up, another squad leader remarked. Yi Bufan staying in the underground world? They were genuinely terrified. Killing district captains like them was as easy as slaughtering chickens for him. Fortunately, all three of them had come out to greet the Lu and Hu families now. Otherwise, who knew when Yi Bufan might have killed them? What if the Lu and Hu families send only a few people, all at levels 11 or 12? Long Shuang asked. The two district captains, who had just relaxed, instantly tensed up again. They weren't just here to greet the Lu and Hu families, they also had to lead them to the location designated by Bai Mang in the underworld. They both understood that the location Bai Mang specified was where Yi Bufan was. If the Lu and Hu family's representatives couldn't kill Yi Bufan, they themselves would be in grave danger. What kind of mess is this? What the hell did I ever do to deserve this? Hopefully both families send level 14 experts, or better yet, level 17. Level 17 would be safer. The two district captains spoke up, both sounding extremely irritated. The Lu and Hu families are just ordinary clans. Would they really send a level 17 divine servant? Long Shuang asked. Can you just shut up? Both district captains snapped simultaneously. They were all on the same side, so why did she keep rubbing salt in their wounds? Long Shuang remained silent, her gaze fixed ahead. Two luxury cars raced toward them. Roaring engines and billowing dust made them resemble two raging yellow dragons, vanishing in an instant. The vehicles came to a halt, the dust swirling past them in a whirlwind. Doors swung open, and a middle-aged man and a young man emerged from each vehicle. They exchanged a glance, neither speaking, before striding directly toward Lang Shuang and her two companions. Hu Xiao of the Hu family, level 10 divine servant. Which one of you will lead me to kill that worthless slave? The young man on the right spoke first, casting a deliberate glance at the youth on the left as the corners of his mouth lifted in a faint smirk. Lu Tiancheng of the Lu family, level 10 divine servant. Just tell me where that guy is, the young man on the left declared, his head held high. Lang Shuang turned to glance at the two squad leaders beside her. Surprise flashed in all three pairs of eyes. Clearly, the middle-aged men behind Hu Xiao and Lu Tiancheng held no authority within their families. These two youths were the true commanders of this operation. You take them. I'll report to the overseer. Long Shuang declared. Before the two squad leaders could respond, Long Shuang turned and walked away. The two district captains exchanged glances, their eyes filled with helplessness and worry. If the two middle-aged men were in charge, they wouldn't be worried. After all, the men's strength clearly surpassed that of level 10 divine servants. Hu Xiao and Lu Tiancheng, however, were clearly the arrogant, spoiled brats type. With these two in charge, they might just end up risking their own lives. Come on, let's go. I've got a date after we take care of that useless piece of trash, Hu Xiao urged. Who knows who'll kill that good-for-nothing first? Lu Tiancheng sneered. I have no idea what the family head was thinking, sending me all the way here to kill a worthless piece of trash. Hu Xiao sneered coldly, it just shows how pathetic the divine followers of the underworld are, they can't even handle a piece of trash. The two had intended to offer further warnings, but upon hearing this, they immediately shut their mouths. You bastards aren't weak. If you're so tough, why don't you go take on that madman one-on-one? The two squad leaders exchanged a glance, seemingly sensing each other's thoughts, and strode forward. Upon entering the underground realm, they instinctively split up, advancing toward Yi Bufan's location from opposite directions. At the same time, Lang Shuang arrived at the stone house. Steward, two men from the Hu family have arrived. The leader is Hu Xiao, and the other is a middle-aged man whose strength should be above level 10. The Lu family, like the Hu family, sent two representatives. The leader is Lu Tiancheng, Long Shuang reported to Bai Mang. Bai Mang took out a phone and placed it on the table. Find Yi Bufan before they do and give him this phone. Tell him that for every member of either the Lu or Hu families he kills, I'll let him live one more day, Bai Mang instructed. Lang Shuang nodded, picked up the phone, and left. Bai Mang's approach was both within and beyond her expectations. The expected part was that as long as Bai Mang didn't intervene, the deaths of Lu and Hu family members in the underworld wouldn't concern him. What surprised her was that Bai Mang actually intended to kill Yi Bufan. She had to get Yi Bufan out of the underworld as soon as possible. With this thought, her pace quickened. When she found Yi Bufan, he had just finished refining the plundered greed energy, raising his divine power from level 10 to level 12. Before reaching level 10, 10 points of greed power could advance one level. After breaking through level 10, 20 points of greed power were required for each level advancement. Why are you here? Yi Bu Fan asked. This is the phone my Mang told me to give you. He said for every person you kill from the Lu and Hu families, he'll let you live one more day. You should leave the underworld soon. The entire underground realm is under Bai Mang's surveillance. If he wants to kill you, you won't even have a chance to run. Long Shuang said. You're so concerned about me, don't tell me you've fallen for me? Yi Bu Fan chuckled. Long Shuang shot Yi Bu Fan a withering look. At a time like this bastard still had the nerve to joke around. Lu Tiancheng of the Lu family and Hu Xiao of the Hu family are both level 10 divine beings. With your strength, you needn't worry about them, but you must be wary of the middle-aged men accompanying them. I couldn't probe their true realms, but I can confirm they're both divine beings above level 10, Ling Shuang said. Looks like I'm about to die. Let's hug before I go, at least we got to know each other. Yi Bu Fan spread his arms wide, smiling at Long Shuang. Long Shuang's lips twitched and she turned to leave. What a rotten person. The more others worry about him, the more he acts out of character. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Barely 2 minutes after Long Shuang left, Yi Bu Fan's phone vibrated. Chief Steward, this isn't how you do business. Killing one person only buys me one extra day, barely enough to recover from my injuries. Yi Bu Fan answered the call and launched into a rapid-fire tirade before the other party could speak. You have no room to bargain. Either do as I say, or... You! Yi Bu Fan cut off Bai Mang mid-sentence, cursing loudly as he flung the phone to the ground. My beast companions are gods. What gives some manager the right to act so high and mighty? Yi Bu Fan said coldly. Taotie felt utterly bewildered. What had it done to deserve this? Why was it being dragged into this? You're not going to risk your life again, are you? The Taotie couldn't help but ask. I'm not afraid to risk my life, but I'm not an idiot either. 2 divine beings above level 10 are coming to kill me, plus some damn steward. Risking my life won't do any good. With that, Yi Bu Fan sprinted toward the side. As the temperature soared, waves of scorching heat rolled toward them. Soon, a red glow flickered within an abandoned cavern. This must be the Hellfire Cavern. Yi Bu Fan approached the cave entrance, peered inside, then immediately retreated and sat down. To him, this so-called Hellfire Cavern was nothing more than a magma pool. What remained uncertain was whether it connected to an active volcano and might erupt. Regardless of the Lu and Hu families, he needed to prepare in advance for Bai Mang. He hoped the Hellfire Cavern would make Bai Mang think twice. Chapter 12, No time to play with you, one sword to kill you. Damn bastard. Bai Mang roared in fury upon hearing Yi Bu Fan's curse, his face turning as ugly as if he'd eaten. He'd assumed Yi Bu Fan would become his tool for survival, yet before he could finish his sentence, he was already being cursed out. If I didn't need you, I'd kill you right now. After speaking, Bai Mang picked up his phone and dialed a number. Don't come back. Stay there and keep an eye on him. Report that bastard's every move. Bai Mang ordered. He'd reached his limit. If the Lu and Hu families couldn't finish Yi Bu Fan, he'd take matters into his own hands and ensure that bastard didn't live another second. In the passageway, Long Shuang froze upon hearing the phone disconnect. What had Yi Bu Fan said to Bai Mang to enrage him so? In her 2 years in the underworld, this was the first time she'd ever seen Bai Mang angry. He turned to head back when he spotted a squad leader approaching with Lu Tiancheng and another man. Young master, this way, the middle-aged man suddenly called out. Our overseer directed us to this location, the squad leader stated, pointing down the passage ahead. Lu Tiancheng glanced at the middle-aged man but said nothing, striding purposefully in the direction indicated. The squad leader glanced at Long Shuang. The two followed behind Lu Tiancheng and his companion with perfect understanding, maintaining a distance of about 10 meters. That's the Hellfire Cavern up ahead. How could he possibly be heading there? The heat is unbearable even outside the cavern, the squad leader couldn't help but mutter. Lang Shuang silently nodded in agreement. She agreed with his reasoning. The underground world was vast, there was no need for him to come here specifically. Yet when she looked ahead, through the searing heat waves, Yi Bu Fan's blurred figure sat at the entrance of the Hellfire Cavern. His tattered clothes were soaked through with sweat, making him resemble an ascetic monk. This. Long Shuang gasped in astonishment. She couldn't find words to describe Yi Bu Fan. Bastard? Shameless? Disgraceful? Crazy? It seemed each label only captured a fleeting aspect of Yi Bu Fan. She couldn't fathom what was going on inside this guy's head. So you're the useless piece of trash causing all the chaos in the underworld? Lu Tiancheng sneered coldly. Who are you calling a loser? Yi Bu Fan retorted. I'm talking about you. Lu Tiancheng suddenly sensed something was off and drew his sword. Pointing the blade at Yi Bu Fan, he snarled, You're asking for it. Just as he prepared to strike, the middle-aged man beside him grabbed his arm. Young master, let me handle this, the man declared. Lu Tiancheng hesitated, then nodded reluctantly. The middle-aged man strode toward Yi Bu Fan, divine power surging within him. A formidable aura, accompanied by waves of heat, rolled toward Yi Bu Fan like a crushing tide. Yi Bu Fan slapped both hands on the ground, maintaining his seated position as he retreated directly into the Hellfire Cavern. The sudden change halted the middle-aged man in his tracks. He was no longer in the reckless years of youth. Yi Bu Fan's bewildering actions made him suspect a trap lay waiting for him within the Hellfire Cavern. "You're scared," the middle-aged man said coldly. "If you're not afraid, come at me." Yi Bu Fan laughed. Hearing Yi Bu Fan's words only solidified the middle-aged man's suspicions. He retorted coldly, "Even if I don't go in, I can still trap you to death." Yi Bu Fan reached over and pulled out a bundle wrapped in an outer garment. Waving it at the middle-aged man, he said, "Trapping me to death is feasible, but you'll have to wait at least 10 days to half a month." This was the food he had gathered earlier in the office area of the first mining district. Though not abundant, it would easily sustain him for 10 days. The middle-aged man's arms trembled with rage, yet he was utterly helpless. "A worthless piece of trash," Lu Tiancheng sneered contemptuously. "Not even the guts to fight. If you're not a loser, why don't you initiate a life or death battle? I may dare to break the rules of such a battle, but if you initiate it, I promise to step outside and fight you." Yi Bu Fan cut Lu Tiancheng off before he could speak, laughing, "I know you don't have the guts. Don't worry, I won't laugh at you." Rage surged to Lu Tiancheng's temples. Not laugh at me? He was already mocking him. By the gods above, let our lives be the stakes. Let them bear witness. Before the middle-aged man could intervene, Lu Tiancheng had already declared the life or death battle. A glowing circle appeared between him and Yi Bu Fan, slowly expanding outward. Though blocked by the cave walls on either side, it still formed a battlefield several meters wide in the center. As the light expanded, the middle-aged man retreated steadily with it, pulling back several meters. "I hear you're also a level 10 divine servant. Today, I'll show you that even among level 10 divine servants, you're nothing but trash before me." Lu Tiancheng pointed his sword at Yi Bu Fan, channeling divine power. A faint radiance enveloped his body, like the glow of a god. Yi Bu Fan rose and walked out, saying nothing as he swung his fist toward Lu Tiancheng. Completely enraged by Yi Bu Fan's utter disregard for him, Lu Tiancheng swung his long sword with all his might. As the blade's glint approached, Yi Bu Fan sidestepped, causing the sword to cleave the ground instead, leaving a visible crack in the rock. His strike missed, and Lu Tiancheng swung his sword again. This time, countless sword shadows flickered in its wake. Real and faint strikes closed in, sealing off any space for Yi Bu Fan to evade. Clang! Yi Bu Fan drew his sword to meet the attack, the clashing blades sending sparks flying. Such meager strength causing such a ruckus in the underworld? Ridiculous. I'll kill you within 10 moves. Lu Tiancheng roared. Yi Bu Fan parried the attacks while studying his opponent's techniques. Though the Lu family was merely an ordinary clan, it was still a clan far beyond the reach of the overseers and squad leaders of the underworld. Lu Tiancheng's cultivation was solid, each strike steady and deliberate. His fluid sequence of moves revealed few openings. Yi Bu Fan fought while learning. Since arriving in this world, he'd been trapped in a desperate situation, forced to fight for his life. To put it bluntly, he'd been thrown into the deep end. His combat experience and techniques were earned through sheer survival, barely even street smarts. He deliberately restrained his power, giving Lu Tiancheng more openings to strike. Not only that, he deliberately shifted his stance to see if Lu Tiancheng had any new techniques to counter. The middle-aged man, who had been anxious, watched this unfold and finally relaxed. Though 10 moves might be an exaggeration, killing Yi Bu Fan within 20 strikes was still possible. You're declaring a life or death battle to kill a worthless fool? Are you even capable? If not, let me handle it. Hu Xiao and his two companions stepped forward, halting just outside the life or death battle's glowing circle. He shot a glance at the squad leader beside him, his expression clearly tinged with resentment. He had gone to Yi Bu Fan's previous location but found nothing. If not for the sounds of combat here, they wouldn't have known where Yi Bu Fan was. No time to play games with you. One sword to kill you. Lu Tiancheng shot a glance at Hu Xiao as divine power surged wildly into his sword. The dim passageway was suddenly illuminated by the sword's blinding light. That's a divine technique, one squad leader exclaimed, staring at the descending blade. Chapter 13, The Might of Divine Techniques. Swift Wind Slash. Long Shuang watched the descending sword light, a flicker of worry crossing her eyes. If it were merely an ordinary attack, even if Lu Tiancheng gave it his all, she wouldn't be concerned. Divine techniques were different. Even at the very beginning of mastery, their attack power was vastly superior. The cultivation of divine techniques was divided into 4 realms: beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, and perfection. Lu Tiancheng's divine technique was indeed just at the beginner realm. God, grant me your power. Gale slash. Lu Tiancheng roared, and the sword light suddenly accelerated, slashing straight down toward Yi Bu Fan's head. Shouting once gives you power? What a piece of junk! Yi Bu Fan sneered. The crowd watched Yi Bu Fan, each feeling a knot of frustration in their stomachs. Aren't divine techniques supposed to be unleashed like this? How could they become trash in this guy's mouth? Bang! The twin swords collided, yet Yi Bu Fan didn't even flinch. It seemed as though this divine technique, unleashed with full force, truly lived up to his words: a piece of junk, no different from any previous attack. This can't be you. Lu Tiancheng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Yi Bufan. This was his full power strike, even using a divine technique, yet this guy wasn't even scratched. One strike to kill you. Yi Bufan stepped forward, his long sword slashing down with force. His technique was simple and brutal, resembling the chopping of firewood. Not even the blade emitted the glow of divine power. Yet this seemingly simple strike caused the middle-aged man from the Lu family to show terror in his eyes. Young master, retreat. He's a level 12 divine servant, the man shouted. Boom! The sound still echoed through the passageway as the clash of swords rang out. Clang! Lu Tiancheng's long sword was knocked from his grasp. His chest split open, entrails spilling onto the floor. His eyes widened as he stared at Yi Bufan, his mind going blank. Impossible. You're just a worthless piece of trash. How could you possibly be stronger than me? His voice grew fainter and fainter as his body slowly collapsed to the ground. Heat rolled through the air, thick with the pungent stench of blood. The entire passage fell silent. Except for Lang Shuang, everyone felt the air grow heavy. Alongside the blood, a powdery scent hung in the air, ready to ignite at the slightest spark. The scene was utterly shocking, so much so that they needed time to recover. The middle-aged man from the Hu family couldn't help but glance at Hu Xiao. The latter said nothing, only lowering his previously raised head. Earlier, he had lamented not finding Yi Bufan before Lu Tiancheng. Now, he felt a sense of relief. Had they acted first, it might very well have been Hu Xiao who lay dead here. Damn it, this is bad. He's already a level 12 divine disciple. A monster. Truly a monster. The two district captains snapped back to reality, exclaiming in rapid succession. Die! The middle-aged man from the Lu family roared, his voice instantly drowning out the squad leader's shouts. In the confined passageway, his shout thundered like a clap of thunder, making their ears ring. He lunged forward, his longsword already drawn from its sheath as he advanced. God, grant me strength. Gale slash. The same divine technique, when unleashed through his hands, proved incomparable. A massive sword light engulfed half the passageway, its blinding speed leaving Yi Bufan no chance to react. Yi Bufan barely managed to raise his sword in front of him before the blade descended. Crash! The blade struck his sword, shattering it clean in his grasp. The terrifying force slammed into his chest like a sledgehammer, hurling him straight into the hellfire cavern. Put! Yi Bufan had barely scrambled to his feet when a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth. What overwhelming power! Yi Bufan exclaimed. A level 14 divine servant unleashed a divine technique he couldn't block a single strike even at full strength. Though he called Lu Tiancheng's divine technique trash, deep down he yearned for such power. If he possessed a divine skill too, even if he wasn't a match, he wouldn't be left with no chance to fight back. You're either courting death or on your way to it. You're 2 levels below him, and he's got a divine skill. How do you plan to fight? Taotie growled angrily. Want to kill me? Come on in. Yi Bufan shot a glance at the middle-aged Lu family member standing at the cave entrance before striding deeper into the hellfire cavern. He had plundered 20 points of greed power from Lu Tiancheng, far more than from any other person before. This explained why Lu Tiancheng had been so impatient. Greed drove him to take risks. Yi Bufan was now gravely wounded. He had no chance to refine these 20 points of greed power. Otherwise, he could have elevated his divine power to level 14 and fought the enemy to the death. Deep within the hellfire cavern, the temperature soared relentlessly. The air itself felt like flames, scorching his flesh. He showed no sign of stopping, for he knew clearly that only by reaching the edge of the magma pool would he have a sliver of hope for survival. Forget a level 14 divine being, even a level 1 divine messenger would never survive falling into that magma pool. The passageway here was narrow. If a battle erupted here, it could trigger a magma eruption. If magma flooded the passageway, it would be a dead end either way. He gambled that his opponent wouldn't dare follow him in. But before he could reach the pool's edge, the middle-aged man from the Lu family closed in. The long sword tore through the heat waves, striking straight for Yi Bufan's back. Yi Bufan could only draw the sword from his back to block. Because there was still some distance between them, this time the sword didn't shatter, instead, it was knocked flying. Thud! The immense force sent Yi Bufan's body tumbling uncontrollably toward the magma pool. The splashing magma erupted violently as if provoked, a torrent flowing outward through the passageway. The middle-aged man from the Lu family, seeing the rapidly approaching lava, stomped his foot in fury and turned to dash out. Did you kill him? The middle-aged man from the Hu family asked as he saw the Lu family member emerge. He fell into the hellfire cavern. He should be dead. But to be absolutely certain, I'll wait here for 3 days, the middle-aged man from the Lu family stated. He had come to protect Lu Tiancheng. Now that Lu Tiancheng was dead, Yi Bufan must die. Otherwise, he couldn't face his family head. We'll wait here for 3 days too. Hu Xiao declared. The middle-aged man from the Hu family nodded, saying nothing. Damn it, finally dead. With the entire underworld at his disposal, he had to come here. He was asking for it. Long Shuang listened to the words of the 2 district captains, her heart filled with sighs. Though she had long anticipated this outcome, the reality of it left her momentarily at a loss. A memory surfaced in her mind, a scene from her meditation cave long ago. She stood silently to the side, slowly closing her eyes. She couldn't let anyone see her distress. All she could do now was wait here for 3 days, just like everyone else. If she knew you were dead, perhaps she'd suffer more than I do? Cold Frost thought of Lan Xinyue, the woman whose beauty rivaled her own. Emotions were complex. You rarely felt them until they were lost, only then realizing the truest feelings buried deep within your heart. Chapter 14, Hell Lotus, Rebirth from Ashes. Ah! The moment Yi Bufan plunged into the magma, excruciating pain surged through his entire body, making him want to scream. The surging lava gave him no chance, engulfing him completely. His flesh vaporized into bubbles rising from the molten depths. My physical body is lost, but I can still try to preserve my soul. With this thought, Yi Bufan poured every ounce of divine power into his hands and slammed them down with all his might. He didn't know if it would work, but he was no one to resign himself to death. As his divine power erupted, his body shot upward, propelling him directly out of the molten lava. Falling flesh and skin, mixed with lava, rained down in patches into the pool. Out! Now, if only my soul could leave this body, I could. Just as Yi Bufan thought this, his body slammed violently into the rock above, sending him plummeting toward the magma pool at an even faster speed. Damn it! Are you kidding me? If I'd known this would happen, I wouldn't have jumped upward. Yi Bufan sighed helplessly. Big mouth, you go ahead. Next time, find a more reliable master. The Taotie retorted indignantly, there's no one in this world less dependable than you. Before Yi Bufan's physical body plunged into the lava, the spirit flew out of his soul and hovered above the passageway. If the magma erupted again, even in its soul form, it would be obliterated. Though you're unreliable, it conceded, you're the most ruthless being this god has ever encountered. The Taotie gazed at the boiling magma pool inside. Since Leng Shuang and the others were still outside, it did not rush to leave, lest it expose its soul aura. Its gaze fixed on the churning bubbles within the magma pool, its eyes growing increasingly savage. In that battle long ago, its physical form had been shattered, and even its soul had suffered severe damage. All these years, it had been unable to heal or advance, let alone restore its physical body. Yi Bufan was the only being it had encountered in all these years who possessed such formidable soul power. Only such immense soul strength could conceal its own soul aura. Its allegiance to Yi Bufan wasn't so much coercion as it was necessity. It had hoped to gradually recover by following this man, but never imagined he would finally reach the end of his self-destructive path. As these thoughts swirled through its mind, Yi Bufan found himself plunged into a pitch-black void. After falling into the magma pool once more, he had assumed certain death only to be suddenly swallowed by this black void. Could Xinyue have known this lava pool held secrets, sending me here to hide? But what exactly is this place? Yi Bufan wondered inwardly. Just then, the entire space erupted in a purple glow. The light transformed into purple flames that enveloped Yi Bufan. Before he could even feel the pain, his flesh and blood turned to ash. Crackle, crackle, crackle. The purple flames scorched his bones, the excruciating pain making his teeth chatter. What the hell kind of place is this? Yi Bufan's soul screamed. He didn't know what these purple flames were, but he knew they were 100 times more terrifying than the lava outside. Amidst the excruciating agony, his bones shifted from white to gold, then from gold to purple. Finally, intricate, flame-like patterns emerged across every bone. Just as he thought the agony had ended, his soul was struck by an even more excruciating pain. After the purple flames had forged his bones, they did not spare his soul power either. Soul scorching proved far more agonizing than bone scorching. Under this inhuman torment, he swiftly lost all soul consciousness. He had no idea how much time passed before his soul regained consciousness. What greeted him was a sea of purple soul energy, purple divine power, and a physical body brimming with strength. This. Yi Bufan stared wide-eyed at the scene before him. After a moment of stunned silence, he pinched his thigh hard. Damn it, this isn't a dream. This is real. Just as his soul consciousness returned, the Taotie floating above the cave entrance suddenly widened its eyes, staring down at the molten lava pool below. The Tao Master-Servant contract remains intact, his soul hasn't been destroyed. Under such molten lava, his physical body was undoubtedly lost. Yet it couldn't fathom how Yi Bufan had managed to preserve his soul's power. Just then, a rock formation resembling a bud rose from the magma pool. Like a flower unfurling, it revealed Yi Bufan's figure. It stared wide-eyed as Yi Bufan leapt onto the shore. The rock that had supported him crumbled to dust and sank into the lava. For a long while, it remained frozen in shock. Seems you truly wished for your master's death. I'm afraid I've disappointed you by surviving, Yi Bufan chuckled. Though his divine power level remained unchanged at level 12, everything else left him profoundly satisfied. From the inside out, from flesh to soul, he was stronger than ever before. He now felt like he had undergone a phoenix-like rebirth, his entire being flawless, not a trace of his former wounds remaining. This god. I understand why your woman sent you here to hide. She must have known this place holds the Hell Demon Lotus, a primordial celestial treasure from the dawn of chaos, the Taotie exclaimed. Hell Demon Lotus? A primordial celestial treasure? What is that? Yi Bufan was a bit confused. No, your woman couldn't possibly know about the Hell Demon Lotus, a primordial celestial treasure born from chaos. She likely knew this divine object existed here and sent you to try your luck. The Taotie muttered to himself, the Hell Demon Lotus is sentient. If it acknowledges you and grants you an opportunity, it means you possess something others lack. True. You treat your life as worthless, either courting death or giving up entirely. I've never encountered anyone like you before. But the Hell Demon Lotus is a heavenly treasure. It won't grant you an opportunity for free. You must have lost something in exchange. Yi Bufan watched the Taotie as if it had lost its mind. He wanted to stop it, but the latter part of its words extinguished the thought. The Hell Demon Lotus reshaped your physical form, refined your heavenly heart divine eye into the purple flame divine eye, and even transformed my devouring divine power into your own divine power. As the Taotie finished speaking, its smoke-like soul directly burrowed into Yi Bufan's soul. How is that possible? It refined your divine power into the purple prison divine power and your soul power into the nirvana purple soul. The Taotie had barely entered Yi Bufan's soul when it cried out in shock. Big mouth, could you please stop yelling? It's giving me a headache, Yi Bufan said. You know nothing. While I don't know the exact state of your physical body now, it absolutely rivals that of a divine embryo. The heavenly heart divine eye could only perceive the power of greed, but the purple flame divine eye could see far more. The purple prison divine power you now possess is essentially the ultimate version of devouring divine power. It has fused with you completely, even gods cannot strip it away. Though I don't know what the purple prison divine power can devour, besides greed energy, it surely plunders even more power. As for the nirvana purple soul, Taotie's voice trembled with excitement. Taking a deep breath, it continued, nirvana signifies rebirth. This means that unless you destroy yourself, few forces can annihilate your nirvana purple soul. After speaking, the Taotie departed from Yi Bufan's soul once more, hovering before him with an utterly peculiar expression. I still don't know whether this is a blessing or a curse for you. The Taotie sighed. Legend says the Hell Demon Lotus is utterly wicked. Setting aside what you've lost, the fact that it's granting you all this clearly means it wants you to plunge deeper into self-destruction. Chapter 15, just so you know, I'm not dead. Pushing myself further down the path of self-destruction? How dare you even think that? Yi Bufan rolled his eyes. 2 level 14 divine servants outside want me dead. I don't even know how long I'll survive. Better to die trying than suffocate to death. He hadn't yet refined the 20 points of greed power he'd plundered from Lu Tiancheng. Based on past experience, refining these 20 points would allow him to advance 1 level. Though his level 13 purple prison divine power still fell short of his opponents, the gap between them was narrowing. The Taotie watched Yi Bufan cultivate, then transformed into a green light and entered his soul. In the current situation, what it said was utterly meaningless. Making this guy compromise? Not happening. Yi Bufan focused his mind, circulating the purple prison divine power within his body. In the blink of an eye, the 20 points of greed power were refined. This purple prison divine power is ridiculously powerful. Yi Bufan exclaimed in shock. What did you expect? The purple prison divine power, the purple flame divine eyes, the nirvana purple soul, and your rebuilt physical body all await your exploration. In my memory, no one has ever possessed such coveted treasures as you do, said the Taotie. Purple prison divine power is great, but the cost is enormous. Before, 20 points of greed power could level me up once. Now, I haven't even gained a single level. Yi Bufan felt somewhat depressed. He'd expected to reach level 13, but though the purple prison divine power had increased, it hadn't broken through. What do you know? The higher the divine power level, the harder it is to advance. The higher the level, the greater the power, said the Taotie. So you're saying a level 12 purple prison divine power could rival a regular level 13 divine power? Does that mean I can fight opponents above my level? Yi Bufan didn't wait for the Taotie to finish speaking. He abruptly stood up and strode toward the cave entrance. Whether it was true or not, how could he know without trying? Here, to grow stronger, he could think of no other way than to kill and plunder others' greed energy. Go ahead and keep pushing your luck, the Taotie sneered, rolling its eyes. Recovering just now and already rushing to fight to the death, who knows what he was thinking. Hey, just letting you know I'm not dead. Yi Bufan approached the cave entrance, observing the figures outside who sat with eyes closed, cultivating and using their divine power to withstand the intense heat. The sudden voice startled them all. Their gazes fell upon Yi Bufan, their eyes widening in shock. One squad leader pinched the other's arm. Does it hurt? The other snapped back, of course it hurts. Why the hell didn't you let me pinch you first? This isn't a dream. He really didn't die. His words echoed in Hu Shao and the others' ears, their expressions darkening one by one. The middle-aged man from the Lu family abruptly sprang to his feet, charging toward Yi Bufan like a whirlwind. Madman. Absolutely mad. If he wasn't dead, he should have stayed hidden. Instead, he comes running over to tell us. One district captain muttered, then turned to Long Shuang. You were right. We can't report this until we're certain he's truly dead. Earlier, when they'd wanted to report Yi Bufan's death to Bai Mang, Long Shuang had stopped them. They had thought Long Xuan was overreacting. Not only Yi Bufan, but even a master like Bai Mang would never survive falling into a magma pool. Just as Long Xuan was about to speak, a thunderous roar echoed from within the Hellfire Cavern. No one knew what had happened inside. Though curious, not a single person ventured in. The Hellfire Cavern was simply too perilous. The middle-aged man from the Lu family was already enough of a casualty inside. They saw no need to risk their own lives. Boom! 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 A series of deafening booms echoed through the air, leaving the middle-aged Lu family member increasingly horrified and stunned. Not only was that bastard still alive, but his power had actually grown stronger. What was even more shocking was that this guy was clearly a level 12 divine servant. How could he possibly withstand his attacks? Big mouth, you were right. Though he hasn't unleashed his divine technique yet, I can already block his attacks, Yi Bufan chuckled. Fighting 2 levels above one's own rank was extremely rare even in Dragon Nation. But that wasn't what delighted him most. What thrilled him most was that during their clash, the purple prison divine power was forcibly plundering the opponent's strength. Stealing power from the enemy's attacks, though only a tiny bit each time, was like plucking chestnuts from the fire. Even the smallest ant is still meat. Steal a little at a time, and over time, it adds up. Don't get cocky, I haven't unleashed my divine technique yet. No sooner had the glutton spoken than a formidable aura erupted from the middle-aged man of the Lu family. God, grant me strength. Gale slash. With a thunderous shout, the sword light sliced down like a torrent. Big mouth, you really are a jinx, Yi Bufan thought to himself. Without a moment to spare, he swung his sword to block with all his might. Whether it was because the sword had been submerged in magma or because his strength truly fell short of his opponent's, the clash of blades sent his long sword shattering clean in two. The blade's edge sliced across his chest, not only tearing through his clothes but also leaving a deep, gushing wound. If I make it out of here alive, I'll find a divine technique no matter what. Without a trump card, I'm truly doomed. Yi Bufan thought to himself. You'd better focus on staying alive, the Taotie growled. As the sword light descended once more, Yi Bufan had no weapon left to block it. Gritting his teeth, he thrust his left arm horizontally across his head. Are you insane? The Taotie exclaimed. Didn't you say my physical body is formidable? How else can I know if it's truly formidable unless I test it? Yi Bufan chuckled. He had no other choice. Dodging was impossible. Better to sacrifice an arm than be cleaved in two by that blade. He channeled all his purple prison divine power into his left arm, his eyes blazing with savage fury. When it came to fighting for his life, he had never lost. The Taotie was utterly bewildered. As an ancient ferocious beast, even its formidable body had never attempted such a reckless act in past battles. Brutal. But you're still going to die, declared the middle-aged man from the Lu family. Yi Bufan's actions stunned even him. Yet the sword in his hand didn't slow down, it only grew faster. The more ruthless Yi Bufan appeared, the greater his fear grew. If this man survived, having such an enemy in the Lu family would make them unable to sleep or eat in peace. Thud! The long sword pierced through flesh and bone, striking the bone with a vicious blow, sending blood flying. In that instant, the purple flame patterns on the bone seemed to flare with rage. A purple flame spread along the sword, creeping up the middle-aged Lu man's right arm. Ah! The middle-aged Lu screamed in agony, his voice wrenching at the heart. Wherever the purple flame touched, his right arm turned black, peeling away layer by layer as if charred. How could this happen? The middle-aged Lu family member stared at Yi Bufan in terror, channeling all his divine power to halt the faint purple flame at his elbow. He had intended to sever Yi Bufan's arm, yet now it was his own limb that was being consumed. Yi Bufan was equally stunned. As the purple flame appeared, the purple prison divine power within him rapidly burrowed into his bones, instantly filling the purple flame patterns etched upon them. The wounds on his arm and chest not only stopped bleeding, but more crucially, he felt not a shred of pain. You've lost your sense of pain? Taotie couldn't help but ask. Chapter 16, Plundering Divine Power, Plundering Divine Techniques. Yi Bufan carefully scanned his entire body and confirmed he truly felt not a shred of pain. I suppose so, Yi Bufan replied. He had no time to dwell on it now, striding purposefully toward the middle-aged man of the Lu family. Strike while the iron is hot. This was likely his only chance to strike. He snatched up the long sword the man had dropped and lunged forward. Before the middle-aged man from the Lu family could recover from his shock, the sword was already upon him. Without time to think, he instinctively swung his left fist, smashing it against the blade. The fist struck the blade, sending both men reeling violently. Yi Bufan steadied his stance and thrust the sword forward. The middle-aged man from the Lu family stood frozen, gritting his teeth against the pain in his arm. Only when the sword tip drew near did he suddenly sidestep and spin. Just as his left fist prepared to strike the blade, the rapidly advancing sword abruptly halted and swept out horizontally. Ah! Blood spattered as an arm fell to the ground amid agonized screams. How did you know my next move? The middle-aged man from the Lu family stared at Yi Bufan in terror, retreating step by step. With both arms gone, even if his divine strength surpassed Yi Bufan's, he stood no chance against him. What baffled him most was how this man seemed to anticipate every move, as if he knew his techniques inside out. Did you think I was just playing around when I fought your young master for so long? Yi Bufan declared, his long sword striking out once more. The middle-aged man retreated swiftly, but Yi Bufan was faster. With both arms gone, the middle-aged man from the Lu family couldn't block the strike. He watched helplessly as the sword pierced his chest, his eyes wide as he collapsed. Yi Bufan swiftly searched the body, then kicked the corpse into the lava pool. Surprisingly, there's even a bottle of low-grade pills. Perfect for healing my wounds. Yi Bufan examined the pill he'd taken from the man, then tilted his head back and swallowed it. Though he didn't know its name, the faint medicinal scent assured him it wasn't poison. You just eat pills without knowing what they are? Taotie exclaimed, eyes wide. Why overthink it? As long as it's not poison, it'll boost me a little, Yi Bufan chuckled. When he had just slain the opponent, the purple prison divine power had siphoned off a portion of divine energy through the long sword. Combined with the 10 points of greed power on the opponent's body, it was highly likely that his purple prison divine power would break through to level 13. Taotie watched Yi Bufan channeling the purple prison divine power to recover, as if witnessing a monstrous sight. What the hell kind of logic is this? As long as it's not poison, you can eat it? Meanwhile, outside the cave, Hu Shao and the others could no longer hear the sounds of combat from within the Hellfire Cavern. They exchanged bewildered glances. He must be dead now, a squad leader broke the silence. The others remained silent but nodded in agreement. Even Lang Xuan was among them. Yi Bufan surviving the fall into the magma pool was a miracle, but miracles couldn't keep happening one after another. With Yi Bufan's strength, he stood no chance against the middle-aged man from the Lu family. Once he emerges, we leave, the middle-aged man from the Hu family said to Hu Shao. Hu Shao nodded. Time ticked by. Minutes later, just as the middle-aged man from the Hu family was considering going in to check, Yi Bufan strode out. You're not dead? Where is he? The middle-aged man from the Hu family exclaimed in shock. He went home. He intended to kill me, but suddenly realized this was Bai Mang's scheme. He wanted to use me to weaken the Lu family's strength so the Bai family could rise. Before leaving, he asked me to warn your Hu family, since Bai Mang is targeting the Lu family, he'll surely come for you too. That's the one good thing about me. Once I promise something, I see it through no matter what. Yi Bufan declared. His wounds were now bandaged, blood-stained cloth wrapped around his chest and arms. More strikingly, a cloth sling hung from his neck, suspending his left arm. None of the others present spoke, their gazes fixed on Yi Bufan with utter contempt. Return home? Can the Hellfire Cavern even leave the underworld? Did he really have to come up with such a lame excuse? Just as Hu Shao was about to speak, the middle-aged man beside him silenced him. He didn't believe the middle-aged man from the Lu family had simply gone home, but when it came to Bai Mang's true purpose to deal with both the Lu and Hu families, he couldn't help but think deeper. Judging by Yi Bufan's injuries, if the Lu family man truly intended to kill him, Yi Bufan wouldn't have survived. Yi Bufan's survival now meant only two possibilities. One was that the middle-aged man from the Lu family had discovered Bai Mang's plot and spared Yi Bufan. The other was that the middle-aged man from the Lu family was hiding inside, also intending to use this opportunity to kill him and weaken the Hu family's strength. Regardless of which scenario played out, the middle-aged man from the Lu family and Yi Bufan were now allies. Once they entered the Hellfire Cavern, they were likely to face an ambush. You're talking nonsense. The steward meant that if the Lu and Hu families don't want revenge, they'll let you leave the underworld, declared a squad leader. Whether I'm talking nonsense or you're lying through your teeth, you know the truth in your hearts. I spoke with Bai Mang on the phone. He personally told me that for every member of the Lu or Hu families I kill, he'll let me live one more day. I never intended to reveal this filthy business after all, I'll never leave the underworld alive. But seeing how pitiful you lot look, I simply couldn't hold back. Yi Bufan looked at Lang Shuang and the others. Bai Mang rules the underworld. Do you really think he'd let word of this get out? Do you understand the concept of silencing witnesses? If he truly regarded you as his subordinates, why hasn't he acted after I killed 6 district captains? The speaking district captain fell silent. He didn't quite believe Yi Bufan's words, yet he couldn't pinpoint any flaws in the logic. Looks like I bet right. Besides being shameless and insane, this guy's actually pretty sharp. If this gets out, it'll surely send the 9 divine realms into utter chaos. When that happens, our chance will come. Cold Frost's lips curled upward at the thought. Her eyes locked on Yi Bufan as she thought to herself, I must tie him to me. Find an opportunity to give myself to him. Then, he won't be able to refuse helping me. A memory of their earlier intimate moment flashed through her mind, causing her cheeks to flush. Everything I've said is true. Think it over carefully. Yi Bufan stepped out of the Hellfire Cavern. Suddenly, a flicker of joy crossed his brow, and he immediately sat down at the cave entrance. After cultivating to restore his purple prison divine power, refining the greed energy, and then refining the pill's power, he had broken through to level 13. Based on his previous battle experience against the middle-aged man from the Lu family, his current strength was more than sufficient to face the middle-aged man from the Hu family. The only gap was that the opponent possessed divine techniques. But just as he spoke, a vivid image of the middle-aged man from the Lu family unleashing his divine technique suddenly flashed through his mind. Though devoid of any commentary, each movement slowed considerably, allowing him to clearly discern every detail of this divine technique. The precise direction and angle of the strike, the circulation of divine power, and the sheer explosive force unleashed by this divine technique. For anyone else, even if they witnessed this, they wouldn't be able to practice it. But he was different. Under the purple flame divine eye, every minute detail was crystal clear. The purple prison divine power is incredible. Not only did it plunder the opponent's greed energy and a portion of their divine power, but it even plundered their divine technique. Yi Bu-fan suppressed his inner excitement, mentally rehearsing the divine technique while stealing glances at the two Hu family members. The moment the middle-aged Hu family member made his move, Yi Bu-fan would seize the chance to strike him down. Stop holding back, act now. Yi Bu-fan urged himself inwardly. Chapter 17, Slaying Beyond Rank, the 14th level divine servant. Perfect opportunity. The middle-aged Hu family member watched Yi Bu-fan emerge from the Hellfire Cavern and casually sit down, a flash of murderous intent crossing his eyes. Whether Yi Bu-fan's words were true or not was irrelevant. What mattered was that he had come here to kill Yi Bu-fan. For the Hu family, Hu Peng's death demanded retribution. He glanced at Hu Xiao before leaping into the air. The latter hurriedly relayed Yi Bu-fan's message back to the clan. Clang! Before his feet touched the ground, the long sword at his waist was already drawn. A streak of swordlight, like mercury spilling across the earth, slashed toward Yi Bu-fan. God, grant me strength, wind howl. The swordlight seemed to tear through the air, accompanied by a deafening roar. The swordlight now resembled a raging storm howling in Hu Xiao's ears. The piercing sound made it impossible to focus, leaving him barely able to muster 80% of his full strength. Just as everyone thought Yi Bu-fan was doomed, the man seated on the ground suddenly moved. Still as a maiden, swift as a hare. By remaining seated, he increased the distance between the blade and his body. Yi Bu-fan slid sideways, evading the opponent's seemingly unstoppable strike. The middle-aged man from the Hu family was mid-air, unable to change his attack. He had believed his surprise assault would succeed and had left no backup plan. As his sword crashed into the ground, he prepared to strike again only to see a cold gleam flash before his eyes. This sword stroke came down from above, its speed accelerating as Yi Bu-fan rose to his feet. The middle-aged man from the Hu family had no time to think, forcing him to block the blade before his chest. Clang! The instant the blades collided, the middle-aged man's face paled. A tremendous force surged through his sword, sending a wave of numbness and pain through his arm. Divine technique, swift wind slash, the middle-aged man from the Hu family exclaimed. Even without having witnessed this divine technique twice before, his knowledge of the Lu family's divine techniques allowed him to recognize this move as one of theirs. What was utterly baffling was why a Lu family divine technique would be wielded by Yi Bu-fan, and why he hadn't paid homage to the gods before unleashing it. Paying homage to the gods meant reciting invocations before unleashing a divine technique, an act of reverence toward the divine and a plea to channel their power. In everyone's understanding, a divine technique performed without divine invocation could only unleash at most 50% of its power. Yet the force unleashed by Yi Bu-fan's sword strike had already surpassed the peak power he could achieve without using a divine technique. Still don't get it? The Lu family taught me this. Yi Bu-fan declared as he launched his assault. Without invoking the gods, every strike was the divine technique gale slash. The previous strike had already left the middle-aged Hu man's arm numb. Now, facing a relentless barrage of divine techniques like a storm, how could he possibly endure? Clang! The sword in his hand was knocked loose. Before he could step back, a blade pierced straight through his heart. Drip! Blood dripped from the blade onto the ground. What had been an inaudible sound now thundered in Hu Xiao and the others' ears like a bolt from the blue. Gulp! A squad leader swallowed hard in terror. Hu Xiao beside him was utterly dumbfounded. Not even a level 14, yet he killed a level 14 divine servant? Even if the whirlwind slash was taught by someone from the Lu family, it was impossible to master it so quickly. What the hell kind of monster is this? Run! Cold Frost shot Yi Bu-fan a warning glance, then suddenly screamed and took off running. The other two district captains snapped out of their stupor and turned to flee. Just then, a flash of cold steel sliced through the air, cleaving one of the district captains clean in half. The remaining squad leader stared at the corpse, its entrails spilling across the ground, wishing his parents hadn't given him 2 legs. Fortunately, Yi Bu-fan charged after Hu Xiao at that moment, gradually widening the gap between them. No! A piercing scream echoed from behind, sending a chill through his heart. He whipped his head around to see Hu Xiao, still running, suddenly split clean through the middle. In that instant, his heart nearly leapt from his throat. He channeled his divine power to the limit, charging forward without regard for anything else. A demon! This was no longer human, it was a demon escaped from hell. The squad leader thought to himself. What are you staring at? If you don't want to die, run. Long Shuang barked coldly. The squad leader dared not look back, charging forward at full speed. Yi Bufan did not pursue him, instead returning to the entrance of the Hellfire Cavern to begin refining the divine power and greed energy he had just seized. The combined greed power of the three individuals totaled 30, not an overwhelming amount. Coupled with the divine power seized by the purple prison divine power, breaking through to level 14 posed no real challenge. But Yi Bufan was more intent on verifying something else, whether the purple prison divine power could truly plunder an opponent's divine techniques. Was acquiring Gale / merely a fluke, or was it a genuine capability of the purple prison divine power? He channeled the purple prison divine power at full speed, and its level quickly surpassed 14. Yi Bufan did not stop. Instead, he quietly circulated the purple prison divine power, waiting for the divine technique Wind Howl to manifest. Time slowly passed, and before long, the Wind Howl divine skill indeed materialized within his mind. Ha! From now on, I won't need to search for divine techniques anymore. If I see someone with a good one, I'll just kill them, Yi Bufan chuckled. You're nothing but a bandit, roared the Taotie. Yi Bufan paid no heed. Plundering greed power inherently required killing, whether he was a bandit or not was of no concern to him. What mattered most was that those overflowing with greed were never good people. For such people, once they crossed him, he showed no mercy. Shouldn't you be leaving now? Taotie warned, in the underworld now, no one but Bai Meng can match you. Staying here only makes it easier for Bai Meng to kill you. Yi Bufan nodded. He did need to leave as soon as possible. Bai Meng knew his location, making escape difficult. More importantly, the entrances and exits of the underworld were surely guarded by masters whose power surpassed even Bai Meng's. Otherwise, as the ruler of the underworld, Bai Meng would have seized the opportunity to enrich himself and strengthen his clan. The crucial question now was how to escape and by what means. As Yi Bufan pondered this, Lan Xinyue came to mind. Lan Xinyue knew so much about the underground world and the outside, and she knew about the Hellfire Cavern. She might know if there were other entrances or exits to the underground world. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. He couldn't leave now. Bai Meng would certainly not let him go. But without seeking out Lan Xinyue, he had no way of knowing how to escape the underground world. The problem seemed utterly unsolvable. Looks like I'll just have to wait for news from Long Shuang, Yi Bufan said helplessly. Meanwhile, Long Shuang and the last district captain arrived before Bai Meng. As Bai Meng listened to the squad leader's report, his expression grew increasingly grim. An aura of authority radiated from him, weighing so heavily that Long Shuang and the other dared not lift their heads. Since he's no longer of any use, he must die, Bai Meng declared before striding away. That madman was right after all, the squad leader remarked. If we stay here any longer, the chief steward might actually silence us permanently. While the chief is off hunting that madman, let's make our escape, Long Shuang declared. I'd like to run too, but how? Every entrance and exit to the underground world is guarded by masters. We don't have the strength for that, Captain Chu replied. I have a way. Long Shuang's eyes darted about, gleaming with resolute determination. Bai Meng was going to kill Yi Bufan, and she couldn't stop him. All she could do now was eliminate Yi Bufan's worries. Chapter 18, Even an ant can bite you. Do you remember Lan Xinyue? Long Shuang watched as the other nodded, then whispered, I had her transferred to the 8th mining district long ago, precisely to prevent any mishaps. Later, you and I will take her out together. We'll say the overseer ordered us to deliver her to the Bai family. If those guards won't give us face, surely they'll give the Bai family face? The squad leader's eyes lit up as he nodded emphatically. The guards at the underground world's exit had no connection to the underground realm itself, but the Bai family was a third-tier clan within the 8th divine domain. Those guards would show them due respect. The clans of the 9 divine realms were ranked from weakest to strongest as ordinary clans, third-rate clans, second-rate clans, and first-rate clans. Third-rate families might not seem impressive, but they still counted as regional lords. Wait at the entrance while I bring them over, Long Shuang instructed. The two split up. As Long Shuang hurried along, she sent a message to Yu Chang. Inside the cavern, Yu Chang leapt to her feet upon receiving the message. The young mistress orders us to head immediately to the entrance of the underground world and leave this place first, Yu Chang announced. What about Brother Bufan? Lan Xinyue asked. Bai Meng went to the Hellfire Cavern to kill him. This is your last chance to leave, Yu Chang replied. I won't leave. If Brother Bufan hasn't escaped, I won't leave either. Lan Xinyue shook her head repeatedly. Before she could finish, Yue struck her neck from behind with a palm strike, hoisted her onto her shoulder, and fled. After reuniting with Lang Shuang, they departed the underground realm alongside the last surviving district captain. Just as Lang Shuang had surmised, once they carried out the Bai family, the guards outside simply let them leave. The guards' duty was to prevent others from obtaining minerals and to stop slaves from escaping. In that regard, aside from Lan Xinyue, there was no reason for them to make a fuss about Lang Shuang and the others leaving. Just as they departed, Bai Meng had already arrived at the Hellfire Cavern. You've got guts. I'll kill you myself. Bai Meng said coldly. Would you have let me go if I lacked courage? Yi Bufan rose and retreated into the Hellfire Cavern, his voice icy. I'd rather die standing than live on my knees. Want to kill me? Come on. Bai Meng sneered coldly, you think I won't dare to strike inside the Hellfire Cavern? He strode into the Hellfire Cavern, closing in on Yi Bufan step by step. Yi Bufan retreated step by step, his gaze growing increasingly fierce. Bai Meng's choice was unexpected. Now, as if he had just arrived in this world, he once again faced a desperate situation. Fear did not stir within him, only the will to fight. The closer he drew to the magma pool, the fiercer his resolve burned. Though Yi Bufan didn't know the full extent of Bai Meng's power, his sheer presence alone suggested a strength far surpassing level 20. He might only get one chance to strike, so he had to gather all his strength for one final desperate attempt. Backed into a corner, one finds a way out. There was no other choice. It's a pity someone like you can't be controlled, Bai Meng said coldly. Otherwise, I truly wouldn't want to kill you. He sensed Yi Bufan's battle intent and showed a look of surprise. Unlike the squad leaders of the underworld, he had experienced life and death combat. He understood exactly what Yi Bufan's intense fighting spirit signified in this situation. And precisely because of that, his resolve to kill Yi Bufan only grew stronger. Soon, Yi Bufan retreated to the edge of the magma pool. In that instant, Bai Meng struck. He wielded no weapon. His right fist shot forward, seemingly unremarkable in speed, yet it reached Yi Bufan in the blink of an eye. Though seemingly devoid of any aura, the fist conveyed immense danger to Yi Bufan. This punch felt like a bomb. Once the divine power erupted, he would be utterly unable to block it. Most crucially, Bai Meng's timing was impeccable, leaving Yi Bufan no opening to strike. In that instant, Yi Bufan didn't even have time to draw his sword. He could only shield himself with both arms, desperately trying to block the incoming blow. Boom! The fist struck his arms, producing a dull, thunderous roar. Even with all his strength focused on defense, Yi Bufan couldn't withstand the terrifying force. He was sent flying backward, his body crashing toward the stone wall behind the magma pool. This time, there would be no Hell Lotus to save him. Falling into the lava pool meant certain death. Even if you're a peerless genius, you're nothing but an ant right now. Bai Meng finished speaking, not even glancing at Yi Bufan as he turned and walked away. My current strength may make me an ant to you, but even as an ant, I'll bite a hole right through you. Yi Bufan roared, drawing his sword from its scabbard. Hearing the sword's draw, Bai Meng halted, turning his head toward Yi Bufan. At that moment, Yi Bufan was suspended midair, about to plunge into the magma pool. At this distance, even your most powerful strike won't harm me. And you think you can bite me? Ridiculous. Bai Meng sneered coldly, but his laughter froze midair. Yi Bufan gathered all his strength, causing a faint purple glow to erupt from his sword. As the blade descended, the pale violet light tore through the air, striking down with devastating force. Hu Clan's divine technique, Wind's Howl. You madman. Bai Meng's expression turned ashen as he watched the sword's trajectory. Yi Bufan's strike wasn't aimed at him, but at the lava pool below. Though initially stunned that Yi Bufan possessed the Hu family's divine technique, Bai Meng was swiftly terrified by his actions. Even if Yi Bufan unleashed his divine technique, it couldn't possibly harm him. But if that strike slammed into the lava pool, the outcome would be entirely different. He knew Yi Bufan was reckless, but he never imagined he could be this reckless. Boom! The pale purple sword light struck the magma pool with full force. The purple prison divine power not only cleaved through the molten rock but also carried immense penetrating power, plunging straight toward the pool's depths. In that instant, the magma churned up by the full force strike surged like a tidal wave through the passageway, sending Bai Meng fleeing in terror. I thought escaping the Hellfire Caverns would be the end of it, but behind me, the molten lava rolled relentlessly forward, showing no sign of stopping. Even more terrifying was the distinct tremor beneath his feet as he ran. Damn it! He's unleashed the fury of the subterranean flames. Bai Meng cursed under his breath, channeling his divine power at full throttle as he sprinted toward the exit of the underworld. He had no idea how powerful the wrath of the Earthfire truly was, but in his view, the best way to escape unscathed was to leave the underworld first. What's going on? Why does the ground feel like it's trembling? Could it be the wrath of the Earthfire? The gathered slaves stared in terror at their overseer, each face twisted with panic. Shouldn't we run? If it really is the wrath of the Earthfire, none of us will survive. If it isn't, you can escort us back once it's over. It's far too dangerous here. Big Mouth looked anxiously at the overseer beside him. Several nearby overseers had heard of the wrath of the Earthfire before rumors had spread when the Hellfire Caverns were first discovered. Hearing Big Mouth speak now, they dared not delay. They immediately led the way toward the exit of the underground world. Chapter 19, The Wrath of the Earthfire, Shocking the Four Directions. What's happening? Why is the earth trembling? Outside the underground world's exit, guards sensed the ground's movements, their expressions grave. Just then, a figure burst out at breakneck speed. Chief Bai, what are you doing? A guard stared at Bai Meng, his face filled with astonishment. In his eyes, Bai Meng had always been the epitome of calm, never showing panic no matter how dire the situation. Yet now, Bai Mang's face was twisted with panic. He didn't even pause upon hearing the guard's words. That madman has unleashed the fury of the earthfire. Run! Bai Mang shouted. The guards, startled, followed Bai Mang out in a panic. Moments later, a large group of overseers and slaves poured out through the exit. None dared to stop, running frantically forward. It really is the fury of the earthfire. Look, the magma's erupting. Stop staring. Don't you want to live? Run! Turning back, they saw fiery light erupting behind them as massive waves of magma shot skyward. Scattered lava flowed like molten iron, rolling down the slopes. Everything in its path was engulfed. Most vividly, the dense forest on the mountain vanished in an instant beneath the tidal wave of lava. The tremendous commotion even startled Lang Shuang and the others who had left earlier. It's the wrath of the earthfire. He unleashed the wrath of the earthfire. Long Shuang exclaimed in horror. You mean Brother Bu Fan? Lan Xinyue grabbed Long Shuang's arm. She had regained her senses by now, but with Yuqiang and Yue watching over her, she could only follow them away from the underground world. He's been in the Hellfire Cavern all along. Then Bai Mang went over. Long Shuang trailed off. In her eyes, only someone as reckless as Yi Bufan could have done such a thing. I'm the one who ruined Brother Bufan. If I hadn't sent him to the Hellfire Cavern, he wouldn't have provoked the fury of the subterranean flames. Lan Xinyue collapsed onto the ground, tears streaming down her face. Beneath the wrath of the subterranean flames, not a blade of grass survived. Even if Yi Bufan was still in the underworld, let alone right at the entrance of the Hellfire Cavern, survival was utterly impossible under such circumstances. Don't blame yourself. Bai Mang wanted him dead. Even without triggering the earthfire fury, he wouldn't have made it out alive. Long Shuang sighed. But ultimately, it's because of you. If he hadn't been preoccupied with you, he might have had a chance if he'd emerged before drawing Bai Mang's attention. Yu Chang and Yue stared at their young mistress in astonishment. What did that mean? Was it meant to comfort or to provoke? If I'm not mistaken, Long Shuang continued, you entered the underworld out of necessity, correct? Lan Xinyue remained silent, her sobs growing louder. Those incapable of awakening divine power cannot sense even the slightest divine energy fluctuation. But you are different. A distinct trace of divine power pulsates within you. I don't know why you entered the underworld, nor why Yi Bufan fought so desperately to protect you. But I do know that crying solves nothing. If this truly weighs on your heart, then grow stronger. Avenge him. Long Shuang declared. Lan Xinyue abruptly lifted her head, tears streaming as she stared at Long Shuang. In that moment, her gaze held not only sorrow but also a sharp, piercing edge. Like a blade freshly drawn from its scabbard, it startled even Long Shuang. You're right. I want to enter the 9-9 Lower Divine Academy. Can you help me? Lan Xinyue asked. Why the Lower Divine Academy of 9-9? Long Shuang asked, puzzled. The Dragon Nation was divided into 9 divine realms, and the divine academies within each realm were named after numbers. The lower 9th Divine Academy, the first 9 signifies the 9th divine realm. The second 9 and lower denote the 9th tier lower grade divine academy. Each of the 9 divine realms contain 27 divine academies, 9 low tier, 9 mid tier, and 9 high tier. Lower tier divine academies are denoted by lower. Students within range from level 1 divine subjects to level 39 divine subjects. Upon breaking through level 39 to reach level 40, a divine disciple becomes a level 1 divine messenger. They then advance to the intermediate divine academy. Intermediate divine academies are denoted by breaking through to level 70 elevates one to a level 2 divine messenger, granting access to the high-level divine academy. High-level divine academies are denoted by upper. For example, 3rd 9 intermediate divine academy denotes the 9th intermediate academy within the 3rd divine realm. 2nd 7 high divine academy signifies the 7th high academy within the 2nd divine realm. The reason all 9 divine realms have the same number of divine academies is a form of balance, preventing excessive disparities in power between the realms. Excessive power breeds ambition, which inevitably leads to war, a scenario the higher-ups wish to avoid. Because Brother Bufan was unable to awaken his divine power in the lower divine academy of the 9th divine realm. In the underworld, he never stopped thinking about those trainees who once mocked him. Lan Xinyue said coldly, if he seeks revenge, then he won't spare a single one. Cold Frost nodded. In that case, we head to the 9th divine realm. Watching Lan Xinyue stride forward, her heart was filled with mixed emotions. She didn't know if her actions had been right, only feeling as though she had awakened a witch with her own hands. Though I meant no harm, Yi Bufan is dead. She might still plunge the 9 divine realms into chaos. I'm sorry. For that goal, I'm willing to sacrifice everything. Let me be selfish just this once, for your sake. Long Shuang sighed silently. Chief Steward Bai, what exactly is going on here? If you don't explain this clearly, the 9 divine temples won't let you off the hook. The guards halted once they were at a safe distance. They all turned to look at Bai Mang, their expressions filled with concern. Though caused by the wrath of the earthfire, the underground world was now utterly ruined. Once the magma cooled and solidified into rock, all the former underground passages would be sealed shut. This was the Dragon Nation's most abundant mining area and the most crucial source of raw ore for the 9 divine realms. They dared not imagine the expressions on the faces of the 9 divine temple's elders. If even one elder lost his temper and struck out, they would be finished. It's all that madman Yibu Fan's fault. Recalling the scene in the Hellfire Cavern, Bai Mang seethed with fury. He ranted on, while the guards listened in silence. At first, their faces betrayed disdain, but gradually, each expression grew grave. Killing overseers, killing squad leaders, slaughtering members of the Lu and Hu families. Finally, confronting Bai Mang, the 9th District Overseer, he directly bombarded the magma pool, unleashing the fury of the Earth's fire. Those who served as guards here possessed strength not much inferior to Bai Mang's. Yet they had never heard of anyone as mad as Yibu Fan before. So it seems he truly is a madman. We will report this matter. How the temple handles you is up to fate. The guards stood in stunned silence. If you knew he even mastered the Hu family's divine technique, you'd be even more shocked, Bai Mang thought to himself. Some things could be spoken of, others could not. It wasn't that he wished to conceal the truth, but revealing it would only make his words seem more unbelievable. A slave suddenly gaining divine power and killing overseers and captains, that might be plausible. But mastering divine techniques? That would be a legend. Even the events he just recounted, once they spread, would make the name Yibu Fan, that madman, echo throughout the 9 divine realms. Chapter 20, Earth's Wrath, Dragon's Transformation. Time rewound to the Hellfire Cavern. Yibu Fan swung his sword downward. Magma erupted, engulfing him before he could think twice. Even the body reshaped by the Hell Lotus couldn't withstand the molten rock's intense heat. Feeling his physical form slowly vanish, Yibu Fan sighed inwardly. In the end, he couldn't escape his downfall. Still, to die so spectacularly meant his life hadn't been lived in vain. Big mouth, find your own way out. Yibu Fan communicated telepathically. Escape my ass. How the hell am I supposed to escape? You can go kill yourself, but dragging me down with you? The Taotie grew increasingly furious. Last time, it had a chance to escape, but this time, it was completely screwed. Don't worry. I can hold on a little longer. When the flesh is gone, the bones remain. Only when the bones are gone does the soul depart. Once the lava subsides, I'll use my soul power to break through it. That's your chance to escape, Yibu Fan said. The Taotie remained silent. Though this master's approach deeply annoyed it, he always remembered it in the final hour. Last time it was like this, and now again. Suddenly, it felt that serving such a master wasn't so bad after all. Just as Yibu Fan waited for the lava to settle, a terrifying force erupted from below, violently shattering the overlying rock. The immense force swept him along, carrying him down amidst a torrent of spewing lava. A volcanic eruption? Perfect timing. Big mouth, looks like you won't need to run anymore. Yibu Fan chuckled. His earlier all-out strike had been intended not only to take Bai Mang down with him but also to see if it could trigger a volcanic eruption. If successful, the eruption's force could shatter the overlying rock, allowing him to escape the subterranean realm. Whether by his own scheming or by fate's decree, he was blasted out regardless. You still have the nerve to laugh? Your flesh is gone, all that remains is your skeleton, Taotie said coldly. Have you forgotten the purple flame patterns on my bones? That power could eliminate a level 14 divine being. It should certainly withstand the lava for a moment. Then, before Yibu Fan could finish, the purple patterns ignited once more into violet flames, repelling the surrounding lava. It was as if a purple light shield had enveloped his entire skeleton, isolating the molten lava. Boom! The skeleton crashed into the ground with the lava, flowing downwards and sinking into the ash-covered earth. Looks like I won't be able to emerge anytime soon. Time to slowly rebuild my flesh. Yibu Fan slowly channeled the purple prison divine power, using the purple flames on his bones to rebuild his flesh. Is this the wrath of the earth fire? Something's gone wrong in the underworld. Within a majestic palace in the 8th divine realm, an elderly man who had been meditating with closed eyes suddenly opened them. In that instant, his eyes flashed with an intimidating cold light. Someone immediately ascertained the situation in the underworld. The old man's voice echoed throughout the entire palace. Simultaneously, across the other divine realms, within the normally supreme temples, powerful beings abruptly opened their eyes. Some stood at the palace gates, others gazed into the distance, but all their eyes converged on a single direction. The direction of the underworld. Hellfire caverns had appeared before, but this was the first time the wrath of the earthfire had manifested. Who could have committed such a horrifying act? Most critically, the underworld served as the primary source of ore for the 9 divine realms. Now submerged by the wrath of the earthfire, they would have to find alternative solutions. Originally, the 9 divine realms shared the underworld, maintaining a delicate balance among themselves. Now, that equilibrium has been shattered. The 9 divine realms will never be peaceful again. Within the first temple, a stooped old man gazed at the beautiful woman seated upon a golden throne. The opportunity you've long awaited has finally arrived. Golden light shone in the woman's eyes. As she rose, dazzling golden radiance erupted from her body. She descended like a celestial deity, her divine radiance flooding the entire temple. You are old. This era belongs to me. The beautiful woman declared coldly, I shall shatter the 100-tier barrier and ascend to true divinity. On this day, the temple once seen as lofty and serene by all began to stir. As if shrouded by invisible dark clouds, the entire dragon nation felt the storm gathering, the wind filling the tower. Gotcha. The lake's surface was as smooth as a mirror. On a small boat, an old man holding a bamboo rod suddenly jerked it upward. Under the sunlight, a golden carp weighing about a pound leapt out of the water. Beside him sat a delicate young girl with hair as flowing as a waterfall, a scene straight out of a painting. You've been fishing for a month and only caught this one? What's there to be happy about? The delicate girl shot the old man a playful glare, her face not angry but radiant with a bright smile. Disciple, do you think this golden carp is so easy to catch? That you managed it in a month is pure luck, the old man retorted with a roll of his eyes. The carp landed on the boat, its body glowing with a faint golden light. Similar in shape to ordinary carp, it possessed no scales across its body except for a single golden scale beneath each jaw. The old man reached out, plucked that single scale, and casually tossed the golden carp back into the lake. They say dragons have forbidden scales, but have you heard of fish having forbidden scales? We've prepared so much for your divine power awakening before. May this allow you to directly awaken 9th tier divine power. The old man clenched the scale and flicked it forward. A beam of golden light struck the delicate girl squarely in the chest. In that instant, the delicate girl was enveloped in golden light, as if bathed in sacred radiance. Her delicate features, set against the backdrop of mountains and waters, now radiated a sacred aura enhanced by the golden glow. Poetry like a painting, may you live up to the name I gave you. Watching the golden light radiating from the delicate girl grow ever brighter, the old man's face softened with satisfaction. 10 years of effort, gathering countless rare treasures all for this moment. Divine power quality was divided into 9 tiers, with tier 1 being the lowest and tier 9 the highest. At the same cultivation level, higher divine power quality equated to greater combat prowess. The vast majority awaken with first tier divine power quality. Second tier is 1 in 100, and third tier is 1 in 10,000. Even so, those truly worthy of being called geniuses awaken with divine power quality at least at the 4th tier. While divine power quality can be enhanced through cultivation, the difficulty of such advancement is immense. Those who awaken with high-tier divine power start from a higher baseline than others, enabling them to cultivate at a faster pace. Suddenly, the old man's eyelid twitched. As the golden light on Shiruwa's body slowly retracted and entered her body, his expression grew somber. 7th tier. I've disappointed you, master, Shiruwa murmured, lowering her head as she sensed the quality of her divine power. 7th tier is already exceptionally high. You mustn't belittle yourself. The entire dragon nation hasn't seen an awakening of 8th tier divine power in the last 1,000 years. The old man smiled briefly before his expression turned utterly solemn. Disciple, now that you've awakened divine power, it's time to study at the Divine Academy, the elder declared. Master, are you sending me away? Just because I lack 9th tier divine power? Shiruwa asked anxiously. Silly disciple, how could your master bear to send you away? It is your master who must depart. The old man laughed. Just moments ago, the wrath of Earthfire erupted. Chaos will engulf the 9 divine realms. The entire dragon nation is about to undergo a cataclysmic shift. He looked up at the sky and sighed, the earth's wrath, the dragon's great change. The war between gods and demons, chaos will surely engulf the world. Chapter 21, a single kick kicks out a yam. Grandfather, is it true that someone who failed to awaken divine power can obtain it again? At the foot of the mountain, a white-haired old man walked slowly alongside a girl of 17 or 18. The old man held a twig in his hand, using it to stir the thick layer of dust on the ground as they walked. Hearing the girl's words, he halted and sighed softly. Rugia, that is impossible. Remember grandfather's words, if you cannot awaken divine power, you must live on with strength. The old man gazed at the girl, his expression filled with reluctance. In their family, he alone had awakened divine power, yet he had reached no further than a 9th-level divine servant. His son, who had not awakened divine power, became a slave and ultimately worked himself to death. Fortunately, his son had married before his awakening, leaving him with a granddaughter named Shin Rugia. He named his granddaughter Rugia, meaning tender grass, hoping she would live as resiliently as the grass. Whether through genetics or innate talent, Shin Rugia's chances of awakening divine power were slim. To maximize her chances of awakening divine power, he ventured here, hoping to find or expelled by the fury of subterranean fire. Minerals from the underworld could be refined into divine power, crystallizing into divine stones for cultivators to practice with. Divine stones were graded by quality into low, medium, and high tiers. Even the lowest grade stones were beyond his reach. These resources were controlled by the 9 divine temples. Only by entering the various divine academies under the 9 divine realms could one have a chance to obtain them. If he could obtain a single or even extracting a mere thread of primordial divine power from it, it would increase Shin Rugia's chances of awakening his own divine power. But they say Yi Bu-fan gained divine power in the underground world and even killed the overseers and captains there. Shinrojia blinked her large, innocent eyes as she spoke. Those are tales spun by the temples to deceive slaves who haven't awakened divine power. They give them hope to prevent unrest. The old man sighed. Whether we find or not, you'll report to the Divine Academy tomorrow. Shinrojia pouted and nodded. Though reluctant, this had been agreed upon long ago. She strode forward, unwilling to let her grandfather see the displeasure on her face. But the dust here was thick indeed. Suddenly, something tripped her feet and she stumbled, crashing to the ground. Her once beautiful face was now completely smeared with dust, growing darker the more she tried to wipe it away. You tripped me. Shinrojia was already in a foul mood about parting ways with her grandfather. Rage surged through her, and she kicked the spot where she'd fallen with all her might. She didn't know what she kicked, but suddenly a figure emerged from the dust, like a yam being dug out of the ground. Grandpa, a dead body. Shinrojia stared and shrieked in terror. Just as the old man moved to investigate, the dust-covered figure rose to its feet. Every inch of his body was covered in dust except for his eyes, an unnerving sight. Did you just kick me? The icy voice sent Shinrojia running to her grandfather's side, clutching his arm tightly. My apologies, my granddaughter accidentally kicked you, sir. Please forgive her. This old man humbly apologizes. The old man bowed deeply. Having lived so many years, even with the figure covered in dust, he could tell the person wasn't old. Yet, despite his youth, those piercing eyes sent a chill straight down his spine. This man was none other than Yi Bu-fan, who had narrowly escaped death. Unable to cultivate, he had no source of divine power and could only draw upon his own purple prison divine power. Unexpectedly, his physical form hadn't fully regenerated before Shinrojia kicked him out. Yi Bu-fan, who had been about to lose his temper, saw the old man bowing and glanced at the timid Shinrojia beside him. He sighed and waved his hand helplessly. Faced with this old man and child, he truly had nothing more to say. He braced himself with both hands, using them as feet to move to a spot with thinner dust, where he continued reshaping his physical body. His legs weren't fully rebuilt yet, making it inconvenient for him to leave. Grandfather. Shinrojia stared at Yi Bu-fan's legless form, her face turning pale with fright. Shoo! The old man shot Shinrojia a warning glance and halted over 10 meters away from Yi Bu-fan. He dropped the branch in his hand and drew a green steel sword from his back. Then, with his back to Yi Bu-fan, he stood poised with the sword. Shinrojia looked at her grandfather in confusion, several times wanting to speak but being silenced by the old man's glare. Time ticked by. Shinrojia watched Yi Bu-fan's legs slowly regrow, horrified, covering her mouth with her hand. Just then, a fiery glow shot toward Yi Bu-fan at incredible speed. The flame was only fist-sized, its form indistinct. The old man's expression grew grave as he lunged forward. With all his might, he swung his long sword down at the fiery blaze. Boom! Sparks flew everywhere. The immense force sent the old man reeling backward, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Grandfather! Shinrojia cried out in alarm. Stay back! The old man shouted, swinging his sword once more at the advancing flames. Bang, bang, bang! With each successive clash, the old man's attacks grew weaker, blood dripping steadily onto his chest. The vitality within you should have sustained you for half a year, but now you have at most 10 minutes left. One more strike, and you'll die for certain, Yi Bu-fan said coldly. Facing this old man, he discovered another ability of the purple flame divine eye, the power to see through others' vitality. The stronger the life force, the longer the lifespan, and the harder it was for the purple flame divine eye to determine the exact duration. The weaker the life force, the shorter the lifespan, and the easier it was for the purple flame divine eye to discern the exact duration. You speak the truth, young master. The elder showed no surprise, instead revealing a faint smile. Seeing Yi Bu-fan's ability to reshape his physical form, he knew this young man was no ordinary person. Therefore, not only did he not leave, but he chose to stand guard nearby. He needed an opportunity to spare his granddaughter from becoming a slave. With your strength, you couldn't possibly block this little one. And your granddaughter's meridians are blocked, making it difficult for her to awaken divine power. Do you think I'd help you by doing this? Do you think I can't handle this little brat without your intervention? Yi Bu-fan replied coldly, I detest being manipulated. The old man remained silent, glancing at Shinrojia before decisively swinging his sword. The moment the blade collided with the fiery light, his body jolted violently. Blood immediately began streaming from his eyes, nose, and ears. Grandfather! Shinrojia rushed forward, but before she could reach him, the old man fell backward onto the ground. Grandfather! Shinrojia knelt beside him, tears streaming down her face. Promise me, Grandpa, that you'll follow him even in death. The old man stared at Shinrojia with wide eyes. I promise, Grandpa. Shinrojia nodded repeatedly. When she looked up again, the old man was still. His wide eyes held a faint, contented smile. He had done all he could. His granddaughter's path forward would now depend solely on her own strength. You little brat, are you never going to stop? Get down here. Yi Bu-fan watched the flames surge toward Qin Rujia, drew his sword, and unleashed a slashing blade of light. Chapter 22, the final request. Even in death, she would follow him. Bang! The sword light struck the flames. Sparks flew as a fiery red bird crashed to the ground. The bird's eyes blazed with savage fury. Just as it flapped its wings to take flight, the sword light descended once more. Bang! The fiery bird crashed to the ground once more. This time, a hint of fear flickered in its eyes as it stared at Yi Bu-fan. Instead of flapping its wings to fly away, it backed up steadily on its two legs. Two choices, Yi Bu-fan said coldly. Run if you want to die, or submit to me if you don't. His purple flame divine eyes could not only perceive vitality but also discern others' bloodlines. Just as he had previously discerned Qin Rujia's condition, he now compelled the fiery red bird to acknowledge him as its master. He didn't know what kind of demon beast the fiery red bird was, but he could discern that this little creature possessed a mutated bloodline. Among demon beasts, mutated bloodlines were rarer than high-grade bloodlines. Though the little creature currently possessed only the divine power of a level 10 demon beast, its future growth potential held countless variables. In this world, magical beasts posed the greatest threat to humanity. Their cultivation tiers mirrored those of cultivators. Levels 139 were low-tier beasts, equivalent to human divine servants. Levels 40-69 were mid-tier beasts, matching human level 1 divine envoys. Levels 70-99 were high-tier beasts, corresponding to human level 2 divine envoys. Had Yi Bu-fan not intended to tame the little creature, a single sword strike would have slain it. It seems you've chosen death, Yi Bu-fan declared, raising his sword. This time, the purple prison divine power emanating from the blade was more than twice as potent as before. The fiery red bird startled, then a girl's voice rang out. When did I choose death? You're just looking for an excuse to kill me. The fiery bird stared fearfully at the slowly descending sword light. Before it could finish its sentence, its form transformed into a ball of flame and shot toward Yi Bu-fan. Before the fiery bird could draw near, a thread of crimson power burrowed into Yi Bu-fan's soul. This sensation of a soul acknowledging its master was not new to Yi Bu-fan. The last time had been with the Taotie. This time, it was the fiery red bird. Feeling complete control over the fiery bird's life and death, the glow on his sword vanished instantly. From now on, you'll be called Fire Egg, declared Yi Bu-fan. That name is awful. The fiery bird landed before Yi Bu-fan, its eyes glaring angrily at him. Before it could finish, Yi Bu-fan's icy, piercing gaze silenced it. How does your attack resemble Fire Egg? You look exactly like this and still think it's ugly? If you want something less ugly, go reincarnate and start over, Yi Bu-fan said. The fiery red bird stared at Yi Bu-fan, at this ruthless master, its heart in utter turmoil. At the same time, the soul of the gluttonous beast twitched its lips slightly. Back when Yi Bu-fan had called it Big Mouth, his words had been almost identical. This guy definitely had a naming disorder. Big Mouth, Fire Egg neither sounded like proper names. What do you plan to do next? With your current strength, you're no match for Bai Mang. He's at least level 20 or higher, the Taotie said. Level 20 or above? Give me 2 months max, and I'll kill him. Yi Bu-fan fumed, but you're right, I can't beat him now. I'll hide out at the 99 Lower Divine Academy for now. The original host's memories had merged with his own. The original host had never forgotten the suffering endured at the 99 Lower Divine Academy. Of course, he intended to reclaim what was taken. At the 99 Lower Divine Academy, he could not only reclaim what was lost but also use the academy as cover to hide his true self. More crucially, as a disciple of the 99 Lower Divine Academy, he could access its cultivation resources. Though he couldn't cultivate, he could refine elixirs to enhance his divine power. With this thought, Yi Bu-fan channeled his purple prison divine power at full force, accelerating the reshaping of his physical form. Half a day later, as dusk gradually fell, the physical restructuring was finally complete. Yi Bu-fan rose to leave, but Qin Rujia, who had been sobbing over her grandfather's body moments before, rushed over. Thud! Qin Rujia knelt directly before him, wrapping her arms tightly around Yi Bu-fan's calf. You still want to cling to me? Your grandfather did this willingly. It has nothing to do with me, Yi Bu-fan said coldly. Qin Rujia said nothing, clinging desperately to Yi Bu-fan's calf, refusing to let go. All afternoon, she had thought of nothing else. Staring at her grandfather's body, his final words echoed relentlessly in her mind. Promise Grandpa you'll follow him even in death. Those words became the sole anchor keeping her alive. Even if I'm unlucky enough to run into a con artist, take this money. Go find someone to bury your grandfather properly. With no other option, Yi Bu-fan produced the money and belongings he had seized from Lu Tiancheng, Wu Xiao, and the others, stuffing them all into Qin Rujia's hands. Qin Rujia said nothing, only shaking her head repeatedly. The money and belongings fell from her grasp without her sparing them a second glance. Faced with such a woman, Yi Bu-fan couldn't bring himself to force her. In the end, he found a spot and buried the old man. Your grandfather is laid to rest. Now I'll take you home. Remember this place, come visit whenever you miss him. Yi Bu-fan strode away with Qin Rujia in tow. Guided by Qin Rujia, they arrived at a remote mountain forest. No cities or villages lay nearby, only a crude thatched hut stood amidst the woods. 2 wooden beds, a table, and 2 stools all crafted from rough planks. Beyond that, the room was practically devoid of anything else. "This is your home?" Yi Bu-fan frowned deeply as he surveyed the bare walls of the wooden hut. "My grandfather awakened divine power, but my father didn't." Shin Rojia recounted her circumstances in full detail. Then she lowered her head, unable to meet Yi Bu-fan's gaze. "So you mean your grandfather has already arranged for you to attend the 8-9 Divine Academy?" Yi Bu-fan inquired. Shin Rojia nodded. "Then I'll take you to the 8th-9th Lower Divine Academy," Yi Bu-fan said. Shin Rojia remained silent, only shaking her head repeatedly. "What exactly do you want? Can you speak up?" Yi Bu-fan was driven to the brink of madness by this woman, his voice rising. "Grandfather ordered me to follow you even unto death." "Wherever you go, I go," Shin Rojia said, tears streaming down her face. Yi Bu-fan stared at Shin Rojia before suddenly bursting into laughter. Shin Rojia was equally bewildered by Yi Bu-fan's inexplicable laughter. Tears streaming down her face, she looked at him curiously. The old fox was spot on. "Your grandfather is quite the strategist. With just one sentence, he's handed you over to me," Yi Bu-fan roared with laughter. Only now did he grasp the old man's profound wisdom. He had risked everything to protect him, seeking no reward, relying solely on familiarity. He had fought fiercely against the fire eggs attacks, sacrificing half a year of his lifespan before Yi Bu-fan to win his sympathy. His final words to follow him even in death not only gave Shin Rojia a reason to live but also a clear path forward. All of this was done to ensure Yi Bu-fan would take Shin Rojia with him. Even if she couldn't awaken divine power, staying by his side to serve tea and water meant she wouldn't have to become a slave in the underworld. "If you insist on following me, you must obey my every command. Understand?" Yi Bu-fan declared. Shin Rojia nodded firmly. "Good. Go fetch water and bathe me," Yi Bu-fan commanded. Chapter 23, Is third-tier divine power that impressive? Inside the thatched hut, Shin Rojia stared at Yi Bu-fan, completely dumbfounded. She was innocent, yet she understood what bathing a man entailed. Meeting Yi Bu-fan's icy gaze, her heart raced wildly. "Since you won't listen, then don't follow me anymore." Yi Bu-fan turned and walked away. "I'll obey." Shin Rojia spun around and dashed outside, grabbing a wooden bucket before hurrying back. Before long, Yi Bu-fan saw Shin Rojia return carrying water. She poured it into the large cauldron outside and lit the firewood. After tending to the fire here, she went to fetch more water there. It took a full hour of bustling about before the large pot of water was finally heated. She carried the hot water inside in the wooden bucket, placed the towel inside, and then carefully approached Yi Bu-fan to help him undress. At that moment, her heartbeat doubled. Piece by piece, his clothes came off until only his underwear remained. She picked up the damp towel and began wiping his body. His body, once covered in dust, gradually revealed its true color under the hot water. His skin, as delicate and elastic as a newborn's, seemed to shed a layer of skin wherever the towel touched. Especially when she wiped the grime from his face, Shin Rojia's eyes lit up involuntarily. Sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, fair skin, and a well-proportioned, muscular physique, he was the very definition of a handsome man. "That area, do you want me to wash that for you too?" Shin Rojia lowered her head, her gaze settling on Yi Bu-fan's underwear, her voice barely audible. "You've got some nerve. Get out." Yi Yifan snapped coldly. "I didn't mean anything by it. I just wanted to ask, have you lost the ability to love?" After Shin Rojia left, the Taotie suddenly spoke up. "The hell demon lotus gave you so much. Besides losing your sense of pain, you must have lost something else too." Yi Bu-fan replied coldly, "Do you think I have the heart to ponder such things now? With Xiaorou by my side, staying in the 8th divine realm is the best choice. Later, I'll find a way to enter the 8th and 9th lower divine academy like Xiaorou. While cultivating, I'll gather intelligence on the Bai family. I may not be able to handle Bai Mang right now, but I can deal with the Bai family's disciples. If I kill, I'll kill until the heavens turn upside down. Not only that, but as a student of the 8th-9th Lower Divine Academy, I'll compete against the 9th Lower Divine Academy. I'll make every bastard who ever looked down on me regret it." The Taotie nodded. Forget Yi Bu-fan, that reckless fool. Even if it had endured all this, it wouldn't let it rest. After washing up, Yi Bu-fan collapsed onto the wooden bed. He'd been utterly exhausted these past few days and drifted off into a drowsy sleep. When he awoke, daylight had already filled the sky. As soon as he rose, he saw Shin Rojia looking haggard as she crouched by the doorway. Hearing the movement, she hurriedly stood up. "Breakfast is ready. Wash your face first." Before Yi Bu-fan could speak, Shin Rojia entered carrying a basin of water. Yi Bu-fan said nothing, washing his face and eating breakfast as Shin Rojia attended to him. Shin Rojia remained silent throughout, acting like a dutiful maid. "Pack your things later. I'll take you to the 8th-9th Divine Academy," Yi Bu-fan said. "I'll follow you," Shin Rojia murmured, head bowed. "Don't worry. You go inside first. I'll figure out a way to enter the 8th-9th Lower Divine Academy." Before Qin Rongjia could respond, Yi Bu-fan added coldly, I don't want you questioning my orders from now on. Otherwise, I won't take you with me. You should know it's as easy as turning my hand to shake you off. Qin Rongjia fell silent. Glancing around the bare room, she finally pulled a small wooden box from beneath the bed. She took out a jade pendant and carefully fastened it around her neck. Yi Bu-fan asked no further questions. The two headed straight for the 8th-9th Lower Divine Academy. The 8th-9th Divine Academy was the 9th and lowest tier academy within the 8th Divine Realm. Following the sequence of establishment, it was the last of the lower tier academies to be built and consequently the weakest in power. Typically, 17-year-old youths could enter the Divine Academy and awaken their divine power at 18. This system not only identified prodigies but also ensured those unable to awaken divine power were sent to the underworld as slaves. It could be said that the divine academies across the 9 divine realms existed solely to serve the 9 divine temples, controlling every soul within the 9 divine realms. Did you hear? Bai Hong from the Bai family awakened 3rd tier divine power. He'll definitely be assigned to the honors class after entering 1st grade. He's got family backing. The Bai clan is a 3rd-rate family in the 8th divine realm. With early cultivation and hereditary bloodline, awakening 3rd tier divine power isn't surprising at all. Yeah, those of us without family backing can only hope to awaken divine power and avoid being sent to the underworld as slaves. Pfft, what's wrong with being a slave? Look at Yi Bu-fan, he was a slave and still slaughtered so many divine subjects. Yi Bu-fan and Qin Rongjia had just arrived at the lower divine academy when they overheard students murmuring near the entrance. Yi Bu-fan may have killed divine subjects, but in the end, he was killed by Bai Mang. If you ask me, even if he were still alive, the Bai family wouldn't let him off the hook. Hearing this, Yi Bu-fan shot Qin Rongjia a meaningful glance. She stepped inside. Qin Rongjie's arrangements had long been handled by her grandfather. All she needed to do now was find Yu Hai, the mentor of the lower 8th-9th Divine Academy's preparatory class, to complete her enrollment. Having surpassed the age for divine power awakening, Yi Bu-fan had only one path left to enter the academy, taking the entrance assessment. Who knew I'd become so notorious? Looks like I can't use my old name anymore. With that thought, Yi Bu-fan strode toward the entrance exam registration desk. Name? Age, the senior in charge of registration asked without looking up. Bu-fan, 18. Yi Bu-fan replied. Alright, wait over there. Once no one else signs up, you'll take the entrance exam together, the senior said. Yi Bu-fan nodded and walked over to sit down. Just then, a youth emerged from the Divine Academy, drawing numerous glances. Look, that's Bai Hong, the one who awakened 3rd tier divine power. If you could marry him, even without awakening divine power yourself, you'd still be protected by the Bai family in the underworld. The Bai family is only a 3rd-rate clan. They'd marry someone from at least an ordinary family like you? 2 female trainees beside him stared at Bai Hong, their eyes sparkling. Yi Bu-fan's brows furrowed. Whether in his past life or this world, true fairness never existed. Some were born into circumstances others spent lifetimes striving for. Others toiled for years only to end up as beasts of burden. At this thought, Yi Bu-fan's fists clenched involuntarily. What bull rules? He was here to shatter them. Is 3rd-tier divine power so impressive? Yi Bu-fan retorted coldly. Don't act like sour grapes. Do you even have 2nd-tier divine power? The female cadet who had spoken earlier looked at Yi Bu-fan with utter contempt. Though Yi Bu-fan had changed clothes, he lacked suitable attire and wore the old man's clothes Qin Rongjia had dug out. Apart from his handsome looks, he looked every bit the country bumpkin. The quality of awakened divine power isn't a realm. In battle, it all comes down to strength, Yi Bu-fan stated. You're talking big, kid. You're here for the entrance exam too, right? Just wait, I'll show you that you have no right to speak of young Master Bai. A male student, hearing Yi Bu-fan's words, strode over. His contemptuous gaze brimmed with provocation as he stared at Yi Bu-fan. Chapter 24, The Lower Divine Academy, Entrance Assessment. Who knows where this bumpkin crawled out from? He's got no idea how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. Song Yang, give him a proper lesson later. The female trainee beside him lifted her chin, looking at Yi Bu-fan as if he were an idiot. Don't worry, Hongye. If I can't handle something this small, how am I supposed to keep up with young Master Bai? Song Yang chuckled. Zhang Hongye nodded in satisfaction. Song Yang had no family backing, while her own Zhang family was merely ordinary. Even so, that ordinary status gave her the standing to pursue Bai Hong. She intended to make Bai Hong understand that she was willing to do anything for him. Yi Bu-fan remained silent. Such petty squabbles held no interest for him. His target was Bai Hong. Since he couldn't deal with Bai Mang now, he'd collect some interest from the Bai family first. Coward, you've gone silent now? Song Yang stared at Yi Bu-fan, wearing a smug look of petty triumph. All around them, whether new students registering or candidates taking entrance exams, turned their gaze toward Yi Bu-fan. The female students, in particular, wore looks of utter contempt. In this world where strength reigned supreme, a man too scared to speak was nothing but a complete failure. Qin Rongjia followed her preschool mentor, Yu Hai, out and happened to witness the scene. In that instant, her eyelid twitched involuntarily. Quiet. The entrance assessment begins. Yu Hai's cold command instantly silenced the surrounding area. As a preschool instructor, he was responsible for students like Chin Rujia who hadn't awakened divine power, yet he also oversaw the entrance assessment. Only those who had awakened divine power could participate in the entrance exam. Those who passed would become first-year students at the Divine Academy. This year's entrance exam will use an elimination format, Yu Hai announced. Those who win 2 matches will become students of the Divine Academy. All others will be eliminated. The examinees stared at Yu Hai in shock. Previously, the entrance exam merely tested divine power through friendly sparring to demonstrate one's abilities. But this time, they were forced into direct combat. Didn't that mean 3/4 of them would be eliminated? Master, this isn't how the Divine Academy has ever done it before. Why the change? Someone asked. To explain this, we must revisit the wrath of the Earthfire several days ago. Yi Bufan destroyed the underground world, prompting the 9 divine temples to independently develop it. Developing the underground world requires manpower. If the Divine Academy recruits too many students, there won't be enough people to develop it. Yu Hai looked at the crowd and said, the 9 divine realms have always been in competition. This applies to the 9 divine temples, and it also applies to the various divine academies within the 9 divine realms. We, the lower-tier divine academy, must prioritize the greater good. Even after becoming academy students, we must participate in the underground world's development. The moment he finished speaking, the crowd of entrance exam candidates erupted in uproar. Why should we pay the price for what Yi Bufan did? This is unfair. We don't even know Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan listened to the clamor around him, his lips twitching slightly. After all this, the root cause of the matter was actually him. He knew the uproar caused by destroying the underground world would be significant, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this massive. All 9 divine realms had been affected. Your reputation is utterly ruined now, declared the Taotie. Bad? This is only the beginning. Yi Bufan retorted. I've never seen anyone so shameless, the Taotie rolled his eyes. Within his soul, the fire egg dared not speak, but nodded heavily. It remembered all too well how shamelessly its master had coerced it into acknowledging him as its owner. Anyone with complaints may leave now. Our 8-9 Divine Academy seeks the strong, not whiners, Yu Hai declared coldly. The surrounding area instantly fell silent as everyone waited for Yu Hai's instructions. For the first round, find your own opponents. The loser is eliminated, the winner advances to the next round. Yu Hai surveyed the crowd. Once you find your opponent, separate and fight alone. Begin! A vast plaza stretched before the Divine Academy, ample space for one-on-one duels. Except for those who had come with companions they knew, no one recognized each other or understood their opponent's strength. This round was not only a test of skill but also a gamble of luck. This trial determined whether they could enter the 899 Divine Academy. The examinees scanned the area, each acting with utmost caution. Everyone hoped to draw a weaker opponent, allowing them to save their full divine power for the next match. Even Song Yang, who had earlier boasted about teaching Yi Bufan a lesson, didn't glance at him now. Instead, he fixed his gaze on a frail-looking youth nearby. In front of so many witnesses, no one dared show weakness or play the coward. The moment their eyes met, both turned and walked toward the same direction. Thud, thud, thud. The contest began without warning, as suddenly as it started. It ended even faster. Unless opponents shared the same cultivation level, those of lower ranks would voluntarily withdraw after 2 or 3 exchanges. In the eyes of the crowd, cultivation level was the ultimate measure of combat prowess. Without sufficient cultivation, fighting desperately was futile. Of course, this only applied to those below the 10th level divine disciple rank. Beyond that, cultivators who mastered divine techniques could overcome a lower cultivation level and still prevail. Pairs who had gathered at the Divine Academy gates began departing one by one, each to engage in a duel. The last remaining were Yi Bufan and Zhang Hongyi, whose eyes held nothing but Bai Hong. Slander young master Bai, and I'll make you regret it. Zhang Hongyi strode toward Yi Bufan, drawing the long sword at her waist before she was even close. It was worth noting that among all the duels witnessed, no one had resorted to using weapons. Even Yu Hai frowned slightly at the sight of Zhang Hongyi drawing her blade. The entrance assessment had no explicit rule against weapon use, but participants understood the unspoken rule: there was no need for weapons. Though Yu Hai found it unsettling, he made no move to intervene. Wait! Yi Bufan suddenly called out. You're scared? Too late. Zhang Hongyi sneered coldly. Whether victorious or defeated, all present turned their gaze toward Yi Bufan, their expressions thick with scorn. To show cowardice before the contest even began, in full view of everyone, was utterly disgraceful. Master, I'm not entirely clear on the rules of the entrance assessment. Might I ask for clarification? Yi Bufan turned to look at Yu Hai. Go ahead, Yu Hai replied. May I ask if weapons are permitted during the entrance trial? As the saying goes, blades have no eyes. What happens if someone dies? Yi Bufan inquired. There's no rule against using weapons, nor is there one prohibiting death. However, such outcomes should be avoided whenever possible, Yu Hai replied. Yi Bufan nodded, then turned to face Zhang Hongye. What does he mean by that? Does he actually want to kill someone? He's crazy. Killing someone during the entrance exam? Doesn't he fear the Zhang family's retaliation? I think he's scared to death. He's asking questions so he can admit defeat in time. Hearing Yi Bufan's words, the crowd murmured among themselves. You've asked what I wanted to know. Now I'll give you a chance. Kneel and apologize, and I'll spare your life, Zhang Hongye sneered coldly. Chapter 25, 10 moves more than enough. I don't like laying hands on the elderly, the weak, women, or children. It's beneath me. Yi Bufan said calmly, now I'm willing to change the rules starting with you, love-struck fool. Ha ha ha. Zhang Hongye couldn't help but burst into laughter. You country bumpkin, thinking you can kill me? Utterly delusional. Die. Zhang Hongye swung her sword, the blade's glint slicing through the air like water, aiming straight for Yi Bufan's heart. Yi Bufan sidestepped to evade, sweeping his blade horizontally. He retreated rapidly as the sword tip grazed his outer robe. Seeing Zhang Hongye charge forward again, Yi Bufan drew the long sword from his waist. Clang! 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 Each of Zhang Hongye's strikes was parried by Yi Bufan, driving her attacks to grow ever faster and more powerful. Having a family makes all the difference. He's already a level 2 divine disciple before even entering the Divine Academy. For us without family connections, joining the Divine Academy means access to cultivation resources. But for those with family backing, joining too early isn't worth it. They're better off staying within their clan to cultivate. They don't lack resources. This guy can only defend, he has no counterattack. If he doesn't admit defeat soon, he might die. Zhang Hongye listened to the surrounding murmurs, a faint smile curling her lips. This was precisely the effect she wanted, for Bai Hong was watching from within the Divine Academy. She wanted Bai Hong to know she was worthy of pursuing him. Once she became a Bai family daughter-in-law with ample cultivation resources, she too could become a formidable powerhouse. With this thought, her attacks grew increasingly rapid as she unleashed every technique honed through relentless training within her clan. Several times, Yi Bufan narrowly dodged her sharp strikes. Impressive. A second-tier divine disciple with such combat prowess is worthy of entering the Divine Academy. Yu Hai watched Zhang Hongye's battle and nodded with satisfaction. Behind him, Qin Rujia heard these words and couldn't help but lower her head. She truly dared not watch, nor dare speak. She had witnessed Yi Bufan's strength firsthand. Her grandfather, a level 9 divine disciple, had been killed by Huadan. Yet Yi Bufan, with his incomplete, imperfectly reshaped body, had nearly killed Huadan with a single sword strike. She didn't know exactly how strong Yi Bufan was, but he was definitely at level 10. For a level 2 divine being to kill a level 10 divine being? What chance did he have of entering the Divine Academy? Within 10 moves, that guy will fall beneath Zhang Hongye's blade, Bai Hong chuckled. Though he disliked Zhang Hongye, she was standing up for him. Naturally, he wanted Yi Bufan dead. Whether it was Zhang Hongye or Song Yang, in everyone's eyes, they were his people. 9 more moves. Hearing Bai Hong's words, Zhang Hongye's resolve only strengthened. Before she could finish her sentence, Yi Bufan, who had been purely defensive, abruptly changed tactics. Previously, he had only dodged and retreated. This time, facing the lunging sword, he stepped forward to meet it head-on. Just as the blade seemed poised to pierce his body, Yi Bufan twisted sideways, the sword slicing past him. Under the gaze of the crowd, Yi Bufan raised his sword. Its edge instantly sliced across Zhang Hongye's throat. It felt less like Yi Bufan had acted, and more like Zhang Hongye had offered her own neck to the blade. You! Zhang Hongye clutched her throat, staring at Yi Bufan in terror. 10 moves? That was unnecessary. Yi Bufan sheathed his sword as he spoke. Thud! Zhang Hongye's eyes widened as she collapsed. She couldn't comprehend how, having dominated the fight, she'd ended up with her throat slit. 10 moves were unnecessary? Had he been toying with her all alone? Holy! He actually killed him. He's dead meat. Even if the Divine Academy doesn't pursue it, the Zhang family won't let him off. Not just the Zhang family. Zhang Hongye was, after all, Bai Hong's woman. Even if Bai Hong wasn't his match, the Bai family would kill him. The crowd stared at Yi Bufan in shock, but their shock soon turned to pity. If the Bai family truly wanted Yi Bufan dead, even 8 or 9 divine halls wouldn't protect him. A low-tier divine hall wasn't like a mid-tier one under normal circumstances, they wouldn't dare offend a third-rate family. Yu Hai regarded Yi Bufan with considerable surprise. He hadn't discerned Yi Bufan's cultivation level and had previously shared Bai Hong's assessment. Now, witnessing Yi Bufan instantly slay Zhang Hongye, he realized he had misjudged him. Yet he couldn't understand how, with his own strength, he hadn't discerned Yi Bufan's cultivation level. What he didn't know was that Yi Bufan couldn't cultivate. All the divine power he plundered and refined was stored within his body. The greater the divine power he used, the higher the cultivation realm he displayed. For instance, in his battle with Zhang Hongye, his final strike only manifested the cultivation level of a level 1 divine subject. He simply didn't need to waste too much divine power. You deserve to die. Song Yang strode forward, his eyes blazing with murderous intent. He had secretly harbored feelings for Zhang Hongye all along, but she only had eyes for Bai Hong, leaving him no chance to confess. Yi Bufan ignored him, instead turning to look at Yu Hai. He had asked all the necessary questions earlier. If Yu Hai now declared him unfit, there would be no point in entering the 8th 9th Lower Divine Academy. Winners formed 2 lines. Yu Hai glanced at Yi Bufan before speaking. The victors quickly separated into 2 lines, their numbers evenly matched. Once you're in position, no changing places. Now, the first person in the first row faces the second person in the second row. The second person in the first row faces the third person in the second row, and so on. Yu Hai addressed the crowd. Each group will compete separately. Everyone looked at their respective opponents and immediately separated. I surrender. Just as Yi Bufan was about to step forward, the youth opposite him suddenly spoke up. I'm a level 2 divine servant. I'm afraid you'll kill me. Yi Bufan looked at him and nodded slightly. The boy's simple, earnest demeanor clearly marked him as not a clan disciple. Though he had conceded defeat, Yi Bufan felt no contempt toward him. Boom! Song Yang sent his opponent flying with a single punch and strode forward. Shall we fight? Song Yang bellowed. Whether their matches had concluded or not, all eyes instantly turned toward Yi Bufan. They had assumed that since the two hadn't faced each other in the second round, this matter would simply fade away. Yet here was Song Yang, publicly issuing a challenge. Yi Bufan ignored him, striding purposefully toward the Divine Academy. Song Yang, you and he are both first-year students in the 8th or 9th tier of the Divine Academy now. According to the Academy's rules, if there's an irreconcilable grudge between 2 parties, they can go straight to the death arena. Bai Hong suddenly interjected. Yi Bufan followed the crowd's gaze and saw a 2-meter-tall platform directly opposite the Academy's main gate. The words Death Battle Platform in bright red letters stood out prominently at the front. Beneath the characters, another line was inscribed, 2 ascend, 1 descends. All grudges and enmities erased in one stroke. Yi Bufan turned to look at Yu Hai. The Divine Academy does indeed have such a rule, Yu Hai replied. But whether to step up is entirely voluntary. The Academy does not interfere. Then I won't go up. Yi Bufan declared decisively. In his eyes, Zhang Hongye and Song Yang were mere clowns. Killing them or not made no difference. Zhang Hongye possessed 20 points of greed power, while Song Yang had a mere 5. He couldn't be bothered with a measly 5 points of greed power. Are you even a man? All you know how to do is bully women? If you don't come up and fight today, not only will I look down on you, but every other student in the Divine Academy will be ashamed of you. Song Yang charged up the death platform, his voice echoing with fury. Chapter 26, Murder in Broad Daylight. Song Yang terrified. Mentor, does the Divine Academy have dormitories? Yi Bufan asked. Yu Hai was taken aback by Yi Bufan's sudden question. In broad daylight, facing Song Yang's blatant challenge, shouldn't he just step up? What was going on? Why was he asking about dorms now? Mentor, if the Divine Academy doesn't have dormitories, I'll find a place to stay first and report tomorrow, Yi Bufan said. There are dorms, but the fees are steep. Yu Hai glanced at Yi Bufan's attire and hesitated, words stuck in his throat. As an instructor, he'd seen many students like Yi Bufan. Given their financial circumstances, living at the Divine Academy was out of the question. Yi Bufan glanced at Qin Rojia standing behind Yu Hai, then slowly lowered his head, understanding the situation. Clearly, the money he'd given Qin Rojia was only enough to cover her lodging. Thank you for the reminder, Professor. I'll come back tomorrow to register. Yi Bufan said. Class assignments are tomorrow. This is crucial for you, don't skip it under any circumstances, Yu Hai reminded him. Yi Bufan nodded with a smile. Through their brief exchange, he could tell the man was a competent instructor who handled matters fairly. I'll lend you this money for now. Given your current situation, staying at the Divine Academy is your best option. This covers your lodging expenses since you won't be entering the academy this year anyway. Pay me back when you're in a better financial position. Shortly after Yi Bufan left the Divine Academy, the youth who had conceded defeat in their earlier duel approached him. Why did you help me? If it weren't for me, you could have entered the lower 8th or 9th tier Divine Academy, Yi Bufan asked curiously. I could tell you came from a humble background. Who among us wouldn't want to enter the Divine Academy? You're stronger than me, so naturally, you should be the one to go. The youth smiled. My name is Lin Bai. I'm alone, with no family. Right now, I deliver food in Yuan City. Yi Bufan stared at him with a peculiar look. Is this world this cutthroat too? A level 2 divine disciple delivering food? Don't be fooled by how he seemed scared to death and surrendered during their duel. Under Yi Bufan's purple flame divine eyes, everything about the other was laid bare. True, he was a level 2 divine servant, but the quality of his divine power had already reached the 2nd tier. More importantly, his divine power was incredibly dense, the densest Yi Bufan had ever witnessed, without exception. Whether due to this sheer density or an exceptionally solid foundation, the opponent's meridians were more than twice as wide as those of ordinary divine subjects. A late bloomer. As Yi Bu-fan examined the opponent's physical form, this phrase naturally flashed through his mind. Don't look at me like that. If Yi Bu-fan hadn't triggered the wrath of the Earthfire and destroyed the largest underground realm in the 9 divine domains, the streets would be filled with first, second, and third-tier divine subjects. Look around now, how many ordinary people are strolling the streets. They're seizing the day, because they don't know when they'll be sent to the underworld. Lin Bai explained. So they should thank Yi Bu-fan? Yi Bu-fan asked. To the 9 divine temples, Yi Bu-fan is unforgivable. But to ordinary people, he's the god in their hearts. Lin Bai whispered, if you don't believe me, go ask someone discreetly. Every single one of these ordinary people is filled with gratitude. Yi Bu-fan. The same act deemed unforgivable by some, yet met with profound gratitude by others. The disparity was staggering. If that's truly the case, you're something else, the Taotie couldn't help but remark. What do you mean? Yi Bu-fan asked, confused. If they truly worship you as a god, they become your faithful followers. If you possessed a divine domain, their devotion would generate faith energy, enhancing your domain's power. Too bad your current cultivation level makes establishing a divine domain impossible. All that faith power would go to waste, said the Taotie. Why can't I build a divine domain now? Yi Bu-fan asked. It's common knowledge. You must break through to the 10th level to cultivate divine techniques. Only after breaking through to the first level of divine messenger can you build a divine domain based on divine techniques. Only after breaking through to the second level of divine messenger can you build a divine kingdom based on your divine domain. The Taotie rolled his eyes. You've barely started practicing divine techniques and already want to build a divine realm? Why not just fly straight to heaven? Yi Bu-fan retorted, how would I know it's impossible without trying? Rules are rigid, but people are flexible. Ignoring the glutton, he silently resolved to find a time to test it. Forget the money. How about crashing at your place? Yi Bu-fan slung his arm around Lin Bai's shoulder. Lin Bai froze in shock. Was this guy shameless or just a social butterfly? He meant well, but why was he pushing his luck? Just as Lin Bo opened his mouth to speak, Song Yang and Bai Hong strode over. You think skipping the death stage will save your life? With the Bai family backing me, I could kill you in broad daylight and no one would dare say they saw a thing. Bai Hong sneered coldly. Don't bully honest people. Everyone saw it that woman tried to kill him first. Lin Bai retorted, his neck stiff with defiance. Yi Bu-fan watched Lin Bo's indignant expression and shook his head helplessly. If the other party were reasonable, they wouldn't have pursued him all the way out of the Divine Academy. Head over to that ramen shop and wait for me. I'll be there soon. Yi Bu-fan patted Lin Bo on the shoulder. Lin Bo nodded. He knew staying here wouldn't change anything. Yi Bu-fan watched Lin Bo walk away until he disappeared around the corner of another street before turning to face Song Yang and Bai Hong. You two plan to kill me here? Yi Bu-fan asked with a smile. Of course. The moment Bai Hong's words left his mouth, a cold gleam flashed before his eyes, accompanied by the sharp sound of a sword being drawn from its scabbard. You dare kill me? Bai Hong stared at the sword piercing his chest, his eyes wide with disbelief as he looked at Yi Bu-fan. Killing you is merely collecting some interest. I'm going to wipe out your entire Bai family. Yi Bu-fan slowly drew the sword as he spoke. Why? Bai Hong forced out the words, clinging to his last breath. Ever heard of Yi Bu-fan? Sorry to disappoint, but I am Yi Bu-fan. Yi Bu-fan chuckled. Put. Bai Hong's mouth spewed a torrent of blood as his eyes widened and he collapsed stiffly to the ground. Song Yang, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. From the moment Yi Bu-fan drew his sword to the instant he struck down his opponent was but a blink of an eye. What sent chills down Song Yang's spine was that Yi Bu-fan had used his very own sword. You're really that Yi Bu-fan who provoked the wrath of the Earthfire? Song Yang exclaimed in shock. Compared to Yi Bu-fan using his sword to kill Bai Hong, Yi Bu-fan's identity terrified him far more. This was the ruthless man who had slaughtered over a dozen overseers and captains in the underground world and ultimately clashed with Bai Mang, the king of the underworld, triggering the fury of the Earthfire. Why are you trembling? Didn't you want to kill me? Yi Bu-fan asked coldly. Song Yang was too terrified to speak. Clang! Yi Bu-fan casually tossed his long sword to the ground, sending Song Yang's heart leaping into his throat. Watching Yi Bu-fan stride away, gazing at Bai Hong lying lifeless on the ground with eyes wide open, Song Yang's mind went blank. A man had died right before his eyes, killed with his own sword. He couldn't wash the stain off even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Back to the Spirit Academy, only the mentor can save me now. Song Yang snapped back to reality, scooped up the sword, and took off running. He had no time to ponder why Yi Bu-fan hadn't killed him, nor why he'd spoken those words right in front of him. He only wanted to hide within the Divine Academy, never to emerge again. The Bai family was a third-rate clan. While they held considerable influence in Yuan City, their power wasn't great enough to dare trespass into the Divine Academy. As long as his mentor intervened, he could confront Yi Bu-fan directly and have the Bai family deal with him. Chapter 27, Digging a Pit to Bury Someone, Killing the Heart. Are you out of your mind? Exposing yourself now? Don't you fear Bai Mang will come for us immediately? Taotie glared at Yi Bu Fan, boiling with rage. He thought this guy could lie low for a while inside the Divine Academy, but instead, he'd caused such a commotion right after arriving. Sorry, Bai Hong has 30 points of greed power. I just couldn't resist. Don't worry, we'll split it 50-50 this time. Yi Bu Fan said. Taotie's mind was in utter turmoil. Couldn't resist? He'd barely kept quiet for a few days before starting trouble again? Split it evenly? Was he trying to shut him up? I know you have a big appetite. This bit of greed power won't even fill your teeth. Rest assured, the more people who want to kill me, the more greed power you'll get. By the way, you'd better recover quickly, freeloading won't cut it. Yi Bu Fan declared. The gluttonous beast glared at Yi Bu Fan, grinding its molars so hard they nearly broke. I'm broke. You're buying the ramen. Yi Bu Fan strode into the ramen shop and called out, Owner, 1 bowl of beef ramen, extra beef please. Cough cough cough. Lin Bai choked on his drink at Yi Bu Fan's words. But he didn't mind. Even though he was just a delivery guy, he could still afford a bowl of ramen. Bai Hong let you go that quickly? Lin Bo asked. I killed him. Yi Bu Fan declared. Cough cough cough. Lin Bai choked again, coughing even harder than before. After choking twice in a row, he decided not to ask any more questions. This guy was completely unreliable. Killing the genius of the Bai family right on the street? It was like telling ghost stories in broad daylight. Just as Yi Bu Fan was eating his ramen, Song Yang burst into Yu Hai's office. Professor, it's bad. That guy killed Bai Hong. Song Yang gasped, breathless. Bai Hong is dead. Yu Hai leapt to his feet. He knew Song Yang and Bai Hong had gone out, expecting nothing more than a verbal spat. He never imagined Yi Bu Fan would go straight for murder. If it had been Song Yang, it might have been tolerable, but it was Bai Hong. Bai Hong had awakened 3rd-tier divine power, the first in the Bai family in centuries. Once the Bai family learned this news, they'd be furious. That bastard even claimed he was Yi Bu Fan, the one who unleashed the fury of the earth fire. He not only intends to kill Bai Hong, but also to wipe out the entire Bai family, Song Yang declared. Yu Hai hadn't even recovered from the first piece of news when the second one knocked him for a loop. The Divine Academy could bear the first piece of news, but the second was beyond its capacity to handle. Forget the 9 divine temples, just the Bai family learning Yi Bu Fan wasn't dead would rally the Zhang, Lu, and Hu families to storm the Divine Academy. Song Yang, you've taken on a hell of a lot. Provoking trouble and stirring up trouble. Yu Hai suddenly slammed his fist on the table and roared. Mentor, I didn't. Song Yang recoiled in fright. Still deny it? The wrath of Earthfire leaves no trace of life. Who could possibly survive its fury? I will investigate Bai Hong's death thoroughly. If you continue to spout nonsense, I will expel you from the 8-9 Lower Divine Academy. Yu Hai said coldly. Song Yang stared at Yu Hai's icy expression, completely dumbfounded. In that moment, he suddenly understood why Yi Bu Fan hadn't killed him and why his mentor was so furious. His mentor's words made perfect sense. Who would believe anyone could survive the wrath of the Earthfire? This was a goddamn supersized pitfall, waiting for him to stumble right in. The worst part was, he'd actually walked straight into it. Killing someone is one thing, but that bastard had killed his very soul. He killed Bai Hong's men, but he destroyed his very soul. The thought sent a chill down Song Yang's spine. Bu Fan, this is the place I'm renting. You can rest here for now. I still have deliveries to make. After Lin Bo and Yi Bu Fan finished their noodles, they arrived at the rental apartment. Yi Bu Fan surveyed the modest 50 to 60 square meter space and nodded. Go ahead with your work. Remember to bring something to eat when you return. Lin Bai shot Yi Bu Fan a withering look before turning to leave. Yi Bu Fan's shamelessness truly left him speechless. Scrounging for food, lodging, and everything else, there was nothing this guy wouldn't ask for. The door closed behind him, and Yi Bu Fan immediately began refining the greed energy from Zhang Hongye and Bai Hong. The purple prison divine power refined the greed energy swiftly. Though it granted the Taotie 15 points of greed energy, the remaining 35 points elevated his purple prison divine power to level 15. With level 15 purple prison divine power, combined with the divine techniques he had plundered from the Lu and Hu families, he could easily crush a level 16 divine servant. First, let's see if I can establish a divine domain. Then we'll check if anyone from the Lu, Hu, or Bai families has gone to the Divine Academy, Yi Bu Fan said. You spared that brat earlier just to lure the Lu family and others here to kill you? Damn it, I was once a god towering above all. Why must I live in constant fear when I'm with you? Taotie glared. It devoured 15 points of greed power. Though a drop in the bucket, it did improve its condition slightly. Don't talk like you're not the one suffering. I can't cultivate, so I have to rely on plundering to grow. If I don't find people to kill me, how can I help you recover? How can I help Fire Egg grow? Other beast companions fight alongside their masters, but you too? You've got me, the master, supporting you instead, Yi Bu Fan retorted. The Taotie and Huadan exchanged glances, both feeling a heavy weight in their hearts, an unbearable ache. Enough with the nonsense. Tell me how to construct a divine realm. Yi Bu Fan demanded. You? Taotie clutched his chest as if the next breath might be his last. Ever heard the saying? Life to fight, die to settle. I seek nothing else in this life but to go out with a bang, Yi Bu-fan declared. First, unleash your divine technique. Carefully sense the flow of its power, its attack patterns, and its coverage range. Use that as your foundation. Continuously amplify and solidify it to construct a separate domain. When you can summon this domain at will, then your divine realm will be successfully built. The Taotie had no desire to listen to Yi Bu-fan ramble on any longer. It genuinely feared being driven to its death by frustration and cut straight to the chase, revealing the method for constructing a divine realm. Yi Bu-fan immediately unleashed the Lu family's divine technique, whirlwind slash. Though he controlled his strength as much as possible, the sword's burst of light left the entire rental room in shambles. Forget the scattered debris, even the steel wire army cot was cleaved clean in two. This place doesn't seem suitable for cultivation, Yi Bu-fan remarked. Taotie and Huadan immediately closed their eyes. Using a divine technique at home, only this guy would think of that. No sooner had he stepped out of the rental room than he collided head-on with Yu Hai, who was striding toward him. So you are here. Tell me, did you kill Bai Hong? Yu Hai cut straight to the chase. I did it, Yi Bu-fan declared. Yu Hai stared at Yi Bu-fan, his eyes widening. He considered countless possibilities, including Yi Bu-fan being the killer, but never imagined the guy would confess so readily. Now, he was at a loss for words. Mentor, didn't Song Yang explain this to you clearly? Yi Bu-fan declared, I am Yi Bu-fan, the very Yi Bu-fan who unleashed the fury of the Earthfire. Just say I killed Bai Hong. Let the Zhangs, Lius, Hus, and Bishu come for me. Chapter 28, Constructing the Prototype of the Divine Realm, Domain. Yu Hai stared at Yi Bu-fan as if he'd seen a ghost. How could such a person exist in this world? How utterly shameless. Bu-fan, it's normal for young people to hold grudges, but you can't just make things up. Yu Hai took a deep breath and pleaded earnestly, even our divine academy gives the Bai family considerable face. If you didn't kill him, then you didn't kill him. Don't try to prove yourself. Youthful recklessness. In his eyes, Yi Bu-fan's behavior had only one possible explanation: the young man was clinging to his pride at the expense of his own suffering. Had this been before Yi Bu-fan took the entrance exam, Yu Hai wouldn't have uttered another word. But now Yi Bu-fan was an incoming student at the Divine Academy. Until Yi Bu-fan was officially assigned to a first-year class, Yu Hai was his mentor. Judging from how Yi Bu-fan had struck down Zhang Hongye earlier, this was a promising prospect. He couldn't just stand by and watch him ruin himself. Mentor, I wasn't showing off. Yi Bu-fan began. Enough. I understand. Forget about Bai Hong. Zhang Hongye is dead, and you killed her. You can't escape that. The Zhang family will certainly come after you. For your safety, you should come back to the Divine Academy with me. I'll cover your lodging expenses for now. You can repay me later when you have the means, Yu Hai stated. Yi Bu-fan stared at Yu Hai, his mind in utter disarray. How could he understand? He clearly killed someone, so why can't he mention it? Shouldn't encountering a fair mentor be a good thing? Why did it feel so awkward? Mentor, I can return to the Divine Academy with you first, but I need to go out again tonight. I promised my friends I'd drop by. It wouldn't be right not to say hello, Yi Bu-fan said. Why not just call them? Yu Hai asked. I don't have a phone, so I don't know my friend's number, Yi Bu-fan replied. Yu Hai nodded and led Yi Bu-fan straight to the 8th 9th Lower Divine Academy. Perhaps fearing Yi Bu-fan might cause trouble again, Yu Hai deliberately arranged a detached cottage for him, far from the academy's student dormitories. It had originally been a small storage room attached to the cafeteria, now cleaned up and made ready. Watching Yu Hai's departing figure, Yi Bu-fan sighed. Without the power of greed, how did I end up with such an exceptional mentor? Taotie rolled his eyes. He's looking out for you. You should appreciate it and stop looking for trouble. Yi Bu-fan smiled bitterly. How could I not know he meant well? But now, where would others find an opportunity to kill me? It was like fishing. He'd already baited the spot and was waiting for the fish to bite. Then the enforcers showed up, saying the area was dangerous and fishing was prohibited. Taotie. Yi Bu-fan shook his head helplessly. Looking around, the small warehouse contained only a wooden plank bed. But in a way, this simplicity suited his attempt to construct a divine realm. Why don't you believe me? You absolutely cannot construct a divine realm right now. Beyond reaching the rank of a level 1 divine messenger, the crucial requirement is perfecting your divine technique. Your divine skill is barely at the beginner level. You have a long way to go before mastery. Before Taotie could finish, Yi Bu-fan's sword light abruptly halted before his eyes. After pausing for a moment, the pale purple light suddenly burst into countless rays. Like pale purple fireworks, they radiated outward from the center, forming a small purple region. This. Taotie stared at the scene before him, his mouth agape, utterly speechless. Don't tell me this is some kind of divine realm. If it were, it would be far too easy, Yi Bu-fan remarked. This is indeed the embryonic form of a divine domain. With this, you can draw upon the faith energy of believers. Taotie took a deep breath and said, but this isn't your ability, it's your divine power that created it. The Hell Lotus transforms your divine power into the Crimson Prison divine power. As its name suggests, this divine power constructs the mightiest prison in the cosmos. Plunder is not its sole trait, stability is its very foundation. Taotie gazed at the embryonic form of the divine domain before him, where intangible forces were faintly seeping in. His eyes brimmed with awe. He knew the purple prison divine power was formidable, but never imagined it could be this monstrous. After all, the Hell Demon Lotus had granted Yi Bufan not only the purple prison divine power, but also the purple flame divine eyes and the nirvana purple soul. These were all powers that stood shoulder to shoulder with the purple prison divine power. Even more astonishingly, the purple flame patterns etched upon Yi Bufan's bones could withstand the scorching heat of magma, a power that might surpass even the purple prison divine power in its sheer monstrosity. I don't like that tone. Is the purple prison divine power mine now? If it's mine, how can it not be my ability? I'm a genius. Whether you're jealous or not, I'm still a genius. Oh, and how exactly does this divine realm work in combat? Yi Bufan chuckled. He could now sense a steady stream of faint power flowing into the divine realm, gradually solidifying it. This must be the power of faith the Taotie spoke of. Shameful, the Taotie glared. Fire Egg, standing nearby, couldn't bear it anymore and nodded heavily in agreement. This wasn't just bragging, it was pure narcissism. Cut the crap. Are you going to talk or not? Yi Bufan demanded. What's there to say? Your divine domain is merely a rudimentary form now, unfit for combat. Only when it stabilizes and expands to instantly envelop your opponent can it be used in battle. You can think of this embryonic divine domain as a personal sphere. Within this sphere, all your attacks gain a certain boost. Taotie explained, this domain evolved from your divine technique, Gale Slash. Therefore, within this domain, all your attacks possess 50% of Gale Slash's speed. Yi Bufan's eyes lit up instantly. He asked no further questions, instead drawing his long sword. This time, he unleashed not the Whirlwind Slash, but the Hu family's divine technique, Wind Howl. According to Taotie, any divine skill could construct a divine domain, meaning each domain possessed its own unique effect. If one could switch domains mid-battle, the odds of victory would undoubtedly increase. With prior experience, establishing the Howling Wind domain was not difficult. The challenge lay in freely switching between the two domains. Master, what is this? Hua Dun stared at the Taotie, wide-eyed and speechless, his gaze filled with utter astonishment. Others who establish divine realms typically choose one, focusing on consolidating and expanding it until a stable divine kingdom is formed. This fellow, however, had conjured two right from the start. Judging by the looks of it, this was merely the beginning. If he possessed more divine techniques, who knew how many more he might create? You've strayed from the true path of cultivation. Continuing like this might lead to spiritual backlash, the Taotie warned. How else would I know if it works? As long as I don't die, what does going mad matter? Yi Bufan chuckled, I don't care about gods or demons as long as it's powerful. Taotie. Such words were meant only for their ears. If they were to leak out, he'd surely be branded a demonic fiend and beaten to death by the mob. Yi Bufan was so engrossed in his cultivation that he didn't notice the sky had grown dark. He hurriedly rose and left the Divine Academy, striding toward Lin Bai's rented room. Bufan, you finally emerged. Do you think killing our Zhang family members will let you off the hook? A voice sounded beside him. Yi Bufan's surroundings abruptly vanished, and he found himself in a peculiar space. Surrounding him stood three young men with cold, grim expressions. The one facing him radiated the divine aura of a level 10 divine servant. Chapter 29, The robber profession holds great promise. Is this the divine servant battlefield? Yi Bufan ignored the three figures around him, instead focusing his attention on the surrounding space with keen interest. In this world, only battles between divine servants below level 10 occurred in normal space. Battles involving divine servants above level 10 occur within the divine servant battlefield. Upon unleashing the divine power of a level 10 divine servant, combatants automatically enter this realm. It was said this was the divine will, preserving normal space. Divine servants fought in the divine servant battlefield, while divine messengers battled in the divine messenger battlefield. Thus, cultivators' conflicts never disrupted real-world existence. The confrontations involving the Lu and Hu family's middle-aged members, as well as by Mang's intervention, all occurred within the hellfire caverns of the underworld. Yi Bufan had initially assumed the absence of the divine servant battlefield was due to the hellfire caverns' nature. Now he realized it was likely because of the Hell Demon Lotus. After all, the Hell Demon Lotus was a primordial celestial object from the dawn of chaos. Even the once mighty divine glutton feared it immensely, let alone the divine realm battlefield. You're fortunate to witness the divine battlefield before dying, Zhang Yi remarked coldly. Had he not feared intervention from the Divine Academy, he wouldn't have needed to deploy a level 10 divine servant like himself. To ensure absolute certainty, he had even brought two level 7 divine servants alone. Zhang Hongye held little standing within the Zhang family, yet her pursuit of Bai Hong was common knowledge. Everyone understood the benefits of a marriage alliance between the Zhang and Bai families, so Zhang Hongye's death demanded an explanation. Not just to the Zhang family, but to the Bai family as well. Come at me all together. Yi Bu Fan declared. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Yu stared at Yi Bu Fan and couldn't help but burst into laughter. The two young men beside him doubled over, laughing heartily. You think killing Hong Ye qualifies you to fight us? How laughable. With a glance from Zhang Yu, one of the young men drew his sword. A streak of sword light shot straight toward Yi Bu Fan, its speed so swift it even startled Yi Bu Fan. Don't act like you've never seen anything like this before. The Divine Realm battlefield isn't like the outside world. There's no spiritual energy here, so compared to the various factors in the outer space, speed naturally has to be faster, said Taotie. Yi Bu Fan nodded, sidestepping the strike. As he dodged, he also gauged his own speed. It was indeed slightly faster than outside. As the opponent's blade struck again, Yi Bu Fan dodged once more. Attack after attack, evasion after evasion. Suddenly, Yi Bu Fan drew his sword. Just as the opponent thought Yi Bu Fan was counterattacking, Yi Bu Fan's footsteps abruptly quickened. Before the three could react, the young man watching nearby had no time to draw his sword. A blade pierced straight through his chest. Dishonorable, the young man across from him roared in fury. How is that my fault? I told you to attack together, but you wouldn't listen. Yi Bu Fan chuckled. I never imagined you'd conceal your strength. You're already a 7th-rank divine servant. Zhang Yu said coldly, but no matter how well you hide it, you must die today. His footsteps barely drew near when the long sword was already drawn. A colossal beam of light sliced through space, plunging straight toward Yi Bu Fan's head. A divine technique? Yi Bu Fan's lips curved into a faint smile. Unlike the two divine techniques he had plundered, this one emphasized sheer momentum. With a single strike, it carried the overwhelming might to cleave mountains. God, grant me your power. Mountain smash. As Zhang Yu uttered the words, the sword's aura intensified, as if truly imbued with divine power. Brother Yu has mastered the mountain smash divine technique to perfection. Even an 11th level divine follower would avoid its edge. You brat could die under this divine technique. Before the young man beside him could finish, a thunderous crash echoed as Yi Bu Fan was sent flying backward. Seeing Yi Bu Fan's trajectory heading straight toward him, he drew his sword and swung it out. The moment the blades collided, a tremendous force surged through him, weakening his wrist until his sword could no longer hold its ground. A flash of sword light sliced past his vision like water, and spurting blood gushed from his throat. You're not hurt. He clutched his throat, screaming in terror. Zhang Yu's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. He had struck with everything he had, not holding back, even unleashing his divine technique. Yet this man bore not a single scratch, and had even seized the opportunity to kill another disciple of the clan. You're not a 7th-rank divine servant, you're at least a 10th-rank divine servant. Who the hell are you? Zhang Yu bellowed. Does it matter? What matters is that your Zhang family will send endless waves of killers after me because of your deaths. Yi Bu Fan strode toward his opponent, his gaze icy. Whoever it is, anyone who wants to kill me, I won't spare a single one. His sword shot out, slashing directly. Even if you were an 11th level divine servant, you couldn't kill me. Before Zhang Yu could finish his sentence, he screamed in terror, this can't be. This is my Zhang family's divine technique. How could you possibly? A torrent of swordlight, fluid as water, descended like a whip. The familiar, overwhelming aura forced Zhang Yu to stumble backward. He swung his sword to block, but the moment the blades collided, his sword shattered. Who the hell are you? As the sword light descended, Zhang Yu's eyes widened in terror. My name is Yi Bu Fan. Ever heard of Earthfire Fury? I created it, Yi Bu Fan replied with a laugh. Put. Zhang Yu's mouth spewed a steady stream of blood as he stared at Yi Bu Fan, his eyes wide with horror as if he'd seen a ghost. In that instant, countless thoughts raced through his mind, not just the deaths of the three of them, but the relentless wave of disciples from their clan who would follow suit, sacrificing themselves one after another. This bastard was a demon even the king of the underworld, by Mang, couldn't defeat. I suddenly realized banditry has a bright future. I was wondering how to make money, but now I don't have to, they're practically handing it to me. Yi Bu Fan searched every item on Zhang Yu and the other two. You? Taotie exhaled a deep breath, seething with rage. Killing so brazenly like this, even if the Bai family doesn't come looking for you, the 8th divine temple will find you. The Dragon Nation was divided into 9 divine realms, each governed by one of the 9 divine temples. In everyone's eyes, the temples were the rulers. In the 8th divine domain, the 8th divine temple was responsible for maintaining order in all cities. With the Zhang family suffering consecutive murders of their disciples, the 8th divine temple couldn't possibly turn a blind eye. If they did, it would inevitably tarnish the temple's reputation. People should act reasonably. They tried to kill me first. This was self-defense. Yi Bu Fan added, of course, if someone refuses to play by the rules, I won't either. I'm a straightforward man. Seeing Yi Bu Fan linger on the divine people battlefield instead of leaving immediately, sitting down to refine the greed energy he had plundered, the Taotie immediately shut its mouth. It knew that another word, and this fellow wouldn't give it a single shred of greed energy. 3 people, 40 points of greed energy, even split evenly, Yi Bu Fan hadn't broken through a single level. Upon exiting the Divine People battlefield, Yi Bu-fan had barely pushed open the door to Lin Bai's rental apartment when Lin Bai yanked him inside. "Tell me, did you lock the door when you left? How the hell did my place get robbed?" Lin Bai pointed at the utter mess inside, his voice boiling with rage. "Damn it! I'm just a working stiff, I don't have anything valuable. What's the point of stealing from me? If you're gonna steal, at least have some professionalism. No skill whatsoever. Is this how you search for stuff? Why not just tear the whole place apart?" Chapter 30, Fire Egg, Angry Birds. Yi Bu-fan watched Lin Bai spewing profanities, utterly embarrassed. Yi Bu-fan deliberately paused, waiting until Lin Bai fell silent before speaking. "It wasn't burglars. I accidentally made this mess while practicing cultivation." Lin Bai's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a duck egg. "Forget it, it's all worthless stuff anyway. I brought you some food. I'll clean up, you eat." Lin Bai snapped back to his senses, reaching for the boxed meal hanging on the wall and handing it over. He then silently began tidying up. Yi Bu-fan looked at Lin Bo, momentarily at a loss for words. Such a down-to-earth person was truly rare. "Lindsay, my advisor got me a dorm room at the Divine Academy. Give me a key, and I'll come visit you when I have time." Yi Bu-fan wolfed down his meal in no time. "There's a spare key behind the door, take it. It's best for you to go to the Divine Academy. There are probably plenty of people keeping an eye on you right now." Lin Bo spoke, then turned his head to look at Yi Bu-fan. The empty room held no trace of Yi Bu-fan. Where he had stood moments ago, a small porcelain bottle sat conspicuously. "Divine transformation pills." Lin Bai opened the porcelain bottle and stared at the 10 pills inside, his eyes reddening. Transcendence pills were distributed by clans to disciples below the 10th rank. Under normal circumstances, receiving 1 pill per month was considered fortunate. The money he had saved for lodging would barely buy a single one. Yet Yi Bu-fan had left him 10 spirit transformation pills. The gratitude welling up inside him was beyond words. "For this alone, I'm sticking with you from now on," Lin Bai murmured to himself. On the main street, Yi Bu-fan strode toward the Divine Academy. "Do you think the mentor suppressed news of Bai Hong's death? Otherwise, why hasn't the Bai family made a move yet?" Yi Bu-fan asked. "If I'm not mistaken, you've lost the emotions of sorrow, fear, and love from the 7 emotions. And the sense of touch from the 6 desires." Taotie replied obliquely, "The benefits of the Hell Demon Lotus don't come for free. The Crimson Prison Divine Power, the Crimson Flame Divine Eyes, the Nirvana Crimson Soul plus those Crimson Flame patterns on your bones. That makes 4. Corresponding to 4 of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, perfectly logical. I suspect the Hell Demon Lotus harbors ill intent. The 7 emotions, joy, anger, sorrow, fear, love, hatred, desire. The 6 desires, sight, sound, smell, taste, touch, mental stimulation." Upon reflection, Yi Bu-fan realized that sorrow, fear, and affection truly seemed absent. He had previously thought it was merely the loss of pain sensation, but now understood it was the loss of tactile sensation. But why did the Hell Demon Lotus want these from him? What sinister scheme lay behind it? Why bother overthinking it? If the Hell Demon Lotus forces itself on me, there's nothing I can do anyway. Yi Bu-fan shrugged indifferently. "Hopefully, when classes are assigned tomorrow, someone from the Bai family will come looking for me." As soon as he stepped through the gates of the Divine Academy, he spotted Song Yang watching him from a distance. The look on his face, as if he wanted to say something but held back, left Yi Bu-fan utterly baffled. "What do you want to say?" Yi Bu-fan asked. "Even though Instructor Yu Hai didn't believe your story, word still got out. Lu Tianxi and Hu Feng specifically investigated you. They found out Qin Ruijia came here with you, so..." Song Yang explained. "Speak." Yi Bu-fan's cold command made Song Yang flinch. "They want to test you, to see if you really are Yi Bu-fan. Lu Tianxi is a disciple of the Lu family, and Hu Feng is a disciple of the Hu family. The Lu and Hu families still harbor resentment over Yi Bu-fan's activities in the underworld. Even if Qin Ruijia has no connection to you, this matter doesn't involve them. Instead of acting themselves, they sent Wang Yan, the first-year bully, to do their dirty work. At this point, Qin Ruijia is probably..." Yi Bu-fan didn't wait for Song Yang to finish. He grabbed the man by the collar and yanked him upright. "Take me there. We'll settle this face to face. One false word, and I'll kill you," Yi Bu-fan said coldly. In Yi Bu-fan's eyes, Qin Ruijia was merely a liability he could tolerate, but no one else was allowed to touch her. Song Yang's legs went weak with fear as Yi Bu-fan dragged him alone. Moments later, Yi Bu-fan heard Qin Ruijia's terrified screams. Several trainees had surrounded Qin Ruijia, one slightly plump student relentlessly tearing at her outer garment. "Are you going to talk or not? Is that guy who came with you Yi Bu-fan?" "I don't know." Qin Ruijia clutched her clothes desperately. "You really think I won't do anything to you? You should have heard about my reputation as the little tyrant." The stocky cadet declared with his head held high. "Though both the Wang and Bai families are third-rate clans, our Wang family still outranks the Bis in strength. Don't think no one knows this. Even if the Divine Academy finds out I've done this to you, they won't be able to do anything about it. The other trainees watching Qin Rujia, who was trembling and completely at a loss, began to smirk maliciously. Just as Wang Yan grabbed Qin Rujia's hair and fellow trainees formed a barrier to block the view, a voice suddenly rang out. "The Divine Academy won't do anything to you, I will kill you." The icy voice sent a chill through Wang Yan and the others. They all looked up to see Yi Bufan dragging Song Yam along like a dead dog. Qin Rujia stared at Yi Bufan as if she had seen his savior. She shoved the stunned Wang Yan aside and rushed to Yi Bufan's side, timidly hiding behind him. "Song Yang, good work. I'll look out for you at the Divine Academy from now on," Wang Yan said. Song Yang's face drained of color. Staring at Yi Bufan mere inches away, his entire body trembled uncontrollably. "Don't talk nonsense. It wasn't you who told me to find Bufan." Song Yang's eyes blazed with fury. Wang Yan had indeed approached him, as he was a follower of Bai Hong, but he hadn't agreed. He never imagined the other would be so treacherous, setting him up the moment they met. "Master, he's enraged," Wu Dan suddenly reported. "What do you mean?" Yi Bufan asked. Since acquiring Huadan, this was the first time the little creature had spoken of its own accord. "Master, anger is also power. The angrier he gets, the higher his rage value rises, and the stronger he becomes. Master, aren't you able to plunder others' power? Once his rage value rises, kill him, and you'll gain more furious strength." Fire Egg looked at Yi Bufan timidly. "I cultivate the power of anger. Master, could you spare me some when the time comes?" Yi Bufan froze for a moment. The power of anger? When he opened his purple flame divine eye to look at Song Yang, he saw a fiery red number 20 appear above the man's head. "Actually, I didn't mention it before, but greed power can also be enhanced. As long as you give the other party enough hope, enough temptation, you can equally boost their greed power," said the Taotie. Yi Bufan ignored the Taotie. His mind drifted to the Fire Egg's appearance, and a phrase suddenly flashed through his thoughts: "Angry birds. Young Master Wang, this guy's blowing hot air. Why all talk and no action? Don't you get it? He's scared. Forget whether he's really Yi Bufan or not. Even if he is, offending the Bai family wasn't enough, now he dares to provoke the Wang family too?" Wang Yan grew even more smug upon hearing the other trainee's remarks. He looked at the silent Yi Bufan and said, "I'm giving you a chance. Kneel down and beg me now, and I'll take you as my subordinate. As long as you follow me, even if you really are Yi Bufan, the Bai family won't dare touch you." Chapter 31, Plundering Divine Techniques, Plundering Realms. Yi Bufan remained silent, his gaze fixed on the greed aura above Wang Yan's head as it surged from 15 to 20. A peculiar flicker crossed his eyes. "Big mouth, you've got some nerve. You're taking what's mine while digging a pit for me at the same time," Yi Bufan said. "You're really doing me an injustice by saying that," Taotie retorted. "Enough. I don't have time for this nonsense now." Yi Bufan cut off the glutton's words, his gaze turning icy as he fixed it on Wang Yan. The sight of Wang Yan tearing at Qin Rujia's clothes instantly brought to mind the scene in the underworld where Lu Chang had ripped at Lan Xinyue's garments. At that very moment, no matter who Wang Yan was, in Yi Bufan's eyes, he was already a dead man. "I might consider it. But before that, why don't you get down on your knees and beg her forgiveness?" Yi Bufan grabbed Qin Rujia's small hand and pulled her close. Watching her still trembling body, he wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind. Qin Rujia's body trembled violently, but she quickly steadied herself. Though taken aback by the suddenness, she reasoned that since she'd already bathed Yi Bufan, this seemed no different. More importantly, Yi Bufan's embrace made her feel incredibly secure. All her earlier panic and fear vanished. "You toyed with me," Wang Yan roared. Through the purple flame divine eye, Yi Bufan observed the blue and red numbers above his opponent's head. The red number had shifted from 5 to 10, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. If the purple prison divine power could truly absorb anger energy, he'd gained another method to enhance his divine power. "Looks like I should engage in some trash talk before taking action from now on. Otherwise, this rage value would be wasted." Yi Bufan thought to himself, then sneered coldly, "I'm toying with fools like you. You don't even realize you're being used as a pawn, yet here you are, strutting around like you own the place. If what Song Yang said is true, then Lu Tianxi and Hu Feng are probably waiting to laugh at your humiliation right now. You claim the Wang family is mightier than the Bai family, yet to me, you pale in comparison to Bai Hong. He may be arrogant, but he's no fool." Wang Yan pointed at Yi Bufan, too furious for words. Despite his rank in the 8th or 9th lower divine academy, he'd secretly been comparing himself to Bai Hong all along. Bai Hong's cultivation realm might be below his, but the quality of his divine power surpassed his own. Yi Bufan's words now felt like a slap in the face to him personally and to the entire Wang family. The more furious he grew, the faster the rage meter above his head climbed, a sight that made Yi Bufan's eyes light up. Glancing at Qin Rujia beside him, he suddenly thought it might be useful to have this woman seduce some spoiled brats in the future. "You're asking for death," Wang Yan roared, drawing his sword and charging forward. As the sword's glint descended, Yi Bufan pushed Qin Rujia aside with one hand and sidestepped the attack. In the night's darkness, flashes of sword light flickered erratically. Yet no matter how Wang Yan attacked, he couldn't land a single blow on Yi Bufan. How is this possible? He's actually dodging young Master Wang's attacks? He just took the entrance exam. Could he already be a level 6 divine servant? Several trainees nearby stared wide-eyed at Yi Bufan, their expressions filled with disbelief. Wang Yan was a level 6 divine disciple, backed by his family and the Divine Academy's cultivation resources. Even among level 6 divine disciples, he was considered above average. No wonder he dared to kill someone from the Zheng family. He's got some skill. But that's not enough. Wang Yan declared, raising his long sword high as an overwhelmingly domineering aura radiated from his body. In that moment, the slightly plump young master before them seemed transformed into a lofty sovereign. As he swung his sword, it carried the air of one commanding the world. God, grant me your power, sovereign's overlord sword. Wang Yan's voice echoed as the sword light roared down like a dragon. Holy! Young Master Wang is truly enraged. He's unleashed a divine technique. That's a level 2 divine technique. Even a level 7 divine servant couldn't block it. Several trainees watched the cascading sword light, their eyes filled with envy. Divine techniques aren't exclusive to you. Yi Bufan swung his sword, unleashing a surge of overwhelming momentum. Without divine reverence, without warning, the twin blades collided, sending countless sparks flying. Impossible. That's the Zhang family's level 1 divine technique, Giant Mountain Strike. How could you know it? And mastered to perfection? Wang Yan shouted. Every clan possessed its own divine techniques, ranked from level 1 to level 9. Though Giant Mountain Strike was a level 1 divine technique, only clan members could cultivate it. Grade 1 divine techniques require practitioners to be at least grade 10 divine beings, grade 2 techniques require grade 4, while grade 3 techniques have no restrictions on practitioners. If Yi Bufan had unleashed a second-tier divine technique, mastering it to perfection would have made sense. But the Giant Mountain Strike was a level 1 divine technique, cultivable only by level 10 divine beings. At Yi Bufan's age, merely mastering the basics would be impressive. The scene before him completely shattered his understanding, far more shocking than Yi Bufan blocking his most powerful strike. It seems the purple prison divine power not only plunders divine techniques but also steals the practitioner's cultivation level along with them, Yi Bufan mused inwardly. When he had seized the Lu family's swift wind slash and the Hu family's wind howl, the practitioners had only reached the foundational stage. But the Zhang family's mountain crush? When seized, it had been cultivated by Zhang Yu to the pinnacle realm. And precisely because of this, Yi Bufan wielded it with the same mastery. Bring whatever else you've got, Yi Bufan declared. Otherwise, you're going to die. You dare kill me? Wang Yan exclaimed in shock. He had never considered such a possibility before, but now he had no choice but to face it. The fact that his strongest strike had been blocked meant Yi Bufan's strength surpassed his own. Watching Yi Bufan advance step by step, he bellowed, "What are you all standing around for? Go call the instructors." Several trainees dashed away. Yi Bufan didn't even glance at them as he swung his sword. Wang Yan's eyes widened as he watched his full power strike shattered, saw the blade's glint slice through his throat, witnessed his headless corpse collapse to the ground, and then lost consciousness forever. Qin Rojia closed her eyes in terror, while Song Yang behind her wet himself in fear. Witnessing this man kill Bai Hong with his own eyes, then kill Wang Yan with his own eyes, terror gripped him to the core. "Don't kill me, I." Song Yang watched Yi Bufan turn and walk toward him, his legs so weak he couldn't stand. He crawled on the ground in terror. At that moment, under Yi Bufan's purple flame divine eyes, a new number 10 appeared above Song Yang's head. The greed power value was blue, the rage power value was red, but this number was gray. With a single sword strike, 3 distinct powers were plundered by the purple prison divine power. Big mouth, I've seized 3 powers, one is greed, one is rage, but what's the third? Yi Bufan inquired. The power of fear, the gluttonous beast exclaimed in horror. Your purple prison divine power is too monstrous. Surely it can't plunder every kind of power? Isn't that a good thing? The more I plunder, the more I can share with you. Hurry up and level up. Being a beast pet means embracing that role you can't just eat without contributing. With that, Yi Bufan strode toward the dormitory building of the Divine Academy. Wang Yan was dead. Song Yang was dead. But Lu Tianxi and Hu Feng still remained in the dormitory. Kill until the heavens turn upside down. Kill until rivers of blood flow. Chapter 32, Dormitory Tragedy, Confession Without Reserve. What did you say? Bufan wanted to kill Wang Yan. Yu Hai had just lain down when he heard the cadet frantically relaying the news outside. He leapt from the bed, grabbed his clothes, and rushed out. Don't talk nonsense. Wang Yan is a level 6 divine servant. How could Bufan kill him? Yu Hai asked as he hurried out, pulling on his clothes. With Bai Hong already dead, if Wang Yan were to die too, it would be impossible to contain the fallout. Instructor, we saw it with our own eyes. Wang Yan's divine techniques were all blocked by Bufan, one cadet said. Yu Hai's expression darkened as he and several trainees raced full speed to the scene. The air thick with the stench of blood. 2 bodies lay on the ground, one decapitated, the other impaled through the heart by a sword. Yu Hai stared at Wang Yan's wide-eyed head, utterly stunned. Did Bu Fan really kill them? A question mark formed in his mind, the realization feeling utterly unbelievable. Instructor, it's bad news. I just asked around, someone said that guy went to the dorms carrying a sword. A trainee reported frantically. What? Yu Hai's heart raced as he strode toward the dormitory. Meanwhile, Yi Bu Fan, accompanied by Qin Ro Jia and carrying his sword, entered the dormitory building. Speak! Which dorm do Lu Tianxi and Hu Feng occupy? Yi Bu Fan grabbed a nearby student by the collar, his voice icy. I know. I'll take you there. The trainee in front trembled with fear, unable to speak, when another trainee beside him spoke up. He quickly stepped forward to lead the way. Not only was there a trainee leading the way ahead, but several others followed behind, looking on with a gleeful curiosity. Bang! Yi Bu Fan kicked open the door to Lu Tianxi's dorm room and barked coldly, "Who is Lu Tianxi?" In an instant, several trainees' gazes simultaneously fixed on one person. Call your family head and tell him I'm here to kill you. Yi Bu Fan said coldly. With you? Lu Tianxi glanced at Qin Rujia standing behind Yi Bu Fan and instantly understood the situation. With Qin Rujia by Yi Bu Fan's side, Lu Tianxi knew Yi Bu Fan had crossed the school bully, Wang Yan. In his eyes, he didn't even need the Lu family's involvement to finish Yi Bu Fan off. Yi Bu Fan said nothing, his long sword shooting out with blinding speed. Lu Tianxi hadn't expected Yi Bu Fan to dare attack inside the dormitory. By the time he tried to intervene, it was already too late. Thud! The blade pierced straight through his chest. As Yi Bu Fan withdrew the sword, blood spattered across the floor. Yi Bu Fan didn't even glance at his opponent. He turned and walked toward Hu Feng's dormitory. You! Lu Tianxi's eyes widened in horror. He reached for his phone, but before his hand could even touch his pocket, his entire body went still. The scene left the roommates frozen in terror, and even the trainees who had followed were utterly horrified. Murder, a girl screamed at the top of her lungs. My God, he actually dared to kill someone inside the Divine Academy. He's crazy, killing someone from the Lu family. Holy! Is he going to kill Hu Feng too? The trainees screamed in unison, turning to see Yi Bu Fan kick open the door to Hu Feng's dorm room. In that instant, a cold gleam shot out from within the dorm, aiming straight for Yi Bu Fan's chest. Clang! The twin blades clashed. Yi Bu Fan parried the strike, stepping back to create distance. A young man with a dark expression swung his sword down, bellowing, "Go tell the instructor." Killing someone in the Divine Academy is unforgivable. The moment Hu Feng heard Yi Bu Fan call out Lu Tianxi, he knew things had gone wrong. He had intended to strike and kill the moment Yi Bu Fan entered. He never expected to fail. The surrounding trainees paled visibly. Killing was forbidden in the Divine Academy except on the death battle platform. That was the rule. Whether in the 8th or 9th Divine Academy, this rule applied to every Divine Academy in the Dragon Nation. Yi Bu Fan had violated this rule. According to the Academy's code, he must be put to death. He must have bullied you all quite a bit, right? You can go tell your mentor, but if he dies before the mentor arrives, think about the consequences. Yi Bu Fan watched as several trainees slowly backed away, his gaze icy. He's right. This is Hu Feng's business. What does it have to do with us? We weren't involved. When the instructor arrives, we'll just tell him what we saw. The surrounding students whispered among themselves. Staying out of it meant it wasn't their problem. But if they went to tell the instructor, Yi Bu Fan would claim they were in Hu Feng's gang, and then things would get complicated. The night wind blew, carrying a thick scent of blood that inevitably reminded them of Lu Tianxi lying in the dormitory. The surrounding trainees stepped back one after another, making space for Yi Bu Fan. Bu Fan, don't do anything rash. Yu Hai's voice echoed through the night. You're dead. Even if you're stronger than me, the Divine Academy will kill you. Hu Feng laughed, but his smile sent a chill down one's spine. I don't know if the Divine Academy will kill me, Yi Bu Fan said coldly. But I know you're about to die. Don't do it. No sooner had Yi Bu Fan finished speaking than the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the night. The echoes still hung in the night air when a streak of swordlight shot down. Hu Feng swung his sword with all his might to block the strike. He shouted, "The mentor is here, and you still dare to kill me? Who do you think you are?" Clang! As the blades clashed, Hu Feng felt his sword suddenly grow light in his grasp. A flash of steel streaked past his vision. Blood spurted from his neck as his head rolled across the ground. Yu Hai, who had just arrived, stared blankly at Yi Bu Fan as he surveyed the decapitated corpse lying on the ground. The surrounding area fell deathly silent. Everyone held their breath, struggling to keep even the slightest sound down. Everyone could sense Yu Hai's fury. Through the purple flame divine eyes, Yi Bu Fan clearly saw the rage meter above Yu Hai's head rising. Didn't you hear me? Yu Hai demanded. I heard you. Yi Bu Fan replied. You heard me, yet you still attacked. You still killed. Killing Wang Yan and Song Yang wasn't enough, you had to kill Hu Feng too? Yu Hai roared. If Yi Bu Fan hadn't admitted he heard him, Yu Hai might have felt slightly better. But just like last time, this guy took the blame head on. His rage could no longer be contained. The surrounding trainees couldn't help but gasp in shock. They had witnessed Yi Bufan kill Lu Tianxi and Hu Feng, but never imagined he would also take the life of Wang Yan, known as the Little Tyrant of the Divine Academy. Under the dormitory lights, many trainees now regarded Yi Bufan with eyes filled with apprehension. "Mentor, you're mistaken," Yi Bufan declared. "So you didn't kill Wang Yan and Song Yang?" Yu Hai asked. "I did kill them both. What I meant was that you underestimated the situation. I didn't just kill Hu Feng, I also killed Lu Tianxi." Yi Bufan said calmly, "I told you before that I killed Bai Hong, but you didn't believe me. There's nothing I can do about that." Thump, thump, thump. In the dorm hallway, everyone could hear not only their own heartbeats but also those of their classmates nearby. The wind was the same wind, but this time, it felt unusually cold. The Divine Academy forbids killing, yet this guy had killed so many. Besides Song Yang, he'd provoked 5 families at once: the Zhangs, the Lius, the Hus, the Bis, and the Wangs. His audacity knew no bounds. "Dare you say that again?" Yu Hai asked, trying to steady his emotions. "I'll say it 100 times if I have to." Yi Bufan declared, "I killed those people, and I have no desire to explain myself. If the Divine Academy wishes to punish me, I will accept what I can bear, and I will not accept what I cannot." Chapter 33, Seeking Common Ground While Resolving Differences, Coexisting Peacefully. Yi Bufan departed, heading toward the small storage room Yu Hai had arranged for him, accompanied by Qin Rujia. In the dormitory hallway, all eyes were fixed on Yu Hai. "Dismissed. I will report this matter to the dean. The disciplinary decision will be announced tomorrow." With that, Yu Hai strode away. He spoke the truth. With events having escalated to this point, it was no longer within his authority to decide. 5 families were implicated at once, 2 of them third-rate clans. If all 5 came to the Divine Academy demanding answers, only the dean could speak for the institution. That bastard. What the hell is he playing at? Yu Hai fumed. He genuinely believed in Yi Bufan, otherwise, he wouldn't have repeatedly tried to exonerate him. He couldn't fathom what Yi Bufan was trying to achieve. The more he defended him, the more Yi Bufan seemed to drag him into the mess. Did you catch what Bufan meant by his last words? How could I not? If he refuses the Divine Academy's punishment, he's declaring war on the entire academy. Damn it, I've seen it all now. Never in my life have I met someone this insane. In the dormitory, trainees gathered in small groups, discussing the recent events. His formidable power, his insane actions, and that icy glare were etched deep into the minds of every student present. Meanwhile, Yi Bufan had already settled into his dormitory, refining the newly seized forces of greed, rage, and fear. Time was precious to him now. Not only did he need to refine these energies, but he also had to swiftly construct a domain from the divine technique he'd seized. Only then would he have the confidence to face what lay ahead. He allocated portions of the greed and rage energies to the Taotie and Fire Egg, elevating their cultivation levels from 15 to 17. Though he had been at level 15 before, he was already nearing level 16. Reaching level 17 after refining the 3 energies was entirely expected. Mountain Crush. Sovereign Sword of Domination. Yi Bufan first practiced the divine technique of plunder, then began constructing his divine domain. I mean, no offense, but you're being too impulsive. At level 17, you can fight a level 19 opponent using your domain, but what about a level 20 divine being? Do you know how ordinary families, third-rate families, and second-rate families are classified? Taotie explained, a family becomes an ordinary family when someone breaks through to a level 20 divine disciple. They become a third-rate family when someone breaks through to a level 40 divine messenger. Breaking through to a 60th level divine messenger makes them a second-rate family, and breaking through to an 80th level divine messenger makes them a first-rate family. Even if you want to go mad, wait until you break through to level 20 first. Fire Egg followed, Master, we can't help you now. You really need to be careful. Yi Bufan had just completed the construction of the Sovereign Sword domain. Feeling the immense momentum emanating from both the Mountain Smash and the Sovereign Sword domain, his eyes suddenly lit up. What if we merge these 2 domains together? Yi Bufan asked. Ah. Taotie and Huadan both gaped in astonishment, staring at Yi Bufan. Not listening to them was one thing, but why was he messing around with this? They suddenly felt their earlier worries were unnecessary. At this rate, no one else would need to kill Yi Bufan. He'd managed to destroy himself. Master, can't I just sincerely acknowledge you as my master? Can we stop playing around like this? I've never even heard of merging domains, let alone anyone daring to attempt it. If it fails, death and the loss of one's path. The Taotie grew increasingly terrified as it spoke. Innovation, got it? Everything needs innovation. How can we know it won't work if no one's tried it before? Yi Bufan spoke as he directly merged the newly constructed Giant Mountain Strike domain with the Sovereign Sword domain. This fusion was like merging 2 entirely different entities. If rejection occurred, it would inevitably trigger a massive energy fluctuation. Whether it led to spiritual backlash or a cataclysmic explosion, Yi Bufan, the instigator, faced dire consequences either way. The moment the 2 domains touched, repulsion surged, an expected outcome given their origins from distinct divine techniques. Far from abandoning the attempt, he concentrated his power to forcibly merge the two domains. See common ground while preserving differences coexist peacefully. If this principle could unite two nations in my past life, why couldn't it unite two domains now? With this thought, Yi Bu-fan recklessly unleashed the purple prison divine power and the Nirvana purple soul. The breathtaking spectacle caused the Taotie and Huadan to immediately withdraw from Yi Bu-fan's soul, watching from afar with wide eyes. Just as Yi Bu-fan was merging the two domains, Yu Hai arrived at the dean's room. "Come in. I'm awake." A woman's voice echoed as Yu Hai pushed open the door. There sat a woman with long hair draped over her shoulders, sipping coffee on the sofa. She wore a nightgown, her curvaceous figure faintly visible beneath the fabric. Yu Hai quickly averted his gaze and sat stiffly upright on the adjacent sofa. Others might mistake her for a woman, but he dared not. This was Dugayu, the headmistress of the 8th-9th Lower Divine Academy, a powerhouse whose strength was unfathomable. "You wouldn't come to me without urgent business. Speak," Dugayu said, holding her coffee. "Song Yang, Zhang Hongya, Lu Tianxi, Hu Feng, Wang Yan, and Bai Hong have all been killed by Bu-fan. This news will spread quickly. Soon, the 5 families will come demanding answers." Yu Hai delivered the news in the most concise manner possible. He didn't want to face Dugayu for even a second longer. This seemingly gentle environment felt more like hell to him. One wrong step, and there'd be no turning back. "You've investigated thoroughly? Who would dare do this now?" Dugayu asked. "I didn't investigate. Bu-fan confessed to everything. Song Yang witnessed him killing Bai Hong. He killed Zhang Hongye during the entrance assessment. Lu Tianxi and Hu Feng were killed when he stormed into the dormitory," Yu Hai explained. "Proceed according to the academy's regulations," Dugayu said calmly. "Yes." Yu Hai nodded and rose to leave. He knew a thing or two about the dean's temperament. Once he'd spoken, it was done. Just as one foot crossed the threshold, he couldn't resist turning back. "Dean, I believe Bu-fan is a prodigy. The lower 9th Heavenly Academy has produced a prodigy, Lan Xinyue, who broke through to a 9th-level divine being in mere days. The lower 7th Heavenly Academy has a genius, Shiruwa, possessing 7th-tier divine power." He looked at Dugayu, whose expression remained unchanged, and added, "Most importantly, he might very well be Yi Bu-fan, the one who provoked the wrath of the earth fire. If that's the case, killing him." Dugayu's hand holding the coffee cup trembled slightly, and a few drops spilled from the cup onto his pajamas. "He's the one who triggered the earthfire's wrath?" Dugayu placed the cup on the table and strode toward Yu Hai. "Dean, what are you?" Yu Hai exclaimed in surprise. "To see the person you mentioned," Dugayu declared. "Dean, you're going in that outfit?" Yu Hai asked, stunned. Dugayu ignored Yu Hai and strode forward. Yu Hai quickly stepped aside and hurried to follow. Chapter 34, It's not my fault, the house wasn't built to last. Boom! Before Yu Hai and Dugayu could reach the small warehouse, a deafening explosion erupted. They hurried forward to find Shin Rujia, who had been outside, scrambling to her feet in disarray. She stared anxiously at the small warehouse, now engulfed in dust and smoke. The small warehouse now lay in ruins. Only the 4 walls remained partially standing, everything else had been destroyed. "What happened?" Yu Hai demanded. "I don't know. He should have been cultivating inside, and then..." Shin Rujia stammered, unable to explain clearly. Just as Yu Hai moved to investigate, a figure emerged, battered and bruised, from the pile of broken bricks and debris. "Damn it, this building was so flimsy. Cut corners, someone definitely pocketed kickbacks." Yi Bu-fan spat out the dust in his mouth. He had been so close to succeeding. As the two domains merged, fueled by his purple prison divine power, they expanded relentlessly until even the small warehouse couldn't contain them. The Nirvana purple soul's suppression outside the domain, combined with the pressure from the warehouse walls, caused the domain to explode uncontrollably. Fortunately, the explosion erupted from the inside out. Otherwise, he'd never have emerged unscathed. "Mentor, this really isn't my fault. This building just isn't sturdy enough," Yi Bu-fan said to the 3 people ahead, brushing dust off his clothes as he spoke. The commotion caused by the explosion drew several trainees toward them. "Tell them to get lost," Dugayu said coldly. "Sis, you've got some nerve. I like that attitude," Yi Bu-fan teased, eyeing Dugayu in her pajamas. He had given all the money he'd looted to Shin Rujia earlier. He genuinely feared Yu Hai would make him pay for it. On one hand, Dugayu's appearance in pajamas was indeed bold. On the other, he was trying to change the subject. Dugayu not only had a great figure but also striking looks. On the surface, she looked more like a Divine Academy student. Yu Hai's mouth twitched violently at Yi Bu-fan's words before he hurriedly turned and walked away. "Everyone back to your dorms. Tomorrow is class placement. If your strength isn't up to par, you'll be expelled from the Divine Academy," Yu Hai bellowed. The students who had been watching the spectacle turned and scattered at once upon hearing this. Expulsion from the Divine Academy was the most severe punishment short of execution. Having worked so hard to gain admission, even senior students dreaded the prospect of being cast out. "You like me?" Dugayu asked. Hai, who had just turned back, stumbled at the words, nearly falling flat on his face. That was absolutely terrifying. With a face and figure like yours, what man wouldn't be drawn? What brings you here in your nightgown so late? Don't tell me you missed me, I don't buy it, Yibu Fan chuckled. You guessed right. I did miss you. I heard you killed someone in the Divine Academy. I wanted to see what kind of person you are, how could you have such audacity? Dugu said. Killing and falling in love are much the same to me. When you run into someone, how can you not exchange a few words? Yibu Fan said, both require opening your heart. One is hatred, the other is love. That's all there is to it. Clap clap clap. Brilliant. Dugu clapped softly. Just off the top of my head, all nonsense. Don't take it seriously. Seeing Dugu's starstruck expression, Yibu Fan felt awkward. If you've no other business, I need to find lodging. I'll be on my way. Without waiting for Dugu to respond, Yibu Fan glanced at Qin Rojia beside him and slipped away. He'd hoped to see if he could help Qin Rojia resolve her meridian blockage, but now it seemed there was no time. Most importantly, he had to strike while the iron was hot and find a secluded spot to attempt merging the two domains again. Brother Fan, from now on, just call me Yu. Yibu Fan heard Dugu's voice but didn't turn back, nearly waving his hand dismissively. Hai, standing behind Dugu, felt his mouth twitch violently at the words. But when Dugu's gaze swept over him, he quickly regained his composure. Yu? Not even someone from the 8th Divine Temple would dare address her that way, let alone someone from the Divine Academy. Stop standing there like an idiot. Head back to the dorms. Hai ordered. Qin Rojia had been itching to leave and took off running the moment she heard the words. Once the area was clear of others, Hai whispered, Dean, about this matter. Dugu's eyes regained their icy calm as he murmured, isn't tomorrow the class assignment day? Find a reason to send him to the border for a month of penal labor. By the time he returns, the Junior Divine Academy Exchange Conference should be underway. Keep him out of the academy, have him join the conference directly. Hai nodded repeatedly. He understood the subtext the dean intended to protect Yibu Fan. Whether it was exile or participation in the low-tier Divine Academy exchange program, as long as Yibu Fan was out of the Divine Academy, the institution could wash its hands of the matter entirely. Assign him to the worst class. Hai heard Dugu's voice echoing from afar, a faint smile curling his lips. The Divine Academy rarely allocated resources to the worst class. Most of its students weren't even within the academy grounds. This had become the norm. The Earth's wrath, the dragon's great change. When gods and demons clash, chaos will reign. In the night's darkness, Dugu's footsteps abruptly halted. Gazing up at the starry sky, she murmured to herself, could it be you? Are you a god or a demon? On the outskirts of Yuan City, a faint purple glow emanated from Yibu Fan's body. Two hemispherical domains merged at the last moment, forming a sphere 4 to 5 meters in diameter. Within the sphere, an overbearing aura enveloped the space, while streaks of flickering sword light radiated a sharp, piercing brilliance. Finally done. Yibu Fan gazed at his completed domain and chuckled, from now on, this shall be known as the Turtle Domain. Taotie and Huadan rolled their eyes. It was now completely clear, this guy definitely had a naming disorder. Such an impressive domain, yet he gave it such a ridiculous name. Divine domains, what you now call your domain, are ranked like divine techniques. Divine techniques have 9 tiers, and domains are the same. You fused a level 1 divine skill with a level 2 divine skill to create this domain. So this turtle domain should be considered a level 3 domain now, explained the Taotie. So the turtle domain is stronger than the gale/domain and the wind howl domain? Yibu Fan asked. Of course. Said the Taotie. If I could fuse the gale/domain, the wind howl domain, and the turtle domain, could I create a level 4 or level 5 domain? Yibu Fan asked. Master, please don't. The Taotie's heart trembled as it cried out, stop playing around, okay? My heart can't take it. Yibu Fan smiled faintly and strode to the roadside. He wouldn't act recklessly. The Mountain Crushing Sovereign Sword shared the same profound aura, which is why he dared attempt the fusion. Seek common ground while preserving differences coexist peacefully. The prerequisite is finding common ground without shared elements, preserving differences becomes meaningless. The Whirlwind/and Wind Howl bore no relation whatsoever to the current King Crab domain. Forcing their fusion would be nothing short of suicide. If given the chance, he might try merging the Whirlwind/and Wind Howl domains. Both possessed lightning-fast speed. Returning to the Divine Academy tonight was out of the question. For now, he could only crash at Lin Bai's place for the night. He hailed several cars in succession, but not a single one stopped. Suburban vehicles heading into the city where all private cars' taxis were scarce at this hour. After several failed attempts, Yibu Fan watched a car speeding toward him. He drew his sword and charged into the middle of the road. Squeal! The screech of brakes echoed, followed by the sharp click-clack of high heels. Are you trying to get yourself killed? If you want to die, find a better spot. Under the blinding headlights, Yibu Fan watched a blurred figure approach. Chapter 35, Robbery? Not for money, not for sex. A gentle breeze carried the faint scent of perfume, mingled with the strong odor of alcohol. Su Meng glared at Yi Bu Fan, her mood sour. She was a student at the Divine Academy of the lower 8th Division. Today, she finally found time to return and drink with friends, only to have her father, Su Zhang, find out. A late-night phone call ordered her to report to the border for training immediately the next day. Already seething with anger, she was now even more furious at being stopped by some lunatic. "Who do you think you're scaring with that crappy sword? You think you can pull off a robbery like that? I'll just floor it and run you over," Su Meng said coldly. Yi Bu Fan stood silhouetted against the headlights, his face indistinguishable in the glare. He just wanted to hail a cab home. How did this turn into a robbery? Fine, let them rob him. As long as he got back to the city, he wouldn't miss tomorrow's class assignments. Cut the crap and drive. Yi Bu Fan pressed the long sword against Su Meng's shoulder. Clang! Su Meng's left wrist slammed against the blade's edge, producing a sharp metallic clang. She stepped forward, her right fist hurtling straight toward Yi Bu Fan's chest. "Sis is in a terrible mood today. Too bad for you." Su Meng unleashed punch after punch, her speed increasing with each strike. Caught off guard, Yi Bu Fan had no intention of truly harming her and could only defend himself. At first, Yi Bu Fan hadn't taken her seriously. But as her attacks grew fiercer and more relentless, his eyes lit up. She was unlike any opponent he'd faced before. Not because of her higher cultivation level, but because her fighting style was more direct and effective. Each punch delivered without any flashy or unnecessary movements, every strike aiming straight for vital points from different angles. Yi Bu Fan had intended to end the fight swiftly, but now his mind changed. Learning combat through combat, that was his path to growth. Thud, thud, thud. Su Meng watched Yi Bu Fan evade every strike with growing astonishment. Could it be that tonight would be her downfall? She was the undisputed strongest first-year student in the 87th Lower Divine Academy. Yet here she was, unable to take down a mere bandit halfway through her mission. "Do you know any divine techniques? Show me one," Yi Bu Fan challenged. Su Meng's mind was in turmoil. Did he think she was some kind of performer? "Show me one? God, grant me strength 10,000 horses and 10,000 soldiers." Rage boiled within Su Meng, yet she still did not draw her weapon. Shouting her invocation to the divine, she unleashed a punch with all her might. In that instant, Yi Bu Fan felt a surging force erupting from her fist, truly like the roar of 10,000 horses charging. But it wasn't over. As Su Meng's whipping kick lashed out, a crushing pressure surged like 1,000 soldiers charging. "Is this a level 2 divine skill?" Yi Bu Fan asked. "A third-tier divine skill," Su Meng replied casually. "What a divine skill," Yi Bu Fan declared, halting abruptly as his left fist slammed toward Su Meng's striking fist. Simultaneously, his right leg shot up, delivering the same whipping kick toward her leg. Thud! Thud! 2 successive dull thuds echoed as the two figures abruptly separated. Su Meng stared at Yi Bu Fan, who had only taken a single step back, her expression turning grim. This bastard shouted about divine techniques, yet used the simplest, most direct, and identical attack pattern to forcefully block her divine skill. What was infuriating was that in this head-on clash, she couldn't withstand his force and stumbled back 4 steps. 3 more than him. Let's call it quits. I don't want to kill you, Yi Bu Fan sighed. He genuinely coveted such a divine skill. If he could evolve this divine skill into a domain and fuse it with the turtle domain, he dared not imagine what kind of domain that would become. Regardless of the domain's rank, the sheer overwhelming aura of the turtle domain, combined with its imperial sword light and the crushing pressure of 1,000 horses and 10,000 soldiers, anyone caught within its reach would likely be unable to unleash even 70% of their power. Su Meng watched Yi Bu Fan get into the car and stomped her feet in frustration. She was truly helpless now. Fighting when she couldn't win. If she provoked him further, she might die without anyone ever knowing. The car raced down the highway. Through the rearview mirror, Su Meng watched Yi Bu Fan resting his eyes, her gaze filled with curiosity. A man stronger than her, and yet he was a highway robber. With that kind of power, couldn't he get a decent job anywhere? Wouldn't he be respected everywhere? Stop the car. The car had just entered the city when Yi Bu Fan suddenly spoke. Su Meng pulled over, watching Yi Bu Fan warily. But after he got out, he walked away without looking back. Wasn't he robbing us? He didn't take our money or try to take advantage of us, just hitched a ride? Su Meng was baffled. Her curiosity, already piqued, grew even stronger at Yi Bu Fan's enigmatic actions. Just as she was about to chase after him to see who he was, Yi Bu Fan's figure vanished into the night. When I return from the border, I'll find out exactly who you are. With that thought, Su Meng slammed her foot on the gas pedal. The car roared to life and vanished into the night. Bu Fan, did you really kill people from the Lu, Hu, and Wang families? Early the next morning, Yi Bu Fan was roused by Lin Bo. He glanced at the soy milk and fried dough sticks on the table, grabbed one, and stuffed it into his mouth. Stop eating. I'm asking you a question. Did you really kill people from the Lu, Hu, and Wang families? Do you know the whole town is talking about it? Lin Bai snatched the fried dough stick away. What's the big deal? Can't I even eat in peace? Yi Bufan grabbed another fried dough stick and continued eating as he spoke. I did kill people from those 3 families, and also from the Zhang and Bai families. Didn't the Divine Academy punish me? Lin Bai rolled his eyes. They didn't punish you? With representatives from those families at the Divine Academy today, how could they not punish you? How thick-skinned are you? At a time like this, how can you still have the nerve to eat? Yi Bufan held a fried dough stick in one hand and soy milk in the other. Walking along, he said, class assignments are today. I'm heading to the Divine Academy first. Don't forget to bring me dinner when you come back tonight. Lin Bai. Watching Yi Bufan walk away, he thought to himself, will you even come back? With that thought, he hurriedly gathered his things and strode out of the house. The Divine Academy courtyard was already packed with people, not just first-year students, but also crowds outside peering through binoculars. Though class assignments weren't a major event at the lower Divine Academy, rumors swirling through the streets had drawn many eager to catch a glimpse of the subject of those whispers. Bufan. Yu Hai approached the podium, surveying the throng inside and outside the academy. His gaze fell upon Yi Bufan, who sat among the students munching on fried dough sticks and sipping soy milk. A headache throbbed in his temples. This guy had thrown the entire city into chaos, and now he was sitting there like a spectator, eating and drinking. Every other student had meticulously prepared for the class assignments, yet this guy was still eating and drinking at a time like this. Quiet! Yu Hai bellowed. Class placement begins. Students who have not yet awakened their divine power, line up and prepare for the awakening process. Those who pass the entrance exam will undergo tests to determine the quality of their divine power and cultivation level, which will decide which class they are assigned to. Chapter 36, the class assignment drama, missing its star. Every year in the 8th and 9th grades of the Divine Academy, class assignments took place. The specifics of how it worked were common knowledge. At most, 9 classes were formed each year. The earlier the class number, the higher its priority. Classes weren't formed by evenly distributing students, but by grouping them into different classes based on talent, divine power, cultivation level, and other factors. Class 1 was the pinnacle. If conditions fell short, it was possible not a single student would be assigned there. Forget about getting into Class 1, even landing in Class 3 meant access to cultivation resources far surpassing those of Class 4. Looking around, a student stepped forward onto a designated platform. At its center lay a circle formed by interconnected divine stones. 4 lines connected the circle to divine stones in each cardinal direction, each terminating at a large square block of divine stone. A mentor stood beside each of these 4 divine stones. When the student stood within the circle of divine stones, the 4 instructors simultaneously placed their hands on the stones. Divine power surged through the stones, causing them to glow and activate the circle. A halo of light enveloped the trainee, followed by a look of agony spreading across their face. As the stone's radiance faded, a faint glow began to emanate from the trainee's body. First-tier divine power, declared the mentor overseeing the awakening. Yi Bufan watched the familiar scene unfold, and a familiar face inevitably surfaced in his mind. Back when he underwent divine power awakening at the 9-9 Divine Academy, his inability to awaken had earned him countless scornful glances. What haunted him most was the woman who had already pledged her life to him, Yu Fei. After leaving the underground world, his sole reason for wanting to return to the 9-9 Lower Divine Academy was because of this woman. Before his divine power awakened, she had been so kind to him. After it awakened, she became that much more cruel. He could never forget the cold, contemptuous, mocking gaze she had directed at him when he was reduced to slavery and about to be sent to the underworld. You think I'd ever want you? Let me be honest, I was only with you to humiliate you. Without further mockery, those few words alone pierced his heart like a dagger, a wound that had never healed. Soon, Yi Bufan thought to himself. I'll repay you tenfold for how you treated me back then. Lost in thought, Yi Bufan suddenly felt someone tugging at his sleeve. He turned to see Qin Rugia standing timidly behind him, her face tense with anxiety. Why are you here instead of awakening your divine power? Yi Bufan frowned. I want to follow you. Qin Rugia lowered her head. Yi Bufan understood the girl feared failing to awaken her divine power and being dragged off to become a slave. After a moment's thought, Yi Bufan pulled Qin Rugia aside. Is anyone else in your dorm right now? Yi Bufan whispered. Qin Rugia shook her head. Take me to your dorm, Yi Bufan instructed. Qin Rugia said nothing, simply striding toward the dormitory. The moment they entered, a loud slam echoed as Yi Bufan slammed the door shut and locked it from the inside. You? Qin Rugia looked visibly tense. Cut the crap. Strip, Yi Bufan ordered coldly. Ah! Qin Rugia froze in terror, covering herself with her hands as tears welled up in her eyes. She never imagined her grandfather would entrust her to such a beastly person. Remember what I told you? Since you won't listen, then don't follow me anymore. Yi Bufan turned and walked away. Don't go. I'll take them off. Qin Rugia's tears streamed down her face. She lowered her head, turning her back to Yi Bufan, and stripped off her clothes and pants. Just as she was about to remove her undergarments, Yi Bufan stepped forward and shoved her onto the bed. Stay down. Don't move. Yi Bufan's icy voice froze Qin Rujia in place. In her mind, she kept repeating, "Don't be afraid. At least this is better than being a slave." Just then, Yi Bufan's palm pressed down on her back. One hand released the purple prison divine power to protect Qin Rujia's vital heart meridian, while the other channeled the same power through the blocked meridians within her body, struggling to navigate the obstructions. He had intended to try this last night, but delays arose due to complications with the fusion domain. Truthfully, he didn't know if it would succeed. It was nothing more than grasping at straws. Multitasking not only drained the purple prison divine power significantly but also posed an immense challenge to the Nirvana purple soul. He controlled the purple prison divine power like steel needles, directing them to assault the blocked meridians. Once. Twice. Just as Yi Bufan, having failed multiple times, was about to give up, he suddenly sensed the blocked meridian begin to loosen slightly. This slight opening allowed some of the trapped energy to escape. The purple prison divine power pounced like a starving wolf, instantly refining it away. Is this even possible? Yi Bufan felt the purple prison divine power under his palm's control grow stronger, his eyes widening in astonishment. Merely refining this loosened energy equaled a bit of greed power. If he could refine all the blocked energy within Qin Rujia's body, wouldn't he be able to break through to level 20? At this thought, his earlier exhaustion vanished instantly. Under his command, the purple prison divine power launched nearly 100 consecutive assaults before finally clearing the first blocked meridian. In that instant, the purple prison divine power voraciously refined the energy within the blocked meridian. Not only did it fully replenish the energy expended earlier, but it also yielded a noticeable increase. It really works. They call me a robber? This purple prison divine power is the true robber. It can plunder any kind of power. Yi Bufan wasted no time, channeling the purple prison divine power to assault the second blockage within Qin Rujia's body. Qin Rujia, lying on the bed, felt her heart race wildly. Just as she expected Yi Bufan's large hand to roam freely, his palm suddenly came to a halt. As the purple prison divine power entered, she felt a warm current. When the purple prison divine power broke through the first blocked meridian, Qin Rujia felt her weakened body suddenly surge with strength. At that moment, she felt a single drop of water fall onto her back. Over the next few moments, more drops fell intermittently. She didn't turn around, her crimson-rimmed eyes brimming with tears. She no longer needed to guess what Yi Bufan was doing. He was expending his divine power to clear her meridians, something her grandfather had done before. It was precisely because of this that her grandfather had depleted so much of his vitality. She knew the drops on her back were Yi Bufan's sweat, but more than his sweat, she worried about his health. Her grandfather was gone. Now, this was the only man who cared for her. She never wanted to lose him. She even wished Yi Bufan would do the shameless thing she'd first imagined. It would somehow ease her mind. "Stop," Qin Rujia whispered hoarsely. "This drains too much of your divine power and your vital energy." "Shut up!" Yi Bufan snapped coldly. Qin Rujia dared not speak again. If her words distracted Yi Bufan and caused him to lose control, she truly wouldn't have the face to live on. What she didn't know was that Yi Bufan had no intention of stopping at this very moment. Each time he cleared a blocked meridian, the purple prison divine power would noticeably surge. Merely clearing the blockages around his heart meridian already gave him the sensation of a breakthrough. Once he cleared the blockages in his limbs meridians, even if he didn't reach level 20, he'd likely be close to level 19. Just as he was fully focused on clearing Qin Rujia's meridians, Yu Hai, responsible for class assignments, could no longer see Yi Bufan anywhere. "Where has Yi Bufan gone? All available trainees, go find him," Yu Hai bellowed. He hadn't given much thought to the class assignments. His primary focus this time was to send Yi Bufan into exile. Without the protagonist, how could this play continue? Chapter 37, Bullying a Girl Caught Red-Handed. Inside the dormitory, Yi Bufan was drenched in sweat. Drops of sweat dripped continuously, soaking Qin Rujia's back and the bedsheets. Level 18, almost breaking through to level 19. Yi Bufan felt a surge of secret joy as he poured all his strength into clearing the final blocked meridian within Qin Rujia's body. Though he hadn't reached level 20 yet, breaking through to level 19 was a certainty. With level 19 purple prison divine power combined with the turtle domain, he was utterly confident he could defeat a level 20 divine being. After all, a 20th level divine being was the benchmark for ordinary clans. And how long had it taken him? He had originally planned to take down Bai Mang in 2 months, but now it seemed 1 month would suffice. "Hold on!" Yi Bufan shouted, mustering his last ounce of strength to shatter the final blockage. With that, he successfully broke through to level 19. Ah! The excruciating pain of forcefully shattering the barrier made Qin Rujia scream in agony. Before Yi Bufan could rise, the dorm door burst open violently as female cadets stormed in. "Bufan, how could you do such a thing? How shameless! You've brought shame upon the entire Divine Academy." The female cadets before him began shouting in unison. Yet when they met Yi Bufan's icy glare, they were so terrified they swallowed the rest of their words. Though they believed Yi Bufan had committed a despicable act, he was also the first person in the Academy's history to dare kill within its walls. Yi Bufan said nothing, turning and walking out. It's not what you think. Qin Rujia hurriedly pulled her clothes back on and explained. Don't be afraid. I refuse to believe the Divine Academy won't deal with him after something like this happened. Come on, let's go tell the mentor. This isn't your fault. There's nothing shameful about it. One by one, the girls grabbed Qin Rujia's arm and strode out. Along the way, Qin Rujia kept explaining, but how could she possibly clarify something like this? Especially since so many female students had seen her bare back. The more Qin Rujia tried to explain, the more the surrounding female students felt she had been threatened by Yi Bufan. Instructor. Bufan bullied Qin Rujia in our girls' dormitory, and we caught him red-handed. The Divine Academy must impose a fair punishment for this. Otherwise, who among us girls would dare to live in the dormitory anymore? A tall, slender girl with shoulder-length hair pulled Qin Rujia forward to stand before Yuhai. As she spoke, her gaze fixed on Yi Bufan in the crowd, afraid he might escape. No wonder he was nowhere to be found during class assignments. Turns out he was off doing this. He's so impatient. Doesn't he know what time it is? I knew their relationship was unusual. Otherwise, why would he kill for her? The scene erupted instantly, a cacophony of whispers and murmurs rising and falling. There were looks of contempt, anger, jealousy, and even envy. At that moment, nearly every pair of eyes in the room was fixed on Yi Bufan. Bufan, is this really true? Yuhai asked coldly. Yi Bufan remained silent, merely nodding his head. Choosing the lesser of two evils, it was unavoidable. Compared to Qin Rujia's reputation, the matter of helping her open her meridians was far more crucial. Meridian opening wasn't unheard of, but it was rare. After all, few were willing to expend their divine power for another. More crucially, opening meridians demanded immense divine power. In common understanding, only a level 2 divine messenger possessed the capability to open meridians without depleting their own vitality. If word got out that he could clear Qin Rujia's meridians at just a level 10 something, it might be even more shocking than when he had triggered the wrath of the Earthfire. I never imagined he'd sacrifice his reputation for me. Qin Rujia stared at Yi Bufan, her eyes wide with astonishment. It wasn't that she worried about her own reputation, but rather that she never imagined Yi Bufan would admit to such a thing. Judging by his attitude toward her, he was at best a servant. Admitting it would ruin Yi Bufan's reputation far worse than ruining hers. In that instant, her eyes welled up once more. Yuhai was so furious he couldn't speak. In Yi Bufan, he understood what it meant to be upright and honorable. This man embodied the very essence of that principle. He admitted to murder, and now this? It seemed that whatever was pinned on Yi Bufan, he would confess to it. My God, he actually admitted it. How shameless. If someone like this goes unpunished, won't the Divine Academy descend into chaos? Countless trainees glared at Yi Bufan with contempt, voicing their condemnation in every possible way. Bufan, you've gone too far. I hereby announce the Divine Academy's punishment, 1 month of exile to the border. You are forbidden to return before your time is up. Yuhai activated his divine power and declared in a booming voice. Amplified by divine power, his voice drowned out all surrounding sounds, ensuring every member of the Divine Academy heard him clearly. If you return alive, report directly to Class 9. Depart now immediately. No delays. Yuhai spoke, then shot Yi Bufan a meaningful glance. Yi Bufan understood the implication in Yuhai's glance. He was covering for him. Ah, my dear mentor. I truly wish you wouldn't protect me. I'm such a failure, can't you just give up on me? Yi Bufan shook his head helplessly. If he could, he'd genuinely love to give Yuhai a piece of his mind. Having such a mentor was nothing but a hindrance to his growth. Master, don't you think this is a golden opportunity? If you could also plunder power by slaying beasts, then wouldn't that? Before Huadan could finish, Yi Bufan's eyes lit up. Back at the Divine Academy, he had to scheme to get others to kill him. But out here on the frontier, battling beasts required no such mental gymnastics. Given the Purple Prison divine power's predatory nature, it might actually be possible to plunder the power of demonic beasts. When you think you've reached a dead end, a new path suddenly appears. The thought sent Yi Bufan's heart racing toward the frontier. I've already marked the border's location. If you fail to reach it within a day, the Divine Academy will expel you immediately. Yuhai tossed a phone to Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan snatched the phone, pushed through the crowd, and sprinted away. Holy! Getting sent to the military camp and he's still so damn excited. He's not human, is he? Forget new recruits, even second and third year students sent into exile never come back. As Yi Bufan's figure vanished, murmurs erupted among the onlookers. Battling beasts was a true life and death battlefield. Unlike the death arena at the Divine Academy, there, one constantly teetered on the edge of death. Alright, continue with the class assignments. Is there anyone else who hasn't awakened their divine power or taken the test? Yuhai's voice snapped everyone back to reality. All eyes instantly turned toward Qin Rujia. All who were supposed to be tested had been tested, and all who were supposed to awaken divine power had awakened it. Only Yi Bufan and Qin Rujia remained. Under the collective gaze, Shinrujia stepped forward to the center of the platform. As the 4 instructors channeled their divine power into her, a radiant glow enveloped her form. As the divine radiance faded, a glow appeared on Shinrujia's body, growing brighter and brighter. Chapter 38, The Genius Girl, 6th Tier Divine Power. Is that 3rd Tier Divine Power? Such powerful divine radiance. Besides Bai Hong, it seems no one else has awakened 3rd Tier Divine Power. Wait, the divine radiance is still intensifying. All eyes in the Divine Academy were fixed on Shinrujia on the platform, their eyes wide as copper bells. Bai Hong's awakening of 3rd Tier Divine Power had caused a sensation in the Divine Academy. Now, Shinrujia's divine power quality was still improving. If this continued, it might very well become 4th Tier Divine Power. Quiet! Yu Hai barked. His interest in Yibu Fan stemmed from his admiration for the young man's raw power. Now that Shinrujia had demonstrated 3rd Tier Divine Power, reaching 4th Tier would make her an absolute prodigy among the students of the lower 8th 9th Divine Academy. More importantly, Shinrujia was likely to become his student. 4th Tier. Yu Hai gazed at the divine radiance surrounding Shinrujia's armor, his heart surging with delight. The quality of awakened divine power was categorized by the radius of the divine aura. Each 10 centimeters equaled 1 tier. Shinrujia's aura had now reached 40 centimeters. Just as he was about to announce the conclusion, the divine radiance on Shinrujia's body, which had only just stabilized, began expanding outward once more. Though significantly slower than before, it was undeniably expanding. Yu Hai quickly clamped his mouth shut, his eyes fixed on the slowly expanding divine radiance, his heart pounding in his throat. Many trainees present were also stunned by Shinrujia's divine power. Had it not been for Yu Hai's earlier warning, they would have already begun murmuring. Hold on, you must hold on. Everything I have now, I owe to my brother. Because of me, my brother was punished by the Divine Academy and sent to serve in the military. I must grow stronger. I can't burden my brother anymore. Shinrujia gritted her teeth, repeating these words over and over in her mind. Unconsciously, she had come to regard Yibu Fan as her brother. Her closest brother, her dearest kin. The quality of awakened divine power depended not only on innate talent and bloodline, but also on how much divine power one could endure. The greater the divine power one could withstand, the higher the chance of awakening superior divine power. Since awakening divine power occurs only once, the agonizing pressure it exerts is something most people can endure only briefly. Under normal circumstances, awakening divine power took only a few minutes. Shinrujia had now endured over 10 minutes of divine power awakening, enduring the crushing agony throughout. 5th Tier. Yu Hai watched as the divine radiance on Shinrujia's body reached 50 centimeters, his hands clenching unconsciously. For centuries, neither the 8th nor 9th Divine Academy had produced a student with 5th Tier divine power. His excitement was palpable. Had the divine radiance on Shinrujia's body not been slowly expanding, he would have been the first to cheer. 6th Tier. I will reach the 6th Tier. Shinrujia gritted her teeth, her body trembling uncontrollably from the excruciating pain. At that moment, not only Yu Hai, but every other student present clenched their fists involuntarily. Hang in there. Just hold on, and you'll reach 6th Tier divine power. They shouted in their hearts, their breathing growing tense. This was no longer just about Shinrujia. If she awakened 6th Tier divine power, it would be the glory of the entire 8th 9th Lower Divine Academy. Under the crushing pressure of the high-grade divine power, Shinrujia's body trembled more violently. Finally, the divine radiance expanded to 60 centimeters. Yet Shinrujia still did not stop. Enough! You'll kill yourself if you keep this up. Dugiyu strode forward, and with a wave of his hand, the divine radiance on Shinrujia's body dissipated. Before Shinrujia could collapse, the female student who had earlier protested on her behalf rushed forward and caught her. You're completely insane. If the dean hadn't intervened, you really would have died, the female student exclaimed. Senior, thank you. Shinrujia smiled. Ever since entering the Divine Academy and sharing a dorm with Xianyuan Tian, this senior had consistently looked out for her. Xianyuan Tian was the strongest female student in the first year of the Divine Academy's 8th and 9th grades, commanding considerable prestige in the girls' dormitory. It was precisely because of this that the girls who followed her dared to confront Yibu Fan. I really don't know what you were thinking. Divine power quality isn't something you can't improve later. Why push yourself so hard? Xianyuan Tian rolled her eyes. Shinrujia remained silent, her mind drifting to Yibu Fan's image. She seemed to see Yibu Fan smiling at her, and even the pain in her body faded away. Congratulations! Congratulations! The Divine Academy has produced a 6th Tier divine power genius. Before the crowd could cheer for Shinrujia, the group strode into the Divine Academy. Yu Hai's expression darkened instantly as he looked at the two leading figures. One was Bai Mang, the former ruler of the underground world. The other was Wang Kuan, a rising star among the younger generation of the Wang family. Following behind them were members of the Zhang, Lu, and Hu families. The group of over 10 individuals began radiating an oppressive aura the moment they entered the Divine Academy, forcing the trainees ahead to clear a path. What do you think you're doing? Yu Hai demanded coldly. Instructor Yu, we're all intelligent people. Why pretend ignorance when you know the truth? Bu Fan, a student from the Noble Divine Academy, killed disciples from several of our families. We won't just let that slide, will we? Wang Kuan said coldly. According to the rules of the 8th and 9th lower divine academies, murder within the academy grounds is a capital offense. I heard you exiled Bu Fan to the border as punishment? Bai Meng inquired. This is our academy's business. We see no need to explain our handling of it to you, Yu Hai replied. Wang Kuan and the others fixed their stares on Yu Hai, instantly thickening the air with tension. In the past, the Divine Academy would have shown deference to any envoy from either the Wang or Bai families. No one expected the Divine Academy to show neither family the slightest courtesy this time. If that's how Instructor Yu puts it, we have nothing more to say. Since the Divine Academy won't treat us fairly, we'll have to handle this our way, Wang Kuan declared forcefully. You intend to resort to force? Yu Hai frowned slightly. He wasn't afraid of a fight, but the problem was that once it started, there would be no way to stop it. We've heard she's close to Bu Fan. If we take her away, Bu Fan will naturally come looking for us, Wang Kuan said, pointing at Qin Rujia. Don't even think about it. Yu Hai retorted coldly. A 6th-tier divine power prodigy, and possibly his own disciple unless he left the Divine Academy or died, it was utterly impossible. Seems the Divine Academy won't give our clans any face. In that case, we'll just wait outside the Academy grounds, Wang Kuan said. Yu Hai's face turned ashen. He understood perfectly well what waiting outside the Divine Academy meant. They wouldn't dare act within the Academy grounds, but once Academy students stepped outside, anything could happen. Did I give you too much leeway? Just as Wang Kuan and the others were about to leave, Dugiyu, who had remained silent behind the crowd of students, suddenly spoke up. The trainees ahead parted to make way, revealing Dugiyu's figure behind the clearing path. I haven't meddled in the Divine Academy's affairs these past years, yet now anyone dares demand someone within its walls. What did you just say? Wait outside the academy? Dugiyu remained motionless, observing Wang Kuan from over 10 meters away. Go wait for me, then. Let's see. Wang Kuan stared at Dugiyu with grave expression, holding his breath. Whether it was the Wang family or the Bai family, the reason they dared to come to the Divine Academy was precisely because the headmaster rarely interfered in its affairs. Chapter 39, Yanmen Frontier, Re-encountering the Old Dream. You'll all wait outside the Divine Academy together? Dugiyu swept his gaze over by Mang and the others. None of the family members dared utter a word. Bu Fan is a student of our Divine Academy. How we handle him is our business. The Academy's decision to exile him is no different from a death sentence. If you're dissatisfied, have your clan head take me to task at the 8th Divine Temple. And pass along a message to your clan head. I can turn a blind eye, or I can deign to pay a personal visit. Dugiyu finished speaking, then turned to Yu Hai. Convey my orders, any unsavory characters found outside the Divine Academy henceforth execute them without mercy. Yu Hai bellowed, yes, Dean. Wang Kuan and the others exchanged glances, none daring to leave. Dean Dugu, Bai Mang inquired, we will comply with your orders and relay your message to our clan leader. Might I ask, does this mean the Divine Academy will now bear responsibility for all students who leave its grounds? He was a king in the underworld, possessing the strength to rule over certain territories, yet in the presence of this Dean, he had to carefully measure his words. Among the 9 lower-tier divine academies in the 8th divine realm, only this Dean possessed an eccentric personality and unfathomable power. Rumor had it he'd once served in the 8th divine temple, but for reasons unknown, he'd later taken up the position of headmaster at the 8th-9th lower divine academy. If Dugi Yojin were to unleash his fury, annihilating the Bai family, even appealing to the 8th divine temple might yield no resolution. Beyond the borders of Yuan City, the Divine Academy bears no responsibility for the lives or deaths of its students. Dugi Yu finished speaking and turned to leave. Bai Mang and the others' eyes lit up as they hurriedly exited the academy. Gentlemen, Dean Dugu has made himself perfectly clear. As long as no action is taken within Yuan City's borders, the Divine Academy will not intervene. Bu Fan is heading for the border now. There's no chance on the way there, but we'll have plenty of opportunities on his return journey, Bai Mang said. Assign someone to watch him. As soon as he returns, our families will join forces to eliminate him. Wang Kuan added coldly, with our combined forces, even Director Dugu would think twice before acting. The others nodded in agreement. After the others dispersed, Wang Kuan pulled out his phone and sent a message. I can't wait for you to return from the border. First, we'll unite with the other families. Then, we'll have someone eliminate you at the border. That way, Dugu won't direct all his fury at my Wang family. A cold smile curled his lips as he read the reply on his phone, striding away with purpose. Mentor, the Dean won't protect brother. They're going to kill him? Qin Rujia watched Wang Kuan and the others leave, her anxious gaze fixed on Yu Hai. Bro? Yu Hai asked in surprise. How could Bu Fan still call him brother after doing that kind of thing with Qin Rujia? Oh. I mean Bu Fan. Qin Rujio clarified. So what Shen Yuan Tian said earlier wasn't true? Yu Hai murmured. Qin Rujia remained silent. He didn't know why Yi Bufan had admitted it, but since Yi Bufan had admitted it, she couldn't deny it. Yu Hai studied Qin Rujia's expression and instantly understood. He was now certain Yi Bufan had taken full responsibility, shouldering blame for things that hadn't even happened. He even began to suspect that the deaths of Bai Hong and the others might not have been entirely Yi Bufan's doing. That's not your concern. With your exceptional talent and potential, you should be focusing on how to strengthen your abilities. Your brother is no ordinary man. Even if Wang Kuan and the others wanted to kill him, it wouldn't be so easy. Yu Hai spoke earnestly, you must understand you are your brother's Achilles' heel. Qin Rujia recalled Wang Kuan's earlier words and nodded heavily. This time, you're the only one in Class 1 and your brother is the only one in Class 9. From now on, I'll guide your cultivation. We'll aim for you to participate in the Junior Divine Academy exchange. Yu Hai pressed a bottle of spirit transformation pills into Qin Rujia's hand and whispered, your brother will be participating in the Junior Divine Academy exchange too. Yu Hai watched the resolute gleam in Qin Rujia's eyes, a faint smile curling his lips. With Qin Rujia's talent, as long as she trained diligently, by the time the Junior Divine Academy exchange began, she would be at least a level 5 divine disciple. The class assignments will be announced shortly. I hope you'll dedicate yourselves to cultivation from now on. You heard the dean's words. Even as Divine Academy students, once you leave Wall City, your survival will depend solely on your own strength. Yu Hai declared loudly. The crowd of trainees immediately dispersed. Dugi Yu's words had indeed placed immense pressure upon them. Some weaker trainees secretly resolved not to leave the academy until they reached at least level 10. Only after everyone had dispersed did Yu Hai take out his phone to send a message to Yi Bufan. Qin Rujia has awakened 6th tier divine power. The dean is protecting her, rest assured. Beyond Wall City, the Wang and Bai families seek your death. Be cautious. On his way to the border, Yi Bufan read the message on his phone and couldn't help but smile. Yu Hai had sent him 2 messages, one reassuring him, the other warning him. Both pieces of news were good news to him. King of the underworld, I hope you won't disappoint me. When I return from the border, I'll personally chop off your head and deliver it to the Bai family, Yi Bufan said coldly. Ah, our master grows more and more mad, the Taotie sighed. Even as an ancient beast of legend, it rarely shed blood after ascending to godhood. After all, once one became a god, they valued karma. Too much killing hindered one's cultivation. Now, Yi Bufan's growing bloodlust for advancement was so intense it made even the Taotie feel uneasy. Fire Egg nodded heavily. It had been birthed from a volcanic eruption, its origins unknown even to itself. It cultivated the power of rage once its fury ignited, it knew no fear. Even so, the cold smile on Yi Bufan's lips and the murderous intent in his eyes still filled it with dread. You're right about that. If you don't go mad, you won't survive. Yi Bufan laughed. I don't believe in gods or demons. I only believe in myself. To ordinary people, those stronger than them are gods. To gods, those stronger than them are demons. If I survive, I shall surpass both gods and demons. When that day comes, will I be a god or a demon in your eyes? The Taotie and Huadan exchanged glances, their hearts churning with turmoil. This master is too arrogant. Even they couldn't refute his words. What would it mean to surpass both gods and demons in power? The 2 creatures' gazes toward Yi Bufan shifted, their eyes now filled with awe and even a glimmer of hope. If Yi Bufan stood above gods and demons, what would become of their own power? Why is it always you? What are you trying to rob this time? Yi Bufan had just stepped out of the portal leading to the border when he saw Su Meng shudder violently, abruptly leaping to her feet. She stared at him with intense wariness. I want to steal your divine technique. Will you give it? Yi Bufan chuckled. Don't even think about it. Su Meng took a step back, drawing her sword and holding it horizontally before her. Just as she expected Yi Bufan to attack, she watched him stride purposefully toward the direction of Yanmen Pass. This robber is heading to Yanmen? Su Meng's eyes widened. Yanmen, the central fortress of the border Great Wall. It was also the most crucial stronghold against demonic beasts. All commands for the frontier originated from Yanmen. It was the very heart of the border's military command. Hey, you bandit. Yanmen's right ahead. Can't you pick a better spot to rob people? Su Meng, brimming with curiosity, hurried after him. Yi Bufan remained silent. Following the coordinates Yu Hai had given him, he was indeed headed to Yanmen to report for duty. As a military convict, he didn't need to know the local situation, just report on time. Bandit. I don't like you, but you know what? You're courting death. Seeing Yi Bufan about to enter the city gate, Su Meng strode forward and blocked his path. Chapter 40, Call me sis, and I'll watch your back. Yi Bufan looked at Su Meng before him and couldn't help but smile. This woman really had a sharp tongue but a soft heart. He had robbed her before, and she clearly found him annoying. Yet at this critical moment, she stepped forward to warn him. Thanks, but I have to go in. Yi Bufan said. Why? Is there anything more important than your life? Su Meng asked. Well, to be honest, I was punished by the Divine Academy and sent here as a form of exile. I didn't want to come, but what choice did I have? Yi Bu-fan explained. Put. Su Meng covered her mouth and giggled at Yi Bu-fan's dejected expression. Perhaps because she'd been bested by Yi Bu-fan before, seeing him now in such a predicament genuinely amused her. Since we've crossed paths, call me sis. Once we're in the city, I'll look out for you. Su Meng said, draping an arm over Yi Bu-fan's shoulder. The gesture made them look like old brothers. Yi Bu-fan glanced at the arm resting on his shoulder, hesitating to speak. Stop being so awkward. Once we're through this gate, there's no gender, only brothers, Su Meng laughed. Then why make me call you sis? Yi Bu-fan rolled his eyes. Because it feels good. Su Meng leaned close to Yi Bu-fan, her breath fragrant as she whispered, are you going to call me that? If you don't, believe me or not, I'll have the guards bar you from entering the city. Yi Bu-fan couldn't help but laugh at her feigned ferocity. Calling her sister? Impossible. He could have a little sister, but he could never have a big sister. He could carry others on his back, but he'd never follow anyone else's lead. Yi Bu-fan said nothing, striding purposefully toward the city gate. My name is Bu-fan. I'm an 8th or 9th year student at the Divine Academy. I'm here to serve my punishment as a penalized student, Yi Bu-fan stated. Quite stubborn. We'll see if you can even get in. Su Meng strode after him, her voice loud enough for both Yi Bu-fan and the two guards at the gate to hear. The guards exchanged a glance with Su Meng, then shook their heads simultaneously at Yi Bu-fan. You really won't let me in? Yi Bu-fan asked. The guards remained silent, shaking their heads again. Before their heads could stop shaking, Yi Bu-fan suddenly lunged forward. The long sword at his waist flashed coldly as it came crashing down. The guards hadn't expected anyone to attempt a forced entry at Yanmen Pass. Caught completely off guard, they had no time to react and could only dodge to the side. Yi Bu-fan moved with his sword. As the blade descended, he sprinted into the city gates. I'm here to enlist, or rather, to meet my end. If you won't let me in, I'll fight my way in. Before the guards could respond, Yi Bu-fan cut in. You want me dead on the battlefield or by your hands? You choose. The two guards were stunned. Su Meng was stunned too. Wasn't it just about calling her sister? Was it worth risking his life over? Fine, you win. Let's go. Su Meng stepped forward. Yi Bu-fan said nothing, following Su Meng toward the tallest building in the city. This kid's got some guts. Going all out from the start just like us brothers from Yanmen. The two guards watched Yi Bu-fan walk away, speaking one after the other. This was a battlefield. Everyone here had walked the line between life and death. They valued strength, but they valued bloodlust even more. Just go there to report. I have other things to attend to and can't stay with you. Arriving before the tallest structure in Yanmen, Su Meng patted Yi Bu-fan on the shoulder and strode away. Before them stood a towering structure built of blue stone. Its top floor featured a platform offering a commanding view of the battlefield beyond Yanmen. Are you Bu-fan from the 8th or 9th Lower Divine Academy? A burly man seated at a table looked up as Yi Bu-fan approached the entrance. Yes. Yi Bu-fan nodded. You've been assigned to Squad 9. Someone will escort you to their quarters shortly, the man stated. Yi Bu-fan remained silent, nodding once more. He felt no resentment at the man's coldness. Through the table, he could see the man was missing a leg. Had he not lost that leg, this man would undoubtedly be fighting beasts on the battlefield. He was just an ordinary divine servant, yet he served the dragon nation silently. Such a man deserved Yi Bu-fan's respect. My name is Gaisher, captain of Squad 9. Follow me. Moments later, a tall, expressionless middle-aged man approached. Our 9th squad has only one rule, obedience. Whether here or on the battlefield, you must obey orders unconditionally, Gaisher stated as they walked. Understood, Captain. Yi Bu-fan replied. The battlefield was no arena. The larger the scale of combat, the more crucial overall coordination became. Obeying orders was the most fundamental requirement. Get acquainted with each other. Though we're one squad, we always fight in groups of 3 during combat. Gaisher led Yi Bu-fan to the 9th squad's quarters, gesturing toward two young men resting back to back. After Gaisher left, Yi Bu-fan struck up a conversation with the pair. Both were newcomers who had arrived at Yanmen less than a year ago. The shorter one was named Wu Ben, while the one with the facial scar was called Xing Yi. Both were level 9 divine servants without clan backing, seeking to break through to level 10 here. Bu-fan, what are you good at? I specialize in defense, and Xing Yi excels in speed. We need to coordinate in battle, only then can we survive on the battlefield, Wu Ben explained. If only you were good at offense, Xing Yi replied. Our last teammate was an offensive specialist, but he fell in battle. Offense, defense, and speed make the optimal combination on the battlefield, Wu Ben explained. I'm pretty balanced across all areas. Just consider me an offense specialist. Yi Bu-fan declared. He thought it over carefully. He didn't excel in any of those 3 areas. However, his cultivation level was higher than theirs, so taking on the offensive role wouldn't be a problem. What do you mean just assume? We have reconnaissance duties tonight. If you take this so lightly, we might not see tomorrow's sun, Xingyi said coldly. Yi Bufan remained silent, slowly extending his fist toward Xingyi. His movements were deliberate, the purple prison divine power concealed and dormant. In that instant, Xingyi felt an immense, crushing force bearing down upon him. As Yi Bufan's fist drew nearer, he experienced a sensation akin to Mount Tai collapsing upon him. Though Yi Bufan's fist was aimed at Xingyi, Wu Ben beside him also sensed this force. Enough! We're comrades in arms who've shared life and death. Knowing each other's strength is sufficient, Wu Ben hurriedly interjected. Xingyi watched Yi Bufan withdraw his fist, the shock in his eyes lingering long after the blow passed. He never imagined that someone younger than them, like Yi Bufan, could already surpass them by such a vast margin in cultivation. Wu Ben, prepare yourselves. We're leaving the city immediately to gather intelligence. Gaishir's command echoed as Yi Bufan sprang to his feet. He hadn't expected to encounter a demon beast so soon. He wondered how powerful the demon beasts in this world were and whether the purple prison divine power could plunder their strength. His eyes flashed with keen light, his heart brimming with anticipation. Chapter 41, The Insane Method of Gathering Information. Wu Ben and Xingyi exchanged glances at Yi Bufan's expression. Everyone who came here was cautious, avoiding leaving the city whenever possible. Why did this guy sound like he'd been injected with adrenaline at the mere mention of going out? Are you really a student from the Divine Academy? Wu Ben asked in astonishment. Under normal circumstances, Divine Academy students valued their lives even more than they did. Just as clan disciples treasured their lives more than ordinary people. Yi Bufan's current demeanor didn't resemble that of a newcomer to the Divine Academy at all. He seemed more like a warrior returning from countless battles on the battlefield. Absolutely genuine. Yi Bufan declared. You're one of a kind, Xingyi rolled his eyes. By now, darkness had fallen. The city gates opened a crack, and the three slipped out quietly. Before them lay endless darkness, dense forests, and lingering traces of blood. Though night had fallen, as Wu Ben had mentioned, some demonic beasts could see as clearly as if it were daytime. The trio quickly reached the woods, using the tree trunks for cover as they steadily advanced forward. Bufan, our primary mission is to scout for signs of beasts preparing to attack the city tomorrow. We should avoid combat with them as much as possible. Fighting them here would mean none of us would make it back alive. Wu Ben whispered. Don't worry, I've got this. Yi Bufan's eyes gleamed with determination. Wu Ben and Xingyi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with worry. As if that look could tell us anything. Soon, Yi Bufan spotted the beast, a towering black ox. Though lying down, it was easily twice the size of an ordinary ox. This is a berserk iron ox. Their defenses are formidable, but their most terrifying ability is their charging force. Even the walls of Yenmen couldn't withstand their relentless assaults, Wu Ben explained. These beasts always appear in herds. You've never witnessed 10,000 bulls charging, it's like a tsunami, Xingyi added. No sooner had the two finished speaking than they turned to find Yi Bufan, who had been following behind them, gone. They hurriedly scanned their surroundings, only to spot Yi Bufan stealthily approaching the rampaging iron ox ahead. Not a single word of their conversation had reached his ears. Damn it, I knew he wasn't someone to be trifled with. If he wakes this one up, it'll alert all the others. Xingyi exclaimed, charging toward Yi Bufan at full speed. His speed was swift. Before Yi Bufan could get close to the raging iron ox, Xingyi grabbed his arm. What are you doing? Do you realize that disturbing this one will bring swarms of them? Xingyi hissed. I know that. Yi Bufan chuckled. Just then, Wu Ben caught up. Hearing Yi Bufan's words, both men felt their hearts sink. If he didn't know, that would be one thing. But knowing and still doing this? Was he trying to die faster? What exactly are you trying to do? Even the usually composed Wu Ben was getting angry. I've got a brilliant idea. We need to find out if the beasts will attack tomorrow, right? I'll provoke the berserker iron bulls. They'll definitely attack me. That way, you'll have the chance to scout deeper into the territory. Yi Bufan explained. No way. Wu Ben and Xingyi shouted in unison. Are you kidding me? Once the berserk iron bulls were roused, Yi Bufan would be as good as dead. They'd finally found someone to complete their trio. If he died, who knew when they'd find another? A trio on the battlefield was far safer than a duo. Moreover, they'd witnessed Yi Bufan's strength. They weren't about to lose such a valuable ally so carelessly. Aren't we brothers? Aren't we comrades? Shouldn't we trust each other? Yi Bufan asked. Yes. Wu Ben and the others answered in unison. Then you should trust me. I have a way to survive this. Yi Bufan looked at them. Once you gather intelligence, contact me using your identity tokens. We'll return together then. The identity tokens were issued by the border authority, one for each person. Like mobile phones, they had unique serial numbers and could transmit messages. The border was isolated from the outside world. Cell phones had no signal here. Think about it. If a raging iron ox appeared here, this entire area could be infested with them. How can you advance under these circumstances? And if you don't go in, how will you find out if the beasts will attack tomorrow? Yi Bu Fan whispered. Wu Ben and Xing Yi fell silent. Yi Bu Fan spoke the truth. If they failed their mission, punishment awaited them back home. Success, however, would bring rewards. That was precisely why they risked their lives to come here. Then be careful. If it gets too dangerous, retreat. At worst, we'll face punishment together, Wu Ben said. Yi Bu Fan nodded, watching the two disappear into the darkness. It was surprisingly difficult to convince them to leave, Yi Bu Fan remarked. He had no real plan for survival, he was just trying to put their minds at ease. The moment he first laid eyes on the berserk iron ox, his heart stirred. Under the purple flame divine eye, though no greed aura shimmered on the frenzied iron ox's head, a surge of rage pulsed within. A berserk iron ox possesses 10 points of rage. When they gather in a herd, it becomes an inexhaustible source of rage. This wasn't a battlefield at all to him. As long as he didn't die, this place was a sacred training ground. Master, the berserk iron oxes range from level 7 to level 9 in strength, but their defenses can only be breached by divine beings of at least level 10. Once they launch a collective charge, even a level 20 divine being would meet their end. Who knows how many more beasts lurk within? As more emerge, you'll be finished. The Taotie couldn't help but warn. Though it had grown accustomed to its master's recklessness, knowing Yi Bu Fan's mindset still sent shivers down its spine. What the hell are you scared of? Worst case, you just find a new master, Yi Bu Fan retorted. Taotie and Huadan exchanged helpless glances. Yi Bu Fan paid them no mind. He drew his long sword and, the moment he neared the berserk iron ox, thrust it forward with blinding speed. He channeled the power of a 12th level divine force into that strike, ensuring the berserk iron ox would be killed in one blow. Thud. Blood spattered as excruciating pain made the raging iron ox let out a deafening bellow. Its defense is truly formidable, it can still roar even now. Yi Bu Fan felt the purple prison divine power plundering the fury energy from the berserk iron ox's body as he dashed swiftly to the side. Under the purple flame divine eyes, night became as bright as day. The instant he struck down the berserk iron ox, another one lying in the woods beside them suddenly leapt to its feet. Moo! Before Yi Bu Fan could draw near, the enraged iron ox bellowed. In an instant, the entire grove seemed to come alive. Shadows emerged from the darkness, converging on Yi Bu Fan's position. The thudding of hooves on the ground echoed like muffled drumbeats, striking straight to the heart. Fire Egg, you're in for a treat this time. We'll split the fury power evenly. Yi Bu Fan watched as wave after wave of raging iron bulls charged toward him. His gaze fixed on the rage values above each beast's head, a grin spreading across his face. Fire Egg was different from the Taotie. The Taotie was originally a god, granting it the power of greed would gradually restore it. Fire Egg, however, was like him, starting from scratch in cultivation, requiring far more rage energy. Having taken Huadan as his beast companion, he naturally considered its needs. Before, he had no choice, but now, with such a golden opportunity, he wasn't about to let it slip away. His sword flashed coldly, and the nearest raging iron ox fell to the blade. At that very moment, the remaining frenzied iron oxen charged forward in waves, like a tidal force. Chapter 42, Frenzied Slaughter, Unexpected Gain. Does he really have a way to survive? Wu Ben felt the ground tremble beneath his feet, unease stirring within him. Now is not the time for such thoughts. We must gather intelligence quickly so Bu Fan can escape sooner, Xing Yi said. Wu Ben nodded, and the two swiftly headed deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, atop the Yanmen city walls, Gaisher, the guard on duty, peered through his binoculars at the startled, rampaging iron ox, a cold smile curling his lips. While Yi Bu Fan was en route to the border, he had received news from Wang Kuan. Over the years, he had collected numerous items from demonic beasts in Yanmen, selling them all to the Wang family. The two had maintained contact ever since. On the surface, Yi Bu Fan had been assigned to the 9th Squad, but in reality, he had requested new recruits before that. Thus, upon his arrival, Yi Bu Fan was immediately placed in the 9th Squad. This deal was truly profitable. I got rid of that kid so easily and got 10 low-grade divine stones. I'll send the Wang family a message later. If there's ever another opportunity like this, don't forget me. He murmured to himself, a faint smile playing on his lips. Deaths occurred in every battle. Taking care of Yi Bu Fan while gaining 10 low-grade divine stones, what was there not to like? Captain Guy, what's got you so cheerful? Something good happen? Su Meng stepped over. Young miss, what brings you here? Guy Shi inquired. She was the beloved daughter of Yanmen's commander, Su Zhang, raised within its walls since childhood. Everyone in Yanmen knew her. When Su Meng reached the age of awakening her divine power, Su Zhang had her sent to the lower 8th 7th Divine Academy. Su Zhang himself had graduated from the 8th 7th Lower Divine Academy, and he wished for his daughter to follow in his footsteps. I just came out for some fresh air. Dad's always watching me, it's driving me crazy, Su Meng replied. The general only has your best interests at heart, Guy Shi replied. I hear movement outside the city walls. Captain Guy, did you send men to scout the beasts? Su Meng asked. She knew Yanmen too well. Immersed in its atmosphere, she'd picked up some battle tactics and strategies. Know your enemy and yourself, and you will win 100 battles. Scouting for intelligence was standard procedure to ensure more lives survived. Miss Sue is sharp. I believe you will one day succeed the general in defending Yanmen Pass, Gaisher chuckled. I'm only a level 9 divine servant. Why think so far ahead? By the way, who did you send? Su Meng asked casually. One new recruit and 2 who've been here a while. The young lady doesn't know them. Gaisher added, gathering intelligence is part of the training. If they can't handle this, how will they ever fight against the beasts? Su Meng nodded in agreement. Just as she prepared to leave, Yi Bu Fan's figure suddenly flashed through her mind. Right, that guy arrived today. Had he gone out to gather intelligence? With that thought, Su Meng had a chair brought over and sat down. Closing her eyes to rest, she asked, Captain Guy, will my resting here cause you any inconvenience? Gaisher chuckled, the beasts aren't attacking the city. How could it bother you? Please rest well, young lady. After Gaisher departed, Su Meng slowly opened her eyes and gazed into the pitch-black forest in the distance. I should have realized sooner. No one else would make such a commotion while gathering intelligence. It could only be you. Su Meng thought to herself, I hope you come back alive. Deep within the forest, Yi Bu Fan faced the overwhelming onslaught of the raging iron ox and unleashed his domain. This place was not only ideal for gathering the power of rage but also a perfect testing ground for his domain combat. The whirlwind/domain activated, and within a radius of 2 to 3 meters, he dodged the charging iron bull at blinding speed before it could close in. His sword remained sheathed until the moment of decisive strike. As he fought, he sensed the effects of his domain while the purple prison divine power simultaneously refined the rage energy. Under these circumstances, the purple prison divine power's refinement speed was not fast, so he directed more of the rage energy toward the fire egg. The Taotie watched the fire egg frantically absorb the rage energy, and its gaze toward Yi Bu Fan shifted. In its eyes, humans were inherently selfish. Given the chance to enhance themselves, they would never share it with others. Just as Yi Bu Fan had plundered the greed power earlier, giving it only a meager portion. Because of this, no matter what Yi Bu Fan did, no matter how much it cried out, it never truly regarded Yi Bu Fan as its master in its heart. Now, however, Yi Bu Fan had granted the fire egg a greater share of the fury energy. Only then did it realize it had misjudged this master all along. Given the right circumstances, this master might even bestow all the power he had seized upon them. Within Yi Bu Fan's soul, the fire egg's aura grew increasingly potent. Already level 10? The Taotie stared wide-eyed at the fire egg. Whether demon beasts or ferocious beasts, their cultivation levels were similar to humans. On the contrary, their cultivation speed was far slower than that of humans. The fire egg's rapid breakthrough stemmed partly from absorbing power of the same elemental affinity, and partly because the anger energy plundered by the purple prison divine power was exceptionally pure. Master's purple prison divine power is truly monstrous. Whether it's greed, rage, or fear, whatever it seizes, it captures the very essence. As the glutton spoke, Fire Egg's aura surged violently, propelling it directly past level 11. Master, keep it up. Kill them all, and I can push through to level 20. Fire Egg exclaimed excitedly. The Taotie rolled its eyes. It was only at level 9 itself, yet this little thing was already dreaming of breaking through to level 20. How could it, a former god, bear such arrogance? Enough is enough. Greed leads to indigestion, the Taotie snapped. You're just jealous. Don't think I don't know you've never truly regarded the master as your real master. Huadan looked at the furious Taotie and retorted, I know exactly what you're thinking. You helped the master at the beginning, so you naturally feel the master should help you. You only helped him at the beginning, why should he keep helping you afterward? I'm different. I treat the master as my true master. As my power grew, I could aid him. If real danger came, I'd fight to the death for him, could you do that? The glutton was rendered speechless by Fire Egg's retort. Yi Bu Fan had intended to retain some of the anger energy for refinement, but upon hearing Huadan's words, he decided to keep only enough to push his cultivation to level 20, giving the rest entirely to Huadan. Level 12. Level 13. Under the Taotie's astonished gaze, Huadan rapidly broke through level after level, soon reaching level 15. As a ferocious beast, the Taotie understood all too well how difficult it was for a mutated bloodline like Huadan's to advance. I too have sincerely pledged my allegiance. I can fight to the death for my master, the Taotie blurted out. It had finally come to a complete realization. Since it's already bonded to me, there's no escaping it. Rather than stubbornly resisting, I might as well go with the flow. If things kept going like this, Fire Egg would crush it and life would become unbearable. Yi Bu Fan listened to the two of them and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This was definitely an unexpected windfall. He knew the Taotie was unwilling to accept defeat, but he never imagined it would ultimately fall to Fire Egg. I told you before, once you acknowledged me as your master, I'd restore you even if you didn't ask. Just as Yi Bu Fan spoke, the Taotie suddenly interrupted, Master, beware. Black-striped demon lion. Out of the darkness, a lion the size of a calf, its coat mottled black and yellow, lunged toward them like a whirlwind. Its sharp fangs, thick bloodlust, and savage eyes sent a chill down one's spine. Chapter 43, Returning to the City, the Captain's Killing Intent. Boom! The long sword struck the black-striped demon lion, the immense force sending Yi Bufan staggering back 3 or 4 steps. Before he could recover, the frenzied iron ox charged from the side. Master, beasts gain sentience at level 10. They understand teamwork. Taotie warned. Fine, then we'll coordinate too. Fire egg. As Yi Bufan spoke, Wu Dan flew out from his soul. As Yi Bufan swung his sword, Fire Egg charged at full speed toward the black-striped demon lion. In the darkness, the fiery red figure streaked like a falling star. Boom! The instant Fire Egg was knocked flying by the black-striped demon lion, Yi Bufan's sword pierced the throat of the raging iron ox. Fire Egg was level 15, while the black-striped demon lion was level 14. Had Fire Egg possessed more combat experience, it could have gained the upper hand in a one-on-one fight. Fire Egg didn't engage the black-striped demon lion in a straightforward fight to the death. Instead, it focused its attention on Yi Bufan. Whenever Yi Bufan launched an attack, it intercepted assaults from other nearby raging iron bulls. This ensured Yi Bufan remained locked in one-on-one combat. The man and beast worked in perfect coordination, felling one berserk iron ox after another. The sight made the Taotie's heart itch with envy. As an ancient ferocious beast, combat was in its very bones. Having been restrained since its injury, even at level 9 now, it could no longer hold back and charged forward. Can you stop messing with my master? Wu Dan snapped. The Taotie trembled with rage. Once a god towering above all, now it was being scorned by this little brat. It shot Fire Egg a vicious glare, then unleashed its fury upon the nearby raging iron ox. It was no match for Fire Egg. Now attacking him would only bring humiliation upon itself. A flash of cold light, a fireball, and a figure as blue as smoke. Working together, they attacked from all sides. One after another, the frenzied iron bulls fell. Just as Yi Bufan was in the thick of the slaughter, the Taotie suddenly cried out, "Master, they're back!" Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Bufan retreated at lightning speed. Simultaneously, the Taotie and Wu Dan swiftly retreated into his soul. Why aren't you coming out yet? I can't hold on much longer. Yi Bufan deliberately shouted as he fled. He had no intention of revealing his true strength before Wu Ben and the others. A herd of berserk iron bulls pursued Yi Bufan, while the black-striped demon lion halted, its eyes fixed on Yi Bufan with peculiar curiosity. It couldn't comprehend how the human who had been slaughtering wildly moments ago could suddenly change like this. Wu Ben and Xing Yi saw the herd of raging iron oxen pursuing Yi Bufan. Without pausing to observe further, they charged forward at full speed. The three joined forces to fend off the iron bulls' attacks, fighting while retreating. Open the gates! Wu Ben shouted as he reached the city walls. Just as Gaishir was about to speak to open the gate, he noticed two other figures beside Wu Ben. He's not dead. Gaishir's brows furrowed tightly. In his eyes, Yi Bufan was worth 10 low-grade divine stones. Even ordinary clan disciples received less than 1 low-grade divine stone per year, let alone 10. Captain Gai, why aren't you opening the gate? Su Meng stepped forward. She was cheerful and straightforward, yet sharp-witted. From Gaishir's actions, she could tell that if she weren't here, the city gates likely wouldn't open. She didn't know who Gaishir was targeting, and even if she did, she had no authority to intervene now. True, she was the daughter of Yanmen's commander, Su Zhang, but Su Zhang never allowed her to meddle in Yanmen's affairs. Open the city gates. Gaishir commanded. After all, Yi Bufan's men were under his command. There would be plenty of opportunities to eliminate Yi Bufan. Yi Bufan and his two companions entered the city. Wu Ben went to report to Gaishir, while Yi Bufan and Xing Yi made their way to their lodgings. Su Meng waited until Wu Ben had gone upstairs before seizing the chance to slip away. Under cover of night, she hurried to Yi Bufan's quarters and waved to him from afar. Get to the point. I snuck out under the guise of needing to use the restroom, Yi Bufan said. Did you offend Captain Gai? If not for me, he wouldn't have opened the city gates for you. Su Meng declared. Although Yi Bufan had two companions with him, if Gaishir had wanted to eliminate the other two, he wouldn't have waited until now. Yi Bufan arrived today, investigated the situation today, and refused to open the city gates today. Too many coincidences. I've only met him once. But, as Yi Bufan spoke, he couldn't help but recall the message Yu Hai had sent him. But what? Su Meng pressed. But there are indeed many who want me dead. Someone must be using him to eliminate me. Yi Bufan chuckled, I'm tough as nails. If he can't kill me, I'll kill him. Su Meng. What kind of person was this? She even began to doubt whether she had made a mistake. This was Yanmen Pass, a place that valued unified command and coordinated combat. If this one man caused a defeat, who knew how many lives would be lost? Don't do anything reckless. If you really cause trouble, even I won't be able to save you, Su Meng said sternly. Thanks. But my life is my own to decide. If I die, you won't need to save me anyway. Yi Bufan walked away after speaking, leaving Su Meng staring in disbelief. Had this guy lost his conscience? She'd given him a well-intentioned warning, and he had the nerve to be so ungrateful. With that thought, Su Meng dismissed the matter. That night, Yi Bufan used his bathroom break to refine the power of rage, elevating his purple prison divine power to level 20. Meanwhile, the fire egg absorbed vast amounts of this rage energy, leaping from level 15 to level 17. What left him speechless was that the higher fire egg's realm became, the more power it required to break through. At this rate, even if he slaughtered every berserk iron ox here, fire egg still wouldn't be guaranteed to break through to level 20. Thump, thump, thump. At dawn the next day, Yi Bu-fan was jolted awake by the urgent drumbeat. Bad news. The beasts are attacking the city. Xing Yi leapt to his feet. Didn't you say the beasts wouldn't attack today? Yi Bu-fan asked in astonishment. How should I know? There was no unusual activity deep in the forest last night. Who knows what possessed these beasts to suddenly attack the city? Xing Yi replied. Yi Bu-fan quickly assembled with Wu Ben and Xing Yi. Under Gaishir's leadership, they charged out of the city gates alongside the other squads. As far as the eye could see, hordes of beasts filled the landscape. Raging iron bulls, black-striped demon lions, wind-chasing blue wolves, rock-scaled giant pythons. Countless beasts surged forward like a moving forest, a dark, oppressive mass bearing down on Yanmen. The overwhelming momentum left Yi Bu-fan wide-eyed. I think it's because the master killed quite a few berserk iron bulls last night, enraging these beasts, said Taotie. So you're implying I was wrong? Yi Bu-fan retorted. Of course not. How could my master be wrong? The Taotie hastily clarified, what I mean is that creature is filled with murderous intent toward the master. It's looking for an opportunity to kill him. Yi Bu-fan turned his head to glance at Gaishir, standing amidst the crowd. A cold gleam flashed in his eyes. Not only did he sense the killing intent emanating from the man, but he also saw the greed power level of 30 floating above his head. This was the highest greed power Yi Bu-fan had ever seen in someone who wanted to kill him. Wu Ben, you lot hold off the rock-scale giant python. I'll lead men to scatter the beasts before us, then reinforce you. Gaishir looked at Wu Ben and the others, his gaze finally settling on Yi Bu-fan. He commanded, I don't care what methods you use. If any rock-scale giant serpents approach within half an hour, it will be treated as insubordination. Chapter 44, This kid deserves to be my son-in-law. Just as Wu Ben opened his mouth to speak, Gaishir roared and charged forward with the 9th squad. Not only Squad 9, but also Squad 7 and Squad 8 were positioned on the other side. 7th squad charged forward in the vanguard, flanked by 8th and 9th squads on either side, advancing in a triangular formation toward the beasts ahead. The moment the two sides clashed, countless divine followers were obliterated by the beasts, halting the advance of the demonic horde. Blood spattered everywhere, cries of agony and beastly roars echoed in waves. Life was as worthless as grass in that moment, and corpses littered the ground in the blink of an eye. Thump, thump, thump. War drums thundered from the city walls as the 3rd and 4th squads charged at full speed from the left flank, while the 5th and 6th squads surged forward from the right. Attacking from both flanks, they drove the beasts toward the center. Before the city gates behind Yi Bu-fan and his men, Squad 1 and Squad 2 each took up positions on opposite sides, standing guard in readiness. Yi Bu-fan followed the sound of the war drums and looked up at the city wall. Upon the ramparts, a commanding, burly middle-aged man stood tall against the wind. A long sword hung at his waist. His rugged, angular face bore a resolute expression, dotted with stubble as sharp as steel needles. His left hand gripped the hilt of the sword at his waist. Though no divine energy rippled from him, he exuded an aura of unyielding resolve, a man who could hold the pass against 10,000 foes. Impressive! He must be the commander of Yanmen Pass. Yi Bu-fan exclaimed in awe. That's General Su Zhang. With him guarding Yanmen Pass, not a single demon beast has crossed it in over 20 years, Wu Ben explained. Enough with the useless chatter. Focus on how to hold off that rock-scale giant python. Xing Yi frowned deeply as he stared at the 3 giant serpents, each as thick as water barrels. Don't be fooled by its rank, it's only a level 9 demon beast. If it manages to bind us, any divine being below level 20 will die. Wu Ben said solemnly, Bu-fan, though you're the main attacker, don't take unnecessary risks. Yi Bu-fan watched as the 2 men sprinted toward the 3 rock-scale giant snakes and followed suit. Before they drew near, a thick, foul stench assaulted their senses. The 3 rock-scale giant pythons raised their heads, each fist-sized eye glowing with savage ferocity. The foremost serpent lashed out with its tail. The colossal tail swept up dust like 1,000 charging horses, an unstoppable force. Don't try to fight them head-on. Wu Ben shouted. Yi Bu-fan appeared flustered, but it was too late to change tactics now. His sword collided with the serpent's tail, sending him reeling backward over 10 meters. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, prompting Wu Ben and Xing Yi to rush to his side. Both men struck simultaneously, 2 flashes of sword-light crashing directly into the rock-scale giant serpent's head. Each grabbed one of Yi Bu-fan's arms, forcing him backward once more to create distance from the rock-scale giant serpent. You're insane! Xing Yi exclaimed. The rock-scale giant python is a level 9 demon beast. Its defense and attack are formidable, even level 10 divine beings wouldn't dare confront it head-on. Wu Ben glared at Yi Bu-fan. Our mission is to stall them, not fight them to the death. Hurry up! We can't let them attack the captain. Otherwise, he'll kill us when we get back too. Yi Bu-fan said nothing, charging forward alongside the others. Before, he hadn't fully grasped what Geisher meant by disobeying orders will be punished. Now it was clear the enemy left him no room to survive. 3 men against 3 rock-scale giant snakes. If the snakes engaged all 3, they might manage to hold them off. But if the 3 rock-scale giant pythons chose not to engage them, only 2 outcomes remained. One was to fight the rock-scale giant serpents to the death, ending in either death or severe injury. The other was letting the rock-scale giant serpents escape, only to return and await Geisher's executioner's blade. Yi Bufan glanced at Geisher, who was locked in combat in the distance. Spotting the man looking back at him, a cold smile touched his lips. Since you wish to kill me, I shall grant you that opportunity. With that thought, Yi Bufan commanded the Taotie, devour these 3 beasts. Kill them. The power of greed is yours, and the power of rage belongs to Huadan. Greed knows no bounds. Among the demonic beasts before them, these 3 rock-scale giant pythons possessed the highest greed power, each boasting 40 points. Combined, they totaled 120 points, a seemingly modest amount. Yet for the current Taotie, it was utterly irresistible. As a sole entity, the Taotie could simply channel its curses through spiritual energy for the rock-scaled serpents to perceive. What a huge caterpillar! It'd be delicious roasted. Just as the Taotie was about to speak, Huadan erupted in scorn. Caterpillars? They're not even insects. Just a pile of wriggling rotten flesh. What are they crawling out for? Just to be food for other beasts, the Taotie retorted. Food? That's flattering them. Who eats rotten flesh? Drinking their blood is more like it. Their blood tastes too bloody to drink. Their eyes are big enough to use as shot glasses, you can even hear them pop when you stomp on them. While Huadan and the Taotie continued their tirade, Yi Bufan's expression shifted to one of surprise. The Taotie existed as a soul, but Huadan possessed a physical body. He hadn't expected Huadan to be able to curse the enemy with his soul as well. This little guy has limitless potential. Yi Bufan thought to himself. Wu Ben and Xingyi couldn't hear Huadan and Taotie's curses, but they distinctly felt the 3 rock-scale giant pythons' attacks growing increasingly frenzied. Damn it, did someone step on these rock-scale giant pythons' tails? Wu Ben exclaimed. We won't be able to hold them off much longer, Xingyi said, his expression grave. Don't you think these 3 beasts are all targeting me? Yi Bufan proposed, I'll draw them away. That way we can complete the mission and free you guys to support the others. Wu Ben and Xingyi exchanged glances. Though utterly stunned, they recalled the maniac's fury from last night and nodded in agreement. It was the only option. If Yi Bufan had survived last night's onslaught of raging iron bulls, he could surely do it again. Yi Bufan's plan was extremely dangerous, but who among those fighting for their lives on this battlefield wasn't in peril? To provoke 3 rock-scale giant serpents into leaving the battlefield, this kid's got some nerve. From the city walls, Su Zhang watched the 3 rock-scale giant serpents chase Yi Bufan rapidly toward the right rear, a hint of admiration flickering in his eyes. Dad, why are you praising him? He's disrupting your tactics. Su Meng frowned from behind Su Zhang. She had been on the city walls since Yi Bufan and the others entered the fray. She monitored the entire battle while keeping a close eye on Yi Bufan. She knew Geisher wanted Yi Bufan dead. This was likely his final battle. Her father's strategy was direct confrontation, pincering from both flanks to concentrate all the demonic beasts on the battlefield before Yanmen. If Yi Bufan remained here, Geisher would have little chance. But Yi Bufan's departure was effectively creating an opportunity for Geisher. What is the purpose of this head-on confrontation with flanking pressure tactic? Su Zheng asked. To prevent the beasts from finding openings to assault the walls, of course. Su Meng replied. He's left the battlefield, but do those 3 rock-scale giant serpents have a chance to attack the walls? Su Zheng looked at Su Meng. The battlefield changes in an instant. There are no fixed tactics. As long as it doesn't conflict with the tactical objective, it can be done. By drawing away those 3 rock-scale giant serpents, he single-handedly held them off. This allowed his 2 teammates to free up their hands to fend off other beasts. There was merit, no fault. Su Zheng smiled as he concluded, You have good judgment. This lad is worthy of being my son-in-law. Su Meng shot her father a disapproving glance before turning away. Her return wasn't solely to learn battle command from her father, she also sought to temper herself on the battlefield and enhance her strength. What discernment? Letting a bandit marry your daughter? You really think of everything. Su Meng muttered under her breath as she walked away. Just as Yi Bufan diverted the 3 rock-scale giant pythons, Geisher, who had been watching, also saw it. 3 rock-scale giant pythons can't kill you? Then add another man. Geisher shot a glance at the middle-aged man beside him and bellowed, Deputy Captain. Our 9th squad never abandons a brother. That new recruit is being pursued by 3 rock-scale giant pythons. Go retrieve him alive. Chapter 45, I have fire, I won't get my hands dirty. No one gets left behind. The members of Squad 9 shouted in unison, their morale soaring. Geisher watched the scene unfold before him, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. The deputy captain was his trusted confidant, privy to his dealings with the Wang family. While others believed the deputy captain was going to rescue Yibu Fan, only he knew the truth. He wasn't going to save him, but to kill him. Sending the deputy captain after you? You'll die well. Geisher watched the deputy captain sprint swiftly toward the direction Yibu Fan had fled, feeling secretly triumphant. Meanwhile, pursued by 3 massive rock-scaled pythons, Yibu Fan charged straight into the forest ahead. Big mouth, fire egg, get to work. Yibu Fan called out, all you do is eat and sleep, sleep and eat. That's not good for your health. Taotie and Huadan charged out simultaneously. Before the closest rock-scaled giant python could react, Huadan slammed into it, sending it flying. Taotie, possessing no physical form, moved with blinding speed. Before the rock-scaled giant serpent could raise its head, Taotie mounted its skull. Azure divine power surged from its claws, smashing down on the serpent's skull. Simultaneously, it opened its massive jaws, greedily draining the serpent's own voracious energy. The 2 remaining rock-scaled giant serpents, having witnessed Huadan's formidable power, simultaneously turned and lunged toward Yibu Fan. 2 gaping maws opened wide, ready to swallow Yibu Fan whole. Beasts and divine beings are all the same, they only pick on the weak. Yibu Fan declared, swinging his sword in a swift strike. The 2 rock-scaled giant pythons had barely closed in when they were engulfed by the turtle domain. In that instant, the overwhelming pressure forced the 2 rock-scaled serpents to sink, their speed instantly slowing. Flash after flash of sword light danced around them. A defense that even a 10th-level divine being couldn't breach crumbled like paper under the swirling blades. Scales, shreds of flesh, and blood rained down from the sky. The turtle domain resembled a living hell. The 2 rock-scaled giant pythons writhed in agony, their 4 enormous eyes fixed on Yibu Fan, filled with nothing but terror. They couldn't comprehend how the human who had fled in disarray moments before could now wield such a formidable domain. Yibu Fan hadn't even launched a formal attack. The sheer force within this domain alone was enough to tear them apart. Don't look at me like that, you're not my target. Yibu Fan spoke as he withdrew the turtle domain, his gaze shifting toward the direction they had come from. Soon, the figure of the Ninth Squad's deputy captain appeared. Bu Fan, don't blame me. The captain ordered me to send you on your final journey. The Wang family paid 10 low-grade divine stones for your life. For someone like you, 10 low-grade divine stones is a fair price. You should be satisfied. The deputy captain sneered coldly. Why didn't Geisher come himself? Yibu Fan asked calmly. Geisher wanted him dead, undoubtedly backed by some clan's favor. This was entirely within his expectations, nothing surprising. Do you think you're worthy of the captain coming personally? The deputy captain sneered coldly. My presence here is already showing you great favor. Killing you will take but a single move. Yibu Fan nodded, then extended his index finger and beckoned toward the other man. Seems you don't want to die quickly. The deputy captain's eyes flashed with rage. Big mouth, you handle this. It'd be beneath me to deal with a lowly scum like this, Yibu Fan declared. My master speaks wisely. Such trash would only soil his hands. The gluttonous beast materialized, its eyes fixed on the greed energy above the deputy captain's head, gleaming with desire. Talking trash wasn't idle chatter, it could amplify the anger energy within their opponent, allowing Huadan to reap some benefits too. Let me handle it instead. I have fire, no need to dirty my hands. Fire Egg declared. What do you think you're doing? Don't you know who goes first? The Taotie snapped, eyes wide. Is it my fault? We finally get a weakling like this. If we don't bully him, it'd feel wrong. Fire Egg retorted. The deputy captain watched the Taotie and Fire Egg bickering back and forth, his anger boiling over. In his eyes, Taotie was merely a disembodied fragment of a soul, and Huadan was nothing more than a fledgling bird whose feathers hadn't even fully grown in. Here he was, a deputy captain and a level 15 divine servant, yet these 2 creatures dared to look down on him. What infuriated him most was how these 2 scoundrels seemed to be vying for Yibu Fan's favor, completely disregarding his authority. You've succeeded in enraging me. I'll make you understand what it means to be caught between life and death. The deputy captain channeled his divine power, his body radiating murderous intent as he strode toward Yibu Fan. The Taotie charged forward only to be sent flying by the deputy captain's fist. Fire Egg followed suit, sent flying as well. He continued to swing his fist. The moment the fist made contact with Huadan, a tremendous force surged through him. Unable to retreat in time, he was sent flying backward. Thud! Thud! His back smashed through 2 small trees before he finally came to a halt. Trash is trash. Fire Egg watched the deputy captain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as it fluttered its wings and flew toward him, its face brimming with defiance. Put! The deputy captain, who had just risen, watched the scene unfold and was so enraged that blood spurted from his body. Just then, the gluttonous beast charged forward. Though it possessed no physical form, the impact of its fist sent the deputy captain flying once more. Truly trash, declared the Taotie. You! The deputy captain managed to utter before spewing another mouthful of blood. His face drained of color. Severely wounded, his eyes burned with rage, yet they also held an expression of disbelief and shock. You're not even a level 10 divine servant. How could you have a level 17 beast pet? The deputy captain demanded. Take a guess. Yi Bu Fan chuckled. Don't get too cocky, kid. I may die, but you won't live either. I've already relayed the message to the captain. The deputy captain snarled. Before he could finish, a fiery bolt pierced straight through his heart. Yi Bu Fan watched as the fire egg and the Taotie charged forward, each plundering the power they needed. He shook his head helplessly. Moments later, the aura emanating from the Taotie surged, propelling it directly from level 9 to level 10. This creature was recovering its cultivation had no bottleneck. With sufficient greed energy, ascending to level 99 would be as easy as drinking water. Though Huodan hadn't advanced, it was now within striking distance of level 18. Master, do you think that guy will rush over once he gets the news? Huodan asked. Are you stupid? If he just goes back and reports to the master that the deputy captain was killed, he can eliminate the master without lifting a finger. Taotie warned, Master, such men stop at nothing to achieve their goals. We should devise a countermeasure sooner rather than later. Yi Bu Fan said nothing, turning to sprint back along the path they had come. The battle raged on, and he intended to seize this opportunity to plunder more power. Monsters often carry traces of rage energy, and some even held greed energy. He now needed to aid both Taotie and Huodan while simultaneously accumulating power to prepare for his own advancement. Each 10 levels marked a threshold in cultivation. After breaking through to level 20, the domain he had constructed doubled in size. It was precisely this foundation that gave him the confidence to lure Geisher into his trap. After all, Geisher wasn't just a deputy captain, he was a genuine 21st level divine being. Master, I adore you so much. Once I take human form, I'll marry you. Huodan exclaimed excitedly. With Yi Bu Fan's assistance, her advancement was progressing at an astonishing pace. What are you thinking? You may be a female bird, but remember you're still just a bird. A bird can never be a mistress, Taotie declared. Mind your own business. Anyway, I'm prettier than you, with a big head and a small body, you're no better than a male dog. Huodan retorted. Chapter 46, Retreating at the sound of the gongs, abandoned. Yi Bu Fan ignored the two creatures squabbling and charged full speed toward the rampaging iron ox ahead. To seize more power, he unleashed his level 10 divine strength, executing the Lu family's divine technique, Swift Wind Slash. With a single strike, the rampaging iron ox's throat was pierced clean through. Amidst the spattering blood, Yi Bu Fan moved like the wind, seizing every opportunity to unleash his divine techniques and slay the ferocious beasts before him. As one after another of the raging iron oxen fell, many eyes were drawn to Yi Bu Fan's combat prowess. Holy crap! This newbie is insane. Looks like the deputy captain saved him. With him, our 9th squad's combat strength has increased significantly. Geisher listened to the surrounding squad members' whispers, his expression darkening. Only he knew the truth, his deputy captain had already fallen to this guy's beast pet, yet he couldn't reveal it now. If his silence affected the entire battle outcome, Su Zhang would never forgive him. The Lu family's divine technique. I'll report this to the Lu family first, then. Watching Yi Bu Fan single-handedly charge into the raging herd of iron bulls, Geisher roared, Brothers, charge. Bu Fan, you lead the 9th squad as the vanguard. Tear open a breach and utterly crush the demon beast army. Yi Bu Fan's smile deepened at Geisher's words. What a role for the 9th squad's vanguard. Not only did they want to sacrifice his life for glory, but they also intended to use the beast's claws to tear him apart. Charge together. Wu Ben and Xing Yi charged forward, flanking Yi Bu Fan on either side. Yi Bu Fan glanced at the two, then disregarded all caution, unleashing divine techniques in rapid succession. He forcibly widened the gap between the three of them and the rest of the 9th squad. You two stay with the others. Don't follow me, Yi Bu Fan ordered. Why? Wu Ben and Xing Yi asked simultaneously. Because Geisher wants me dead. Yi Bu Fan declared, this is between him and me. Don't get involved. Remember, I'll break through. You slow down and regroup with the brothers behind us. Wu Ben and Xing Yi exchanged glances, their eyes filled with horror. Knowing Geisher wants to harm him, yet he still charges forward recklessly? Was he insane or just plain crazy? Just as the two were utterly baffled, Yi Bu Fan, empowered by successive divine wind slash techniques, charged single-handedly into the horde of demonic beasts. Madman. Su Mang, who was battling the wind-chasing blue wolf on the battlefield, watched the scene unfold with wide eyes. Under her father's tutelage, her command skills had greatly improved. While Yi Bu Fan's actions seemed to be a decisive charge to break the demon beast army's advance, they were in fact a reckless, suicidal depenetration. She could see it, and she believed Yi Bu Fan could see it too. She was even more certain Yi Bu Fan knew Geisher wouldn't follow. Yet she couldn't fathom why Yi Bu Fan would do such a thing. Sure enough, as Yi Bu Fan charged headlong into the demon beast horde, the 9th squad, led by Geisher, gradually slowed their pace. The distance between Yi Bu Fan and the rest of Squad 9 grew wider and wider. Finally, surrounded by the swarm of beasts, he had no choice but to charge into the forest ahead, vanishing completely from everyone's sight. This time, I won't let you live. Geisher vowed silently. He did not retreat immediately. Instead, he led the 9th squad forward in a relentless charge. He demanded not only Yi Bu Fan's death but also the Ninth Squad's unwavering loyalty to be celebrated. Upon the city walls, Su Zhang watched Yi Bu Fan vanish into the woods and sighed softly. He said nothing, only gazing into the distance, a look of reminiscence flickering in his eyes. That youth charging through the horde of beasts bore such a striking resemblance to his younger self. Back then, he too had charged recklessly into battle, becoming the fiercest warrior on this battlefield. The difference was that he had a good elder brother, a good captain, and a discerning mentor who recognized his talent. Yi Bu Fan had none. Everything Geisher did was clearly aimed at Yi Bu Fan. As the commander, not only could he not speak of this, but after the battle, he would have to commend Geisher. The reason was simple: this battlefield needed squads like Geisher's to charge forward, needed that kind of fearless, fighting spirit. He couldn't punish Geisher for Yi Bu Fan alone and destroy everyone's morale. Sound the retreat, Su Zhang commanded. The beast's momentum had been broken by the Ninth Squad's charge. Continuing the fight would yield nothing but more casualties. Having garrisoned this place for years, he understood the beast's nature well. Once they withdrew, the beast army would follow suit. The crisp clang of metal echoed across the battlefield. Su Meng watched the retreating troops, then turned to glance at his father atop the city walls, his eyes filled with confusion. Withdrawing now meant extinguishing the last sliver of hope for Yi Bu Fan's survival. "Master, it seems we've been abandoned," Taotie declared. "Isn't that a good thing?" Yi Bu Fan replied. "Good?" Taotie stared in disbelief. "With no one watching us, we can use this chance to make huge progress," Yi Bu Fan declared. "We'll sneak back tonight and settle the score with Geisher once and for all." Fire Egg exclaimed excitedly, "Master, you're so brilliant." Taotie. Though it felt Yi Bu Fan was courting death again, and that this might allow it to recover, it held its tongue. With no one else around, the Taotie and Huadan appeared at Yi Bu Fan's sides, fighting shoulder to shoulder. To prevent those on the city walls from spotting their movements, Yi Bu Fan steadily advanced deeper into the forest as the battle raged. Blood spattered everywhere, corpses littered the ground. At some point, the surrounding beasts suddenly withdrew entirely, leaving only Yi Bu Fan, panting heavily. "Master, be cautious. We've likely entered the territory of beasts above level 20, the Taotie warned gravely. Throughout this slaughter, Fire Egg had only risen one level, reaching level 18. Taotie, however, had leaped 5 levels, now standing at level 15. Though Yi Bu Fan had accumulated enough power to break through to level 21, he hadn't found the time to advance his cultivation. Why worry about that now? Break through first. Yi Bu Fan sat cross-legged, channeling the full might of the purple prison divine power within him to directly assault the 21st level. "Master, be careful." Fire Egg's startled cry still echoed in his ears as his body was violently hurled backward. Yi Bu Fan watched the Fire Egg in the distance as its crimson flames faded, then turned his gaze to the green snake floating several meters away amidst the mist. A cold killing intent erupted violently from his body. Despite Fire Egg addressing him as master and being merely a bird, Yi Bu Fan had come to regard it as a mischievous little sister in his heart, given its attitude and transformation toward him over recent times. In Yi Bu Fan's heart, Huadan's status even surpassed that of the once divine Taotie. The sight of Fire Egg wounded before his eyes sent uncontrollable rage surging through him. "I don't care what level of demon beast you are. Dare to harm my beast companion, and it'll be either my death or yours," Yi Bu Fan declared coldly. Chapter 47, The Beast Speaks Human Words, Entrusting His Child in Peril. "It's over. My master's gone mad again." Taotie watched Yi Bu Fan's expression and sighed inwardly. Fear brings its own reality. They say one gets used to everything, but having witnessed Yi Bu Fan risk his life countless times, it hadn't grown accustomed, only increasingly terrified. Truthfully, it didn't even understand why. Ever since Yi Bu Fan had helped it ascend, ever since it had cried out master to Yi Bu Fan, it had become dependent on him. Now it was genuinely terrified that this master, who could help it recover so quickly, might suddenly vanish. "Master is so kind to me, it's truly touching," Huadan said. Taotie watched Huadan fly toward him, his heart stirred by emotion. To put it bluntly, a beast companion is essentially the master's enforcer. When life and death are on the line, abandoning one's beast companion is all too common. But someone like Yi Bu Fan, willing to risk his life for his beast companion? That was unheard of. "Get lost, or die," the green snake spat in human speech. The expressions of the Taotie and Huadan grew grave. "Master, the cloud-soaring azure dragon can speak human language. Its strength is likely approaching level 30, said the Taotie. "Who cares what level it is? Attack first, ask questions later." Yi Bu Fan stepped forward, unleashing his gale/domain. Sword light flashed like thunder as it struck out. Boom! The cloud-soaring azure dragon transformed into a streak of azure light, shattering the sword beam outright. The immense force hurled Yi Bu Fan backward. His back slammed into a tree trunk, and Yi Bu Fan spat out a mouthful of blood. "Master, run! It's level 29. Huadan cried out in alarm. "So what if it's level 29? Does that mean I can't fight it?" Yi Bu Fan raised his arm, wiping the blood from his lips with his sleeve, and charged forward once more. The turtle domain unleashed, the purple prison divine power surged to its fullest, and he swung his sword once more at the little azure dragon in the clouds. Boom! Just like before, Yibu Fan was sent flying once more. A 9-level gap between them proved insurmountable, even with the turtle domain and purple prison divine power. Just as the little azure dragon, the Taotie, and Huadan thought Yibu Fan would stop, he charged forward once more. Time after time, he was sent flying. Blood streamed from the corners of Yibu Fan's mouth, yet his face showed no trace of fear, only growing madness. That hell demon lotus is truly despicable, stripping its master of sensation and fear. Now the master not only feels no pain but also knows no dread. This is meant to kill him, roared the Taotie. Die then! What the hell is there to fear? Huadan flapped its wings and charged forward at breakneck speed. Back off! Yibu Fan barked coldly, charging forward once more. Startled by Yibu Fan's command, Huadan traced an arc through the air and flew back to Taotie's side. It didn't understand why its master wouldn't let it attack, but it dared not disobey. At this very moment, the purple prison divine power within Yibu Fan repeatedly plundered the strength from the little azure dragon in the clouds. Though each extraction was small, the sheer number of times it occurred added up to a significant amount. It was less about fighting desperately and more about desperately draining the opponent's power. Of course, Yibu Fan was no reckless brute. He acted this way because from the very beginning, he sensed that the little azure dragon of the clouds was not using its full strength and lacked intense killing intent. The opponent seemed to hold back, as if wary of something. Even when Yibu Fan launched relentless full power attacks, it never committed itself fully. Precisely because of this, once the fight began, Yibu Fan's own killing intent toward the little azure dragon in the clouds faded. In his view, the opponent's act of blasting away the fire egg was likely a threat devoid of lethal intent. Boom! Yibu Fan was sent flying once more. The moment he came to a halt, his aura erupted violently. After breaking through to level 21, Yibu Fan did not launch an attack. Instead, he turned and fled. Master, what? Before the Taotie could react, a gray light descended from the sky, colliding directly with the little azure dragon in the clouds. A dull rumble echoed as a massive shockwave sent both the Taotie and the fire egg flying backward. Sky-shattering kite, level 29. Taotie stared wide-eyed at the gray figure battling the azure dragon in the clouds. Master, did you know this creature was poised for a surprise attack from above? Taotie approached Yibu Fan and asked. Both the heaven-shattering kite and the cloud-soaring azure dragon were demonic beasts, both at level 29. However, in terms of cultivation realm, the cloud-soaring azure dragon was closer to level 30. Yibu Fan remained silent. Since obtaining the Nirvana Purple Soul, his innate sense of impending danger had grown sharper. His sudden retreat moments ago stemmed from sensing an intense threat. Had he not fled, had he launched another attack on the cloud-soaring azure dragon, under the sky-turning kite's assault, not only would the azure dragon suffer severe damage, but he himself would not survive. Big Mouth, do you think this is infighting, or do they have a pre-existing grudge? Yibu Fan asked. Hard to say. They're at the same cultivation level. Territorial disputes are entirely possible, replied the Taotie. Yibu Fan nodded, channeling the purple prison divine power to heal his internal injuries. The fact that a demon beast could speak human language meant a demon core had formed within it. If the purple prison divine power could plunder the energy from that demon core, he would gain even more power to enhance himself. Fortune favors the bold. Staying here was perilous, yet it offered a chance to fight. If he could battle beasts like the heaven-turning hawk or the cloud-soaring azure dragon, he'd gain the foundation to rival third-rate clans. This shouldn't be happening, roared the Taotie. The little azure dragon's cultivation level is clearly slightly higher than the sky-shattering kite's. Why does its power feel like it's running out of steam? Yibu Fan opened his eyes, observing the clashing beasts with a look of curiosity. Although the cloud-soaring azure dragon had fought him for a while, for a demon beast of its realm, the energy expended was minimal. Could the little azure dragon of the clouds be injured? As Yibu Fan pondered this, a small green snake darted swiftly toward him. The sky-turning hawk, which had just been attacking the little azure dragon, suddenly changed its attack direction. Like a gray arrow, it shot straight toward the little green snake on the ground. I'd rather die than let you succeed. The little azure dragon of the clouds roared, blood spurting from its mouth. In that instant, its speed more than doubled. Its form transformed into a streak of green light, darting toward the heaven-turning kite, striking first despite its later departure. Boom! A deafening roar echoed, snapping over a dozen nearby trees clean off at the trunk. The sky-turning hawk soared upward, while the little azure dragon crashed headfirst into the ground. The little green snake crawled to the dragon's side. Head held high, tongue flickering, it glared fiercely yet adorably at the sky-turning hawk above. Human, I have chosen you as my son's master. Will you protect him? The little azure dragon of the clouds lifted its head, its weak gaze fixed on Yibu Fan. Do you think I could escape the sky-turning hawk's pursuit? Yibu Fan asked. If you pledge to protect my child, I can ensure your safe passage, the young dragon replied. Agreed. Yibu Fan nodded. Regardless of the sky-turning hawk's motives, after eliminating the little azure dragon of the clouds, it would certainly not spare him. His current strength was insufficient to confront the heaven-shattering kite, so a safe exit was naturally preferable. In that instant, a soul connected with the Nirvana purple soul. Yi Bu-fan quickly sensed the young green dragon's soul consciousness. Mother, I won't leave. You must go. It's your only hope for survival. Yi Bu-fan heard the young dragon's words ring in his ears. Immediately after, the dragon's tail slammed fiercely against the ground and its form shot skyward like a streak of light. Hurry, the little azure dragon urged. Chapter 48, Punishment Inflicted, Sword Drawn in Defiance. Yi Bu-fan absorbed the little green snake and the others into his soul, then turned and raced toward Yanmen Pass. He knew the little azure dragon of the clouds intended to stake its life on a final, desperate strike. This strike was aimed at death itself, and it severely wounding the heaven-turning hawk. As long as the heaven-turning hawk was injured, it wouldn't dare pursue him lightly. As long as he lived, the little green snake could live. Yi Bu-fan pushed his speed to its absolute limit. Just as he burst out of the forest, a thunderous roar echoed across the sky. Turning his head, he saw the little azure dragon of the clouds plummeting from the sky, feathers drifting down with it. Boy, hand over that little creature, or die, the sky-turning kite demanded coldly. Yi Bu-fan abruptly halted, gazing up at the heaven-turning kite in the sky. You're asking for death. Yi Bu-fan declared. The sky-turning kite's eyes flashed like lightning, but it said nothing. If you don't have the guts, stop your nonsense. If you couldn't fly, I'd kill you right now. With that, Yi Bu-fan turned and walked toward Yanmen Pass. Through his purple flame-divine eyes, he could clearly see the injuries within the sky-turning kite's body. Though it could still fight, he only needed to block a few more attacks before he'd have the chance to finish it off. You'd better not leave Yanmen Pass. Otherwise, once my injuries heal, I'll kill you, the sky-turning kite declared. Yi Bu-fan ignored him. The two were like water and fire, locked in a fight to the death. There was no point in further words now. Bang! 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 Yi Bu-fan arrived at the city gate and pounded on it with all his might. The sudden noise startled the divine soldiers on guard. One of them shouted, "Who goes there?" Yi Bu-fan channeled his purple prison divine power and bellowed, "Ninth Squad, Bu-fan." After the last incident, he had to make a big commotion. Otherwise, Gaishir might genuinely refuse to open the gates. The once quiet Yanmen gate was suddenly thrown into commotion. Gaishir, who had been lying in bed preparing to rest, leapt straight up. Damn it, you're still alive. Since you're back, we'll settle the score for killing the deputy squad leader. With that thought, Gaishir pushed open the door and stepped out. At the same time, Su Meng, hearing Yi Bu-fan's voice, rushed out of her room. Dad, why aren't you sleeping yet? Su Meng stared wide-eyed at Su Zheng standing in the doorway. You think you're the only one thinking about him? I'm thinking about him too. Let's go see him together. Su Zheng chuckled. Su Meng rolled her eyes at her father. Was she unmarriageable? Why was Dad so fixated on this bandit? The moment Yi Bu-fan stepped inside, Wu Ben and Xing Yi charged forward. Each landed a punch on Yi Bu-fan. If you hadn't come back, we'd have thought you were dead, Wu Ben said. If I hadn't returned, someone would have been disappointed. Yi Bu-fan said, turning his gaze toward Gaishir. Their eyes locked in a fierce stare, instantly altering the atmosphere around them. Wu Ben and Xing Yi quickly backed away, and the others retreated as well. Having all come from the battlefield, they could all sense the divine power coursing through Yi Bu-fan and Gaishir. Captain Guy, what is this? Su Meng couldn't help but speak up. General, young miss, this man killed my deputy captain on the battlefield. Here is the message sent by my deputy captain as proof. According to Yanmen's code, fratricide on the battlefield regardless of reason demands execution without mercy. Gaishir declared, producing his identity token. Su Meng glanced at the message on the token and promptly handed it to Su Zheng. You used your beast companion to kill the Ninth Squad's deputy captain? Su Zheng's expression darkened as he read the message on the token. The rules of Yanmen were his creation, the very foundation that had kept the demonic beasts at bay for so many years. He never imagined they would be broken by a newcomer. Yes. Yi Bu-fan declared. Everyone stared wide-eyed at Yi Bu-fan's resolute voice. Knowing it was a capital offense, he admitted it without hesitation? Was this guy out of his mind? Good. You have the courage to admit it. Gaishir turned to Su Zheng. General, I shall execute him myself to set an example. Su Zheng glanced at Su Meng before finally nodding. Though he admired Yi Bu-fan, and though his daughter had ties to Yi Bu-fan, rules were rules. If these connections were allowed to compromise the rules, then more would follow suit. In his eyes, nothing mattered more than the security of Yanmen Pass. Don't you have anything to say? Su Meng couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Yi Bu-fan replied coldly, in my eyes, there are no damn rules. I only know that whoever wants me dead, I will make them die. Not just him, even if it were your father standing before me, it would be the same. Su Meng trembled with rage. She tried every way to defend him, only for this bastard not only to reject her kindness but drag her father into it. How arrogant. How dare you show disrespect to the general? A dead duck still clucks trying to play the hero even in death. The surrounding brothers murmured among themselves. Each pair of eyes fixed on Yi Bufan brimmed with contempt and scorn. Su Zhang hadn't expected Yi Bufan to utter such words either. His eyebrows twitched and a clear look of displeasure spread across his face. Looking for death. Gaisher took a step forward, his long sword transforming into a streak of icy light as it came crashing down. Though no divine technique was unleashed, the strike fully displayed the might of a 21st level divine being. Before the blade's edge arrived, its piercing aura descended first. Under such overwhelming pressure, divine beings below level 10 like Wu Ben felt as if a mountain were crushing down upon them. Su Meng clenched her fists involuntarily, her heart racing. She knew this strike would surely end Yi Bufan's life, yet she still couldn't bring herself to close her eyes. Unexpectedly, the blade did not strike down. Instead, it halted directly above Yi Bufan's head. "Where is your beast companion? If you don't release it now, you'll have no chance," Gaisher said coldly. Though his blade remained suspended, the fierce aura intensified. He looked at Yi Bufan with smug satisfaction, seemingly reveling in the thrill. "You talk too much." As Yi Bufan's words echoed, a dazzling sword light erupted. Gaisher's pupils contracted as he scrambled backward. Bang! The moment the swords clashed, Gaisher felt a tremendous force slam into him, sending him reeling backward 3 or 4 steps against his will. "If I told you my beast companion is a god, would you believe me?" Yi Bufan advanced step by step toward Gaisher, his fierce killing intent leaving the onlookers speechless. Compared to the aura Gaisher had radiated earlier, Yi Bufan's presence was even more overwhelming. So powerful. Who knew he was also a level 21 divine servant? Terrifying. How old is he? No wonder he's so arrogant. Only disciples from first or second tier families could match such a prodigy. The surrounding crowd buzzed with whispers, while Wu Ben and Xingyi watched with eyes wide as saucers. They knew Yi Bufan was formidable, but never imagined he could be this powerful. None were more stunned than Su Meng. Recalling the words spoken during their first meeting, she suddenly felt her cheeks flush. She prided herself as a prodigy, yet before Yi Bufan, she fell short by more than just a little. "Your beast companion is a god, why not just declare yourself a god too?" Gaisher roared, "Even if you're a level 21 divine servant like me, breaking the rules still means death." Ninth Squad, attack together. Chapter 49, Who doesn't know a divine technique or two? "Big mouth, did you hear that? I said you're a god, but no one believes me," Yi Bufan remarked. The Taotie said nothing, simply closing its eyes. "Once you've seen the ocean, no other waters compare beyond Mount Wu, no clouds can rival. Once it was a god, but now. Didn't you hear my command? All together. Kill him." Gaisher roared. Wu Ben and Xingyi exchanged glances, neither of them moving. It wasn't just the two of them, the rest of the ninth squad stood frozen as well. Many eyes weren't fixed on Gaisher but had turned toward Su Zhang, who watched from the sidelines. As the general of Yanmen, a figure at the pinnacle of the hierarchy, this was no place for Gaisher to issue commands. "You're the captain of the ninth squad. Don't you feel ashamed giving such an order?" Yi Bufan retorted. "Bull. I'm just." Before Gaisher could finish, Yi Bufan stepped forward and declared loudly, "By the gods above, we fight with our lives. Let them bear witness." The words had barely left his mouth when a halo of light radiated outward from the two men. Gaisher watched in stunned silence as everyone around them retreated under the expanding circle, clearing a battlefield. Clearly, this guy broke the rules, so why had it turned into a life or death battle? At Yanmen Pass, it wasn't the first time someone had been executed for breaking the rules, but never before had anyone initiated a life or death battle at such a moment. If Yi Bufan were weaker, it might be understandable, but his cultivation realm matched Gaishi's. Was this really punishment? It was nothing but a one-on-one duel. "You're shameless." Gaisher roared. "Who's shameless, me or you? You took 10 low-grade divine stones from the Wang family and now want my life. First, you ordered us to gather intelligence at night. Second, you made us hold off the rock-scale giant python. Third, you sent the deputy captain to kill me outright." Yi Bufan walked as he spoke. "I don't care that you want to kill me, nor do I care what methods you use. What I do care about is that you only accepted 10 low-grade divine stones. How does it feel to face me now? My life is worth only 10 low-grade divine stones. If I kill you, your life won't even be worth 10 low-grade divine stones." Everyone stared at Yi Bufan with peculiar expressions. Partly because of the hidden backstory, partly because this guy didn't care about others killing him by any means necessary, he cared about the reward they demanded. What kind of twisted logic was this guy thinking? "You like connecting with those clans, don't you? I'll give you a chance. You can continue your ties with the Wang clan now. Oh, and if you can reach the Zhangs, Lius, Hus, or Bis, go ahead. They all want me dead," Yi Bufan declared. The crowd gasped in shock. The border was the boundary of the 8th divine realm, so they naturally knew the families Yi Bufan mentioned. The Zhang, Lu, and Hu families alone were staggering enough ordinary clans that still sent shivers down spines. But to think there were also the Wang and Bai families, 2 third-rate clans? What on earth had this guy done to warrant being hunted down by so many clans? "Do you think this will unsettle me?" Gaisher drew a deep breath, thrusting his sword forward as divine power surged violently within him. Having battled on the battlefield for years, he gradually regained his composure in the face of Yi Bufan's life or death challenge. At this moment, forget about the Wang family under the life or death battle, the only one who could save him was himself. He stepped forward, his aura surging rapidly. With divine power surging to its peak, the sword blade trembled slightly, emitting a faint hum. Before Yi Bufan could strike, he launched his attack first. God, grant me strength. Earth shatter. With Geishir's thunderous shout, the sword's light erupted, transforming into a colossal blade that came crashing down. Under the immense momentum, this strike seemed capable of truly splitting the earth apart. What's the big deal? Who doesn't have a first-tier divine skill or two? Yi Bufan declared, swinging his sword. A streak of light, accompanied by a piercing whistle, descended. Boom! The clash of blades sent a powerful shockwave rippling through the air, kicking up swirling dust. Two figures stood facing each other. As the crowd watched intently, they saw Yi Bufan hadn't moved a step, while Geishir, unable to control himself, stumbled back. That's the Hu family's level 1 divine technique, Wind Howl. Earlier on the battlefield, he also used the Lu family's level 1 divine technique, Swift Wind Slash. Now I understand why those clans hunt him down. He must have stolen their divine techniques. Whispers rippled through the crowd, their gazes toward Yi Bufan growing intensely complex. A clan's divine technique was its very foundation. How had this fellow managed to steal such a technique? No. He didn't pay homage to the gods before using the divine technique. How could its power be so immense? Someone remarked. What kind of world is this? Honestly, why doesn't anyone believe me? Yi Bufan sighed, my beast companions are all divine beings. Why would I need to pay homage to the gods? Hearing Yi Bufan's words, the crowd was utterly dumbfounded. If that was the truth, then there was no room for lies. Do you have any more divine techniques? If you don't, I'll strike. Yi Bufan stepped toward Geishir. He watched the rage meter above Geishir's head steadily rise until it plateaued. Only then did his sword strike. A thick, crushing aura descended. As the sword light collided, Geishir's eyes widened as he stumbled backward, blood trickling incessantly from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Clan's Tier 1 divine technique, Mountain Crush. The words barely left Geishir's mouth before a large mouthful of blood spurted from his lips. Yi Bufan remained silent as the long sword in his hand transformed into a streak of light, flying from his grasp. The blade pierced Geishir's heart, pinning his body to the ground. Your life truly isn't worth 10 low-grade divine stones, Yi Bufan said coldly. Geishir, clinging to his last breath, spat out another mouthful of blood upon hearing these words and fell silent. Killing both body and spirit. The same thought flashed through the minds of everyone present, their gazes toward Yi Bufan shifting instantly. Yi Bufan stepped forward, stripped Geishir of all his belongings, and stuffed them into his own pockets before the eyes of all present. Bandits? Bandits? Everyone rolled their eyes, their mouths twitching uncontrollably. Su Meng's eyes widened in shock. She recalled how she had been urging Yi Bufan to rob people earlier. It seemed she had seriously underestimated this guy's shamelessness. Are you going to execute me? If you don't, I'm going to rest, Yi Bufan said to Su Zhang. Su Zhang stared at Yi Bufan, his mouth twitching violently. He had actually admired Yi Bufan before, but hearing this, he felt nothing but utter annoyance, as if dealing with a swarm of flies. From this moment on, you are the captain of the ninth squad. Su Zhang declared. Yi Bufan had already laid bare Geishir's actions, and it was Yi Bufan who had killed Geishir in the life or death battle. Punishing Yi Bufan now would likely demoralize the entire group. As for Yi Bufan taking Geishir's belongings in public, he didn't dwell on it. Life battles were duels between two individuals. Most simply chose not to take their opponent's belongings out of courtesy, not because they couldn't. Just as Su Zhang turned to leave, a voice boomed from outside the city walls. Su Zhang, hand over that boy, or my army will besiege this city day after day. Chapter 50, The Confrontation Maniac, Confronting Generals, Confronting Monsters. Yi Bufan looked in the direction of the voice and saw the heaven-shattering hawk flapping its wings as it circled in the sky. Even in the darkness, its eyes shone like pearls. It can speak human language. This demon beast is already level 30. Are you talking about Bufan? How did he provoke such a powerful beast? The crowd stared at the sky-turning hawk in the sky, then turned their gaze to Yi Bufan, their eyes filled with utter disbelief. What the hell are you screaming about in the middle of the night? Come down and fight one-on-one. Just as Su Zhan was about to speak, Yi Bufan channeled his purple prison divine power and roared defiantly. His voice echoed through the night, silencing the crowd in fear. If the sky-turning hawk truly descended, the 9 teams of Yenmen wouldn't even have a chance to fight. Don't speak. This is between me and it. Yi Bufan saw Su Zheng opening his mouth and cut him off before he could speak. He glared at the sky-turning hawk in the sky. Stop showing off. At your level, you don't have the qualifications to command a demon beast army. If you want to threaten Yenmen, you should take a good look at yourself. Either come down for a one-on-one duel or get the hell out. Otherwise, stop making a scene and embarrassing the demon beast army. The sky-turning kite trembled with rage, bellowing, you wait. The war begins at dawn tomorrow. Unless you hide forever behind Yenmen Pass, then. Yi Bufan sneered coldly, "You keep repeating yourself like a broken record. Aren't you tired?" This time, Flipping Skykite said nothing, spreading his wings and flying away. Under the lamplight, Yi Bufan stood alone in the former battlefield. All eyes were fixed on Yi Bufan. No one could have imagined this man would actually drive away a level 30 demon beast with mere words. Madman. The captain of the first squad shot Yi Bufan a glance before turning and walking away. Though the members of the other squads remained silent, their expressions spoke volumes, echoing the captain's thoughts. This guy was a madman, a bully extraordinaire. He picked fights with everyone, sparing neither General Su Zhang nor a level 30 demon beast. "Captain, you've had your say, but what about us tomorrow?" a member of the 9th squad asked bitterly. Though the others remained silent, their gazes fixed on Yi Bufan were equally filled with apprehension. If a level 30 demon beast had them in its sights, what fate awaited them in tomorrow's battle? "What can we do? We'll fight fire with fire." Yi Bufan said coldly, "Wu Ben, from now on, you are the deputy captain of Squad 9. When I'm not here, you will command Squad 9 in battle." Wu Ben stared at Yi Bufan in surprise, desperate to ask what this meant. Where did the squad leader intend to go if he wasn't staying with Squad 9? Yi Bufan ignored the others, striding into Geisher's room and closing the door behind him. In that instant, the Taotie, Fire Egg, and Little Green Snake were all released. "From now on, you'll be called Greenworm. Take this low-grade divine stone and cultivate slowly," Yi Bufan said. After searching Geisher's body, Yi Bufan found over 30 low-grade divine stones. He casually gave one to Wadan before beginning to channel the purple prison divine power to envelop the low-grade divine stones. The Taotie looked at Yi Bufan and shook its head helplessly. Why choose such a name? Why call it Green Worm? Wouldn't Qinglong be more fitting? At the very least, Xiaoqing would sound better than Greenworm. No good? Yi Bufan stared wide-eyed at the low-grade divine stones in his hand, showing no signs of change. The all-conquering purple prison divine power, faced with a low-grade divine stone containing latent divine energy, couldn't extract a single shred of power. This shouldn't be possible. The purple prison divine power can extract energy from both the living and the dead. Why is it useless against a low-grade divine stone? Yi Bufan wondered aloud. "Master, could it be that divine stones lack life, making them impossible to drain?" asked the Taotie. Yi Bufan remained silent. He had intended to use the stone's power to level up a few more times, ensuring he could at least defend himself against the heaven-turning kite tomorrow. Now, unable to extract the stone's power, his mere 21st level purple prison divine power stood no chance against the heaven-turning kite. "Master, we can cultivate using the divine stones. You should use the power we extracted earlier to break through first," Fire Egg suggested. Yi Bufan nodded, using his purple prison divine power to refine the greed and rage energies he had previously plundered, beginning his assault on level 22. Since breaking through level 20, he found each subsequent breakthrough growing increasingly difficult. After a night of relentless effort, the sky began to lighten as he finally broke through to level 22. Dong, dong, dong. As expected, the war drums sounded. Yi Bufan led the 9th squad out of the city gates alongside the other teams. A dense swarm of beasts surged forward like a dark, overwhelming tide. The sky-shattering hawk, accompanied by nearly 100 flying beasts, hovered like a dark cloud above Squad 9. Though Yi Bufan had experienced one major battle before, this one was markedly different. These beasts seemed to have gone mad, charging recklessly toward the city walls. "Form a line. Hold back the beast horde." Su Zhang bellowed from the ramparts. "Kill." Squad leaders roared as they charged forward. Humanity and beasts collided like two surging torrents, their battle cries shaking the heavens. "Kill." Yi Bufan drew his sword and charged forward with the 9th squad. "Wu Ben, Squad 9 is yours." Yi Bufan slashed down a demon beast ahead and bellowed. Wu Ben and the rest of Squad 9 had long since spotted the beasts in the sky. Had Yi Bufan not separated from them, Squad 9 would have become the primary target of these flying beasts. "Captain, we'll wait for your return." Wu Ben shouted back. Yi Bufan nodded, unleashing one divine skill after another as he plunged directly into the heart of the demon beast horde. Now, monsters swarmed all around him. Even if the aerial beasts attacked, he wouldn't have to worry about his brothers nearby. "There's no other way. I'll just have to see if I can break through during the fight." With this thought, Yi Bufan swung his sword in sweeping, powerful strokes, slaying one beast after another before him. Just as he was frantically absorbing the forces of greed and rage, figures rained down from the sky like a storm. Yi Bufan parried the descending attacks while seeking opportunities to slay the surrounding beasts. Seeing the heaven-shattering hawk still holding back, he felt a strange sense of relief. The fact that it hadn't attacked yet meant its injuries hadn't fully healed. As long as the sky-turning hawk didn't strike, even if the area was swarming with level 20 beasts, he could find a chance to take it down. His sword danced through the air, blood flowing like a river. With sword in hand, he was unstoppable. Yi Bufan had lost count of how many beasts he'd slain, yet the longer the battle dragged on, the more grave his expression grew. He could hold off the beasts, but his brothers couldn't. The other squads were beyond concern. Squad 9 had already lost one brother, torn apart by the monsters. While he could indeed accumulate power during combat, the purple prison divine power was also being heavily depleted. In such an intense battle, he simply had no chance to break through. Seeing another brother in peril, Yi Bu-fan could no longer hold back. He charged back at full speed. His sword slashed out, rescuing the endangered comrade. He bellowed, "Team 9, regroup." Split into two groups. One fights outside, the other recovers inside. Wielding his sword, he stood alone against the onslaught, easing the pressure on his brothers. Chapter 51, Dao Battle 1 Man Against 2,000 Monsters. Decisive action, truly the bearing of a great commander. From the city walls, Su Zheng watched Yi Bu-fan's actions and praised him. "Dad, you're still praising him? If it weren't for him, would the orcs have gone this mad?" Su Meng said. "Let's keep things separate." His words may be infuriating, but his combat prowess and command abilities are undeniable. Su Zheng looked at Su Meng. "It seems the Skyhawk has no intention of attacking. It wants to use the beast's assault to force me to hand over Bu-fan. If you were in my position, would you give him up?" Su Meng shook her head firmly. "Handing him over might buy us a moment's peace, but the beasts would only grow bolder. But if we refuse, can we hold them back? Everyone, hold your ground. Split into two groups and attack in rotation. Coordinate closely. Everyone in the squad, stay together." Seeing the Night Squad's tactics, the other squads began to adapt. While this reduced casualties, it also narrowed their defensive perimeter. Many berserker iron bulls exploited the gaps between squads, charging toward the city walls and ramming them with frenzied force. Wu Ben, take command. Yi Bu-fan charged toward the city wall at breakneck speed, his sword's aura arriving before he did. "Fire Egg, you upgrade first. I don't have time to break through now," Yi Bu-fan declared. Each slain berserk iron ox yielded a portion of its fury. Rather than hoarding this stolen power, he'd channel it into Fu Dan's advancement. If Hu Dan could break through to level 20, it would be able to lend him a hand when the time came to fight for their lives. Within his soul, Fire Egg frantically absorbed the rage energy plundered from the purple prison divine power, making the Taotie and green worm drool with envy. Yet Yi Bu-fan was alone. Even as he continuously unleashed divine techniques, he couldn't stop all the berserk iron bulls from ramming the city walls. Boom! A section of the wall collapsed under the onslaught of the berserk iron ox, allowing numerous demonic beasts to surge through the breach. Su Meng said nothing, swiftly leading her men to charge forward. "Su Zheng, this is the consequence of refusing to hand over the prisoner. How much longer can you hold out?" the heaven-shattering kite roared. Su Zheng remained silent. Faced with such a battle, he was powerless. A master of his caliber could not intervene to slaughter the beasts below. This was an unspoken agreement forged through years of battling beasts. Breaking it would only invite more powerful beasts to assault the city. "Boy, the battle ends only when you end it yourself." Flipping Sky Kite sneered coldly, "Every battle claims countless lives because of you. Hear me clearly, they die because of you." Yi Bu-fan roared back, "Bull. If they couldn't hold back the demon beast horde, they'd die anyway even without me." The sky-turning kite bellowed, "You're right about that. But right now, they are dying because of you. How many more must die for your sake? The walls have been breached. You'll be utterly overwhelmed by the demon beast hordes." Yi Bu-fan watched as each squad was surrounded by the demon beast horde, like isolated boats in a whirlpool, teetering on the brink of collapse. His sword-gripping hand trembled, and red bloodshot veins began to appear in his eyes. He didn't believe he had doomed these people, yet without his actions, this crisis would never have arisen. "Bu-fan, you must take responsibility for your actions. Don't drag us down with you. Whether what you say makes sense or not, I only know that before you arrived, Yanmen was impregnable. If you've got the guts, then step out." Amidst the battle, many teammates shouted in anger. The longer the battle dragged on, the more uneasy they grew. Especially when comrades beside them were struck down, no one knew if they would be next. "Bu-fan, do you understand what happens if the beasts breach Yanmen? They'll pour into the normal world, into the cities. Do you know how many innocent lives will be lost?" The captain of the first squad shouted, "If you have a plan, I'll fight alongside you to the death. If not, then step forward. You traded your life for so many others. I'll erect a monument for you at Yanmen Pass, so all its people will remember you." Yi Bu-fan looked at the first squad captain, then at Su Zheng, silent atop the city wall, and finally at the heaven-turning kite soaring overhead. He couldn't help but laugh. "Well said. Well said indeed." Yi Bu-fan roared with laughter. "What noble words, what righteous speech. Since that is so, I hereby sever my ties with Yanmen." He raised his head to gaze at the heaven-turning kite, pointing his sword toward the heavens as he declared, "Heaven and earth bear witness, the great way is my name. I alone shall face every demon beast present here, let them all bear witness." Under the might of the purple prison divine power, Yi Bu-fan's voice echoed throughout the entire Yanmen region. Su Meng was holding back the demonic beasts attempting to breach the city walls. As Yi Bu-fan's words echoed, the beasts before her were suddenly pushed back by an invisible force. She sprinted to the breach in the city wall, where she saw each of the small teams, previously surrounded by beasts, being transported to the wall's edge. Every demonic beast retreated 20 paces, falling back behind Yibu Fan. A vast, mystical pattern emerged upon Yibu Fan and all the beasts, bound together by a peculiar radiance. From this moment on, I have no connection to you, nor do I owe you anything. Yibu Fan addressed the captain of the first squad. Death holds no terror. But spouting nonsense before you're dead only proves you're a weakling. All squad members looked at Yibu Fan, their heads bowed in shame. When they lifted their heads again to meet Yibu Fan's gaze, every pair of eyes now brimmed with profound respect. Stepping forward was no easy feat, and initiating a Tao battle under such circumstances was truly unprecedented. If a life battle was a combat ordained by the gods, then a Tao battle was a combat decreed by the great Tao itself. Like a life battle, once initiated by the weaker party, the opponent could not refuse. Once a Tao battle formed, all others and everything else would be expelled by the power of the Great Way. Just like the 9 members of the Yin Men squad, the moment the Tao battle appeared, they were all sent out of the battlefield. Excellent! Su Zheng couldn't help but roar. One man confronting over 2,000 demonic beasts to initiate a Tao battle, even a master of his caliber was utterly stunned. Brutal enough, but you won't escape death in the end, the heaven-shattering kite declared coldly. Over 2,000 demonic beasts could wear Yibu Fan down to death through sheer attrition, without even needing to strike a blow themselves. Over 2,000 beasts swarmed around Yibu Fan, surrounding him completely. Not only was there no escape in any direction, but hundreds of flying beasts above him formed a dense canopy, sealing him in. All eyes were fixed on Yibu Fan, stunned by the scene unfolding before them. Will he die? Su Meng murmured to herself. She didn't know why the words came out, but they were from the depths of her heart. To get a better view, the various squads and Su Meng made their way to the ramparts of Yanmen City. Every face was solemn. Though this battle had been sparked by Yibu Fan, his actions were effectively fighting for Yanmen, fighting for them. Kill! At Fan Tianjio's command, the surrounding beasts and flying monsters in the sky launched their assault. Yibu Fan swung his long sword, blood spattering and flesh flying. His solitary figure charged relentlessly through the demon beast horde. The surrounding beasts surged like a tidal wave. No matter how fiercely he struck, he couldn't break free from their encirclement. The corpses of beasts piled higher on the ground, sending shivers down the spines of all watching from the city walls. Within mere minutes, Yibu Fan's body was drenched in the blood of fallen beasts. Chapter 52, Breaking the Rules, Breaking Through the Siege. Bad news. The captain can't hold on much longer. Wu Ben cried anxiously. Everyone turned to look at Yibu Fan, whose speed had visibly slowed. The prolonged battle and continuous use of divine techniques had taken a tremendous toll on Yibu Fan. Bang! His sword struck a black-striped demon lion of over 10 levels, sending both Yibu Fan and the beast staggering backward. Roar! The demon beast behind him let out a fierce roar, its claws lunging straight for Yibu Fan's back. Captain, watch out! Xing Yi shouted. Squish! Despite Yibu Fan's desperate evasion, the beast's claws tore a chunk of flesh from his back. The crowd on the city wall gasped at the sight. Though it wasn't them suffering the wound, the sight alone made them wince, let alone Yibu Fan himself. Just as they thought Yibu Fan couldn't hold on, he seemed oblivious to the pain, swinging his sword backward to slay the approaching beast. The crowd stared in stunned silence at Yibu Fan, who continued fighting. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. In all my years at Yanmen Pass, I've never seen anyone this ruthless. An elderly Yanmen veteran sighed, watching Yibu Fan fight relentlessly despite his wounds. He's insane. He single-handedly killed over 100 beasts. Even if he were made of iron, he couldn't withstand many blows. Whispers of disbelief rippled through the crowd, a sense of foreboding settling over every heart. Looking at Yibu Fan once more, they suddenly sensed an air of solemn resolve, a warrior's resolve, like the chilling wind at Ishui River, never to return. Boom! Yibu Fan was sent reeling back once more, spitting out a mouthful of blood. I told you, you cannot escape death. Everything you've done is futile, the heaven-shattering kite declared coldly. Is that so? Yibu Fan's lips curled into a faint smile. His bloodshot eyes lifted to stare at the sky-turning kite soaring overhead, his voice dripping with scorn. You think these worthless dogs and chickens can kill me? The sky-turning kite felt an ominous chill run through him at the sight of Yibu Fan's gaze. At that moment, a formidable aura erupted from Yibu Fan's body. An invisible spatial barrier enveloped the area within 10 meters of him. The cold, icy glint of Yibu Fan's long sword flashed as he struck with lightning speed. The sword's light poured down like a river of stars, slicing through 5 or 6 demonic beasts in its path. Yibu Fan charged forward at full speed, fire egg transforming into a fiery orb to clear the path ahead. At full speed, any demon beast below level 20 was knocked flying by Huadan's collision. Yibu Fan followed close behind, like an unstoppable torrent, forcefully breaking through the encircling horde of beasts. The embryonic form of a divine domain. Wu Ben exclaimed. Damn, the captain is too strong. If he breaks through this encirclement, the captain has a glimmer of hope. The members of Squad 9 watched Yibu Fan, who was about to break through the encirclement, and shouted excitedly one after another. I want him to break through too, but what happens after he does? Captain of Squad 1 sighed, don't forget, this is a Tao battle. If he escapes now, even if he survives temporarily, the power of the Great Tao won't let him off the hook. The smiles froze instantly on the faces of Team 9's members upon hearing this. This was a Tao battle, not the previous large-scale conflict. In this world, even divine envoys dared not violate the rules of a Tao battle. To do so would likely bring a fate worse than death. Damn it, Xingyi fumed, if I'd known this, I would have fought to the death alongside the captain. Yeah, if it weren't for initiating the Tao battle, how would the captain have died? Wu Ben added, if we had all fought with everything we had, we might have had a chance to repel the demon beast army. The heads of those present drooped involuntarily. If anyone had harbored resentment toward Yi Bufan for initiating the battle before, after experiencing this fight, not a single soul held that thought anymore. You're insane. How dare you break the rules of the Tao battle, the heaven-shattering kite exclaimed. It wasn't just him screaming, the Taotie within Yi Bufan's soul was screaming too. Master, please don't be so reckless. This is a Tao battle. Breaking the rules of a life or death battle invites punishment from the gods, but breaking the rules of a Tao battle invites punishment from the power of the Great Tao itself. The power of the Great Tao is everywhere. You. The Taotie stopped mid-sentence, suddenly realizing these words were utterly useless to Yi Bufan. Never mind matters of life and death, given his master's temperament, there was simply nothing he wouldn't dare to do. Master is so awesome. Xingcheng exclaimed with admiration. Though about the size of Huadan and weaker than him, it too understood what the Tao War entailed. Even its mother spoke of the Tao War with reverence, yet here was a master who dared defy its rules. This earned Yi Bufan a towering, glorious image in its mind. You. The Taotie stared at the green worm, speechless. Open. Yi Bufan roared, his sword cleaving through several beasts ahead as he broke free from the encirclement. He charged full speed toward the dense forest. Fire Egg, who had been clearing the path ahead, abruptly halted. It positioned itself behind Yi Bufan to block the pursuing beasts. Once Yi Bufan entered the dense forest, Huadan abruptly soared upward, transforming into a streak of fire as it darted into the thicket. In that instant, Yi Bufan sat cross-legged and activated the turtle domain. Earlier, he had unleashed the gale/domain, concealing the turtle domain. Now, his body could no longer sustain the strain. He had to rely on the turtle domain to buy time and heal his wounds. Everyone except the greenworm, come out and fight. Yi Bufan declared before closing his eyes. The frenzied slaughter had allowed him to accumulate considerable power. Now, he not only needed to recover but also sought to seize the opportunity to attempt a breakthrough. One by one, the demon beasts charged into the turtle domain. The weaker ones were instantly slain by the sword of sovereignty within the domain. Those slightly stronger beasts were held back by the combined attacks of the Fire Egg and the Taotie. Yi Bufan channeled the purple prison divine power at full throttle. Not only were the injuries within his body healing, but the torn flesh on his back was also regenerating. Purple flame patterns on his bones ignited once more, coursing through his entire body. The regenerated flesh and blood gave Yi Bufan a heightened sense of power. I never expected you to possess an even more formidable domain. But can you still withstand my strike now? The voice of the heaven-shattering kite echoed, followed by a gray streak of light diving downward. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the Fire Egg slammed into the ground, forcefully carving out a small crater. If you want to touch my master, you'll have to kill me first. Fire Egg flapped its wings and soared into the air, hovering above Yi Bufan. Earlier, Yi Bufan had channeled all the plundered power into the Taotie and Fire Egg. This not only elevated the Taotie to level 17 but also propelled the Fire Egg to level 19, bringing it perilously close to level 20. It was precisely because of this that Fire Egg had managed to block the heaven-shattering Hawk's attack, which wasn't even at full strength. With just you? Die. The heaven-shattering Hawk dove downward once more, this time with twice the speed and twice the ferocity. Damn it, you're pushing me to snap. Knowing the Fire Egg couldn't withstand this strike, the Taotie roared in fury, head thrown back. In that instant, a colossal specter of the Taotie materialized above it, its gaping maw swallowing the sky-turning kite hole. Boom! The illusory form of the Taotie shattered, and the sky-turning Hawk shot skyward, its eyes filled with apprehension. Though it had shattered the Taotie's phantom, the effort had drained its strength. Its wounds hadn't healed otherwise, Huadan wouldn't have been able to block its attack earlier. Though it could still attack, its power was greatly diminished. Most crucially, it didn't know if the Taotie could unleash such an attack again. All together. Kill them, the sky-turning kite roared. Chapter 53, The Punishment of the Great Way, Breaking the Shackles of Realm. The surrounding beasts charged recklessly into the turtle domain, ignoring the Sword King's attacks as they furiously rushed toward the cultivating Yi Bufan. Though the Taotie and Fire Egg guarded Yi Bufan's sides, they couldn't cover all directions. Break through! Yi Bufan's aura surged violently. With a thunderous roar, his momentum grew ever more intense. Just as his aura reached its peak, like a balloon inflated to its limit, a ring of light abruptly appeared around him. Like a shackle, it forcibly suppressed his aura. As the light ring contracted relentlessly, Yi Bufan's aura weakened until it returned to its original state. The boundary-breaking shackles. Ha 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 ha! The heaven-shattering Hawk roared with laughter. The Great Tao cannot be deceived. You violated the rules of the Tao battle, so the Great Tao has directly imposed the boundary-breaking shackles upon you. You will never be able to break through and advance again. Taotie and Huadan stared at Yi Bufan, now reduced to his original state, their expressions filled with horror. No wonder no one dared violate the rules of the Tao battle. This punishment was far more brutal than losing one's life. Death offered a swift end. But having one's cultivation sealed, doomed to never advance again, such torment would drive anyone mad over time. It's over. Master will truly never break through again, Taotie sighed. So you're saying no one has ever broken these so-called realm shackles? Yi Bufan asked. Master, do you think the power of the Great Tao is so easily broken? I've lived for so many years. The realm shackles have appeared more than once, but I've never heard of anyone breaking free from their constraints, said the Taotie. Just because no one has broken it doesn't mean it can't be broken. I'll be the first to take the plunge. Yi Bufan said coldly, since it can't be broken now, I'll just have some fun with you lot. The Taotie, Wadan, Xingqiong, and even the heaven-turning kite in the sky all looked at Yi Bufan in bewilderment. How could there be any fun left now? I possess the breaking realm shackles, you do not. I shall slay, while you break through. Yi Bufan looked at the heaven-turning kite and declared, if 2,000 demon beasts can't be slain in a day, then it'll take 2 days. If 2 days aren't enough, then 3 days. We'll keep going until every last one is dead. His long sword shot forward, unleashing a streak of brilliant sword light. His level 22 purple prison divine power, amplified by the turtle domain, unleashed the overlord sword divine technique. Any demon beast touched by the sword light was either instantly slain or left maimed, limbs severed. Yi Bufan, frantically siphoning power from the beasts with his purple prison divine power, commanded, all of you watch closely. Once you gather enough power for breakthrough, return to cultivate and advance. Taotie, Wadan, and Xingqiong nodded vigorously, their eyes gleaming with excitement. The power plundered by the purple prison divine power was incredibly pure, far surpassing the slow absorption of divine stone energy they were accustomed to. Master, once I break through to level 20, I can fight him head-on, Taotie declared with unwavering confidence. Earlier, it had been forced to unleash its divine technique. Judging by the results, once it broke through to level 20, it would be fully capable of holding its own against the injured heaven-shattering kite. I can too. Fire Egg declared loudly. It wasn't just Yi Bufan fighting now, the Taotie and Huadan were also battling within the turtle domain. Witnessing this scene, the green worm grew restless with anticipation. It now dwells alone within Yi Bufan's soul, frantically draining the power seized from the purple prison divine force, its cultivation level rising silently. You bastard, if you dare come down here, I'll trade my life for yours, you believe me? Yi Bufan watched the heaven-shattering kite dive downward and roared defiantly, head thrown back. Before the heaven-shattering kite could reach the treetops, its form traced a perfect arc as it soared back into the sky. A man who dared to wage a Tao battle against 2,000 demonic beasts would absolutely dare to trade lives. What terrified it most was that Yi Bufan, empowered by the turtle domain, possessed that very capability. If Yi Bufan could cripple it again, the Taotie and Fire Egg would surely finish it off. Then I'll bide my time. I'll kill you once I've fully recovered. With that thought, the heaven-shattering hawk vanished like lightning. All of you, return to cultivate and strengthen yourselves. I'll help you advance now. When the heaven-turning kite returns, it's yours to handle. Watching the heaven-turning kite vanish, Yi Bufan felt the threat finally lifted. He stowed away the Taotie and Fire Egg, then strode boldly out of the dense forest. Sword in hand, its blade danced through the air. To avoid revealing too much, he had already withdrawn the turtle domain before bursting out of the forest. Now he unleashed the swift wind/domain. Though its level and power fell short of the turtle domain, its coverage still spanned 10 meters around him. Within this radius, bolstered by the swift/domain speed boost, he could easily handle any attacks from nearby beasts. Look! The captain's breaking through. From the city walls, Wu Ben stared at the blood-soaked Yi Bufan and shouted excitedly. Even though Yi Bufan wasn't using any divine skills right now, merely fighting the beasts normally within the whirlwind/domain, it still delivered a tremendous shock to everyone. Surviving the assault of over 2,000 beasts, not only breaking through their encirclement but enduring for so long, this feat would surely be etched into Yanmen's history. Does the captain intend to keep fighting like this? How can he possibly hold out? Xing Yi exclaimed in horror. After the earlier slaughter, the 2,000 demon beasts had only lost about 300. This number was terrifying to any Yanmen warrior. Yet to the demon beast army, the reduction was barely noticeable. With no reinforcements in sight, even if their divine power held out, their physical stamina could not endure indefinitely. To eliminate this many beasts, even if they lined up one by one to be slaughtered, it would take at least a full day. And that was with Yi Bufan's strength. For anyone else, just breaking through the beast's defenses would be no easy feat. Time ticked by, yet the scene below on the battlefield seemed frozen in time. A lone figure faced an endless tide of beasts, fighting without cease. When the corpses piled high enough in one spot, he moved on to fight elsewhere. Scattered corpses littered the battlefield in every direction. Blood stained the earth, and Yi Bufan's outer robe remained perpetually soaked in it. With each step he took, the blood trailed behind him like a brushstroke, tracing his path. It's been 2 hours now, and the captain has slain over 200 more beasts. I truly hope the captain can keep this up. From the city walls, the members of the 9th Squad watched Yi Bu-fan fighting fiercely, their eyes wide with awe. Su Meng glanced at her father, hesitating to speak. She desperately wanted him to order a full assault to wipe out these beasts, but she couldn't. Yi Bu-fan dared to disrupt the Dao War, but she did not. Not only did she lack the courage, but few in this world possessed such audacity. A gentle breeze stirred the air, yet the vast Yanmen Pass lay in utter silence, broken only by the whistling wind carrying the sounds of Yi Bu-fan's battle with the beasts. After prolonged combat, the purple prison divine power voraciously drained the beast's strength. Though the power itself remained abundant, his physical stamina steadily waned. Had it not been for the flame patterns on his bones altering his constitution, any other divine being would have collapsed long ago. Master, this should be the power of faith emanating from Yanmen, Taotie suddenly remarked. Yi Bu-fan carefully sensed the energies within his domain upon hearing this, then nodded slightly. The faith energy previously gathered within his domain had been serene and tranquil. Now, a new strand had emerged, one imbued with an iron-blooded resolve. There was no doubt about it. This was undoubtedly the faith energy of the people of Yanmen. Master, though your cultivation realm cannot be broken through, you can expand your domain using the power of faith. Once the domain grows sufficiently vast and stable, it can become a true divine realm. Then we won't need to reside within your soul anymore, we can exist entirely within your divine domain. Once our strength grows, we can subdue demonic beasts and become faithful followers within your divine domain. Taotie's eyes gleamed as he continued, once believers exist within the divine domain, the power of faith will grow ever stronger, establishing your divine kingdom. Yi Bu-fan's eyes lit up upon hearing this. He had been contemplating dedicating all his time to breaking through his cultivation barrier, hoping to shatter the shackles and enhance his power. Little did he expect another path to advancement had now opened before him. Chapter 54, The War God of Yanmen, Fighting Alone. Master, let me go. Fire Egg declared. Through relentless plundering and full-speed cultivation, Wodan had already broken through level 20, reaching level 21. Taotie had also risen from level 17 to level 19, and even Qingchom had made remarkable progress, reaching level 9. Given the cultivation levels of the surrounding beasts, both Wodan and Taotie could easily slaughter their way through them. You too should keep training diligently. The longer I hold out, the stronger you'll become. Who knows when the heaven-shattering hawk might recover? When that happens, you and Big Mouth must team up to hold him back. Yi Bu-fan added, if I truly grow exhausted, I'll activate the Sovereign Sword domain to shrink its scope and spare time for recovery. Among his domains, the Sovereign Sword domain and the Turtle domain both carried offensive capabilities. The Turtle domain was his trump card, while the Sovereign Sword domain was something he could openly display. His stamina was faltering, not his purple prison divine power. When standing combat wore him down, he'd rely on the Dominion Sword domain's attacks while sitting in defense to recover. Fire Egg nodded and threw himself into his cultivation. What's the captain doing? Why has he sat down? An hour later, Wu Ben, who had been watching Yi Bu-fan from the city walls, exclaimed in surprise. Amidst the swarm of beasts, a distinct domain formed like a protective shield enveloping Yi Bu-fan. Yi Bu-fan sat within it, casually slashing his sword only when a beast charged close enough. Though such attacks posed no lethal threat to beasts above level 10, they forced the creatures to retreat repeatedly. This field seems different from the previous one, Xingyi remarked. He's using this offensive type domain to recover his stamina. I don't know why his divine power can last so long, but this way, he can endure even longer. Su Zhang was visibly moved. Setting aside everything else, just judging by his combat prowess, calling him the war god of Yanmen wouldn't be an exaggeration. Su Meng stared at her father in awe. She hadn't expected her father to hold Yi Bu-fan in such high regard. Even her father, formidable as he was and having guarded Yanmen for years, had never been given the title of war god. The war god of Yanmen. Wu Ben couldn't help but exclaim aloud. The war god of Yanmen. The war god of Yanmen. The 9th squad joined in the chant. At first, only Squad 9 chanted, but soon more and more joined in. Upon the ramparts of Yanmen, the cries of the god of war of Yanmen thundered across the battlefield like the beat of war drums. Yi Bu-fan felt the power of faith within his domain growing stronger, and a smile involuntarily spread across his lips. With the purple prison divine power coursing through him, his stamina restored, he swung his sword. A colossal blade of light sliced through the sky, cleaving over a dozen demonic beasts in two and leaving a distinct fissure in the earth. God of war of Yanmen. The war god of Yanmen. The spectators on the city walls, witnessing such a fierce strike, cheered even louder. Captain Gai's divine technique, Earth Rift. Su Meng exclaimed, eyes wide. What incredible insight! After witnessing Gaisher's technique just once, he's already mastered it to the minor accomplishment realm. Su Zhang exclaimed in astonishment. Earth Rift was a second-tier divine skill. Even prodigies from lesser clans couldn't master it to such a level in such a short time. As for how Yi Bu-fan had obtained this divine skill, he wasn't surprised at all. Yi Bu-fan had killed Geisher and taken his belongings. The Earth Rift divine skill was likely among them. When he said he wanted to rob my divine technique, I thought it was a joke. Now it seems he might have been serious, Su Meng remarked. Robbery? Su Zheng exclaimed in shock. Su Meng promptly recounted the entire encounter with Yi Bu-fan. How interesting. Since he desires it, as long as he remains alive, you should grant him the divine technique, Su Zheng stated. But Su Meng was perplexed. The 10,000 horses and 1,000 armies divine technique was a tier 3 divine skill. For someone without a clan, it was arguably the most top-tier divine skill available. If it were on the market, it would be worth over 100 million. I know you wish to marry him. If you cannot be his wife, then become his friend. Su Zheng said solemnly, a man like this, as long as he doesn't die, will surely carve out his place in this world. Do you understand what I mean? Su Meng looked at her father, deeply moved. I thought bestowing the title of the God of War of Yenmen upon Yi Bu-fan was already quite high praise, but I never imagined how esteemed he truly is in his father's eyes. What does a place of honor mean? Only the titans of the Dragon Nation could bear such an honor. How old is Yi Bu-fan? I didn't expect you to last this long. But it can end now. A cold voice echoed from the sky, interrupting Su Meng's thoughts. Looking up, he saw the heaven-shattering kite flapping its wings, slowly gliding toward Yi Bu-fan. At this moment, the sky-shattering hawk radiated a formidable aura. Its vicious gaze fixed on Yi Bu-fan like a blade, poised to deliver a fatal strike at any moment. If that's the case, what are you waiting for? Yi Bu-fan retorted coldly. You're asking for death. The sky-shattering hawk roared in fury, diving downward. In the blink of an eye, a thunderous explosion echoed through the air. The sky-shattering kite soared back into the air, while the fire egg scrambled to its feet from the ground, its aura noticeably weakened. Yi Bu-fan watched Hua Dan, his brows slightly furrowed. Even at level 22, Hua Dan couldn't withstand the sky-shattering kite's full power strike. Another hit would either kill him or leave him gravely injured. As the sky-shattering kite charged down once more, the Taotie roared furiously. A massive, ethereal shadow of the Taotie materialized before the sky-shattering kite. The heaven-shattering hawk's form plunged into the shadow, followed by another deafening boom. The shadow shattered, and the Taotie itself was sent reeling backward. Master, perhaps you should flee. Even with Fire Egg and me combined, we're no match for this creature, the Taotie advised. Its divine technique possessed immense power, but alas, its cultivation base was far too low to unleash its full might. Do you think I could escape? Yi Bu-fan asked. The Taotie fell silent. Given the heaven-shattering falcon's speed, even if Yi Bu-fan wanted to flee, he couldn't escape its attacks. Running out of tricks? I won't just kill you, I'll slaughter all of them, the heaven-shattering kite declared coldly. I'll fight you to the death, roared Hua Dan. Let's fight, the Taotie echoed. Yi Bu-fan watched the two creatures shield him from the front and couldn't help but laugh. Fire Egg's actions were exactly what he'd expected, but he hadn't anticipated Taotie joining in now. Leave the professional work to the professionals. As for fighting to the death, I'll handle that myself. Yi Bu-fan chuckled. Taotie and Hua Dan looked at Yi Bu-fan, their expressions complex. Was this really a matter of expertise? It was about not wanting them to risk their lives, choosing to do it himself. At that moment, everyone atop the city walls fixed their gaze on Yi Bu-fan. The members of Wu Ben's ninth squad clenched their fists even tighter. If even a level 22 Fire Egg couldn't withstand a single strike, how could Yi Bu-fan possibly block the heaven-shattering kite's attack? Is this the end? The crowd wondered silently. Chapter 55, Confronting the Sky-Shattering Hawk Again, Domain Explosion. Fighting desperately? If desperation worked, no one would bother cultivating. The sky-turning kite's voice hadn't faded when it plunged downward like lightning. Yi Bu-fan swung his sword. The Sovereign Sword domain vanished, replaced by the Whirlwind/domain unfurling before him as the blade struck. The heaven-turning kite barely touched the Whirlwind/domain when Yi Bu-fan's sword struck again, followed by the appearance of the Wind Howl domain. Seeing the Wind Howl domain suddenly materialize within the Gale/domain, the sky-turning kite's eyes widened in panic as its body abruptly halted. Just as it prepared to retreat from the Whirlwind/domain, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the area. Under Yi Bu-fan's full power, the mutually repelling Storm/domain and Wind Howl domain collided explosively, blasting the sky-turning kite flying backward. You actually... The sky-turning kite stared wide-eyed at Yi Bu-fan, too stunned to speak. Using domain repulsion to launch an attack, no one had ever done such a thing, past or present. The explosion caused by the collision of two domains was so powerful that even if it had been caught in the middle, it couldn't guarantee it would emerge unscathed. Yi Bu-fan couldn't fly, but Hua Dan could. If it got injured again, with Fire Egg's current power, it wouldn't be given a chance to escape and recover. You wanted to kill me? Come on then. Yi Bu-fan said, this is my last resort. Rest assured, such an attack won't kill you. The heaven-shattering kite seethed with fury, it wanted to tear this bastard to shreds. Reassured? How the hell could it be reassured? This attack might not kill it, but it couldn't guarantee it wouldn't be injured. Seems you need to think. I won't disturb your thoughts. I'll continue my Dao battle. Yi Bu-fan chuckled. He swung his sword, launching attacks at the surrounding beasts. After slaying over 20 beasts in succession, Fire Egg shot back at high speed. When it reappeared, it had already broken through from level 22 to level 23. What is the captain doing? Is he forcing the Sky-turning hawk to fight to the death? It's not the Skyhawk forcing the captain to fight to the death, it's the captain who wants to fight the Skyhawk to the death. On the city walls, Wu Ben and Xing Yi exchanged whispers. They could both see that Yi Bu Fan's words had been provoking Flying Skyhawk all along. He was using Fire Egg's level up to force Flying Skyhawk into battle. Madman. Su Mang whispered. This guy clearly didn't value his own life. If it were anyone else in this situation, stalling for time would be the wisest move. As Hua Dan grew stronger, flipping Skyhawk might not even dare to strike in the end. No sooner had she spoken than the sky-shattering kite plunged downward like an arrow. Yi Bu Fan swung his sword, and the same scene repeated itself. The domain spread 10 meters around him, unlike any other attack. Though the sky-turning kite was swift, it couldn't evade. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed as the sky-turning kite was sent flying, while Yi Bu Fan was struck so hard he spat blood. Before he could regain his footing, the heaven-shattering kite charged once more. Yi Bu Fan swung his sword, his eyes calm, showing no sign of injury. The whirlwind/domain manifested, followed by the wind howl domain. As the heaven-turning kite charged into the domains, the mountain crush domain erupted in succession. The sky-turning kite's assault triggered all three domains to explode in succession, sending both combatants flying backward. Blood spurted from Yi Bu Fan's mouth, while the heaven-turning kite merely showed a slight dip in its aura. Even so, Bu Fan is no match for the heaven-turning hawk, Su Zhang remarked gravely. Everyone stared intently at the heaven-turning kite as it launched another attack, their hearts in their throats. Unconsciously, they had come to regard Yi Bu Fan as the war god of Yanmen. Now, Yi Bu Fan represented not just himself, but Yanmen itself. Boom! Yi Bu Fan was hurled back once more. As Su Zhang had predicted, even the explosions of three domains couldn't halt the heaven-shattering kite's assault. Though the sky-shattering kite was also blown to smithereens, it remained unscathed. Let's see how much longer you can hold out, the sky-turning kite roared. Master, let me handle this. Hua Dan exclaimed anxiously. Do what you're supposed to do. Yi Bu Fan shot Fire Egg a glare before swinging his sword again, unleashing the whirlwind/domain. Strike after strike, whirlwind/domain, wind howl domain, mountain crush domain, sovereign sword domain. The explosive convergence of these four domains unleashed terrifying force, instantly obliterating 24 beasts nearby. Yi Bu Fan and the sky-turning kite were hurled backward once more. Blood flowed continuously from the corner of Yi Bu Fan's mouth, dripping onto his outer robe already soaked through with blood. The sky-turning kite's breathing seemed slightly disordered, yet it did not pause, launching another attack. The repulsion explosion's power is formidable, but 4 realms aren't enough. Unless you possess 5. Before the sky-turning kite could finish, its eyes widened in shock. This time, alongside Yi Bu Fan's long sword, a new Earth Rift domain joined the previous 4. Both the Sovereign Sword and Earth Rift were level 2 domains. Their explosive power far surpassed that of the whirlwind/domain. The explosion triggered by 5 domains repelling each other proved too much even for the sky-shattering kite. As it was hurled backward, fragments of feathers drifted down from the sky. Sorry about that, I really do have 5 domains. Yi Bu Fan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve and smiled faintly. The sky-shattering hawk trembled with rage, its fury meter rising relentlessly. I'm truly at the end of my rope now. I only know 5 divine techniques, which have formed 5 domains, Yi Bu Fan said. Master, let me go. You'll die like this. Hua Dan cried anxiously. At this moment, Yi Bu Fan's injuries were worsening by the second, his face growing increasingly pale. Upon hearing this, the heaven-shattering falcon plunged downward once more. It couldn't give Hua Dan a chance to intervene. If Hua Dan bought time, killing Yi Bu Fan would become even more difficult. 5 domains? Even wounded, I'll kill you, the heaven-turning kite roared. This time, it pushed its speed to the absolute limit, launching a full-force attack. One familiar domain after another appeared. Far Heaven Kite not only didn't slow down, but accelerated even further. 1, 2. When all 5 domains manifested, the sky-shattering kite braced for being blasted away and unleashed its most devastating strike at Yi Bu Fan. At that very moment, the turtle domain manifested. Boom! Yi Bu Fan was sent flying backward, a torrent of blood raining down from the sky. Amidst this rain of blood, fragments of feathers drifted down, scattered by the wind. Didn't you say there were only 5 domains? The sky-shattering hawk roared at Yi Bu Fan, glaring at the wounds covering his body. The turtle domain was a 3rd-tier domain. Under the massive explosion, the royal swords within the domain shot out in all directions like arrows from a powerful crossbow. The sky-turning kite dodged with all its might, but the sheer number of swords proved overwhelming, and it was struck nonetheless. I only have 5 domains, Yi Bu Fan stated. Bull! You just used 6 domains, the sky-turning kite yelled. Did the blast fry your brain? With your strength, can't you tell that the last domain was a fusion of 2 of the previous 5? Yi Bu Fan sneered, blame your own poor eyesight, not me. Chapter 56, Surrender? You think you're worthy? Flipping Sky Kite trembled with rage, blood trickling from his wounds. Captain's amazing, he actually has 6 domains. If I were Flipping Sky Kite, I'd have died of rage long ago. The captain's only level 22, yet he's unleashed 6 domains? That's insane. On the city walls, the crowd watched the heaven-turning kite's humiliated state, unable to suppress their laughter. Earlier, they'd feared Yi Bufan might die, but this outcome was the last thing they'd expected. Su Meng glanced at her father, then looked back at Yi Bufan. The change in her gaze was unmistakable. She had thought her father's praise for Yi Bufan was excessive. But after witnessing those 6 domains, she finally understood his meaning. At 18 or 19 years old, a level 22 divine servant who had constructed 6 domains. In her understanding, such a prodigy could only emerge from first or second tier families. I'm nearly done for. Did you want me to die with clarity? Why did you insist on killing Qingchong, that little green snake? Yi Bufan seemed unable to hold himself up any longer, collapsing onto the ground. He had risked everything in a life or death battle against the Azure Dragon of the Clouds, and now, wounded, he still refused to leave. He simply couldn't fathom what the heaven-shattering kite saw in the green worm. Yi Bufan watched the heaven-turning kite silently, but the rage meter above his head kept climbing. He couldn't help but shake his head. Does this creature's rage meter have no limit? Master, my mother said my bloodline is a bit different. Could this be why? Qingchong suddenly spoke up. Yi Bufan remained silent, merely nodding lightly. Through the purple flame divine eye, he had long discerned that Qingchong's bloodline, like Hua Dan's, was a mutated bloodline. While mutated bloodlines carried a chance to break racial constraints and grow stronger, it remained merely a possibility, one with slim odds of success. The sky-shattering kite's reckless actions must stem from other reasons. The little azure dragon in the clouds? Could it be? Yi Bufan's eyes suddenly lit up. A possibility dawned on him, one so staggering it shocked even him. If the green worm's mutated bloodline truly holds a connection to the legendary dragon clan, then the heaven-turning kite cannot be allowed to leave alive. As this thought crossed his mind, Yi Bufan lifted his gaze toward the heaven-turning kite, his eyes now visibly tinged with murderous intent. With a flicker of his thoughts, the green worm materialized on his arm. As the green worm materialized, the heaven-turning kite reacted as if provoked, diving down at breakneck speed. This scene indirectly confirmed Yi Bufan's conjecture. The heaven-turning kite was targeting the green worm's mutated bloodline, likely intending to absorb it to break through its own limitations. Yi Bufan immediately withdrew the green worm and activated all his domains in rapid succession. Not only that, he charged directly toward the sky-shattering hawk himself. Purple prison divine power surged into his sword, while the Nirvana purple soul condensed into a blade of its own, stabbing toward the sky-turning hawk's head. Boom! Amidst the deafening roar, blood and flesh scattered across the sky. The terrifying strike instantly annihilated nearly 100 beasts nearby. The shocking spectacle left everyone on the city walls staring wide-eyed. As the dust settled, Yi Bufan stood covered in gaping wounds, bones visible through many of them. Even the sword in his hand couldn't withstand the immense force, shattering into pieces on the ground. The sky-shattering hawk stood on the ground, its wings shattered and feathers torn from its body. Madman! The sky-shattering hawk glared at Yi Bufan with a weakened aura, its eyes filled with intense terror. It never imagined Yi Bufan would not only disregard the explosive force of the domain but also attack with full might. If that were the case, it wouldn't be in this state now. The crucial factor was the Nirvana purple soul forcibly attacking its soul, preventing it from concentrating its full strength on either offense or defense. It was important to note that Yi Bufan didn't actually possess soul attack abilities, he was merely using his soul force to collide with the hawk's soul force. It was severely wounded, but Yi Bufan was worse off. Not only was his body shattered in multiple places, but his soul had also suffered severe damage. The soul is neither flesh nor divine power, it cannot be restored through cultivation alone. They say killing 1,000 enemies costs you 800 of your own. But here, it was clearly killing 800 enemies while losing 1,000 of his own. I don't know if I'm a madman. All I know is that whoever wants me dead, I'll kill them. Humans, beasts, even gods, they're all the same to me. Yi Bufan declared coldly, my principle is simple, if someone wrongs me, I kill them. Either I die, or they die. Upon the ramparts of Yanmen City, every ear that heard Yi Bufan's words felt a chill run down their spine. Not just those weaker than Yi Bufan, but even General Su Zhen couldn't help but feel a chill run through his heart. Stop playing dead. We'll continue this until one of us is dead. Yi Bufan advanced with his sword raised. With each step he took, domains began to manifest. You can still fight? The heaven-shattering kite stared in terror, eyes wide. Its injuries were far less severe than Yi Bufan's. Even so, it dared not strike lightly, lest it worsen its own wounds. For Yi Bufan to fight on like this was truly risking his life. Fire Egg, keep an eye on it. If it dares to run, roast it for me. Yi Bufan said coldly. Yes, master. Fire Egg replied, flapping its wings and taking flight. The sky-turning hawk trembled violently. Watching Fire Egg, whose body was enveloped in leaping flames, it felt as though it were truly being scorched by fire, its heart pounding in terror. Before the sky-turning hawk could utter a word, Yi Bufan's long sword came crashing down. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as both figures were simultaneously hurled backward by the explosive force of the domain blast. At that moment, Yi Bufan was covered in wounds from head to toe, a pitiful sight, save for his face shielded by his arm. Despite such severe injuries, he struggled to his feet. He strode toward flipping Sky Kite, who was rolling on the ground and had barely managed to steady himself. A complete madman! Su Meng exclaimed in horror. Mad indeed. I've never seen anyone this insane, Su Zhang sighed. Such severe injuries would have rendered anyone else unconscious from the pain alone, let alone capable of fighting. Yet Yi Bufan stood up as if nothing had happened, ready to fight again. What they didn't know was that Yi Bufan had lost all sensation. He couldn't feel the pain at all. You're insane. I surrender. Flipping Sky Kite cried in terror. Surrender? Yi Bufan halted his steps, his long sword sweeping out. He coldly retorted, do you even deserve it? Boom! Both figures flew backward once more. As the sky-shattering hawk lay on the ground, its breath faint and weak, watching Yi Bufan rise once more, a single thought consumed its mind, escape. Run far away. The farther from this madman, the better. The moment it turned and charged toward the woods, a fiery glow descended. The flames spewed from the fire egg's mouth scorched its body, and the sky-turning hawk's agonized screams echoed through the air. That sound sent a chill down the spines of everyone watching from the city walls. Hair stood on end, and a cold sweat broke out across their bodies. This technique. Wu Ben hadn't finished speaking before he gulped back a mouthful of saliva. Gulp! The sound of swallowing echoed continuously as countless eyes fixed on the skyhawk consumed by flames, their gazes filled with utter shock. In that instant, the numerous beasts surrounding Yi Bufan began to retreat silently. Fear flickered in every beast's eyes. They did not turn and flee, but instead stared fixedly at Yi Bufan as they retreated step by step. Yi Bufan strode forward, his long sword slashing down with tremendous force. Chapter 57, The Legend of Yenmen, Departing Under the Night. What a surprise, these beasts actually possess the power of fear. After slaying several beasts, Yi Bufan's eyes gleamed as the purple prison divine power absorbed their fear energy. Greed, rage, and now fear. Each slain beast yielded greater power. With the boundary shackles now in place, though breaking through his cultivation realm remained difficult, he could use these powers to stabilize and expand his domain, hastening its transformation into a divine realm. Thus, even without advancing his cultivation, his combat prowess continued to soar. The war god of Yenmen, truly deserving of the title. Unbelievable. He can still fight like this. On the city walls, countless spectators watched Yi Bufan assaulting the demonic beasts, each filled with awe. The more they revered Yi Bufan, the more astonished they became, and the more faith power he received. Monsters fell one after another, while the remaining beasts turned and fled in terror. Within moments, over 1,000 monsters had charged into the forest, vanishing without a trace. Yi Bufan surveyed the scattered corpses of beasts, strode deep into the dense forest, and sat cross-legged. Open the city gates and clear the battlefield. Remember, do not approach Bufan. As Yi Bufan channeled the purple prison divine power to cultivate and recover, Su Zhang issued orders from atop the city walls. The battlefield needed clearing, otherwise, rotting corpses would breed disease. Many of the beasts' pelts could be sold for profit, helping replenish Yenmen's depleted food and supplies. Transmit my order. Bufan's affairs must not be disclosed to outsiders. Anyone who violates this command will be executed without mercy. Su Zhang declared coldly. The squads responded immediately. After Su Zhang returned to his residence, Su Meng asked curiously, Dad, why did you forbid anyone from talking about him? If word got out, I don't know about the Wang and Bai families, but at least the Zhang, Lu, and Hu families wouldn't dare cross him again. Su Zhang replied, you must learn to see things from others' perspectives. It's like our battles against the beasts. If you only consider the situation at Yenmen Pass without considering the beasts' perspective, repelling their attacks will be incredibly difficult. Your analysis just now was sound, but that's based on your perspective. If you were in his shoes, would you still think that way? Su Meng fell silent. Judging by Yi Bufan's words and demeanor, he clearly didn't care about the Wang family and others hunting him down. Take his recent battle with the sky-shattering hawk. Yi Bufan likely sought not to resolve their feud, but to annihilate his opponent. Spreading the news might appear to others as aiding Yi Bufan. But in Yi Bufan's eyes, it could very well backfire. Tonight, you'll go outside the city to meet him. Tell him to leave the border. Su Zhang said, this is the evaluation I wrote for him. It also serves as a conclusion to his punishment of exile. Didn't you say the Junior Divine Academy exchange is about to begin? Leave with him and pass on the divine technique while you're at it. Su Meng nodded heavily. Yi Bufan's Battle of the Tao was destined to become a legend in Yenmen. Yi Bufan, the war god of Yenmen, would forever be passed down among its people. Regardless of why the heaven-shattering kite sought to kill Yi Bufan, as long as he departed, the demonic beasts would cease their relentless assault on Yenmen. That day, every mouth in Yenmen spoke of Yi Bufan. On this day, the 9th Squad, Yenmen's weakest unit, held their heads high for the very first time. On this day, Wu Ben, Xing Yi, and others all received their rewards. That day, the cleanup of the battlefield took the entire day. After nightfall, the weary defenders of Yinmen finally returned to the city and closed the gates. Under the cover of night, the divine power within Yi Bu-fan grew ever stronger, forming an even more solid domain around him. After several hours of cultivation, his injuries had completely healed under the extraordinary restorative power of the Purple Prison Divine Force. Having experienced this battle, utilizing domain collisions to launch attacks deepened his understanding of domains. The same domain was not only more stable than before but also expanded its range by over 2 meters. This power of faith is truly wondrous, Yi Bu-fan murmured to himself. Though it's not physically present, it flows endlessly into my domain. Yi Bu-fan murmured to himself as he sensed the faith energy within his domain. It's only natural. Otherwise, why would all the divine realms scour the world for suitable believers? Master has won at the starting line, possessing believers even before establishing a divine realm. I've now broken through to level 20 and can assist you in battle henceforth. However, Taotie interjected, if possible, I'd prefer to keep a low profile. Should my enemies discover me, even our combined strength couldn't withstand a single finger of theirs. Fire Egg glared. If you're scared, just say so. Why sugarcoat it? Master, I'll help you. Yi Bu-fan watched the two of them and couldn't help but laugh. Taotie had broken through to level 20, Fire Egg to level 24, and even the green worm had surpassed level 10. Now, with his more stable turtle domain to support them, facing opponents like the heaven-shattering kite again wouldn't require the same desperate, all-out struggle as before. I'm not afraid of death either. I can help the master too. Xingqiong declared, head held high. What's with you two? Acting like I'm the only one afraid of death. Isn't everything I say for the master's sake? Taotie glared. Just as Yi Bu-fan was about to speak, Su Meng stepped forward. He said nothing, merely observing her silently. He'd only intended to hitch a ride back, never expecting to meet the daughter of the Yinmen Pass commander. Though they shared no deep bond, he remembered her warning him about Gai Shi's refusal to open the gates, a favor he hadn't forgotten. This is my father's written account of your performance at Yinmen. You can take it back to the Divine Academy to report. This is my level 3 divine skill, 10,000 horses and 1,000 armies. My father asked me to give it to you. Su Meng handed the items to Yi Bu-fan. My father wants us to leave the border tonight. If you... Yi Bu-fan replied, thank you. Su Meng watched Yi Bu-fan take the letter detailing his service at Yinmen, then walked toward the city gate without looking back. She glanced at the divine skill lying on the ground, momentarily lost for words. A level 3 divine technique, anyone else would covet it, yet this guy didn't even glance at it. I have no ties to Yinmen. We're even now. Yi Bu-fan's voice carried over, and Su Meng couldn't help but let out a bitter smile. Her father had intended for the divine skill to help her build a relationship with Yi Bu-fan, yet this was the outcome. She couldn't fathom how such a reckless brute, who fought like a madman on the battlefield, could be so cunning and meticulous. Monsters here want to kill you. Once you leave, countless clans will seek your death. You're a freak, a genius, an anomaly. If the undying dragon kingdom survives, you'll have a place there. But only if you stay alive. Su Meng sighed. Perhaps members of several clans are already waiting for you beyond the border. Can you survive? Chapter 58, Farewell, King of the Underworld. Beyond the border, Yi Bu-fan's gaze burned like torches as he stared down the road ahead. Though it was night, he knew full well that the Wang family and others had been watching him for a long time. The journey back to the Divine Academy from here was long, yet there were only a handful of places where they could strike. The Wang family and others couldn't possibly attempt to kill him in public. Activating his purple flame divine eyes, Yi Bu-fan strode forward. In less than half an hour, figures burst from the roadside, closing in to surround him. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I truly wouldn't believe you were still alive. One of them abruptly pulled down the black veil covering his face, staring at Yi Bu-fan in utter shock. This man was none other than Bai Mang, the king of the underworld. To confirm whether Bu-fan was indeed Yi Bu-fan, he had personally led members of several other clans to ambush him beyond the border, waiting for Yi Bu-fan's appearance. He couldn't fathom how this man had survived the fury of the Earthfire. I was planning to come find you, but it seems you've come to me instead. Yi Bu-fan said calmly. Facing this king of the underworld once more, Yi Bu-fan no longer felt the overwhelming sense of oppression he had before. Under the purple flame divine eye, the opponent's 27th level strength was laid bare. Their gazes locked, like invisible blades clashing in the air. Those around them fell silent, instinctively stepping back to clear the battlefield. I really shouldn't have spared you back then. Moments later, Bai Mang suddenly spoke up. He could sense the aura emanating from Yi Bu-fan. Though still inferior to his own, the realm revealed by the divine power was plain for all to see. To have advanced so much in such a short time, though he appeared shocked on the surface, his heart was filled with utter disbelief. This boy must not be spared. Otherwise, the clan will be in grave danger. With this thought, Bai Mang advanced step by step toward Yi Bu-fan. His aura grew increasingly potent, reaching its zenith the instant his long sword left its scabbard. Though he hadn't unleashed any divine techniques, he displayed his full 27th level combat prowess to the utmost. The sword's gleam sliced through the night, drawing everyone present into the divine battlefield. Clang! The twin blades collided, the immense force sending Yi Bufan staggering back 3 or 4 steps. Our clan's divine technique, swift wind slash, a black-clad figure exclaimed. His voice had barely faded when the swords clashed once more. This is our clan's divine technique, wind howl, another black-clad figure exclaimed. This is our clan's divine technique, mountain crush. This is our clan's divine technique, sovereign sword of domination. Damn it, he's actually mastered the divine techniques of every single one of our clans. One by one, the surrounding black-clad figures stared at Yi Bufan in combat, their eyes wide with shock. Divine techniques were the very foundation of a clan. Now they were in Yi Bufan's hands, and their eyes flashed with icy murderous intent. As Yi Bufan was once again forced back by Mang's shockwave, the 2 black-clad figures behind him struck simultaneously. 2 streaks of sword light shot toward Yi Bufan's back like lightning. Before the blades could close in, a flash of light pierced the night. Clang! Clang! 2 crisp sounds echoed as the swords flew from their hands. In the instant Yi Bufan turned, his blade sliced cleanly through both men's throats. Your clan's divine technique? It won't be long before all your clans vanish from the 8th divine realm, Yi Bufan declared coldly. Arrogant! Mang roared, charging forward with his sword raised. So what if I'm arrogant? Yi Bufan sneered coldly, weren't you clans just as arrogant when bullying others? Don't try to show off in front of me. In the end, it all comes down to whose fist is bigger. As the blades clashed, a figure as blue as smoke darted out like the wind. 2 black-clad figures nearby didn't even have time to draw their swords before their throats were slit. Mang's heart lurched in shock. Just as he turned to see who had struck down his men, a flash of fire erupted, and 2 more black-clad figures collapsed. In the darkness, a figure as blue as smoke moved, while a light like a flaming orb flickered incessantly. Within mere seconds, over a dozen black-clad figures lay sprawled on the ground. 2 beast pets above level 20. Mang stared at the Taotie and Huadan, who had halted their attack, his expression turning grim. He had been confident about dealing with Yi Bufan, but the appearance of the Taotie and Huadan left him with no certainty whatsoever. I never imagined you'd become this powerful. But don't forget, our Bai family is a third-rate clan. Even if you were all level 30-something, you still couldn't shake the Bai family. Mang said coldly. No need for you to remind me. The hallmark of a third-rate family is a level 40 divine messenger. You can send the message right now, summoning them to kill me. Honestly, I'm genuinely afraid no one will come. If no one comes to kill me, who am I supposed to kill? If no one comes to kill me, who will bring me money and goods? If no one comes to kill me, who will motivate me to improve? Yi Bufan retorted. You truly are a madman. Mang was utterly stunned. No sane person would willingly provoke a clan's wrath. Just look at the Divine Academy before Doogie stepped forward. This guy not only isn't afraid of making enemies, he's afraid no one will hunt him down? What else could he be but a madman? He sent out the message while gathering divine power. No rush. Take your time sending it. Just let me know when you're done, Yi Bufan said. Mang remained silent, his gaze growing even more wary. He'd expected Yi Bufan to strike while he was messaging, but to his surprise, Yi Bufan truly did as he said, waiting patiently until the message was finished without making a move. I may not be able to kill you, but you won't stop me either. Mang declared, swinging his sword forward. This strike wasn't just full-powered, he also unleashed a divine technique. In his mind, if he could just block Yi Bufan, he could break through toward the direction of the Taotie. Then, by uniting with other divine beings of level 20 or above from other clans, he could eliminate Yi Bufan. But the instant he lunged toward the Taotie, the surrounding area was instantly engulfed by the turtle domain. The rapidly darting Wang sword forced him to halt abruptly. Boom! The collision of the twin blades unleashed a colossal force that knocked him off balance, forcing him to stumble back. Impossible! You're only level 22, how could you possibly construct a domain? Mang exclaimed in shock. Given Yi Bufan's age and cultivation level, even if he were a prodigy capable of forming a domain, it would only be a rudimentary form utterly useless in combat. The turtle domain before him wasn't just combat ready, it was incredibly stable, even amplifying Yi Bufan's attack power to match his own level. All of this completely surpassed his understanding, exceeding the capabilities of a normal divine being. Did you deliberately make me send that message? A sudden thought flashed through Mang's mind, his expression darkening. The message he had sent declared Bufan to be Yi Bufan, the one who had triggered the Earthfire Fury, a level 22 divine being accompanied by 2 beast pets above level 20. In truth, the domain was Yi Bufan's greatest trump card. With this advantage, Yi Bufan could fight opponents 5 or 6 levels above him. Consequently, the pursuers dispatched by various clans to hunt Yi Bufan would not exceed level 30. That wasn't coming to kill him, it was coming to throw themselves into certain death. Chapter 59, Sorry, I forgot about you. If no one comes to kill me, who am I supposed to kill? If no one comes to kill me, who will bring me money and goods? If no one comes to kill me, who will motivate me to improve? Yi Bufan's words echoed in Mang's mind, sending a chill through his heart. That bastard is too cunning. You guys hold the flanks. I'm going to slaughter him with my own hands. Yi Bufan declared, swinging his long sword. Boom! 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 A continuous roar filled the air as Bai Mang desperately parried Yi Bufan's relentless attacks within the turtle domain. As the swords clashed more and more, his expression grew increasingly grim. You bastard! Are you using me as practice? Bai Mang roared. I am using you as practice. What's the problem? Yi Bufan replied. Bai Mang's eyes widened in fury as his sword slashed wildly. He was the king of the underworld. Even outside its confines, he could crush ordinary clan masters. When had anyone ever mocked him like this? Boom! 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 No matter how he attacked, even unleashing divine techniques, Yi Bufan always managed to block them. Not only that, but in the midst of battle, Yi Bufan felt the power of the domain, sensed the connection between the purple prison divine power in the domain, and experienced the domain merging with his very being. The deeper his understanding of the domain grew, the more powerful his attacks within it became. The more divine power the purple prison divine power seized from Bai Mang's assaults. This sensation was extraordinary. The domain felt like his own world, where he reigned supreme. Within the domain, a single thought allowed him to command all its power, combining it with the purple prison divine power to unleash the most devastating strike. He could expand the domain to cover a single meter around him, or stretch it to encompass 12 or 13 meters. Master, under normal circumstances, one must break through to the rank of divine messenger to construct a divine domain. Since you already possess a domain, expanding its range to 100 meters would qualify as a divine domain, said the Taotie. So I needn't persist in breaking through the realm shackles? I can use all the power I plunder to expand my domain instead? Yi Bufan asked. That should be the case. After all, no one has ever attempted this before, so I can't be certain, Taotie replied. Everything requires someone to pioneer and innovate. I can be the first. As Yi Bufan spoke, a colossal sword beam struck down with devastating force. The moment the twin blades collided, the terrifying force sent Bai Mang staggering back 4 or 5 steps. Step back, everyone. I'll try merging the earth-splitting realm with the turtle realm, Yi Bufan declared. Taotie and Huadun, terrified, quickly retreated, pulling back over 10 meters. The memory of Yi Bufan fusing realms back at the Divine Academy still sent shivers down their spines. We're fighting for our lives, and you're trying to fuse realms now? You're insane. Bai Mang yelled. He was on the verge of breaking down. Using him as a practice target was bad enough, but attempting to fuse realms in the middle of a fight? Though he hadn't established a domain himself, he knew no one had ever fused 2 domains together. If they tried, both of them might end up destroyed. As Yi Bufan swung his sword, a dense domain materialized. The earth-splitting divine technique was a level 2 divine skill, creating a level 2 domain. The turtle domain was a 3rd-tier domain. Perhaps due to the differing tiers, when the earth-splitting domain appeared within the turtle domain, there was no significant repulsion. It's surprisingly stable. This won't do. How can they merge if it's too stable? Yi Bufan watched the earth-splitting domain and forcibly expanded it. From its original 1 meter diameter, it rapidly spread outward. 3 meters? 5 meters? Yi Bufan attacked Bai Mang while simultaneously expanding the earth rift domain, leaving Bai Mang trembling with fear. Suddenly, he felt as if they had returned to the Hellfire Cavern. One careless move could unleash the fury of the subterranean flames. As the earth rift domain grew larger, the suppression from the turtle domain intensified. Trapped within it, Bai Mang distinctly felt the earth rift domain trembling. Stop! Quick, stop! It's going to explode! Bai Mang shouted. Yi Bufan ignored Bai Mang and continued expanding the earth rift domain outward. When the domain's coverage reached 10 meters, the immense repulsive force and pressure generated by the turtle domain instantly crushed the earth crack domain. Trapped within the turtle domain, the explosive force of the earth crack domain raged uncontrollably within it. The rapidly flowing Wang Jian within the turtle domain, driven by this immense force, blazed like streaks of light. Thud! A blade of the king's sword pierced through Bai Mang's arm. Before he could dodge, 2 more blades followed in quick succession. His left arm was severed in an instant, blood splattering across the ground. Ah! Bai Mang screamed in agony, yet his right hand still swung his long sword, parrying the rapidly approaching royal swords. Perfect! Merging the power of Earth Rift with the turtle domain will make the turtle domain even stronger. Seeing Bai Mang overwhelmed, Yi Bufan immediately channeled the power of the purple prison divine force in the turtle domain, beginning to regulate and fuse the shattered energy of the earth rift domain. Put! After finally waiting for the royal sword within the turtle domain to stabilize, Bai Mang could no longer suppress the surging qi and blood within his body. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. Before he could catch his breath, Yi Bufan's voice echoed in his ear. It's fused. Completely fused. The turtle domain has reached level 4. If I could fuse the wind howl and swift wind / domains, I'd definitely reach level 5. Bai Mang's eyelids twitched violently as he shouted, enough. Yi Bufan's train of thought was abruptly interrupted by the sudden outburst, reminding him that an enemy remained within the domain. My apologies, I forgot about you. If I were to eliminate you and cultivate the Bai family's divine technique, Blade's Edge revealed, I might even elevate my domain by one level, Yibu Fan remarked. Put. Bai Mang spat out another mouthful of blood in fury. Forgotten? They were just fighting for their lives a moment ago, and now you've forgotten? Cut the damn nonsense. One sword decides life or death. Bai Mang roared furiously, opening his mouth to spew a torrent of blood onto the blade. He raised the sword high and bellowed. God, I sacrifice 30 years of my lifespan. Grant me the power to unleash my full sharpness. Yibu Fan was pondering how Bai Mang's invocation differed from before when he heard the anxious cries of the Taotie outside. Master, don't block it head on. He sacrificed his lifespan. This strike might pack the power of a level 30 divine disciple. Yibu Fan froze momentarily, then swiftly channeled the power within the turtle domain, unleashing his highest tier divine technique, the Sovereign Sword of Domination. Though both Earth-splitting divine technique and Sovereign Sword were level 2 divine skills, within the turtle domain, Sovereign Sword harmonized more profoundly with the domain's essence, amplifying its might. Boom! A deafening roar echoed as the turtle domain violently trembled. Yibu Fan stumbled backward over 10 steps, retreating all the way to the edge of the domain before finally halting. Looking around, Bai Mang's entire body was riddled with sword holes. Under the relentless assault of countless royal swords, his body resembled a blood-soaked sack pierced by countless needles, oozing blood from every wound. Chapter 60, The Killer, Yibu Fan. I regret it. Bai Mang cried out, his body slowly collapsing backward. His eyes remained wide open, refusing to close in death. Spouting such idiotic nonsense at death, and he calls himself the king of the underworld? Yibu Fan shook his head. Taotie and Huadan exchanged glances. Master really is a relentless critic. He doesn't even spare the dead. Master, please stop playing around. The turtle domain is already at level 4. That's enough, Taotie hurriedly interjected. It was genuinely terrified. While others dared not fuse their domains, Yibu Fan not only fused his but did so mid-battle. He was either courting death or walking down that path. Fine. Let me first wipe out those ordinary families, the Zhangs, the Lius, and the Hus before we talk, Yibu Fan declared. He didn't bother with the Divine Academy's 8 or 9 branches. Instead, he headed straight for the Lu family. Dean, we just received word Bu Fan is none other than Yibu Fan, the one who unleashed the fury of the Earth's fire. Yu Hai, a member of the 8th 9th tier Divine Academy, stood before Duguyu, his head bowed as he reported. That's all? Duguyu replied calmly. Judging by Yibu Fan's route, he's likely headed for the Lu family. Yu Hai hesitated, his words trailing off. Spit it out. Duguyu snapped coldly. What I mean is, with this move, he'll surely provoke the Wang and Bai families to unite. It might even alert the temple. By then, no one will be able to protect him. Yu Hai hurriedly explained. That's excellent. Duguyu remarked, the 9 divine realms have been too peaceful for too long. It's about time things got lively. Yu Hai. What did you say? Bu Fan is Yibu Fan? In the Lu family's living room, the Lu family head stared wide-eyed at the words of the senior patriarch. Head of the family, this news comes from the Bai family. Not only our Lu family, but the Zhang, Hu, and Wang families have all received the same message. There's no mistake. The report also states that Yibu Fan has broken through to level 20 and is accompanied by 2 beast pets above level 20. The Grand Elder paused, his gaze fixed solemnly on the Lu family head. The hallmark of an ordinary family is possessing a level 20 divine servant. Yibu Fan breaking through level 20 plus 2 beast pets above level 20 could utterly crush an ordinary family. Their immediate concern was no longer how to kill Yibu Fan, but how to protect their family before Yibu Fan killed them. Any other intelligence? Lu Jiazhu asked gravely. The Grand Elder shook his head. Go make preparations. Have all disciples with any talent leave the family compound. Better safe than sorry. Before the Lu family head could finish speaking, a deafening explosion echoed through the air. The Lu family head and the Grand Elder rushed outside to find the clan's main gate shattered, with several disciples lying in pools of blood. Yibu Fan strode in, sword in hand, radiating a fierce killing intent that carried a bone-chilling coldness. Yibu Fan, you're ruthless, the Lu family head roared. Killing people is called ruthless? But when your Lu family disciples insult women and kill people, that isn't ruthless? Yibu Fan retorted coldly. The memory of how Lu Chang had treated him and Lan Xingyue in the underworld only intensified his murderous intent. Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. I merely returned their own tactics, or rather, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. That's all. As Yibu Fan spoke, his sword shot forward. The Lu family head and the senior elder immediately countered, 2 streaks of sword light simultaneously slashing down toward Yibu Fan's blade. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the air. The Lu family head and the senior elder staggered, forced back 3 or 4 steps. The Lu family elders and disciples, already alerted, watched in stunned silence as the family head and senior elder were sent reeling by a single strike. The family head and the senior elder were the only 2 divine followers in the clan to have broken through the 20th level. Even their combined efforts couldn't withstand a single strike. What could they do? Run. The thought flashed through many disciples' minds as they sprinted full speed toward the main gate. Then, a cold gleam streaked past like a meteor. One by one, the disciples dashing toward the gate fell to the ground, their eyes wide with terror. This is the clan's divine technique, swift wind slash. Damn Liu Chang, how did he go and provoke such a killing star? This has nothing to do with us. The Liu family disciples cried out in panic, one after another. Yi Bu Fan, I am the head of the Liu family. If you have the guts, take it out on me, don't kill the clan disciples, the Liu family head bellowed. If you fear retaliation from your disciples later, I can make them swear an oath right now, the Grand Elder added. No need for such trouble. Today, the Liu family is expelled from the 8th divine realm. Yi Bu Fan stepped forward with each word. Don't try to provoke me, it won't work. My principle is simple, whoever wants to kill me must face this, either I die, or they die. The long sword swept out, sending the Liu family head and the Grand Elder reeling back once more. This time, blood visibly trickled from the corners of both men's mouths, sending shivers down the spines of the Liu family members watching. The Liu family head and the senior elder exchanged a glance before charging toward Yi Bu Fan simultaneously. Run! The Liu family head bellowed, and the elders and disciples of the clan charged full speed toward the main gate. They had only the time it took to wield that sword, not even enough to scale the wall. Now, as they swarmed toward the gate, it was a matter of luck who might escape alive. As long as a single member of the Liu family survives, you will die sooner or later, snarled the senior elder. Do you know why we haven't entered the divine people battlefield until now? Yi Bu Fan parried both attacks with his sword, his voice cold. The Liu family head and the Grand Elder felt a chill run through them. Divine Servant battles above rank 10 entered the Divine Servant battlefield unless fought within a special space. Earlier, when Yi Bu Fan and Bai Mang fought, they entered the Divine Realm battlefield immediately upon starting. Only in special spaces like the border would they not enter the Divine Realm battlefield. The Liu family was in the city. Logically, they should have entered the Divine Realm battlefield the moment they initiated combat. Before they could process this, countless royal swords shot out in all directions. The clan elders and disciples charging toward the gate fell one after another. Divine Realm, the Liu family head and the senior elder exclaimed in unison. The two men stared at Yi Bu Fan, their eyes filled with terror. Divine realms could only be constructed by divine messengers. Had Yi Bu Fan, a mere divine servant, already built one? They finally understood why they hadn't entered the divine servant battlefield. The domain was a special space. Under its coverage, how could they possibly enter the divine servant battlefield? You bloodthirsty monster. The divine temple will not let you off. Liu's family head bellowed. Not a single clan elder or disciple had survived the sword's fury. Corpses littered the ground around them, their sight making the two elders' eyes bulge with rage. Knowing survival was impossible, their only hope now was that the temple would investigate this matter and execute Yi Bu Fan. If I can defeat you, I kill you. If I can't, I'm a bloodthirsty monster? Yi Bu Fan sneered coldly, who have I killed besides those who sought to kill me? If this makes me a bloodthirsty monster, then what's wrong with being one? With a sweeping motion of his sword, he sent the blades from both Liu family head and the senior elder flying, blood spattering instantly. Yi Bu Fan withdrew his tortoise domain and swung his sword. Sparks flew as his blade struck the green stone pavement, etching several striking characters into the ground. The killer, Yi Bu Fan. Chapter 61, the patriarch commits suicide, the clan willingly becomes believers. Dean, the Liu family has been annihilated. 8th rank Divine Academy, Yu Hai glanced at Dugayu before hastily lowering his head. That was a bit swift, Dugayu remarked. Yi Bu Fan wiped out the Liu family and left behind the words, the killer is Yi Bu Fan. I believe the temple will certainly intervene, Yu Hai said. Let them meddle if they wish. As long as it doesn't hinder his participation in the Junior Divine Academy exchange, Dugayu replied. Yu Hai stared at Dugayu with a puzzled look, hesitating to speak. If the Divine Academy intervened, they would surely put Yi Bu Fan to death. How could he possibly have a chance to attend the Junior Divine Academy exchange meeting? Seeing Dugayu showed no intention of explaining, he quickly withdrew. Meanwhile, the Zhang and Hu families also received the news. Head of the Zhang family, are the Bai family truly coming? If they don't show up, our two families won't even have a chance to escape. In the Zhang family's reception hall, the Hu family head's face was etched with anxiety. Although the intelligence indicated Yi Bu Fan was heading toward the Zhang family's location, to safeguard the Hu family, he had brought every member of his clan. On one hand, this prevented Yi Bu Fan from picking them off one by one. On the other, he hoped that through the relationship between the Zhang and Bai families, the Bai family might come to their aid. Even though Zhang Hongye and Bai Hong hadn't joined forces, the Zhang family had been following the Bai family's lead for quite some time. Whether for the Bai family's own reputation or to reassure those who depended on them, they should send reinforcements. Rest assured, they will come. This isn't just about helping us, it's also an opportunity to eliminate Yi Bu Fan, declared the head of the Zhang family. Using our family as bait? What a cunning scheme. The Hu family had fumed, the Bai family has been suppressing both our Hu family and the Liu family. Now that the Liu family is gone, if our Hu family falls too, the Bai family will grow even stronger. Zhang family head, do you truly believe the Bai family will aid us? Don't forget Yi Bu Fan is a madman. The previously composed Zheng family head now wore a heavy expression. Yi Bu Fan was a madman, a reckless madman. That was an undeniable fact. If he weren't insane, how could he have provoked the wrath of the earth fire? If he weren't insane, how could he have publicly revealed his identity? If he weren't insane, how could he have left his name behind at the Lu family? What couldn't such a madman do? If the Bai family allowed Yi Bu Fan to destroy both their clans and then struck to kill them, they would be utterly helpless. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, striking the hearts of the two family heads like a heavy hammer. They charged forward violently. Sword-light flashed as members of both families fell one after another, utterly defenseless. The two charged forward with their swords. After another thunderous crash, the three stood facing each other. Gazing at Yi Bu Fan before them, the hearts of both family heads sank to the depths. Yi Bu Fan had arrived, yet the Bai family had not. Everything had unfolded exactly as the Hu family head had foretold. Yi Bu Fan, if you spare our Zhang family, we pledge to become your loyal subjects, declared the Zhang family head. Yi Bu Fan stared at him in astonishment. He never imagined the other would propose such terms. This wasn't mere allegiance, it was outright submission. If he ever established a divine kingdom, he could bring the entire Zhang family into it, using their faith to fortify his realm. I know your principles. Zhang Hongye once sought to kill you. I can atone for my sins with my life. Before Yi Bu Fan could react, the Zhang family head drew his sword and slit his own throat. Yi Bu Fan and the Hu family head stared at the fallen Zhang family head, utterly taken aback. Without waiting for Yi Bu Fan's approval, he ended his own life with such decisiveness. Only the Hu family head could comprehend the depth of despair that must have consumed the Zhang family head at that moment. He had sought to align with the Bai family, only to discover they were using them as bait that could be devoured. Yi Bu Fan, the Hu family head said, if it is possible, I hope you will treat our Hu family as you treated the Zhang family. The Hu family head spoke these words as a long sword sliced across his own throat, and he collapsed to the ground. Members of the two surrounding families stared wide-eyed at their fallen leaders. Their eyes held no anger, no resentment, only terror and despair. Had there been any other choice, the patriarch would never have sacrificed his life to secure a sliver of hope for them. Thankfully, we didn't agree to the Zhang family's terms. Making such a clan our vassal, who knows when they might have betrayed us, the Bai family. A middle-aged man strode through the main gate, his face twisted with contempt as he surveyed the corpse on the ground. Second elder, what do you mean by that? A young woman from the Zhang family stepped forward, her eyes blazing with fury. Our Zhang family has always followed the Bai family's lead. Since you were here, why didn't you intervene? Now that our family head has slashed his own throat, who would dare align with your Bai family in the future? A young woman from the Hu family followed suit, her voice cold. The Hu family may be destroyed, but we've exposed the true face of your Bai family for all to see. The second elder of the Bai family laughed. Zhang Hongyun, Hu Yanxiao, do you think you'll survive? Zhang Hongyun and Hu Yanxiao's faces darkened as they clenched their fists. Both were prodigies of their families, intelligent individuals who instantly grasped the implication in the second elder's words. Even if Yi Bu Fan spared them, the Bai family would never let them live. Only with their deaths would others believe Yi Bu Fan had destroyed the Zhang and Hu families, not that the Bai family had orchestrated it, nor that they had stood by and watched them die. Just as the two women felt utterly helpless, applause suddenly erupted. Seeing Yi Bu Fan applauding, a glimmer of hope unexpectedly flickered in their hearts. The two women, along with the other members of their families, did not harbor deep resentment toward Yi Bu Fan. They understood his situation well. If two clans sought to kill Yi Bu Fan, he would naturally retaliate. There was nothing more to say about it. The Bai family was different. Using such despicable methods to destroy two clans, their actions were far more shameless than Yi Bu Fan's open and righteous revenge. Both women now understood the patriarch's profoundly calculated intentions. Whether it was the Zhang family or the Hu family, they were merely pawns on the chessboard, utterly unqualified to participate in this game. To preserve their families, they must step out of the game. And the only one capable of stepping out of the game was Yi Bu Fan. I, Zhang Hongyun, swear on behalf of the Zhang family. We pledge allegiance as subjects of Lord Yi. Should we break this oath, may we be condemned by both heaven and earth, and may the way of heaven never forgive us. Zhang Hongyun bowed deeply before Yi Bu Fan. I, Hu Yanxiao, swear on behalf of the Hu family. We pledge allegiance to Lord Yi. Should we break this oath, may we be condemned by both heaven and earth, and may the way of heaven never forgive us. Hu Yanxiao stood beside Zhang Hongyun and bowed in reverence. In that instant, elders and disciples from both families bowed in unison before Yi Bu Fan. Should I thank you for this? Yi Bu Fan looked at the second elder of the Bai family and smiled faintly. No need for pleasantries. Because none of you will survive today. No sooner had the second elder of the Bai family finished speaking than figures burst through the main gate. Chapter 62, Surprised? Thrilled? The Bai and Wang families have joined forces? Zhang Hongyun and Hu Yanxiao stared at the dozen or so intruders, their expressions turning pale. The Bai and Hu families had always been rivals. Who would have thought that after this incident, the two families would actually join forces? This left them with even less chance of survival. You're Yi Bu Fan? Wang Kuan asked, staring at Yi Bu-fan. Upon learning Yi Bu-fan had eliminated Bai Mang, he became intrigued by this man who had provoked the wrath of the earth fire. Among third-rate families, Yi Bu-fan was a true prodigy. Not yet 30, his strength was nearly on par with Bai Mang's. It was hard to fathom that a slave from the underworld, barely 20 years old, could actually kill Bai Mang. By the gods above, let our lives be the stakes. Let them bear witness. Wang Kuan stared at Yi Bu-fan without speaking, then directly initiated a life or death battle. If the weaker party initiated the life or death duel, the opponent could not refuse. If the stronger party initiated it, the opponent could decline. You wouldn't dare refuse, would you? I heard you killed Bai Mang, could it be someone helped you? Wang Kuan asked. You want to die? I'll grant you your wish. Yi Bu-fan replied coldly. In that instant, the distinctive light barrier of a life or death battle materialized between them, forcing everyone else back. Gather all clan members together. Those of higher cultivation stand up front, those of lower cultivation stay by the courtyard wall, Zhang Hongyun said solemnly. Let's join them. Hu Yanxiao declared. She too realized that Wang Kuan had initiated the life or death battle to tie up Yi Bu-fan. This would allow the others to wipe out both clans completely. Regardless of whether they had the strength to fight, they now had no other choice. Weren't you going to become his followers? Can he protect you? The second elder of the Bai family glanced at Yi Bu-fan, who stood facing off against Wang Kuan, then fixed his gaze on Zhang Hongyun and Hu Yanxiao. Behind him, divine followers from the Bai and Wang families strode toward the Zhang and Hu families. They moved slowly, each face radiating smug satisfaction. Everything was under their control. The only variable was whether Wang Kuan could kill Yi Bu-fan. Kill. A member of the Wang family gave the command, and followers from both the Wang and Bai families launched their attacks simultaneously. Blades and energy surged toward the Zhang and Hu families. Die. At the same moment, Wang Kuan swung his sword with all his might, aiming a devastating strike at Yi Bu-fan. His intent was twofold, to pin down Yi Bu-fan and to gauge the true strength that had enabled him to kill Bai Mang. His timing was perfect exactly the moment the Wang and Bai families launched their assault. Who do you think you are, trying to kill my followers? Just as the Zhang and Hu families prepared to fight to the death, Yi Bu-fan's voice rang out. In that instant, the entire 20-meter radius was enveloped by the turtle domain. Wang Kuan's attacks were all blocked by the Wang sword within the Wang Ba domain. Yi Bu-fan arrived before the Zhang and Hu families, sweeping his long sword horizontally. Accompanied by the coordinated strikes of the swords within the Wang Ba domain, blood spattered everywhere, and cries of agony filled the air. In the blink of an eye, every member of the Wang and Bai families save for Wang Kuan and the second elder of the Bai family lay slain, not a single one spared. Drip! A deathly silence fell over the scene. The dripping blood from Yi Bu-fan's sword reached everyone's ears with startling clarity. The Zhang and Hu families stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the corpses littering the ground. These were all divine beings above level 20. Though none surpassed level 26, there were over a dozen of them. Yet Yi Bu-fan had slain them all with a single sword strike. Such a shocking spectacle made Yi Bu-fan's violation of the life battle rules seem less astonishing by comparison. Rumors had circulated that Yi Bu-fan had indeed broken the rules of the life battle before. You actually constructed a domain, the second elder of the Bai family exclaimed, his face turning ashen. He had believed everything was unfolding according to his calculations, yet Yi Bu-fan had unexpectedly utilized a domain to eliminate so many in one fell swoop. Divine beings above level 20 were the backbone of even third-rate families. Surprised? Thrilled? Yi Bu-fan looked at Wang Kuan and the second elder of the Bai family. I dared to break the rules of the life battle. Do you dare? Wang Kuan and the second elder of the Bai family glared at him, seething with rage. Wang Kuan especially regretted it bitterly. Had they not initiated the fate battle, he and the second elder of the Bai family could have certainly taken down Yi Bu-fan together. Now, if the second elder dared not break the rules, he stood no chance against Yi Bu-fan. After all, the second elder was a formidable 36th level expert. If you don't dare, Yi Bu-fan sneered coldly, then you'll have to watch me kill him with your own eyes. If you kill Wang Kuan, I will annihilate the Zhang and Hu families before turning my blade on you, the second elder of the Bai family growled through gritted teeth. Then let's see you try. With that, Yi Bu-fan swung his sword toward Wang Kuan. The second elder of the Bai family remained motionless. He simply couldn't fathom what Yi Bu-fan was up to. Though Yi Bu-fan had established his domain, the vast gap in cultivation levels meant he stood no chance against the elder. The only complication was that he couldn't violate the rules of the life battle. If Wang Kuan died, the temporary alliance between the Wang and Bai families wouldn't just crumble, it would turn them into sworn enemies. The instant Wang Kuan swung his sword to parry Yi Bu-fan's strike, Yi Bu-fan abruptly spun around and launched a lightning-fast attack toward the second elder of the Bai family. You're asking for death. The second elder of the Bai family roared coldly, his sword flashing out. The moment the two blades clashed, a blue figure abruptly materialized before the Zhang and Hu families. Its enormous maw instantly swallowed them all whole. Before the second elder of the Bai family could even discern what the green figure was, it had already carried away the members of both families, drifting away effortlessly. Boom! Bricks and tiles scattered through the air as dust billowed thickly. A deafening roar echoed as houses and courtyard walls shattered under the immense force. Yibu Fan was sent flying backward, his mouth spewing a large mouthful of blood. Before he could land, a fiery red figure shot skyward. Flames blossomed as the creature spread its wings, each spanning over 2 meters. Sharp claws seized Yibu Fan's left hand, and it soared away. The Wang and Bai families will be destroyed. Not even the divine capital can save them. I say so. Yibu Fan's voice echoed as Wang Kuan and the second elder of the Bai family watched him depart, trembling with rage. Though the second elder of the Bai family was stronger than Yibu Fan, he lacked wings and could not pursue. I never imagined he was this powerful. Wang Kuan exclaimed in astonishment as Yibu Fan's figure vanished. A beast companion over level 20, with a domain constructed few below level 30 can match him. Immediately notify the family head. As long as Yibu Fan lives, no one below level 30 is to leave the compound. The second elder of the Bai family declared gravely. Second elder, he must be heading back to the 8th 9th Lower Divine Academy. What if? Wang Kuan suggested. Are you suggesting we provoke Doguyu? The second elder of the Bai family retorted coldly, don't say I didn't warn you. Even Steward Fong Yang dared not provoke Doguyu. Wang Kuan's heart sank. Bai Meng had risen to become the king of the underworld precisely because the Bai family was backed by Fong Yang, the second steward of the 8th Divine Temple. If even Fong Yang dared not provoke Doguyu, this woman was far more than just the head of the 8th 9th Lower Divine Academy. If we can't provoke Doguyu, then we'll wait until Yibu Fan leaves Yuan City to make our move. I refuse to believe he'll stay holed up in the 8th 9th Lower Divine Academy forever, Wang Kuan thought to himself. Chapter 63, The Madman Yi Returns. Put. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted from Yibu Fan's mouth. Master, can we stop playing around? You nearly died just now. Taotie looked at the severely injured Yibu Fan and shook his head helplessly. Had it not used its divine technique to carry away the Zhang and Hu families, and had Huadan not taken Yibu Fan away, Yibu Fan wouldn't have even been able to block the second sword strike from the second elder of the Bai family. Huadan looked at Yibu Fan, hesitating to speak. He knew perfectly well that the second elder of the Bai family was a level 36 divine being, yet he had attacked without a second thought. His master was simply too reckless. Wealth comes from taking risks. If I hadn't risked my life, would you have the strength you have now? Yibu Fan said. Taotie and Huadan were speechless, even the greenworm within his soul fell silent. After annihilating the Lu family, Yibu Fan distributed most of the power he had seized to them. The Taotie had risen the most, reaching level 24, while Huadan had ascended to level 26. Even the greenworm had climbed to level 14. Of course, this substantial growth stemmed not only from the power Yibu Fan had seized but also from the low-grade divine stones he had taken from the Lu family. As Huadan grew stronger, the power of its flames intensified. Under the scorching heat of its fire, the low-grade divine stones quickly melted into divine energy, absorbed by them. Yibu Fan, relying on the remaining power and the force of faith, expanded the turtle domain to a 20-meter radius. Thank you, Lord Yi, for saving my life. Zhang Hongyun exclaimed. Thank you, Lord Yi, for saving our lives. Hu Yanxiao said. Thank you, Lord Yi, for saving our lives, the members of both families declared in unison. Under those circumstances, Yibu Fan could have easily abandoned them. Yet he risked his life to rescue them, causing their attitude toward him to shift dramatically. If becoming Yibu Fan's followers had previously been a choice made out of necessity, now they embraced it willingly. Do you have somewhere to go? Yibu Fan frowned. He currently possessed no divine realm and couldn't possibly carry so many people. Even if he transformed his domain into a divine domain, it would require considerable time. Zhang Hongyun and Hu Yanxiao exchanged a glance and shook their heads softly. I have a place. Yibu Fan turned toward the voice and saw Lin Bai striding toward them. Why are you here? Yibu Fan asked in surprise. Ever since you were punished and exiled, I knew you'd make things worse. That's why I've been searching for a safe place all this time. Lin Bai explained. Yibu Fan listened to Lin Bai's words, momentarily speechless. Though they had interacted little, this honest man truly regarded him as a friend, quietly doing whatever he could for him. You must go to the Divine Academy immediately. The Wang and Bai families wouldn't dare go there to demand your return. I'll take them to a safe place. Once you establish your own divine realm, I'll come find you, Lin Bai said. Yibu Fan said nothing, only gently patting Lin Bai's shoulder. This, perhaps, was what they called a friendship as pure as water. Stay alive. Your survival keeps us all safer. Lin Bai had only taken a few steps when he suddenly turned back. Yibu Fan gave a helpless smile, offering no reply. 8th 9th Divine Academy, Girls' Dormitory. A powerful aura erupted from Qin Rujia, startling Xian Yuan Tian who was cultivating nearby. She hurriedly stood up and closed the dorm door, gesturing for her roommates to retreat to the doorway with her. Qin Rujia's aura grew increasingly potent. Under the astonished gazes of the others, she broke through to the 7th level. No wonder you possess 6th tier divine power. How long has it been? You've already broken through to 7th tier. Shen Yuan Tian watched as Qin Rujia's aura stabilized, then stepped forward. The other female trainees gazed at Qin Rujia, each wearing an expression of envy. Among them were those who had entered the Divine Academy alongside Qin Rujia, as well as veteran students like Shen Yuan Tian. Yet the highest ranked among them was merely a level 7 divine disciple. Qin Rujia had ascended from 0 to level 7 in just half a month, shattering the cultivation records of 8 or 9 divine academies. If the instructors provided you with enough divine stones for cultivation, you could achieve the same as me, Qin Rujia said with a smile. Stop being so modest. Even if the instructor gave us divine stones to cultivate with, we couldn't possibly match your cultivation speed. Shen Yuan Tian chuckled, 6th tier divine power isn't something just anyone possesses. If you'd entered the Divine Academy sooner, you would have truly shone at this Junior Divine Academy exchange. Just as Qin Rujia was about to respond, a commotion erupted outside the door. Madman Yi is back. They say he wiped out the Liu, Zhang, and Hu families. He's nothing short of a demon. With him back, the Divine Academy won't have a moment's peace. Hearing the voices outside, Qin Rujia abruptly stood up and rushed out. Shen Yuan Tian and several other female trainees followed her out. Ever since Bu Fan's identity was exposed, everyone knew he was Yi Bu Fan, the one who had unleashed the fury of the Earthfire. Rumors had been swirling throughout the Divine Academy for ages. Due to Yanmen's information blockade, no one knew Yi Bu Fan's situation there, and things had calmed down for a while. But just days ago, news of the Liu family's annihilation by Yi Bu Fan sent the lower Divine Academy into an uproar once more. Especially the phrase Yi Bu Fan left behind, the killer is Yi Bu Fan. This instantly elevated Yi Bu Fan to legendary status within the lower ranks of the Divine Academy. From that moment on, he earned numerous monikers. Mad Yi, Demon Yi, Abnormal Yi, Monster Yi, none of them sounded remotely complimentary. The Divine Academy was teeming with people. Both students and instructors rushed toward a single direction. Amidst the throng, Yi Bu Fan stood out like a crane among chickens, standing tall and proud. Instructor, this is the evaluation General Su Zhang gave me. He said I could return. Yi Bu Fan looked at Yu Hai and handed over the evaluation given by Su Zhang. Yu Hai didn't even glance at it, casually stuffing it into his pocket. Brother! Qin Rujia, with Shen Yuan Tian's help, pushed through the crowd. Her eyes slightly reddened as she looked at Yi Bu Fan. Yi Bu Fan stared at Qin Rujia, feeling a bit bewildered. Her call of brother felt so natural it actually gave him a strange, unfamiliar feeling. When did I become your brother? Yi Bu Fan asked. Qin Rujia flinched and quickly lowered her head. What's wrong with Qin Rujia being your sister? Is it embarrassing for you? Let me tell you, Qin Rujia awakened 6th tier divine power and has already broken through to 7th tier divine being. She's a prodigy at our lower 8th 9th divine academy. Don't bite the hand that feeds you. Shen Yuan Tian pulled Qin Rujia's hand as she spoke. Do we even know each other? Yi Bu Fan stared at Shen Yuan Tian. 6th tier divine power and 7th tier divine being is a genius? Geniuses sure aren't worth much these days. Shen Yuan Tian. Qin Rujia lowered her head even further, unable to meet Yi Bu Fan's gaze. The others stared at Yi Bu Fan in shock. Each of them wanted to say something, yet they felt utterly stumped, as if their words had been blocked. Had anyone else spoken such words, they would have retorted instantly. But facing this man, they found themselves utterly speechless. Though they didn't know all the details about Yi Bu Fan, the Liu family's annihilation was undeniable. The Liu family was an ordinary clan with a level 20 divine being. Their annihilation meant Yi Bu Fan possessed the strength to slay a level 20 divine being. A peer of their age who could slay a 20th level divine being, a 6th level divine power, 7th level divine being like themselves truly paled in comparison to Yi Bu Fan. Mentor, you should know about my affairs with the Wang and Bai families. Yi Bu Fan looked at Yu Hai and said, I just want to know if the Divine Academy can protect me. If not, I'll leave immediately. Chapter 64, The Divine Hall, The 9 Trials of the Divine Temple. Within the 8th and 9th Lower Divine Academy, all eyes were fixed on Yi Bu Fan. The once bustling Divine Academy now fell silent, quiet enough to hear a pin drop. Yi Madman is truly Yi Madman, returning only to make such a declaration, countless minds echoed. This wasn't a question, it was a direct challenge. The Dean has decreed that within Yuan City, no one may lay a finger on Divine Academy trainees. Yu Hai chuckled. You'd do well to calm down and focus on your cultivation. In a couple of days, you'll be representing the Divine Academy at the Junior Divine Academy exchange meeting. Yi Bu Fan's eyes flashed like lightning as he stared at Yu Hai. Mentor, think carefully before you speak. I will take this seriously. Truth be told, I broke the rules of the Dao battle. The Great Dao has imposed a barrier on my breakthrough. I won't be able to advance any further. Yu Hai's mouth twitched violently, his mind in turmoil. Couldn't this bastard be a bit more tactful? Why must he be so blunt? To publicly reveal such a secret that the Great Dao had imposed a barrier preventing breakthroughs? If it were anyone else, Yu Hai might have dismissed it as a joke. But this guy was audacious to the extreme. The more outrageous the claim, the less likely he was to be lying. Good heavens, he dares break the rules of the Dao War. With the boundary shackles broken, he'll never advance again in this lifetime. Everyone stared at Yi Bu-fan as if they'd seen a ghost in broad daylight. Especially Qin Rujia as she stole glances at Yi Bu-fan, her fingers clenched tightly. She knew Yi Bu-fan had broken the Dao battle rules precisely because he was at the boundary. And he had gone to the boundary entirely because of her. I'm telling the truth. To the Divine Academy, I'm a man with no future. The Divine Academy would risk offending the Wang family and others by protecting me. If the Academy doesn't want to get involved in this trouble, I can understand. Yi Bu-fan said. Yu Hai glared at Yi Bu-fan. If not for the crowd watching, he would have exploded in rage. What kind of disciple publicly pressured the Divine Academy to take a stance like this? Now he didn't know how to respond. Previously, the Divine Academy had indeed been willing to protect Yi Bu-fan because of his potential. But now that Yi Bu-fan had been struck by the Dao's shackles of breaking through his realm, was it still worth taking such a huge risk? Just as he wavered, Dugayu's voice reached his ears. As long as he agrees to participate in the Junior Divine Academy Exchange Conference, the Divine Academy will protect him. Yu Hai hurriedly replied, the Divine Academy can protect you, but you must represent the Academy at the Junior Divine Academy Exchange. Yi Bu-fan nodded. No problem. His decision to join the 8th 9th Lower Divine Academy stemmed partly from Qin Rujia, but also from his desire to use the exchange conference as an opportunity to see Yu Fei again. He intended to make those who had once mocked him grovel before him in public, one by one. Alright, everyone, disperse. Yu Hai commanded loudly. As the crowd dispersed, Yi Bu-fan followed Yu Hai back to the small warehouse from before. The small warehouse had been rebuilt. Yu Hai left without a word, leaving only Qin Rujia and Xianyuan Tian, who accompanied her. Why are you following me? Yi Bu-fan frowned. Qin Rujia remained silent, head bowed, motionless. You've awakened your divine power now, and the Divine Academy is focusing its cultivation efforts on you. You don't need to follow me anymore, Yi Bu-fan said. Qin Rujia still didn't speak, only shaking her head repeatedly. Yi Bu-fan stared at Qin Rujia, her long hair cascading over her forehead, utterly exasperated. Are you crazy? You're you, I'm me. What's with you always following me? If I die someday, are you going to die with me too? Yi Bu-fan snapped. The words had barely left his mouth when Qin Rujia abruptly lifted her head. This time, she didn't flinch from his gaze. Instead, she stared back at him with wide, unblinking eyes. Brother, if you die, I will avenge you. Once vengeance is served, I will go to your grave and die, Qin Rujia declared with unwavering resolve. Yi Bu-fan stared at Qin Rujia, wanting nothing more than to slap her awake. They had never been close. He had already helped her awaken her divine power, and she had become a prodigy at the 8-9 Divine Academy. Why was she clinging to him now? Yi Bu-fan, don't push it too far. You've been bound by the Dao's realm-breaking shackles. Having a sister like Qin Rojia means she'll protect you from now on. Xianyuan Tian, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch any longer and blurted out. Get out. All of you, get out. Yi Bu-fan roared. Qin Rujia tried to say something, but Xianyuan Tian pulled her away. Once Yi Bu-fan entered the small storage room and shut the door, the Taotie sighed, Master, you truly are incapable of love. If before it had only been a suspicion that the master had been stripped of love, one of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, by the hell demon Lotus, then now it was absolutely certain. Love represented not only romantic affection but also familial bonds. Facing a woman like Qin Rujia, no one but Yi Bu-fan could utter such harsh words. If you don't want to recover sooner, I won't grant you the power of greed anymore, Yi Bu-fan declared. The Taotie immediately shut its mouth. Even though Yi Bu-fan was its master, a master who had lost love, fear, sorrow, and touch, a master who seemed to relish risking his life at any moment, still filled it with dread. Master, why are you fusing domains here again? The Taotie had barely shut up when it saw Yi Bu-fan unleashing the turtle domain and the sharp-edge domain, causing it to scream in terror. Last time, fusing realms here blew up the house. Was he planning to do it again? I completely forgot about that. If I can't fuse realms, I'll go to the Divine Academy and see if there are any divine techniques for soul attacks, Yi Bu-fan said as he stood up. During his battle with the heaven-turning hawk, the Nirvana Purple Soul had played a significant role. That was back when he didn't know how to attack souls. If he had soul attack techniques now, the results would be even better. He casually asked a student for directions and made his way to the Divine Academy's library. The library spanned 2 floors. The first level housed basic cultivation materials and ordinary cultivation techniques. Divine skills and superior cultivation techniques were reserved for the second floor. Earn credits first, then go upstairs. Yi Bu-fan was stopped at the staircase entrance by an instructor. Credits? Yi Bu-fan shook his head helplessly. No credits, no second floor. That's the academy's rule, the instructor stated. Is there no way to make an exception? Yi Bu-fan asked. The divine academies across the 9 divine realms were much the same. Excellent cultivation techniques and divine skills all required credits. Students could earn credits by accepting tasks assigned by the academy, but where did he have the time to complete such tasks now? Just as the instructor opened his mouth, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Have you heard of the 9 divine temple examinations? They consist of the 3 examinations for divine subjects, the 3 examinations for first-rank divine messengers, and the 3 examinations for second-rank divine messengers. Passing the 3 examinations for divine subjects alone grants access to the second floor, the instructor explained. How does one take them? Yi Bu-fan asked, confused. He had never heard of the 9 trials of the temple, nor did he care about them. All he knew was that he needed to get to the second floor. You'll find out when you go to the divine temple, the instructor replied. Yi Bu-fan nodded, turned, and left the library. After asking another student for directions, he headed straight for the divine transmission hall. Chapter 65, First Here, First Trial Failure Means Death. The Divine Transmission Hall. The name sounded impressive, but in the lower Divine Academy, it was just a small, somewhat dilapidated courtyard. Pushing open the wooden door, dust and cobwebs drifted down, coating Yi Bu-fan from head to toe. Looking up, he saw an empty courtyard devoid of any buildings. Only beneath the eaves extending from the front roof sat a chair, thickly coated in dust. Yi Bu-fan stepped inside and saw a phrase carved into the vertical surface of the steps beneath the chair. The 9 trials of the Divine Temple begin the moment you sit. Without a second thought, Yi Bu-fan didn't bother to wipe the dust from the chair. He sat down directly. In that instant, the small courtyard vanished before his eyes, the chair beneath him disappeared, and his entire being was transported into a separate, isolated space. Suddenly, divine light burst forth, blindingly bright in the pitch-black void. Before him appeared steps of divine light, one after another. There were 9 steps in total, each higher than the last. The 9 trials of the Divine Temple commence. 1 trial per step. Failure means death. The sudden voice seemed to descend from the heavens, shaking his very soul. Damn it, this can't be some kind of trap, can it? Yi Bu-fan muttered, curling his lip in disbelief. No wonder he'd never heard of the 9 trials of the Divine Temple before. Failure meant death. Who the hell would dare participate? He stared at the first step, mere inches away, and stepped forward. He had no choice now. It wasn't just because he wanted to reach the second floor of the library. More importantly, he had no idea how to leave this godforsaken place. The moment his entire body touched the first step, everything before his eyes shifted once more. Before him stood a colossal bear nearly 3 meters tall, its body encrusted with rock like a miniature mountain, its eyes glowing with a bloodthirsty glint. Surrounding it was a towering steel fence, like an enclosed arena. A single bright beam of light illuminated the entire space, casting everything in stark relief. Beyond that, there was nothing else. Ding! Before Yi Bu-fan could comprehend what was happening, the bell suddenly rang. In that instant, the massive paw of the rock-covered bear slammed down toward him. Before it even closed in, a thick, oppressive aura crushed down upon him. Yi Bu-fan reached for his sword, only to find the blade that had always rested at his waist was gone. Without a moment to spare, he swung his fist directly at the rock bear's palm. Boom! The immense force struck him like a sledgehammer. His body flew backward, slamming violently into the steel fence. The surging blood within him raged uncontrollably, and a mouthful of blood spurted forth. Where's my divine power? Yi Bu-fan's eyes widened in shock. Losing the sword was one thing, but why had his divine power vanished too? How the hell was he supposed to fight like this? The rock bear didn't possess divine power either, yet with its massive frame and rock-enhanced defenses, it was like a professional boxer bullying a child. Big Mouth, do you know what this temple's 9 trials are? Yi Bu-fan asked. At that very moment, not only did he hear no reply from the Taotie, but the fire egg and the green worm had vanished from his soul. Thud! Yi Bu-fan had just dodged the rock bear's attack when its massive paw slammed into the steel fence. The violent recoil sent him flying once more. Damn it, you think you can toy with me? I'll bite off a chunk of flesh even if it kills me. Fierce determination flashed in Yi Bu-fan's eyes as he watched the rock bear charge toward him again. He spun around and sprinted toward the steel fence behind him. Gripping the web like steel bars, Yi Bu-fan scrambled upward with lightning speed. As the rock bear closed in, he spun violently and leaped toward it. At that moment, his height was level with the bear's head. His fist slammed straight toward the bear's eye. The only part of the rock bear's body without rock armor was its eyes, its sole weakness. Thud! Before Yi Bu-fan's fist could reach the bear's eye, it was blocked by the beast's foreleg, sending Yi crashing violently to the ground. Put! Yi Bu-fan had barely scrambled to his feet when another mouthful of blood spurted from his mouth. Damn it! If you can't kill me, I'll kill you sooner or later. Yi Bu-fan rolled sideways to dodge the bear's paw, then wrapped his arms around its leg from behind. The bear's body was covered in rock formations, providing easy grip. Yi Bu-fan scrambled upward along its leg. The rock bear roared furiously, thumping its feet repeatedly, trying to shake Yi Bu-fan off. Yi Bu-fan clung desperately to the rocks, seizing every pause to climb higher. As he neared the beast's eyes, the rock bear suddenly charged into the steel fence beside it. Thud! Yi Bu-fan's back slammed hard against the steel fence, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth and dripping onto the rock bear's back. Monkey steals peaches. Seeing the rock bear charge toward the fence again, Yi Bu-fan kicked off the bars, using the momentum to leap upward. Reaching around from behind the beast, his fingers plunged deep into its right eye socket. As Yibu Fan's body fell, he wrenched an eyeball clean out of its socket. Roar! 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 The rock bear bellowed in agony. With one eye gone, its attacks veered off course. Seizing the moment, Yibu Fan repeated his tactic, scrambling back onto the bear's back. This time, the rock bear didn't ram its back against the steel fence. Instead, it rolled violently on the ground. Yibu Fan clung desperately to the boulders on its back, enduring the crushing weight as it rolled, refusing to let go. The moment the bear was halted by the steel fence, Yibu Fan struck again, gouging out the beast's remaining eye. He quickly distanced himself from the beast, watching it charge wildly like a headless fly. As time passed, pools of blood spread across the ground. Whenever the rock bear grew exhausted and tried to halt, Yibu Fan would advance and deliver a punch directly to its wounds. The excruciating pain kept the beast moving, and the more it moved, the faster the blood flowed. Gradually, the rock bear fell completely still. Ding! The bell suddenly rang, and the scenery shifted. Yibu Fan once again saw the 9 steps. Congratulations on passing the first trial. Your physical body has been strengthened by 1-fold. Divine radiance enveloped his body as Yibu Fan distinctly felt his physical form strengthening. They don't even mention how to exit after passing the first trial? Does that mean I have to pass the next 3 trials before I can leave? Yibu Fan furrowed his brows. If the first trial was this difficult, the next 2 were bound to be even harder. Anyone could guess that just by thinking about it. But he had no other choice now. Fixing his gaze on the second set of steps, he stepped forward. As the scenery shifted, 4 familiar figures charged forward simultaneously. Yu Fei, Long Shuang, Qin Rujia, Lan Xingyue. Yibu Fan stared wide-eyed at the faces of the arrivals. This second trial was utterly shameless. It wasn't just testing his strength, but also his resolve. Though he knew full well this was all an illusion, bringing himself to kill these people proved difficult. More crucially, all 4 were level 10 divine servants, while he remained only a level 9. A single rank difference, yet the combat gap between level 9 and level 10 was vast. Are they asking me to crush these delicate flowers? Yibu Fan sighed bitterly. Chapter 66, Passing the Third Trial, Escaping Unscathed. Where have you been? Do you know I've been searching for you all this time? Long Shuang glared at Yibu Fan with reproach, her long sword slashing down without hesitation. Brother Bu Fan, I missed you so much. Lan Xingyue said. A flash of light shot toward him in a swift thrust. Brother, please don't leave me behind, okay? Qin Rujia's face was pleading as her sword aimed straight for Yibu Fan's throat. Yibu Fan, I was wrong. Give me one chance, and I'll treat you well. Yu Fei's face twisted in anguish as she charged toward Yibu Fan's sword. Just a fist's length from the blade's tip, her sword thrust toward Yibu Fan's heart. Clang! 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 Yibu Fan parried the attacks of the 4 women with his sword, letting out a soft sigh. At this moment, he finally believed the words of the Taotie. He had indeed lost the emotion of love among the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Otherwise, he wouldn't feel anything towards the 4 women before him. Not just Yu Fei, with whom he'd shared years of affection, nor Lan Xingyue and Qin Rujia, who had been by his side, even facing Lang Shuang, with whom he'd shared intimate moments. His heart remained utterly still. Stop wasting time. You can vanish now. Yibu Fan stepped forward, channeling the purple prison divine power as the divine technique, sovereign sword of domination, swept forth. Though 1 tier lower, the power of the purple prison divine force far surpassed ordinary divine energies. Under the 2nd tier divine technique, sovereign sword, the 4 figures were instantly obliterated. Once the 4 figures vanished completely, Yibu Fan returned to the 2nd tier of the staircase. Congratulations on passing the 2nd trial. Your divine power quality has increased by 1 tier. Yibu Fan paused in surprise before hastily inspecting the divine power within his body. From the very beginning, he had been unaware of the purple prison divine power's tier quality. Just when he thought he might finally uncover it this time, the divine power had only increased by a tiny fraction. Yibu Fan's eyes widened in disbelief. Logically, a tier upgrade should bring a noticeable surge in power, yet it had only strengthened marginally. He had intended to determine the true tier of the purple prison divine power, but now he was even more perplexed. Forget it. First, find a way out. Yibu Fan stopped dwelling on it and stepped onto the 3rd stair. Before he could fully take in the surrounding scenery, waves of scorching heat rolled toward him. When the view finally sharpened, Yibu Fan's expression turned utterly bizarre. He now stood atop a protruding rock, surrounded by boiling magma. It bubbled incessantly, as if brought to a rolling boil. This scene bore an uncanny resemblance to the Hellfire Cavern he had once known. The only difference was that here, the magma wasn't crimson red, but a deep, dark crimson. The sensation was like being in hell itself, where the surrounding liquid wasn't magma but boiling blood. About 10 meters from the rocky outcrop lay a passageway. Carved into one side of the stone wall were 2 large characters, exit. 10 meters wasn't far. With his strength, he could have leaped across by using 1 or 2 rocks as footholds. But now, devoid of any divine power, he was no different from an ordinary mortal. Crossing those 10 meters of molten lava felt like scaling the heavens. Boom! A rock fell, but before it could plunge into the lava, it was engulfed by a dark crimson flame. By the time it landed, it had turned into swirling ash, scattering across the molten surface. Boom! Another rock fell, meeting the same fate as the first. They're trying to keep us trapped. Yi Bu Fan muttered bitterly. Judging by the fate of the falling rocks, this dark red lava seemed even more terrifying than the magma in the Hellfire caverns. If even rocks were reduced to ash, what hope was there for ordinary mortals without divine power? Yi Bu Fan scanned the surroundings with a deathly gaze, carefully assessing the situation before striding toward the crimson magma. The only way out was to reach the exit. And the only way to reach the exit was to wade through it. No matter how much more potent this crimson magma was compared to the Hellfire caverns, as long as he moved fast enough, he could reach the exit before the magma destroyed his physical body. The reward for the first trial was physical enhancement. He believed he had enough time. As his body plunged into the crimson lava, his physical form visibly began to dissolve. Yi Bu Fan paid it no mind, charging full speed toward the exit. Just 3 meters after breaking through, he was astonished to find his physical body not only showing no signs of vanishing but actually regenerating steadily. He felt no sensation, so he couldn't perceive pain. He didn't know if the pain of his body regenerating in the magma was as excruciating as it had been when it vanished. By the time he reached the exit, his physical body had fully restored itself, even growing slightly stronger. So this is a test of mental fortitude, Yi Bu Fan sighed. If you lack the courage to take those first few steps, if you cannot face death, you'll never escape. What proved an insurmountable trial for others was, for him, the simplest of the 3 trials. The designer of this third trial could never have imagined that he himself had endured the same ordeal, his bones having withstood the scorching heat of molten lava. Emerging from the exit, Yi Bu Fan found himself back upon the staircase. Congratulations on passing the third trial. Your domain has expanded by 10 meters. Continue or withdraw? Exit. Without hesitation, Yi Bu Fan chose to leave. According to his mentor, the temple's 9 trials were preceded by the 3 trials for divine subjects, followed by the 3 trials for level 1 divine messengers and the 3 trials for level 2 divine messengers. He was merely a divine servant now. If he dared step onto the 4th stair, he might well perish there. Though the temple's 9 trials offered rewards, what he truly sought was the method for soul attacks. The first 2 rewards offered little practical benefit. However, the 10-meter expansion of his domain, bringing its total to 30 meters, proved immensely useful. The moment Yi Bu Fan spoke, the scenery shifted, and he found himself back in the small courtyard. Brother Fan, did you pass the divine servant trial of the 9 trials? The sudden voice startled Yi Bu Fan, making him jump up from his chair. He whirled around to find Dugyu standing beside him, having appeared without warning. You? What brings you here? Yi Bu Fan asked. I heard you came to the Temple of Transmission for the Divine People's 3rd trial. They were worried about you, so I came to see. Dugyu stepped forward and wrapped her arms around Yi Bu Fan's arm, smiling. Brother Fan, you're amazing. You actually passed the 3rd divine test, which no one has ever passed before. Yi Bu Fan frowned slightly as he felt her ample chest pressing against his arm. Thankfully, he had no sense of touch, otherwise, his mind would surely wander. The divine subject's triple trial isn't that difficult. I still need to visit the library, so I won't keep you company. Yi Bu Fan said, seizing the chance to pull his arm free from Dugyu's embrace. I was just heading to the library too. Let's go together. Dugyu stepped forward to follow, her arms naturally wrapping around Yi Bu Fan's arm once more. People might misunderstand if you keep doing this, Yi Bu Fan cautioned. Brother Fan, you're known as Yi the Madman, Yi the Demon, Yi the Maniac. I'm not afraid of this. As a girl, why should you be? Dugyu tightened her grip as she spoke. Her bright, large eyes fixed on Yi Bu Fan as she declared, I just love holding on like this, it makes me feel safe. Yi Bu Fan. As they exited the divine transmission hall, Yi Bu Fan observed the trainees they passed along the way. Each one had their mouths hanging open wide, as if they'd eaten something disgusting. Chapter 67, while others woo female students, he wooed the dean. Truly worthy of the name Yi the Madman. While others chase female students, he's chasing the dean. Shut up. Do you want to get expelled from the Divine Academy? 2 male students whispered as Yi Bu Fan and Dugyu grew distant. In the minds of nearly everyone in the Divine Academy, Dugyu was someone absolutely not to be provoked, not even in private whispers. Yi Bu Fan had grown accustomed to the strange looks people gave him and paid them no mind. Holy! What the hell is going on? The instructor guarding the staircase trembled in shock upon seeing Dugyu clinging to Yi Bu Fan's arm like a clingy little girl. Just as he started to rise, he met Dugyu's icy, piercing gaze. Ahem, you can go up now, the instructor stammered, feeling like he was sitting on pins and needles. What's wrong with you, instructor? You weren't stuttering before. Yi Bu Fan remarked as he walked away. Brother Fan, don't you get it? You must have scared the instructor by passing the Divine Disciple's 3rd trial, Dugyu chuckled. Hearing this, the mentor behind them felt utterly flustered. Brother Fan? Damn it, the dean actually calls this kid Brother Fan? Just as the mentor felt his scalp tingle, Yi Bu-fan interjected, "You, stop talking nonsense. If you offend the mentor, watch out for him giving you a hard time." The instructor shuddered. If not for his duty, he'd have fled the place immediately. Picking a fight with the dean? Was he tired of living? You? This bastard actually calls the dean Yo-Yo? The instructor felt like he was going mad. To keep himself from losing his mind, he covered his ears with his hands. "Brother Fan, what do you want to see? Divine techniques or cultivation methods?" asked Dugiyu. Several trainees on the second floor were flipping through books. Hearing Dugiyu speak, they were so startled they dropped their books. When Yi Bu-fan pulled a book from the shelf, Dugiyu shot them a cold glance. The trainees turned and fled in terror. Yi Bu-fan was completely absorbed in searching for books, paying no attention to their departure. "Wonder if there's anything here on soul attacks," Yi Bu-fan murmured. "Soul attacks? Brother Fan, don't you need cultivation techniques or divine skills?" Dugiyu asked. Yi Bu-fan shook his head. He couldn't cultivate, he directly plundered others' power, rendering cultivation techniques utterly useless. As for divine techniques, even if he acquired them, he'd still have to cultivate them, far too troublesome. Why bother when you could just take what's already there? By plundering others' divine techniques, he attained whatever cultivation realm they had reached. Students at lower-tier divine academies are all divine subjects. Divine subjects don't cultivate their souls, so our library has no books on soul attacks, Dugiyu explained. If they don't have it, then forget it. Let's go, Yi Bu-fan said. Dugiyu nodded. Just as Yi Bu-fan turned away, a book appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed onto the pile of books. "Huh? How did this one get hidden here?" Dugiyu remarked. Yi Bu-fan followed the direction of Dugiyu's finger and saw an old book lying horizontally on the shelf. Though the cover was worn and blurred, the characters for soul were faintly discernible. Yi Bu-fan picked up the book and saw 6 characters written on it, exploring the divine realm of souls. Exploration? How unreliable is that? Yi Bu-fan muttered as he began flipping through the pages. Gradually, his entire focus became absorbed in the book, as if he had forgotten everything around him. Dugiyu quietly slipped out, watching Yi Bu-fan from afar as he became completely absorbed. A peculiar smile played at the corners of her mouth. "Master." The instructor spotted Dugiyu descending the stairs and began to speak, only to be silenced by the piercing glare she shot his way. "Stay here and guard the entrance," Dugiyu instructed. "If Yi Bu-fan doesn't come down, no one is to disturb him." The instructor, fearful of saying the wrong thing, nodded emphatically. Dugiyu strode out of the library and only spoke to herself once she returned to her room. So what if it's the boundary shackles? They seal off one's cultivation realm, but they can't seal off the soul. If he can use his soul power to construct a divine realm, he can still become a powerful figure in this world. He's the first in all these years to pass the divine disciple trials. Even without divine recognition, the upcoming level 1 divine messenger trials and level 2 divine messenger trials will still grant him opportunities to access divine inheritance. Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Dugiyu opened the door, and Yuhai stepped inside. "Dean, the roster for the Junior Divine Academy exchange has been finalized. Please review it." Yuhai handed over the list. "Why isn't Chin Rujia on this list?" Dugiyu asked. "Dean, Chin Rujia is a rare genius. She has an unusual relationship with Yi Bu-fan. If she goes, I fear trouble might arise," Yuhai said with concern. "If I didn't expect trouble, would I even send her?" Dugiyu replied coldly, "Let Chin Rujia and Xian Yuan Tian accompany him. Remove all other male students." Before Yuhai could respond, Dugiyu continued, "If they can't handle him, they'll target Chin Rujia and Xian Yuan Tian." Then, Yuhai's hair stood on end as he listened to Dugiyu's laughter. He finally understood the dean had no intention of achieving a good ranking at the Junior Divine Academy exchange. He was here purely to stir up trouble. Yi Bu-fan alone was already causing enough chaos. With a dean like this added to the mix, Yuhai couldn't even begin to imagine what this Junior Divine Academy exchange would turn into. Have them depart the moment he leaves the library. If he stays cooped up in the academy, others won't get a chance to act, Dugiyu instructed. Yuhai nodded repeatedly and hurried out. Just thinking about the dean's words made his head spin. Just as Yuhai notified Chin Rujia and Xian Yuan Tian, Yi Bu-fan in the library had already unleashed his Nirvana Purple Soul. Though exploring the soul divine realm contained only theoretical concepts, to him it felt like a path had been carved open. If one could construct a divine realm with the soul, then he understood how to launch attacks using the soul. Having built countless domains with the Purple Prison divine power, constructing one now with the Nirvana Purple Soul felt like second nature. Soon, a void-like soul domain materialized. Immediately afterward, under Yi Bu-fan's urging, countless ethereal blades materialized within the soul domain, darting about in all directions. Building the soul domain using the Purple Prison divine power truly works. If I were to fuse the soul domain with the turtle domain. Yi Bu-fan mused inwardly. "Master, I beg you, please stop playing around." The Taotie, hearing Yi Bu-fan's inner thoughts, jumped up in fright. "What's going on? Merging realms is addictive. Fusing domains built with divine power was already insane enough. Why would he want to fuse it with a domain built from souls? Even if a divine power constructed domain exploded, it wouldn't pose much threat to him. But a soul constructed domain was different. If that exploded, how could he, existing in a soul state, possibly withstand it? Is there a problem with fusing these two domains? Yi Bu Fan asked. Master, this is the library. Taotie protested aloud, though inwardly he thought, don't you know there is? If you want a court disaster, fine, but dragging us down with you? Just as Yi Bu Fan opened his mouth to speak, an angry voice echoed from the stairwell entrance. This is outrageous. One person monopolizing the entire second floor, not letting anyone with credits in. No one stops me today, I'll see just who's so damn special. Chapter 68, One trouble follows another. The sudden outburst of rage left Yi Bu Fan with no desire to argue with the glutton any longer. Stepping down the stairs, he saw a male student standing his ground, neck stiff, locked in a stare down with an instructor. The look on his face screamed determination. A crowd of students had gathered on the first floor to watch, but no one spoke. Enough arguing. If you want to go up, go. I never said you couldn't. Yi Bu Fan glanced at the arguing male student before striding out of the library. Instructor, didn't you say we couldn't go up? How come he said? Before the male student could finish his sentence, a freshman beside him grabbed his arm. Senior, just let it go. It's a good thing you didn't go up. Otherwise, things would have gotten really messy, the freshman said. What do you mean by that? The male student snapped, eyes wide. Senior, have you been in seclusion training all this time? How else would you not recognize Madman Yi? The freshman asked. What? He's Yi the Madman, the male student exclaimed in shock. The same rules apply to every divine academy within the 9 divine realms. Breaking through to level 10 allowed entry into the second year, while breaking through to level 20 granted access to the third year. Breaking through level 30 meant graduating from the lower tier divine academy. After that, one could choose to become a student at the intermediate divine academy or continue training independently. As a second-year senior, he had indeed been in seclusion, training intensely to break through to the 20th level divine servant rank. The moment he emerged, he heard the legends surrounding Yi Bu Fan, each tale as bizarre and wild as the next. He had been hoping for an opportunity to meet him, never expecting to encounter him here. The mere thought of Mad Yi slaughtering so many level 20+ divine disciples sent a chill down his spine. Understand now? I'm saving your life, the instructor said coldly. The male student nodded repeatedly, then left the library without a word. As he stepped out of the library, he deliberately glanced around, fearing another encounter with Yi Bu Fan. Before Yi Bu Fan even reached the small warehouse, he spotted Yu Hai, Qin Rojia, and Xian Yuan Tian sitting quietly in front of the warehouse door. Mentor, what are you all doing here? Yi Bu Fan inquired. You are departing immediately for the southern city to attend the Junior Divine Academy exchange meeting. Yu Hai stated, only the 3 of you will represent our Divine Academy this time. I'm entrusting these 2 to you, bring them back safe and sound. Yi Bu Fan rolled his eyes. Are you trying to make things impossible for me? Everyone knows the Wang and Bai families want me dead. I'm barely saving my own skin here, and you expect me to look after them too? Maybe you should find someone else. Xian Yuan Tian glared angrily, but before she could speak, Qin Rojia pulled her back. You have a point. I won't put you through this ordeal. Just escort them to the Junior Divine Academy exchange. Their fate is in the hands of heaven, Yu Hai declared. Yi Bu Fan watched Yu Hai turn and walk away, desperately wanting to kick him from behind. What nonsense about leaving their fate to heaven? Even if he didn't care about Xian Yuan Tian, he couldn't just stand by and watch Qin Rojia die before his eyes. This was a blatant, open scheme. Yi Bu Fan weighed his options internally before turning to face Qin Rojia and Xian Yuan Tian. You heard the mentor's words. From now on, you obey me. Even if I tell you to strip naked before me right now, you do it. Yi Bu Fan addressed both women, yet his gaze remained fixed on Xian Yuan Tian's body. You shameless bastard. Xian Yuan Tian screamed in fury. You think I'd have any interest in you? Stand naked before me all day. If I so much as lift a finger, I'll admit defeat. Yi Bu Fan declared. You. Xian Yuan Tian stomped her foot in fury, unable to form words. Compared to her earlier fury, this time she felt more humiliation than anything else. As the strongest female cadet in her year and a beauty to boot, she had no shortage of admirers. For this bastard to say such things felt worse than being slapped in the face. If you don't want to go, then don't. Suffering injustice is better than dying. Yi Bu Fan finished speaking and strode away. Senior, let's go. He's all bark and no bite. You'll see once you spend more time with him. Qin Rojia tugged at Xian Yuan Tian's sleeve as they hurried to catch up. I'm only doing this for your sake. Otherwise. Xian Yuan Tian fumed. Senior, you're the kindest to me. Let's go. Qin Rojia laughed. The trio wasted no time, hailing a cab and heading straight for South City. All the way, Yi Bu Fan kept his eyes closed, his mind focused on visualizing the construction of his soul domain. Squeak! A shrill screech of brakes suddenly pierced the air. After the car came to a halt, figures rushed toward them. Get out now. Yi Bu-fan abruptly opened his eyes. As he flung open the door, he shoved the two women out first. The moment Yi Bu-fan followed them out, everything before his eyes transformed. The bustling metropolis vanished into the desolate void of the divine battlefield. Xian Yuan Tian and Qin Rujia immediately drew their swords, watching the six suddenly appearing black-clad, masked figures with caution. Did I tell you to draw your swords? Sheath them. Yi Bu-fan said coldly. Xian Yuan Tian and Qin Rujia stared at Yi Bu-fan in stunned confusion. Dragging them straight into the divine servant battlefield? They're all divine servants above level 20. What good would drawing your swords do? Yi Bu-fan explained. Xian Yuan Tian and Qin Rujia exchanged glances. Within the Divine Academy, they were prodigies, the strongest trainees of their age. Yet outside its walls, they weren't even worthy of a single battle, insignificant as ants. You seem calm. Do you think you can defeat us? Demanded the leader, a black-clad, masked figure. That's irrelevant. What matters is why you're framing the Wang and Bai families. Yi Bu-fan didn't wait for a reply, speaking eloquently. Everyone knows the Wang and Bai families are locked in a bitter feud with me. Your appearance at this moment, concealing your identities, I can think of no other explanation. All under heaven throng for profit, all under heaven scramble for gain. You simply want the Wang and Bai families to settle their scores sooner, so you can reap the benefits. The leader of the masked figures in black robes looked at Yi Bu-fan and couldn't help but applaud. Clever. You saw through our intentions at a glance. Since you figured it out, what do you plan to do? The leader asked with a smile. Kill you. Yi Bu-fan replied calmly. Ha 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 ha. The six masked figures burst into uncontrollable laughter. They say you're the madman Yi, but I never believed it. Now seeing it with my own eyes, you surpass the rumors. The leader of the masked men said coldly, I know you've killed several divine beings above level 20. Do you think that makes you our match? Before he could finish, a flash of cold steel streaked downward. In an instant, the six masked figures froze, as if possessed. By the time the strongest leader regained his senses, Yi Bu-fan's sword had already sliced through all six throats. It all happened too fast. So fast that the leader never understood what had happened before he died. He was a level 27 divine being struck down instantly without even a chance to exchange blows. Yi Bu-fan crouched down, collecting all the items from the six bodies. Xian Yuan Tian and Qin Rujia beside him stared wide-eyed. They had heard tales of Yi Bu-fan's ruthless killings, but had never witnessed it firsthand. Now, six divine servants barely past level 20 had been wiped out in the blink of an eye. The sheer shock struck deep into their souls, lingering long after the moment passed. Do you know the Shin family? Yi Bu-fan held up a token symbolizing status and turned to look at Xian Yuan Tian. Chapter 69, Bored to Death, Stirring Up Trouble for Fun. I know. Xian Yuan Tian snapped back to reality. Tell me. Yi Bu-fan demanded. The Shin family is a third-rate clan in South City, the closest in proximity to the Wang and Bai families. While the three clans do engage in open and covert rivalries, but... Xian Yuan Tian looked at Yi Bu-fan, hesitating to speak. Speak your mind, Yi Bu-fan urged. The selection for the Junior Divine Academy Exchange Conference is being held in South City. As a third-rate family here, the Shin family has invested a significant amount of money. Therefore, among the judges for the Southern City Junior Divine Academy Exchange selection, there are members of the Shin family. Xian Yuan Tian added, don't think that just because you killed them on the Divine Servant battlefield, the Shin family doesn't know. Every move you make is being watched by countless eyes. I suspect this news has already reached the Shin family. Yi Bu-fan remained silent. With a wave of his hand, the three returned to the modern city. This time, Yi Bu-fan didn't hail a cab but walked toward South City. Just as Xian Yuan Tian had warned, they were watched intermittently along the way, though no one made another move against them. We'll stay at this hotel tonight. Thankfully, the Shin family sent some money, otherwise, we really couldn't afford it. Yi Bu-fan stopped in front of a hotel. Xian Yuan Tian opened her mouth, but ultimately swallowed her words. This madman turning murder into gift-giving? Such words were pure provocation. Upon entering the hotel, they first booked a room, then ordered food. Just as the three gathered to eat, several young men and women approached. You're Yi the madman? A muscular man in front sneered at Yi Bu-fan. 8th ranked in the Divine Academy, Xu Yunfeng. Looking forward to facing you in this selection. Yi Bu-fan remained silent, not even bothering to lift his head. No wonder they call you Madman Yi. You're certainly mad. I hope your strength matches that madness. Xu Yunfeng declared. I killed your father? Yi Bu-fan suddenly retorted. Xu Yunfeng's face darkened instantly. Behind him, the disciples of the 8th-ranked Divine Academy exchanged furious glances. Xian Yuan Tian had just picked up a piece of meat when his chopsticks froze mid-air at the words. What the hell does this bastard think he's doing? How dare he speak like that? I didn't kill your father, so I owe you no blood feud. Why are you glaring at me like you're sick? Why not channel that energy into cultivation or chasing girls instead? Wouldn't that be more satisfying? Yi Bu-fan retorted coldly. Slap! Shen Yuan Tian's meat fell from his chopsticks onto the table as he stared at Yi Bu-fan in shock. Is this even human speech? Even when confronting someone, you don't go this far. You? Chu Yunfeng blared, fuming. What about me? So many people want me dead. I don't know if I'll live to see tomorrow. If you want to kill me, just do it during the selection process the day after tomorrow, Yi Bu-fan said. Chu Yunfeng trembled with rage. Just as Shen Yuan Tian thought he was about to attack, the fury vanished from Chu Yunfeng's face. You're right. We'll settle this during the selection. With that, Chu Yunfeng turned and walked away with the other trainees. No wonder so many want him dead. Serves him right. A man like him is a disaster alive. The sooner he dies, the sooner we'll have peace. The trainees from the 8th Divine Academy, having just departed, erupted in angry shouts. No need to get angry. His words may be harsh, but they're true. How can someone being hunted down speak kindly? I was furious at first, but now I find myself somewhat impressed by him. Chu Yunfeng remarked. The other trainees looked at Chu Yunfeng with curiosity. Be honest with yourselves. If I were in his shoes, under these circumstances, I could never remain as calm and composed as he did, Chu Yunfeng stated. The other trainees fell silent. If Chu Yunfeng couldn't manage it, how could they? A man who could be killed at any moment, a man with no tomorrow. What's wrong with going mad? Spread the word for me. Before I face him, anyone who lays a finger on him will face the consequences. Chu Yunfeng declared. At that moment, Shen Yuan Tian set down his chopsticks, his appetite completely gone. Can't you speak more reasonably? We're here for the selection, not to make enemies. Talking like this, how many people will you offend once the selection ends? Do you think there aren't enough people wanting you dead already? Shen Yuan Tian retorted. Yes. Yi Bu-fan replied. Shen Yuan Tian never expected Yi Bu-fan to respond like this, leaving her carefully prepared rebuttal hanging in mid-air. This bastard was infuriating beyond belief. That night, Yi Bu-fan activated the turtle domain in his room. Master, you're not thinking about merging again, are you? Asked the Taotie anxiously. No time for that now. I won't be giving you the power I plundered from those Shin family members today. I'll see if I can expand the turtle domain further, Yi Bu-fan replied. Though he was reckless, he wasn't truly insane. With so many eyes on him now, once the selection ended, it was obvious a life or death battle was inevitable. Every additional meter the turtle domain expanded meant a slight increase in his strength. Currently, he could handle level 30 divine beings, but he had no confidence against those above level 30. If he could expand the turtle domain to 40 meters, or even 50, he wouldn't have to worry about divine beings below level 40 at all. Throughout the night, the purple prison divine power relentlessly refined the plundered energy, gradually expanding the turtle domain to 36 meters. Just as he was about to attempt pushing the boundary to 37 meters, a knock sounded at the door. Opening the door, he found Shen Yuan Tian and Qin Rujia already dressed and waiting outside. Are we leaving today? If not, the two of us will go shopping, Shen Yuan Tian said. Yi Bu-fan remained silent, his brows furrowing. Don't worry, Qin Rujia won't get into trouble. Chu Yunfeng has made it clear that no one will lay a finger on us before the selection process begins. The Chu family may be a third-rate clan, but they're an established one with deep-rooted influence. In this area, no one dares to disrespect the Chu family. Chu Yunfeng is the heir apparent to the family head, so his words fully represent the Chu family's stance. Shen Yuan Tian added, if there's anything you need to do, take advantage of this opportunity and get it done sooner rather than later. Yi Bu-fan retorted coldly, I'm bored out of my mind. Why stir up trouble for no reason? Shen Yuan Tian watched Yi Bu-fan stride away, utterly dumbfounded. Wasn't this a good thing? Why was it meddling? Yi Bu-fan ignored Shen Yuan Tian and Qin Rujia, ate a little casually, then headed straight in one direction. Only when no one else was in sight did he finally stop. I was planning to take out a few who came knocking, plunder some power to expand my domain. Now Chu Yunfeng has ruined everything. Since that's the case, let's see if I can fully merge the soul domain with the turtle domain. Yi Bu-fan said. Master, have you heard the saying? To die before achieving victory. Taotie replied, I'm not cursing you, Master. It's just, this is far too risky. Chapter 70, 3 judges, 2 foes. Master, take your time. There's no rush. Once I grow stronger, I can assist you, Xingqiong urged. Master, we can help you right now. There's no need to take such risks, Wadan chimed in. Yi Bu-fan remained silent. He found a fairly secluded spot and directly unleashed the turtle domain. As the purple prison divine power surged through him, his entire being instantly entered the divine subject's battlefield. This way, even if someone tried to attack him, they would have to enter the divine realm battlefield. His trump card would remain hidden. Under the stunned gazes of the 3 Taotie, Yi Bu-fan unleashed his soul domain. Without Yi Bu-fan needing to speak, the 3 Taotie entities all departed from his soul. They dispersed in 3 directions, pulling themselves far away. Boom! The moment the Taotie creatures halted, a thunderous roar echoed throughout the air. A powerful shockwave surged outward like a tidal wave, radiating from Yi Bu-fan's position. Master! Taotie, Wadan, and Qingchong cried out in alarm, charging forward at full speed despite the oncoming shockwave. Yi Bufan stood there, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, his brows tightly furrowed. They're both domains, Yi Bufan muttered to himself. Why is the repulsion between the soul domain and the turtle domain so intense? Didn't you say you were once a god? Why aren't you helping Master? Wadan glared at Taotie. What does being a god have to do with this? I've never seen anyone do what the Master is doing. How am I supposed to help? Taotie sighed gloomily. Master, you're walking a path of self-destruction, an unconventional one. If you can't figure it out, take your time. Don't force it. Since the turtle realm and the soul realm cannot merge, you could try fusing other realms with the turtle realm. This too can enhance your combat power. Faced with such a master, it was utterly at a loss. Rather than risk merging the turtle realm with the soul realm, it was safer for Yi Bufan to fuse other realms instead. That's a good suggestion. Yi Bufan chuckled. He unleashed the turtle domain, then released the wind howl domain within it, gradually initiating the fusion. Previously, such a fusion would have been impossible. But now that the turtle domain had reached level 4, finding a common ground between the two domains could make fusion feasible. Time slipped away as Yi Bufan became utterly absorbed in the fusion process. Within a day, he fused the level 1 domain's wind howl and swift wind slash with the turtle domain. He then fused the level 2 domain sharp edge with the turtle domain, directly elevating the originally level 4 turtle domain to level 6. Though its coverage remained at 36 meters, Yi Bufan distinctly sensed the power within the turtle domain had grown significantly stronger. The next day, Yi Bufan arrived in South City with the two women. After a brief rest arranged by the reception staff, they proceeded directly to the selection grounds. South City was vast, incomparable to Wall City. Before them lay a colossal battlefield, constructed at immense expense by the 8th Temple and the various clans of South City. Battles fought within this arena would not directly enter the Divine Realm battlefield, allowing spectators to enjoy a visual spectacle. More importantly, the battlefield was reinforced with divine power, preventing surrounding people and structures from being destroyed by the forces unleashed during combat. Given the battlefield's vastness, the 9 participating lower-tier divine academies were arranged in orderly, separate sections. At the front stood a grand platform, where 3 elders sat. Though none spoke, they radiated an invisible pressure from afar, making it difficult for anyone to look them in the eye. The one in the center is Fong Yang, the second steward of the 8th Divine Temple. Bai Mang's rise to become the king of the underworld was made possible by Fong Yang's backing of the Bai family. The one on the left is Chu He, head of the Chu family. His exact strength is unknown, but it's definitely above level 40. The one on the right is Shin Huan, head of the Shin family. It has been known all along that his strength has surpassed level 42, though his exact level remains unclear. These 3 are the judges for this Junior Divine Academy exchange. They hold the final say. Shen Yuan Tian murmured, this selection will choose only one Divine Academy to represent the 8th Divine Realm at the National Junior Divine Academy Exchange. There, it will compete against the chosen academies from other Divine Realms. Of course, if we fail to secure first place, we won't get the chance to compete against the Divine Academies from other Divine Realms. Yi Bufan nodded. You know quite a lot. Seems your background isn't simple either. Shen Yuan Tian curled her lips. You think you're the only one who's not simple? Yi Bufan chuckled, you're mistaken. I'm quite simple. I truly am just a stone-carrying slave in the underworld. Shen Yuan Tian's mouth twitched. She turned her head away, refusing to engage with this jerk any longer. Talking to this guy would shave at least 3 years off my life. She's here too. Yi Bufan scanned the other divine academies. Among the crowd of students, Su Meng caught his eye. Just as he looked at Su Meng, she also looked at him, a complex expression flickering in her eyes. Quiet, everyone. Please allow Family Head Shin to announce the rules for this selection process, Fong Yang declared. Under the influence of divine power, his voice, though not loud, penetrated clearly into everyone's ears. Though Yi Bufan and the others were hundreds of meters from the podium, it felt as if the speaker stood right beside them. Truly worthy of an 8th-tier temple steward, what profound divine power. Shen Yuan Tian remarked. Yi Bufan stared at the podium, his eyelid twitching slightly. After all, whether it was Shin Huan or Fong Yang, they could both become his enemies in the end. Facing such formidable opponents, even if they didn't strike now, he needed to stay vigilant. You two remember this, Yi Bufan said sternly. If anything happens to me, you only need to do one thing. What is it? Shen Yuan Tian asked curiously. Run. Yi Bufan continued, don't concern yourselves with my fate or the outcome. Find a way to escape and survive. The Divine Academy may struggle to protect me, but safeguarding you two should pose no problem. Shen Yuan Tian stared at Yi Bufan in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe this bastard could utter such heartwarming words. Qin Rujia opened her mouth to speak, only to be silenced by Yi Bufan's icy glare. Ahem. Shen Huan cleared his throat. Among the 9 lower-tier divine academies in the 8th divine realm, only one can ultimately represent the realm at the National Lower-Tier Divine Academy Exchange Conference. Whether it's the 8th Divine Realm or any other, the names of the lower-tier Divine Academies reflect their strength rankings. Therefore, the 8th Lower Divine Academy will face off against the 9th Lower Divine Academy, the 2nd Lower Divine Academy against the 8th Lower Divine Academy, and so on. The 8th Lower Academy receives a bye in the first round, advancing directly to the second round. Now, the 8th Lower Academy faces off against the 8th 9th Lower Academy. Both sides enter the arena. Yi Bu-fan and the two girls rose and headed toward the battlefield. Compared to the 3 participants from the 8th Lower Divine Academy, the 8th Lower Divine Academy had sent 5. Following the established rules of the Junior Divine Academy Exchange Tournament, each academy fields 5 participants. Single elimination matches are decided by a best-of-5 format. Only 3 trainees from the lower 8th 9th Divine Academy? Only 1 male student? Is he the madman Yi who unleashed the wrath of the Earthfire and destroyed the Lu family and 2 others? As Yi Bu-fan and his 2 companions approached, the surrounding area erupted into a buzz of chatter. Chapter 71, This is your battlefield, not mine. Forget if only 3 came from the lower 8th 9th Divine Academy. Even if 10 showed up, they'd still get eliminated in the end. Yeah, I heard Mad Yi killed someone from the Shin family. The Shin family head is one of the judges. If you ask me, this selection is just the opening act. The real show will be the Wang, Bai, and Shin families hunting down Yi the madman. Some onlookers stared at Yi Bu-fan, murmuring among themselves. Silence. Shin Huan roared. Her voice thundered like a bolt from the blue, instantly drowning out all surrounding noise. Following past precedent, it remains a best-of-5 series. Both sides' trainees will be ranked by cultivation level, with the highest ranked facing off against each other to ensure fairness. Since the 8th 9th Lower Divine Academy lacks sufficient participants, the 2 lowest ranked disciples from the 8th 1st Lower Divine Academy may withdraw. The final outcome will be decided by a best-of-3 series. Shin Huan declared. These rules seemed extremely disadvantageous to the lower 8th and 9th Divine Courts, but since they had been established long ago, no one dared to question them. After the 2 lower-tier disciples from the 8th and 9th Lower Divine Courts withdrew, the 6 remaining participants were divided into 3 groups based on cultivation level. Shin Rujia, possessing the lowest cultivation level, was the first to enter the arena. I'm a level 9 Divine Servant. You're only a level 7 Divine Servant. Just admit defeat. The male trainee representing the 8th Lower Divine Academy addressed Shin Rujia. You're quite pretty. It wouldn't be nice if your face got ruined. Shin Rujia said nothing, drawing her long sword instead. The moment their blades clashed, Shin Rujia's arm trembled violently, forcing her to stumble back 3 steps. 2 levels apart. The 8th Divine Academy has this match in the bag. 8th Divine Academy truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest academy in the 8th Divine Realm. They start with a level 9 Divine Servant. Watching Shin Rujia stagger back, the crowd murmured among themselves. By convention, breaking through to level 10 qualifies one for second-year enrollment. Reaching level 20 grants third-year status. However, for the Junior Divine Academy exchange, many new students would remain in their first year even after breaking through to level 10, waiting until after the exchange to advance to their second year. Thus, while the Junior Divine Academy exchange appeared to be a contest for students below level 10, it had already surpassed that threshold. Admit defeat. You're no match, declared the Divine Academy student from Class 8-1. Shin Rujia glanced back at Yi Bu-fan, then turned to face the 8th grade Divine Academy student once more, her gaze hardening with unwavering resolve. She remained silent, but the divine power coursing through her body surged with greater intensity. Her long sword struck out once more, its momentum even more formidable than before. Refuse to admit defeat? Then I'll force you to. The student from the 8th Lower Divine Academy swung his sword to meet hers. The moment their blades clashed, the very instant Shin Rujia was knocked back, he lunged forward, his sword tip aimed straight for her throat. Clang! Shin Rongja parried with her sword, only to be knocked aside by the opponent's blade. Their figures crossed paths. By the time Shin Rongja halted, the opponent's sword had already landed on her shoulder from behind. First match, victory for the 8th Lower Divine Academy. Prepare for the second match. Shin Huan announced loudly. I knew it would end like this. Looks like the Divine Academy of the 8th Lower Division is still the favorite to win this championship. Not so fast. Don't forget Xu Yunfeng from the 8th Lower Divine Academy. True. Even if Mad Yi wins, it's a best-of-3 series. The 8th Lower Divine Academy will still be eliminated. Yi Bu-fan listened to the murmurs around him, his eyes narrowing slightly. He intended to use the Junior Divine Academy Exchange Tournament and the match against the 9th rank Lower Divine Academy to crush Yu Fei in person. If the 8th rank Lower Divine Academy couldn't secure first place, that opportunity would be lost. If you lose this match, take Shin Rojia back to the Divine Academy immediately, Yi Bu-fan said to Xianyuan Tian. Under these rules, he couldn't possibly turn the tables against the odds. He had no choice but to find another way to meet Yu Fei. How did you know I'd lose? Xianyuan Tian asked with a smile. Yi Bu-fan remained silent. With the purple flame divine eye, he could discern Xianyuan Tian's concealed strength. On the surface, Xian Yuan Tian was a 9th-level divine disciple, but in reality, the divine power within him had long surpassed the 10th level and could even challenge the 11th. Perhaps from the very beginning, Xian Yuan Tian had remained in the first year specifically to participate in the Junior Divine Academy exchange. However, just as Xian Yuan Tian concealed his strength, the 8th grade Divine Academy student he faced had also hidden his power. Under the purple flame divine eye, the opponent's strength was in no way inferior to Xian Yuan Tian's. In fact, in terms of the thickness of divine power, they held a slight advantage. True to form, the moment the twin blades collided, Xian Yuan Tian staggered and took half a step back. I know you're formidable, but you won't even get the chance to fight. The strongest student of the 8th Divine Academy glared coldly at Yi Bu-fan. Though he was the strongest among the 8 Divine Academy's disciples, he genuinely did not wish to face Yi Bu-fan. This man was a madman. The lower Divine Academy exchange didn't explicitly forbid killing. Dying at the hands of this lunatic would be utterly pointless. If the 8th lower Divine Academy won just one more match, the third bout would become unnecessary. This is your battlefield, not mine, Yi Bu-fan declared. The other man paused slightly before nodding in agreement. Compared to the Junior Divine Academy exchange, the real battle for Yi Bu-fan lay in the life or death contest following the exchange's conclusion. You're no match for me. Admit defeat now and save us both time, the 8th Divine Academy student declared to Xian Yuan Tian. Surrender is acceptable. But first, let's see if you have the qualifications to make me surrender. Xian Yuan Tian's aura surged rapidly, breaking through the 10th level in an instant and rising to the 11th level in one go. You're not the only one who can break through. The aura of the student from the 8th Lower Divine Academy surged in response, swiftly breaking through to level 11 as well. Though 2 consecutive level-ups occurred, the onlookers found nothing unusual about it. This wasn't the first time the Junior Divine Academy exchange had been held, and such feats were commonplace here. Bang! The twin blades clashed once more. Just as before, Xian Yuan Tian stumbled back half a step. I told you couldn't do it, and you still wouldn't believe me. The student from the 8th Divine Academy hadn't finished speaking when Xian Yuan Tian's aura surged once more. This time, however, it wasn't a rise in cultivation level but an enhancement in the quality of his divine power. His originally 2nd tier divine power now surged directly to 3rd tier. The twin swords clashed once more, and this time, it was the disciple from the 8th Lower Divine Academy who stumbled back. Though he held the advantage in sheer divine power volume, his quality remained only at the 2nd tier. Xian Yuan Tian, however, now possessed superior divine power quality, granting him the upper hand. You actually expended energy to enhance the quality of your divine power, the 8-1 Divine Academy student exclaimed, eyes wide. Normally, cultivators only improve the quality of their divine power after breaking through to become a level 1 divine messenger. Xian Yuan Tian had wasted time enhancing his divine power quality while still a divine servant, completely shattering his understanding. Different people have different ideas, so their cultivation methods naturally vary. Isn't it time for you to admit defeat? Xian Yuan Tian swung his sword relentlessly, strike after strike, leaving his opponent no chance to breathe. Chapter 72, I don't stop at a knockout, I only kill. Bang! 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 On the battlefield, streaks of fire blossomed. Under Xian Yuan Tian's storm-like assault, the 8 Divine Academy disciples found no opening to counterattack. Though their strengths were evenly matched, Xian Yuan Tian's initial strike granted him absolute dominance. After dozens of exchanges, the trainee from the 8th Lower Divine Academy finally crumbled under the pressure and conceded defeat. Second match, victory for the lower 8th Lower 9th Divine Academy. Prepare for the third match, Xin Huan announced. Yi Bu-fan stepped forward, while the face of the opposing student from the 8th Lower Divine Academy wore a heavy expression. Now that I have my turn, do you want to step up? Yi Bu-fan asked. The corner of his opponent's mouth twitched slightly. Just moments ago, he had claimed Yi Bu-fan had no chance to fight, now the embarrassment was his own. I concede. After much deliberation, the opponent finally spoke. The moment the words left his mouth, his expression relaxed. He actually conceded? This was the decisive match. Madman Yi has a notorious reputation. Fighting him means risking your life. Whispers rippled through the crowd, their gazes fixed on Yi Bu-fan as if he were nothing more than a troublemaker. With this guy around, it seemed unlikely that many capable students would get a chance to shine at the low-level Divine Academy exchange. Unless it was a matter of deep-seated hatred, no one wanted to risk their life fighting a madman. Lower Academy 8-9 advances to the next round with a best-of-3 victory. Lower Academy 8-1 is eliminated. Next up, students from Lower Academies 8-2 and 8-8 will take the stage. Xin Huan's voice rang out, though if one listened closely, it was clearly less natural than before. Brother, I'm sorry, Xin Rujia returned to the lower 8th 9th Divine Academy's position, head bowed, unable to meet Yi Bu-fan's gaze. Yi Bu-fan had done so much for her, yet she'd lost immediately. Her guilt was too deep for words. What are you saying? Your potential is stronger than mine. If you had another month to train, you definitely could have won, Xian Yuan Tian consoled her. Yi Bufan said nothing, not even glancing at Qin Rujia. He couldn't let her become too dependent on him. After all, he himself didn't know if he'd survive tomorrow. He slowly closed his eyes, his mind focused solely on the contents of exploring the divine realm of souls. The upcoming contest held no meaning for him now. The crux lay not in his own fate, but whether Xianyuan Tian could emerge victorious. What awaited him wasn't this low-level Divine Academy exchange, but the slaughter that would follow. At Xin Huan's command, the match between the 82nd Lower Divine Academy and the 88th Lower Divine Academy commenced. As expected, the 88th Lower Divine Academy swiftly secured victory, eliminating the 82nd Lower Divine Academy. In subsequent matches, the 87th Lower Divine Academy eliminated the 83rd, while the 84th eliminated the 86th. Finally, the Lower Divine Academies of 89, 88, 77, and 84, along with the bi-round Lower Divine Academy of 85, advanced to the second round. Following the established rules, the second round commenced immediately with the Lower Academy of the 9th year facing off against the Lower Academy of the 4th year. Let's not waste time. You and I will fight. The winner advances directly to the next round. Having faced each other before, both sides had a clear understanding of their opponent's strength. The second-ranked disciple of the 84th Lower Divine Academy stepped forward. He looked at Xianyuan Tian and said, "Our realms are equal. One sword will decide the outcome." Xianyuan Tian nodded. Almost simultaneously, both swung their long swords. "I concede," declared the Lower Academy of the 8th Division before turning and retreating. Lower Divine Academy 89 wins. Lower Divine Academy 84 is eliminated. Next up, Lower Divine Academy 85 versus Lower Divine Academy 88. Xin Huan's voice sounded even more unnatural. If the 8th Lower Divine Academy truly secured first place in this selection, representing the 8th Divine Realm at the National Junior Divine Academy Exchange, eliminating Yi Bufan later would become troublesome. Seems no one wants to fight that madman Yi. At this rate, Lower Divine Academy 89 might actually take first place. The 85th Lower Divine Academy will be eliminated by the 88th Lower Divine Academy, while the 87th Lower Divine Academy gets a bye. Who would have thought the final contenders for this Junior Divine Academy exchange would be the bottom 3 academies? The crowd watched the match results unfold, each expressing their astonishment. Soon, the 8th 8 Lower Divine Academy eliminated the 8th 5 Lower Divine Academy. The 3 lowest-ranked Divine Academies of the 8th Divine Realm had converged. Just concede defeat now. Xu Yunfeng looked at Su Meng and said, "I know you didn't give it your all in the earlier matches. If you're not satisfied, you and I can have a go first." Su Meng glanced at Yi Bufan and shook her head gently. "There's no need. If it were a best-of-3 series, we could compete. But if we're talking about raw combat power, neither of us could match him." Xu Yunfeng looked utterly astonished. He knew Yi Bufan had been exiled to the Divine Academy by the 8-9 Division, and he knew Su Meng was the daughter of Yanmen's commander, Su Zhang. But he hadn't expected Su Meng to hold Yi Bufan in such high regard. "I know you don't believe me. If you want to challenge him, no one will stop you. But I warn you he kills," Su Meng said. Yi Bufan stared at Su Meng, his lips twitching slightly. He had no idea when, in this woman's eyes, he had become such a person. "Honorable judges, the 8th 7th Lower Divine Academy concedes defeat," Su Meng declared. Fong Yang and the others nodded. Only the disciples from the 8th 7th Lower Divine Academy and the 8th 8th Lower Divine Academy remained on the field. "I want to fight you. Stop at the first sign of injury?" Xu Yunfeng said, looking at Yi Bufan. "I won't stop at a draw. I only know how to kill," Yi Bufan declared. Xu Yunfeng stared at Yi Bufan, his mind in utter turmoil. This was merely a contest, there was no deep-seated grudge between them, and it truly wasn't worth risking their lives over. He had anticipated this battle, to simply give up now felt unbearably frustrating. "You truly know nothing but killing." Just as Xu Yunfeng hesitated, a voice suddenly rang out. The crowd turned to see the second elder of the Bai family and Wang Kuan striding toward them. "Honorable judges, our grievances with him are well known to all. To avoid unnecessary complications, we request postponing the selection so we may settle our scores first," declared the second elder of the Bai family. Just as Chu He was about to speak, Xin Huan interjected, "Very well. This avoids complications that would necessitate a rematch later." Watching the second elder of the Bai family and his group approach, Xu Yunfeng could only lead the other trainees in retreat. At the same time, Xianyuan Tian also pulled Qin Rujia away. In the center of the arena, Yi Bufan stood alone, completely surrounded by members of the Bai and Wang families. The surrounding area fell instantly silent, every gaze fixed upon Yi Bufan. Previously, news of Yi Bufan had only been rumors. Now, witnessing him firsthand, anticipation filled every heart. This was not the Divine Servant's battlefield here, the entire fight could be seen clearly. Chapter 73, Falling Rest Locking Cloud Formation, Group Assault. Last time you got away. Let's see how you escape this time. The second elder of the Bai clan fixed his gaze on Yi Bufan, his divine power surging rapidly as an invisible aura radiated outward. Almost simultaneously, Wang Kuan and over a dozen others nearby all activated their divine power, each projecting their own aura. Their auras surged skyward, as if some strange force bound them together, forming a vast energy field around them, a unique space unto itself. Cloud sealing array. They're not giving that madman Yi a chance to escape. This time, Yi madman is as good as dead. Many onlookers gasped in astonishment at the scene unfolding before them. The falling rest-locking cloud formation was an array developed by the temple specifically to counter flying magical beasts. Who would have thought it would be used against Yi Bufan this time? Is the 8th Divine Realm Junior Divine Academy exchange meeting really this trivial? Yi Bufan looked at Feng Yang and the other two on the stage and said, if Divine Academies selected through such methods are to participate in the National Junior Divine Academy Exchange Conference, I truly see no point in attending. Whichever academy goes will become a laughingstock among the other divine realms. Because. Yi Bufan sneered coldly, because in your eyes, the honor of the 8th Divine Realm is outweighed by the grudges of a few families. Feng Yang and his companions turned ashen, while the entire audience shifted uncomfortably. The words were harsh, yet undeniably true. The final contenders in this selection were the 8th Lower Divine Academy and the 8th 9th Lower Divine Academy. If the 8th 9th Lower Divine Academy were to win first place, it would be as if the 8th Divine Realm had deliberately eliminated its top contender, sending its second best academy to the National Junior Divine Academy Exchange instead. What kind of laughingstock would that be? I'm just speaking my mind. No need to feel awkward. Who hasn't been humiliated in life? You were ready to kill me anyway. What are you waiting for? Yi Bufan spoke, then swung his sword. A wave of unease washed over everyone present. Feng Yang and the others, who had just confronted him, were rendered speechless. His words, who hasn't he lost face in their lifetime? Now trampled their dignity into the dust. What infuriated them even more was that after all his talk, he wasn't seeking their intervention. He'd drawn his sword and launched an attack instead. Bang! The second elder of the Bai clan had kept his focus fixed on Yi Bufan. As Yi Bufan swung his sword, the elder swung his own long sword in response. The moment the blades collided, Wang Kuan and the others joined the fray. Sword lights intertwined like a net, threatening to tear Yi Bufan to shreds. Yi Bufan was forced back by the second elder of the Bai family. In that split second of retreat, he unleashed the whirlwind/domain. Everyone felt Yi Bufan's speed accelerate. Not only did he parry several strikes, but he also deftly dodged beneath the other sword lights. By the gods above, we fight with our lives, let them bear witness. Yi Bufan pointed his sword at Wang Kuan from afar. The unique aura of the life or death battle began to expand, radiating outward from the two of them. Not even the falling rest-locking cloud formation could block it. Damn it! Wang Kuan roared in fury. He wanted to slap himself right then and there. How could he have forgotten this? Last time, he had initiated the life or death battle, and Yi Bufan had broken the rules. This time, Yi Bufan had initiated it. If Yi Bufan didn't break the rules, Wang Kuan was finished. The second elder of the Bai clan and the others were all stunned. They had assumed the falling rest-locking cloud formation would allow them to finish Yi Bufan quickly. They never expected him to withstand their combined attack. Now that the life or death battle had begun, none of them could intervene. Why aren't you laughing? Weren't you so smug just now? Yi Bufan asked Wang Kuan. Wang Kuan choked on his words, his mind spinning but unable to form a single coherent response. His face now was as grim as his smile had been earlier. Each of you is higher in cultivation than me, yet you damn well team up and use formations. If I were you, I'd just grab a block of tofu and smash my head against it. Yi Bufan shot a cold stare at a nearby Bai family member who was about to speak. By the gods above, we fight with our lives on the line. Let them bear witness. Another halo appeared, enveloping the Bai family member within its glow. You. The Bai family member's eyes bulged with fury. Who the hell could have imagined this bastard would initiate another life or death battle so soon? This time, no one else dared to speak, instead retreating steadily backward. Beyond maintaining the falling mist cloud locking formation, they dared not make another move. Just then, a sword light suddenly flared. Wang Kuan's face paled as he swiftly swung his long sword. Yet this full power strike not only failed to hit Yi Bufan, he hadn't even seen Yi Bufan's attack. When the sword light faded, they saw the man from the Bai family lying on the ground, eyes wide open, death staring out from them. Wang Kuan sucked in a sharp breath, staring at Yi Bufan with profound gravity. This time, to eliminate Yi Bufan, they had brought only divine servants of level 23 and above. In the blink of an eye, before he could even see clearly, Yi Bufan had already killed one of them. Bull-locking cloud formation. You want a group fight? I'll take you on one-on-one. I'd like to see whether you'd rather break the rules of the life battle or insist on maintaining this worthless formation. Yi Bufan's gaze shifted to the other member of the Bai family. By the gods above, we fight with our lives, let them bear witness. The man froze, instinctively turning to look at the second elder of the Bai family. One had already died without even a chance to intervene. If he stepped forward now, certain death awaited him. As the life battle's aura appeared, before the second elder of the Bai family could utter a word, Yi Bufan's sword had already struck. Splatter! Blood spattered as the man clutched his throat, eyes wide with shock as he stared at Yi Bufan before collapsing backward. My god, he actually dared to disrupt the life battle. How can he fight above his level? His strength is too overwhelming. If the Lower Divine Academy exchange doesn't stop, the 8th or 9th Lower Divine Academy will definitely take first place. Xu Yunfeng listened to the surrounding murmurs, then turned to look at Su Meng beside him, his face bitter. After consecutive breakthroughs, Su Meng was now a level 13 divine disciple, while he himself had reached level 14. Among the trainees of these lower-tier divine academies, they were indeed the absolute elite. He had intended to challenge Yi Bufan to gauge their gap, but unexpectedly, that guy casually took down 2 level 23-24 divine disciples. Now he was actually relieved that the second elder of the Bai family and the others had appeared. Otherwise, he would be dead by now. You're right, Xu Yunfeng said, approaching Su Meng. Of course. Do you think he earned the title of Yanmen War God for nothing? Su Meng retorted. The Yanmen War God? Xu Yunfeng asked in surprise. He spent a few days in Yanmen, slaughtering hundreds of demonic beasts. Do you know why the Great Tao imposed the boundary shackles upon him? It's because he initiated a Tao battle against over 2,000 demon beasts at Yanmen. Though he broke the rules of Tao combat, he sent those beasts fleeing in all directions. Don't judge him by his cultivation level alone. In the hearts of everyone at Yanmen, he is a god on the battlefield. Su Meng explained. Since news of Yi Bufan breaking through his cultivation barrier had already spread, there was no need to keep his Yanmen experiences secret either. Xu Yunfeng remained silent, his gaze fixed on Yi Bufan as scenes from the Yanmen battle replayed in his mind. Though it matched his expectations, witnessing Yi Bufan's prowess charging in and out 7 times amidst 1,000 demonic beasts filled Xu Yunfeng's gaze with genuine admiration. Among his peers, he had never admired anyone. Yi Bufan was the first. It's a pity he's going to die. Otherwise, I'd follow him and surpass him. Xu Yunfeng declared. Chapter 74, Threatening the Two Women, Forcing a Showdown. You're wrong. Su Meng declared. I'm wrong? Xu Yunfeng asked, puzzled. I don't know why he dares stand here, but I know he won't die. Su Meng declared firmly. Given that he survived the assault of over 2,000 beasts, the Wang Yanbai families couldn't possibly kill him, unless... Xu Yunfeng followed Su Meng's gaze and turned to look at Fang Yang and Shen Huan on the stage. They won't strike. If they kill Yi Bufan now, they'll never hold their heads high again, Xu Yunfeng declared. Then he won't die. If you truly wish to surpass him, join me in protecting those two from the 8th and 9th divine courts, Su Meng said, turning her gaze toward Qin Rujiat and Shen Yuan Tian. Xu Yunfeng also wanted to know why Yi Bufan wouldn't die, so he nodded naturally. You bastard. You've got the guts to initiate a life or death battle, roared the second elder of the Bai clan. Seething with rage. Did a donkey kick you in the head? You want to kill me, yet I have to follow your rules? Yi Bufan declared, initiating another life or death battle against a member of the Bai family. This time, he didn't wait for the life or death battle's aura to appear. He directly unleashed his divine technique, Swift Wind Slash, ruthlessly eliminating his opponent. You forced my hand, the second elder of the Bai family declared as 4 figures swiftly closed in on Qin Rujiat and Shen Yuan Tian, for long swords pointed at the two women. At his command, they could be slain instantly. As long as you don't initiate a life or death battle, I won't kill them. Otherwise, the second elder of the Bai family said coldly. Yi Bufan glanced at Qin Rujiat and Shen Yuan Tian from afar, his killing intent intensifying. Second elder of the Bai family, your vendetta against Yi Bufan is your own business, but killing these two women is unacceptable. Yi Bufan and I are friends. I won't interfere in other matters, but I will protect these two women. Su Meng rose to her feet. If you think one person isn't enough, count me in too. Xu Yunfeng also stood up. Yi Bufan had been about to act, but this unexpected turn of events forced him to abandon his original plan. The second elder of the Bai family trembled with rage. He hadn't taken Su Meng and Xu Yunfeng seriously as juniors, but one was backed by the Yanmen garrison commander and the other by the venerable Chu family. Even the combined might of the Bai and Wang families would need to think twice. His gaze instinctively shifted to Fang Yang and Shen Huan on the platform. A nod from either would allow him to disregard Su Meng and Xu Yunfeng. Chu family head, Shen Huan addressed him. It's common knowledge that Yi Bufan and my Shen family have grievances. Wouldn't it be inappropriate for the Chu family to intervene? Head of the Chu family, it's not worth it for an outsider. Let it go. Fang Yang chimed in. Chu he remained silent, merely shaking his head at Xu Yunfeng. It's over. This time, 3 students from the Divine Academy are finished. Even Elder Fang has spoken. Even the Yanmen garrison commander would have to back down. Many onlookers gazed at Yi Bufan with expressions of regret. Had Yi Bufan represented the 8th Divine Realm at the National Junior Divine Academy Exchange, the 8th Divine Realm would surely have gained immense renown. Xu Yunfeng and Su Meng's expressions darkened. Just as they were about to speak, a fiery orb streaked like a meteor toward Qin Rujiat and Xian Yuan Tian. Simultaneously, within the falling rest-locking cloud array, a terrifying force erupted violently. Yi Bu Fan, who had been standing before them moments ago, now charged toward Qin Rujiat and Xian Yuan Tian with lightning speed. Good heavens, he actually broke the falling rest-lock cloud array. How did he manage that? He's only level 22. The sudden turn of events caught everyone completely off guard. By the time Yi Bu Fan reached Qin Rujiat and the others, Hua Dan had already obliterated the four surrounding figures. I knew you wouldn't save them. The second elder of the Bai clan barked coldly, charging forward with Wang Kuan and the others to encircle Yi Bu Fan once more. But this time, the encirclement wasn't just for Yi Bu Fan, it also trapped Qin Rujiat and Xian Yuan Tian. Brother, don't worry about me. Run, Qin Rujiat said, her eyes brimming with tears. You really don't need to worry about us. They wouldn't dare kill us. Xian Yuan Tian said. Do you know what it means when a cornered dog will bite? Yi Bu Fan looked at Xian Yuan Tian. I know you have connections, but distant water cannot quench a nearby fire. For the sake of their clan, they'll stop at nothing. Xian Yuan Tian fell silent, gazing at Yi Bu Fan standing mere inches away. She suddenly realized how overly reliant she had been on her family. Though the Xian Yuan clan was only second-rate, it held enough sway over third-rate families, yet her own strength remained far too weak. Big Mouth, Fire Egg, keep an eye on these two, Yi Bu Fan instructed. Master, let Fire Egg handle them. I can assist you, said Taotie. Shut up. Who's the master here? Yi Bu Fan retorted coldly. Getting rid of me won't be that easy. I'm eager to see just how strong I become now. He didn't initiate a life battle or a Dao battle, as neither would allow him to protect Qinro and Jia. Instead, he unleashed the Turtle Domain. With the Soul Domain now in his arsenal, the Turtle Domain was no longer his ultimate trump card. Kill! The second elder of the Bai clan launched his attack the moment he saw the Turtle Domain. Sword lights rained down within the Turtle Domain, shattering the domain's royal sword as the blades hurtled straight toward Yi Bu Fan. Ignoring the attacks from others around him, Yi Bu Fan swung his sword, slashing toward the second elder of the Bai family. Boom! The moment the blades collided, Yi Bu Fan felt a tremendous force surge toward him, forcing him to stumble backward. End this quickly, roared the second elder of the Bai family. How quickly his domain level had risen. This man must not be spared. Otherwise, he will surely become a grave threat to the clan. I never imagined he truly possessed his own domain. Xu Yunfeng exclaimed in shock. His domain has grown even stronger. Su Meng remarked. She knew more about Yi Bu Fan's strength than Xu Yunfeng did, but for the turtle domain to reach level 6 so quickly was truly terrifying. Boom! 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 A flurry of sparks erupted as Yi Bu Fan parried the attacks of the second elder of the Bai clan, Wang Kuan, and the others. Though he constantly shifted his retreating direction and was completely suppressed, he remained unharmed thus far. Seeing the Taotie and Hua Dan still holding back, the second elder of the Bai family suddenly swung his sword at Qin Rujiat. Shameful! Xu Yunfeng couldn't help but exclaim. Bullying the weak and outnumbering the few was bad enough, but now they were forcing Yi Bu Fan into a direct confrontation like this? Boom! Under the second elder's full force strike, Yi Bu Fan's body shook violently. After forcibly stabilizing himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. Brother! Qin Rujiat cried out in alarm. As long as you die, these two can live, the second elder of the Bai clan declared, swinging his sword toward Qin Rujiat once more. Brother, don't worry about me. Run! Qin Rujiat could hold back no longer, tears streaming down her face. At that moment, even Xian Yuan Tian, standing nearby, was deeply moved. She and Qin Rujiat were closest. Later, Qin Rujiat confided everything to her, revealing the true nature of their relationship. In truth, Yi Bu Fan and Qin Rujiat didn't share the kind of relationship outsiders imagined. They weren't even friends. Yet despite this, Yi Bu Fan, who could have easily ignored it, was now risking his life for her. Chapter 75, Turn the Tables. Third-rate family? Put. Though many onlookers dared not speak, their hearts brimmed with contempt for the actions of the second elder of the Bai family. Master, let me handle this. I can withstand his attacks, declared the Taotie. Do you think you're called master for nothing? Do what you're supposed to do. Yi Bu Fan swung his sword to parry the second elder's strike, only to be sent flying once more. Each time the second elder of the Bai family struck, he deliberately left Yi Bu Fan a sliver of opening, just enough to prevent Yi Bu Fan from rushing to rescue Qinro and Jia, forcing him to abandon them. Watching his master get knocked back time and again, the fierce glint in the glutton's eyes softened for the first time. One word, master. Master bears the danger, it reaps the rewards. The Taotie glanced at Hua Dan, who understood immediately and appeared before Qin Rujiat and Xian Yuan Tian. The Taotie roared, its head raised, as a colossal phantom of itself lunged toward the second elder of the Bai clan. This was its signature divine technique, devouring heaven. Though only level 24, it withstood the second elder's full power strike through sheer force of its divine technique. Die! Yi Bufan watched the Taotie block the attack, then swept his sword horizontally toward the others. Empowered by the level 6 turtle domain, the strike unleashed countless royal swords that danced across the sky, leaving no room for evasion. Blade after blade flashed with unstoppable force. That's the Bai family's second-tier divine technique. Blade's edge revealed. Good heavens! He's using their own weapon against them. He's actually slaying members of the Bai clan with their own divine technique. Spectators watched the flashing blades as figures fell one after another nearby, unable to suppress their gasps. With the force of autumn winds sweeping fallen leaves and thunderous might, that single strike instantly annihilated everyone except Wang Kuan. Had Wang Kuan not retreated to create distance out of lingering fear toward Yi Bufan, he too would have met the same fate. Open! Just as Wang Kuan prepared to retreat from the fray, Yi Bufan's voice rang in his ears. Though he had retreated to the very edge of the turtle domain, he now realized it had expanded by 3 or 4 meters, reaching a 40-meter radius. Countless swords raced toward him from behind, while Yi Bufan's blade had already come crashing down from ahead. No! Wang Kuan screamed in terror. The moment the blades collided, his body was pierced by countless swords, blood spattering everywhere. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The second elder of the Bai clan didn't even have time to launch a second attack on Qin Rujia and the others. Within the turtle domain, only he remained. Watching Yi Bufan advance with his sword raised, he felt panic for the first time. Yi Bufan, if you have the guts, accept this fated battle. The second elder of the Bai clan declared loudly. By the gods above, let this be a life or death battle witnessed by all. The Taotie had managed to block his strike. If Yi Bufan joined forces with it, he had no chance of victory. But one-on-one, he still had confidence he could kill Yi Bufan. As the second elder of the Bai family spoke, a wave of gasps rippled through the crowd. What devastating power! His combat strength likely surpasses level 30. Chu Yunfeng exclaimed in awe. Su Meng remained silent, but her gaze grew increasingly grave. At that moment, her father's words echoed in her mind. A man like this, if he survives, will surely become a powerhouse in the Dragon Nation. Though the great Tao imposed the shackles of realm breaking, Yi Bufan forged his own path by elevating his domain's level and scope. He continuously enhanced his combat prowess. Regardless of how long Yi Bufan lived, he was destined to be a legend. Chu Yunfeng turned to look at Chu He on the platform. Though neither spoke, their glances conveyed understanding. Elder Feng, Head Shin, some things only need to be said once. If anyone else dares to lay a finger on these two girls, don't blame me for showing no mercy, Chu He declared. Is the Chu family head intending to shield these two? Shin Huan asked coldly. You'd better think this through. Does the Shin family head also intend to meddle in the affairs of my Chu family? Chu He retorted. Shin Huan opened his mouth but no sound came out. It simply wasn't worth it to turn against Chu He over two women like Qin Rujia and Jia at this moment. Yi Bufan shot Chu He a surprised glance before withdrawing his gaze and turning to the second elder of the Bai family. Though Chu He's decision caught him off guard, Yi Bufan understood it all came down to self-interest. Do you even know what you're doing? You're a whore trying to build a reputation, Yi Bufan said coldly. Though I care little for others' opinions and could gang up on you, I've decided to grant your wish. I accept this life or death battle. The words sent shockwaves through the crowd. Has he lost his mind? He stands no chance in a one-on-one fight. True to his reputation is Mad Yi, the maniac. Still this insane at a time like this. Amidst the cacophony of voices, the life or death battle's aura expanded, trapping Yi Bufan and the second elder of the Bai clan within its circle. In that instant, the second elder of the Bai clan swung his sword. The sword's light flashed, its attack power significantly enhanced from before. He's unleashed his divine technique. He intends to slay Yi Madman with a single strike. Though Yi Madman possesses a domain, his cultivation is far too low. He can't possibly block it. Boom! The surrounding clamor was drowned out by the thunderous explosion as both figures staggered backward simultaneously. The second elder of the Bai clan retreated 2 steps, while Yi Bufan stumbled back 7 or 8. The moment he halted, blood spurted from his mouth. Excellent! On the platform, Shin Huan witnessed this scene and couldn't help but cheer inwardly. Yi Bufan's performance unsettled him. If such a man lived, the clan would be in danger. Now that Yi Bufan had challenged the second elder of the Bai family to a duel, it was clear he was no match for him. A golden opportunity. The second elder of the Bai family, seasoned and experienced, saw Yi Bufan being forced back. The moment Yi Bufan's body came to a halt, the second elder charged forward. God, grant me strength. Let my edge be fully revealed. The second elder of the Bai family roared, unleashing his divine technique with all his might. Previously, When he had used divine techniques without paying homage to the gods, their power had been greatly diminished, but his goal had been to strike unexpectedly. This time, with the divine skill properly invoked, the attack's potency surged. Everything unfolded precisely as he had calculated. This single strike was sufficient to slay Yi Bu-fan. Brother! Qin Ruijia stared at Yi Bu-fan, her fingers clenched tightly, her heart pounding so hard it felt like it would leap from her chest. Shen Yuan Tian beside her felt the same, though she remained more composed. She grabbed Qin Ruijia's arm, fearing she might rush forward and distract Yi Bu-fan. Is he really going to die? Chu Yunfeng watched the overwhelming strike, a display of power that fully showcased the might of a divine being over level 30. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Even Su Meng, who had always been utterly confident in Yi Bu-fan, now saw no trace of that certainty in her eyes. As everyone stared wide-eyed, the second elder of the Bai clan roared with laughter. Yi Bu-fan, die! His voice boomed like a temple bell, shaking the very soul. The sword streaked like a rainbow, piercing the sky and splitting the sun. As the blade descended, a faint tearing sound ripped through the air, as if it could cleave the earth itself. The overwhelmingly powerful strike shattered the turtle domain, leaving Yi Bu-fan utterly exposed beneath the sword's blinding light. You think you've won? Before absolute power, all schemes and tricks are nothing. Yi Bu-fan remained motionless, his gaze calmly fixed upon the second elder of the Bai clan. Chapter 76, A Bizarre Sword Strike, awe-striking the entire arena. The second elder of the Bai clan watched Yi Bu-fan, who seemed to have abandoned resistance, and felt an inexplicable unease welling up within him. He couldn't fathom how Yi Bu-fan could possibly survive under these circumstances. Yet, the instant the sword's glow drew within 3 inches of Yi Bu-fan, excruciating pain suddenly shot through his soul. In that instant, the sword in his hand froze. In that instant, Yi Bu-fan thrust his sword forward. His blade was 3 inches from Yi Bu-fan, yet Yi Bu-fan's sword had already pierced his heart with the swiftness of the wind. The agony in his soul vanished. The second elder of the Bai clan watched blood flow from his chest, dripping down the blade's edge. His eyes stared at Yi Bu-fan in utter disbelief. He opened his mouth, as if to speak, but Yi Bu-fan had already pulled the sword free. Blood spurted from his chest as crimson spray erupted from his mouth. Not a single word escaped him before his body crashed to the ground. He had schemed against Yi Bu-fan, never expecting Yi Bu-fan to be scheming against him as well. The soul domain had never been truly used against an enemy before. To ensure maximum offensive power, Yi Bu-fan had waited until the sword's edge was upon him before launching his attack. Silence. The scene fell into utter silence. All eyes were fixed on Yi Bu-fan, their expressions mirroring the dead second elder of the Bai clan utter disbelief. Who can tell me what just happened? Didn't the second elder of the Bai family have the upper hand just now? How did he die? How did that madman Yi kill the second elder of the Bai family? A gasp erupted, instantly drowning the area in chaos. Not only the onlookers, but even Shen Huan and the others on the stage couldn't figure out how Yi Bu-fan had killed the second elder of the Bai family. This very uncertainty only deepened Shen Huan's unease. Yi Bu-fan, how dare you disrupt the selection process for the 8th Divine Realms Junior Divine Academy exchange meeting? Shen Huan roared. The words, infused with divine power, thundered like a crack of lightning, reverberating throughout the arena. The surrounding clamor died down, and the atmosphere grew tense once more. Has he completely lost all sense of shame? Yi Bu-fan looked calmly at Shen Huan. I don't care what others think, say, or do. If you want to kill me, go ahead. Everyone nearby sucked in a sharp breath. This madman was actually challenging the head of the Shen family, a level 1 divine messenger. Divine envoys are not divine subjects, they are the architects of the divine realm, far beyond what Yi Bu-fan's domain could ever hope to match. If the 8th Lower Divine Academy has no objections, in this selection for the 8th Divine Realms Junior Divine Academy exchange, the 9th Lower Divine Academy takes first place. They will represent the 8th Divine Realm at the National Junior Divine Academy exchange. He suddenly declared. We, the lower 8th Divine Academy, have no objections. Chu Yunfeng spoke up, seamlessly following Chu He's lead. Chu family head. You, Shen Huan glared, fuming, with Chu He pulling this stunt out of nowhere. Even if he and Fong Yang both objected now, the crowd watching wouldn't stand for it. He represented the Shen family, his opposition carried weight. Fong Yang represented the 8th Divine Temple. To oppose now would be to tarnish the temple's reputation. Fong Yang would never do such a thing. Shen family head. The 8th and 9th Lower Divine Academy securing first place in this selection is what everyone hoped for. As for the grudge between the Shen family and Yi Bu-fan, that is your own affair. Surely we can't all be held up here because of your personal feud? Chu He spoke, then turned to Fong Yang. What do you say, Steward Fong? Fong Yang gritted his teeth and nodded. I hope he doesn't get killed before heading to the 5th Divine Realm for the National Junior Divine Academy exchange. Fong Yang said coldly. then it's no longer our concern. We conducted the selection fairly and impartially, fulfilling our obligations to all 9 junior divine academies and divine temples. Shu he concluded, then announced loudly, I hereby declare the selection process for this junior divine academy exchange concluded. The top spot goes to the 8th 9th lower divine academy. His voice, amplified by divine power, echoed throughout the surroundings. Yet, not a single person present departed. All eyes remained fixed on Yibu Fan. They stared at this bastard who had provoked the wrath of the earth's fire. At this madman who had thrown the 8th divine realm into utter chaos. Since you won't step in, I'll take my leave. Yibu Fan glanced at Shen Huan and leapt into the air. A flash of fire erupted as fiery wings unfolded, carrying Yibu Fan soaring into the sky. He didn't look at Qin Rujia or Xianyuan Tian, didn't say where he was going, and certainly didn't mention whether he'd attend the National Junior Divine Academy Exchange Conference in the 5th Divine Realm. No wonder the Bai and Wang families deployed the falling rest cloud locking array from the start. His beast companion can actually carry him through the air. Even if the Shen family wants to kill him now, they'll have to find him first. The 8th Divine Realm is about to erupt. The crowd gradually dispersed, yet whispers lingered unceasingly. Everyone knew about Yibu Fan's annihilation of the Lu family. This time, the Wang and Bai families had nearly killed Yibu Fan. When he returned, he would surely unleash a storm of bloodshed across the 8th Divine Realm. Let's go. We should use this time to cultivate and strengthen ourselves before heading to the 5th Divine Realm for the National Junior Divine Academy Exchange Conference. Xianyuan Tian said. Will Brother Yi be going? Asked Qin Rujia. Whether he comes or not, do you intend to keep losing forever? Xianyuan Tian looked at Qin Rujia solemnly. This time, I'll give you divine stones for cultivation. Even if he doesn't go, you and I will shine brightly at the National Junior Divine Academy Exchange. Qin Rujia's mind flashed with Yibu Fan's image, and she nodded firmly. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous corner, Dugi watched the direction Yibu Fan had vanished, a radiant smile spreading across her face. You truly haven't disappointed me. I hope you'll make an even bigger splash at the 5th Divine Realm and the National Junior Divine Academy Exchange. Dugi murmured. It's time to stir up the stagnant pool of the 9 divine realms of the Dragon Nation. Otherwise, who could truly break through the 100-tier barrier and ascend to godhood? Is what you said all true? In the 9th divine realm, Long Shuang gazed at Yu Chang and Yu Wei standing before her, unable to conceal her excitement. Miss, it's true. All divine realms are currently holding selections for the Junior Divine Academy Exchange. With such a major incident in the 8th divine realm, word has likely already spread throughout the 9 divine realms. Yu Chang said. He's truly formidable at level 22. He already possesses a level 6 domain. At level 22, he slaughtered over 30 divine subjects. Yu Wei exclaimed excitedly. Miss, your insight is truly remarkable. As long as he lives, the 9 divine realms will never be as peaceful as before. The more chaos in the 9 divine realms, the better for us. Now I hope he goes to the 5th divine realm for the National Junior Divine Academy Exchange meeting. The bigger the stir he causes, the better. Yu Chang chuckled. With his temper and personality, he won't stay quiet anywhere. Lang Shuang could no longer sit still and abruptly stood up. Send out orders immediately. Monitor his every move closely. When the critical moment arrives, protect him at all costs. Also, have everyone prepare for battle. The moment an opportunity arises, we strike with thunderous force. At that moment, Lang Shuang radiated an aura of a sovereign, her gaze sharp. She declared, after lying dormant for so many years, it's time for the world to know we exist.